Drifting through the endless void, a voice echoed in his mind. You are a visitor from another world. Suddenly, a violent force yanked his consciousness back from the abyss, and Lee Sungmin's eyes snapped open. An unfamiliar sight greeted him, a peaceful village cradled by emerald mountains. Standing right in front of him was Minjun, scratching his head with a sheepish, awkward grin. Where do I even begin? The stranger chuckled. I know you're confused, but just breathe and listen to me. Panic surged as Lee Sungmin frantically checked his body, only for Minjun to bark at him. Hey, I said, calm down. Why are you stripping all of a sudden? The guide launched into his spiel. This world is called Area, a land of sword arts, arcane magic, and endless hordes of demons and spirits. Simply put, it is a hellscape where every living soul must fight to survive. It is the law of the jungle, a realm of ambition that drags souls here from every dimension. And this is the starting line for all summoned, the ancient town of Sonavis. A breathtaking view of the medieval town unfolded. Sonavis, the beginner's town. Minjun's eyes narrowed with curiosity. Have you ever trained in martial arts or magic back home? Lee Sungmin shook his head, feigning ignorance. Never. What are those? Chi. So, you're a no class. Minjun sneered, his tone dropping to 0. Follow me. I'll explain on the way. What's your name, kid? He hesitated for a beat. Lee Sungmin. Minjun repeated it, masking his disdain. Lee Sungmin, huh? I can't just leave a newbie to rot. You must be starving. Let's grab a bite. I'll teach you everything about this system manhwa world. A flicker of warmth seemed to touch the boy's heart. Thank you, he whispered. Minjun waved him off. Don't mention it. Noticing Lee Sungmin's dry lips, the guide tossed him a water bottle. Here, drink up. The boy caught it, bowing politely. Thank you, sir. But Minjun cut him off. No need for thanks. He didn't wait for a second invitation, guzzling it down. He gargled loudly, and just as Minjun turned his back, Lee Sungmin spewed the entire mouthful of water, right into the guide's face. Minjun shrieked, clawing at his face in agony. My eyes, you son of a BTC, what are you doing? The boy's expression went cold. Drop the innocent act. That was Wandering Star, paralyzing poison, wasn't it? He spat the remaining residue on the ground, colorless and tasteless. But that metallic stench, it is unmistakable to someone like me. One drop makes the tongue swell up. If it hits the eyes, it blinds you instantly. He dumped the rest of the bottle on the screaming man. You prey on naive rookies to sell them into slavery, don't you? Minjun thrashed in the dirt. How? How do you know that? You bastard, aren't you a fresh? Summon. Lee Sungmin kicked him into the air, his voice devoid of mercy. Oh, I was just summoned today. I am a no class. As Minjun fell, he didn't even have time to breathe before Lee Sungmin's foot buried itself in his gut. Spotting a dagger, he hissed. But my soul has survived this hell for 13 long years. Faster than a heartbeat, he snatched the hidden dagger and raised it high. Lee Sungmin looked down at the trash beneath him with eyes as cold as ice. Did you forget the rules of Area? Never trust anyone? The blade descended, painting the dirt with fresh blood. What a garbage world, he scoffed. A reward window popped up, but Lee Sungmin sighed in disappointment. Pathetic drop. 100,000 and a rusty dagger. Is that all a life is worth? Still, he pocketed the loot. Better than nothing. He clenched his fist, marveling at the unblemished skin. I've checked this body. No scars, no muscles. I am really back. I have returned to the age of 13. The exact moment I was first summoned to Area. His mind drifted to the artifact that caused this miracle. It must be because of that stone. Memories of his past life flooded back. Lee Sungmin, 27 years old. A C-rank mercenary. A bottom feeder scraping by in the gutters of Area, living a life of utter mediocrity. He had no background, no talent. No matter how hard he trained, the wall to the peak was insurmountable. He was destined to be fodder. Desperate to escape his suffocating reality, he grabbed a 1-in-a-million chance, finding a hidden dungeon that no one else had discovered. After bleeding and crying for that chance, he opened the treasure chest with trembling hands. Inside, just a single, useless stone. He kept it only because he didn't know how to use it. But that was the regression stone, the key to rewriting destiny. Lee Sungmin's eyes darkened. I saw the notification right before I died. An item that turns back time. His heart raced with anticipation. Does that mean? He shouted the command. Status window. Name Lee Sungmin. Class none. Traits none. Skills none. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Nothing changed. My stats are exactly the same as my first day in this Manhwa Recap story. So what was the point of regression? Then it hit him. Wait. I still have my memories. 13 years of survival knowledge. It is faint, but the critical events are there. And as a no class, the possibilities are endless. Armed with future knowledge, he found himself standing before the infamous Bone Joining Institute. He recalled the hierarchy of this world. Mages wielded mana, warriors cultivated aura, but the majority were like him, no class. The trash of the summoning pool. In theory, they were blank canvases capable of learning anything blessed with special growth bonuses. But in reality, they were the bottom of the food chain in the area ecosystem. Powerless fodder who died before they began. He had lived that nightmare for 13 years as a C-rank mercenary, mocked and trampled on every single day. And in the end, he died a dog's death without a single achievement. The doctor, Ho-Yeon, looked at him. "Do you want me to reconstruct your bones, boy?" Lee Sungmin nodded, his eyes burning with resolve. Do it. This time, he would not be weak. This time, he would become a legend. Leaving the institute, the system chimed. Received low-rank martial bone. Received zenith breathing technique. A grin tugged at his lips. Perfect. 2 out of 3 cheat codes secured in Sonavis 13 years in the past. The martial bone. A skeletal structure designed for war. I remember Ho-Yeon, the acupuncture master who invented this artificial enhancement. The pain is excruciating, but the cost is 0. He does it for fame and promotion. This was my first hidden piece. The condition to receive it is strict. You must be a no class with 0 skills. In my past life, I learned a trash skill too early and missed this chance. But not this time. I have met every condition. The low-rank martial bone is the perfect foundation for martial arts. My cultivation speed will skyrocket compared to a normal human. And since Ho-Yeon dies in a freak accident, soon I am one of the few who will ever possess this gift. With this frame and the no-class growth bonus, I won't just survive. I will become a monster. And the second key, the zenith breathing technique. It allows the user to gather inner energy. It is the most stable and efficient foundation in this leveling manhwa world. Lee Sungmin scoured the depths of his memory, desperate to recall the hidden location. In his past life, he was stuck with second-rate trash techniques. But he knew a secret fit for a Manhwa Recap legend. A first-rate cultivation manual was gathering dust in an old library in Sonavis. The owner, clueless about its true power, would sell it for pennies. For just 40,000 eri, he had already secured the High Heaven cultivation method from Sejun. That made 2. Of the 3 golden opportunities he had missed in his previous life, he had seized 2 of them within a single day of his summoning. The third opportunity, the grand prize of the tournament held at the Great Colosseum. But that was still 1 year away. As Lee Sungmin walked, his mind raced with calculations. The tournament was restricted to the no-class rank, meaning the bar wasn't impossibly high. His best move was to stay in Sonavis for the next year and relentlessly hone his skills. But survival wasn't free. He needed a decent amount for lodging, at least 30,000 eri a day. To fill his pockets and level up his abilities simultaneously, there was only one path: monster hunting. His train of thought snapped as he arrived at Han's shop. The old man furrowed his brows, grumbling. "What is it, kid? You here to buy something?" Lee Sungmin crouched down, eyeing the goods. "This shield suits me, doesn't it?" Han nodded slowly. "Yeah. That shield was used by an adventurer about your size once upon a time. Of course, that guy's been dead for ages. Just pick what you like." Ignoring the ominous warning, the boy pointed to a coat, a spear, and throwing knives. "I want to buy these." His face was the picture of innocent naivety. Han eyed him suspiciously. "I'll sell, but do you actually have the coin?" Lee Sungmin beamed. "I have 60,000 eri." Before the words even settled, Han waved him off. "Get lost. Go play somewhere else. This pile is worth 300,000 eri. Beat it, stop scaring away my real customers." But the boy remained thick-skinned and stubborn. "Can I buy it on credit?" The old man's patience snapped. "Leave before I beat you out the door." Lee Sungmin hesitated, then pointed to himself. "Then, I'll sell my clothes. How much will you give me?" He was about to unleash his ultimate multi-level marketing sales pitch. This is high-quality material from another dimension. There is bound to be a collector for this style. If you find the right buyer, 300,000 eri is chump change. Just as he thought he had sealed the deal, a loud burst of laughter erupted. Han mocked him, wiping a tear from his eye. "What is wrong with this kid? A second ago you were acting innocent, and now, look at that desperate face." He got straight to the point. "You are no class, aren't you? You look green, trying to make me pity you, so I'll lower the price." Lee Sungmin didn't hesitate. "That would be wonderful." Han laughed, until he nearly cried. "You shameless little brat." The old man generously extended his hand. "Fine, take it on credit. I don't need your filthy clothes." Han's tone shifted, half joking, half serious. I actually like the spirit of rats struggling in despair. Even if you have no class, try not to die in vain. Who knows? You might become a regular. Once you have money, come back and pay me the 240,000 area you owe. Lee Sungmin bowed gratefully. Thank you. Finally equipped, he headed for the hunting grounds. Touching his new gear, he knew his survival rate had just skyrocketed. Armor was the difference between life and death. Even a thin layer of leather could save him. He had to take the risk to acquire it. A chance like this wouldn't come around twice. I am incredibly lucky this time around. Area was a harsh, unforgiving world. Maybe the old man just wants to get close so he can stab me in the back later. Still, I have to stay on guard. Lee Sungmin ventured deeper into the wilderness where silence reigned. He paused the familiar scenery, triggering a memory from 13 years ago, his first time here. He compared his past self to the present. Back then, he was paralyzed by fear. Now he moved with the grace of a veteran. Lee Sungmin scoffed at himself. I was pathetic back then. Suddenly, blue windows popped up, pulling him back to reality, a classic scene in a leveling manhwa. You have regained the light step art. You have regained the iron bone strengthening. You have regained the stone-splitting palm. You have regained the soul-chasing spear. He hunted until the sun began to bleed into the horizon. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps tore through the wind, rushing toward him. Lee Sungmin spotted the beast. The monster spun around startled, but it was too late. The boy was already charging the soul-chasing spear, poised for the kill. Before the creature could even twitch, the spearhead pierced its throat. The impact sent it flying in a straight line. Lee Sungmin skidded to a kneel, checking the corpse to ensure the kill. Sharp pain assaulted him. He looked down at his hand, and nasty burn was seared into his skin. He realized too late that the one-hit kill technique required specific conditions to avoid recoil. But he clicked his tongue. Whatever. Pain is just weakness leaving the body. He clenched his fist, ignoring the sting. Even if my regression turns out to be futile, from this moment on, a new legend begins. Lee Sungmin had finally gathered enough materials. Night had fallen by the time he returned to the inn, where Jack greeted him with a friendly grin. Welcome back, Sungmin. You made it. Lee Sungmin approached, heaving a large cloth sack onto the counter. Jack, here is the payment for today's stay. The innkeeper looked curious. What's in there? But then his eyes widened at the sack itself. Wait, where did you get that dimensional pocket? Those things cost a cool 1,500,000. Lee Sungmin replied with a straight face. A merchant took pity on me and sold it for a bargain. Jack excitedly rummaged through the bag. Really, you've got a knack for business, kid. Let's see here. Goblin teeth. Bodily fluids. After some quick mental math, he nodded. With this haul, I'll cover your room for 2 days. If you tried selling this to the Mages Guild, they wouldn't give you nearly this much. He counted it once more. It's enough. But honestly, you are truly amazing. Lee Sungmin paused on the stairs. Amazing. In what way? Jack recalled their first meeting. A few days ago, a no-class kid walked into my inn and made a crazy proposal. You asked if you could pay rent with monster drops? I thought you'd be dead within a day. But it's been 2 weeks and you come back every single night with a heavy bag of loot. Jack couldn't hide his admiration. You are incredible. Truly. Is this what they call natural-born talent? A normal no-class shouldn't be this capable. With talent like that, you are going to become someone extraordinary, aren't you? But before he could finish, he realized the boy was walking away. Hey, Lee Sungmin, where are you going? I'm talking to you. Lee Sungmin didn't look back. I'm going to rest. As he climbed the stairs, he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Talent. That word didn't belong to him. He knew the truth. He was useless. After enduring endless suffering, his previous life had ended in mediocrity, dying as a filthy third-rate C-rank mercenary. He summoned his status window, the staple of any system manhwa. Name Lee Sungmin class. None trait low-rank martial artist skills. Soul-chasing spear. 4-star. Light step art. 2-star iron blood. Exoskeleton 2-star. Stone-splitting palm 2-star. He stared blankly at the list. These are the martial arts techniques engraved in my soul from my past life. Thanks to the unique properties of this system manhwa world, I can replicate any move just by analyzing its mechanics. I can reclaim my former power with ease. However, Lee Sungmin's brow furrowed in frustration. These were nothing but second-rate trash skills. He ran the numbers in his head. No matter how hard I grind these low-tier arts, I'll never carve out my own legendary path. His eyes scanned the status window. 2-star stone pine palm. 2-star pure heaven art. His only hope lay in mastering the first-rate cultivation technique, the true pure heaven art. Lee Sungmin sank into a lotus position. But cultivation alone has its limits, doesn't it? He closed his eyes, channeling his ki. I need to unlock martial arts that are far more destructive. The next day, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Lee Sungmin Yura asked, her voice laced with worry. Are you heading into the forest again? She pouted. Why are you always obsessed with hunting in there? You never know when death might come knocking. Lee Sungmin replied coldly. Because in this place, I am an outsider from another dimension. If I want to survive this hell, I have to hunt monsters and trade their cores for gold. Suddenly, Yura stepped into his personal space and whispered softly. Are you an idiot? Even if you are an otherworlder, why not just get a normal job? You could work at our inn. My father actually seems to like you for some reason. Lee Sungmin shook his head instantly. No, I have zero talent for cooking or cleaning. Yura tried to reason with him. I just don't get it. Instead of risking your life every day, you could live safely while you learn the ropes of this world. Working at the inn would be a much smarter play. Lee Sungmin didn't answer. He turned his back on her. I'll be back by evening. Yura stomped her foot in anger. Hey Lee, Sungmin recalled the memories of his past life and a wave of pure hatred surged within him. Back then, I lived like a slave exploited by everyone around me. I refused to let history repeat itself. A glint of steel resolve flashed in his eyes. This time, I will not live on my knees. I will crush every obstacle to seize what I've always desired. I will do whatever it takes to turn my ambition into reality. I will forge a destiny far greater than the pathetic life I left behind. As the wind carried the sound of a chiming bell, Lee Sungmin arrived at the town square. He looked up at the sky. The noon bell signaled the arrival of a new awakening manhwa protagonist. The summoning gate tore open instantly, grabbing his attention. Wiji Ho Yan materialized in the center of the spatial vortex. Lee Sungmin analyzed him silently. Just a kid. Is that brat a martial artist? He looks about my age. He let out a heavy sigh. That kid must be terrified right now. It makes sense. But looking that vulnerable is just begging for the local trash to make a move. Right on cue, two thugs approached Wiji Ho Yan with a water bottle. Look at that, the vultures are circling. Is the poisoned water trick still trending these days? He hesitated. Should I step in? After a brief internal war, he turned away coldly. Not my problem. But suddenly, his forehead slammed into something as hard as granite. Lee Sungmin rubbed his head dizzy from the impact. My bad. He looked up and froze. It was Min Woon. The thug sneered, killing intent pouring off him. I think you just broke my collarbone, punk. Before he could even blink, a fist smashed into Lee Sungmin's face. His body was launched backward, flying over 30 feet. The crowd gasped, forming a circle around the drama. Min Woon put on a fake innocent act for the audience. Oh, don't worry folks, this guy is my comrade. But this clumsy idiot broke my bones. See, I'm just teaching him a little lesson about compensation. Everyone just mind your own business. The crowd, realizing the danger, quietly scattered like smoke. June called out from a distance. Big brother, what's going on over there? Min Woon laughed manically. He broke my collarbone, so I'm just gonna snap every bone in his body. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, stumbling back. Are they part of the same gang? Just my rotten luck. That clumsy punch. It was definitely a martial arts technique. You son of a? June's voice echoed again. Hey big brother, isn't that your ribs, not your collarbone? Min Woon stepped forward with a sinister grin. Is that so? Then I guess I'll just break both of yours to make it even. Lee Sungmin's instincts screamed danger. A third-rate martial artist. One look at his stance revealed his power level. Third-rate is the bottom of the barrel. Even a novice could reach that rank without much effort if they knew a few moves. But I'm currently stuck in a state of regression. I haven't even reached the third-rate rank yet. Damn it, this is bad. He quickly calculated the odds. I can't take him down in a fair fight. And with how heartless the people of Sonavis are, nobody is coming to save me. Lee Sungmin shouted desperately at Wiji Ho Yan. Hey, don't drink that water. It's laced with paralysis, poison. Wiji Ho Yan froze, staring intently at him. Lee Sungmin prayed silently. That kid is too young to be much help, but he looks like he's from the murim world. He must be able to do something. Wiji Ho Yan immediately poured the entire bottle onto the ground. On the other side, Min Woon loomed over him, whispering a terrifying threat. For a pretty boy, you sure are doing something stupid. You'll be perfect merchandise to sell to those nobles with twisted hobbies. As the words left his mouth, he launched a devastating kick. Lee Sungmin panicked. I can't let it end like this, not by a piece of trash in a dump like this. Lightning fast, he activated the light footwork technique. He sidestepped, dodging the lethal blow by a hair. Next, he unleashed the blood iron reinforced bone technique. His elbow slashed sideways in a desperate counter. It slammed right into Min Woon's ribs. The gang screamed in panic. Big brother, he's not stopping. The stone pine palm strikes rained down like a storm. Minwoon was forced back. But the thug just laughed. I guess you learned a few party tricks, huh? He stood up, not a single scratch on him. Too bad that didn't hurt at all. Lee Sungmin trembled. Damn it. His body is as hard as a rock. He must have mastered an external hard body art against the raw muscle density of an adult. My kid-sized martial arts are useless. Suddenly, Sunghain waved from the other side, shouting, Hey, I don't care how corrupt the Sonavis guards are. If we cause too much of a scene, they'll actually show up. Jun replied. Got it, let's wrap this up quickly. Lee Sungmin was gasping for air, totally spent. Meanwhile, Wiji Ho Yan stood there completely unbothered. Seeing Minwoon closing in for the kill, Lee Sungmin made a choice. I can't win this with bare hands. I need my spear. As he drew the spear from his inventory, a voice cut through the tension. Wiji Ho Yan stood right beside him and asked calmly, What did you say earlier? Say that again. The distance closed in an instant, catching Lee Sungmin off guard. His eyes darted around, panic rising as he braced for the incoming strike. What the hell? Just give me a second. Suddenly, Wiji Ho Yan's hand flickered, barely grazing Minwoon, while her lips parted to spit out a single word, weak. That gentle tap sent him flying through the air like a ragdoll. Her voice was ice cold. How dare a piece of filth like you try to strike me? Know your place. As Minwoon crashed violently into his lackeys, Lee Sungmin stood frozen in shock. What on earth did this kid just do? That wasn't just a push. It was a palm strike infused with terrifying internal energy. That level of power, it far exceeded a first-rate warrior. Lee Sungmin analyzed her stance, his mind racing. She's a transcendent master, but wait, she's the same age as me, and was summoned at the exact same time. This kind of power gap is insane even for a leveling manhwa scenario. Wiji Ho Yan's expression softened as she looked around. I do not recognize this place. You there. Tell me where we are. His memory sparked. The demonic cult. They were the dark reflection of the orthodox sects, a group that worshipped absolute power above all else. Their leader, the strongest of them all, was known as the Heavenly Demon. And the child of that monster was titled the Young Master. This girl, she was a visitor from another world. The little heavenly demon, Wiji Ho Yan. From the moment she could walk, she wielded martial arts that could shake the heavens, earning the title Scorching Sky. She arrived in area as an otherworlder and instantly became a legend in this awakening manhwa world. She was the same age as Lee Sungmin, summoned at the same instant, yet the gulf between their abilities was so vast, he couldn't even see her back. His eyes widened in realization. That's Wiji Ho Yan. The girl before him introduced herself with surprising grace. I am Wiji Ho Yan. I am 13 years old. Lee Sungmin's head spun as he realized she was now standing in his room. He stammered, I'm Lee Sungmin. I'm 14. Inside, he was screaming. She's actually a year younger than me. Wiji Ho Yan let out a small chuckle. I see. Lee Sungmin, you mentioned something interesting earlier. You said this world area is completely different from my home, correct? She fell into thought. So there is no demonic cult here, Lee Sungmin nodded nervously. That's right. Her laughter rang out like silver bells. I understand. I finally understand. She continued. Lee Sungmin back at the plaza. What was it? You shouted at me. Lee Sungmin rubbed his neck awkwardly. Well, I told you not to drink that water. It contained a paralytic poison. Wiji Ho Yan's laugh grew louder, echoing with authority. You arrogant little rascal, how dare you speak to me so casually? Her aura flared, freezing Lee Sungmin to the bone. He instinctively bowed deep, his survival instincts kicking in. My apologies. I didn't know you were the young master. I didn't mean to offend you. Internally, he was cursing, damn it all. I can't believe I'm bowing to a 13-year-old kid. Wiji Ho Yan stopped laughing. Her gaze turned piercing, studying him in silence for a long, uncomfortable moment. Amusement danced in her eyes as she pointed a finger at him. I saw you use martial arts earlier. Lee Sungmin trembled. Why? Yes, she smirked. Your martial arts are absolute garbage. The way you handle your energy is clumsy and pathetic. In which world did you learn such trash? Lee Sungmin forced a stiff, painful smile. I suppose I understand your point. Before he could finish, Wiji Ho Yan stepped forward, her voice sincere. I will teach you martial arts. The room fell dead silent. Lee Sungmin choked on his own breath. Wiji Ho Yan continued her tone, leaving no room for doubt. If I teach you personally, it doesn't matter how clumsy or talentless you are. You will improve. I guarantee it. Lee Sungmin finally snapped back to reality, his voice shaking. You would teach me Wiji. Ho-Yeon nodded. Yes, but I require one thing. I have a condition. Cold sweat drenched Lee Sungmin's back. A condition from the demonic cult. What? What condition? Wiji Ho Yan suddenly beamed with a bright, innocent smile. You must become my friend. That one sentence sent his mind reeling from terror to confusion. Flashback to a time when a young voice called out, "Father, I want to have a friend." The heavenly demon's voice was stern. Friend. Where did you learn such a word? Wiji Ho Yan held up a book beaming with excitement. I read it in this book just now. The book says, if I have a friend, I can overcome any hardship in the world, her father replied slowly. That is not incorrect, provided you were just an ordinary person. Suddenly, his aura flared like a beast. But you are the one who will inherit my will and rule over the demons. Walking the path of the supreme ruler means you have no need for friends. Understand my words and focus on your training. The harsh rebuke made Wiji Ho Yan flinch. She quickly bowed. I understand, father. Terrified, she turned and ran away. The heavenly demon watched his daughters retreating back, lost in thought. Even though I said that, I feel ashamed. He sighed heavily. During the combat trials, most of the captured warriors were useless. But there were 50 seasoned fighters, and a 10-year-old child slaughtered them all. She is my flesh and blood, yet the skill she possesses is truly terrifying. He frowned, conflicted. It is just a bit unfortunate. Back in the present, Wiji Ho Yan looked at Lee Sungmin with genuine hope. Be my friend. Born as the heir to the demonic cult, she had grown up crushed under the weight of expectation. Her father had always been strict. Sit properly, young master. Her life had been nothing but endless training sessions since she was a toddler. She never had time to make a single connection. Lee Sungmin pointed at himself, dumbfounded. Friend me? Why, all of a sudden? Wiji Ho Yan answered innocently. Aren't people the same age supposed to be friends? There was no logic to argue against that. And so, the deal was struck. Wiji Ho Yan stared straight into his eyes, her face glowing. Lee Sungmin, from this day forth, you are my friend. He forced a smile on the outside, but inside his soul was crumbling. I'm a 27-year-old man mentally, and I just became besties with a 13-year-old kid. Her voice cut through his thoughts. I keep my promises. I will teach you the Violet Mist Divine Art. The Violet Mist Divine Art. A legendary technique from the unorthodox sects. It was unique, because it turned the user's internal energy into the color of amethyst. Lee Sungmin felt a wave of insecurity. The Violet Mist Divine Art. I thought I should only learn basic demonic cult moves. Wiji Ho Yan frowned, focusing on something else entirely. Why are you using honorifics? She leaned in her face inches from his. Didn't you agree to speak casually like friends do? Her overwhelming presence triggered his reflex. Yes, ma'am, yeah. Seeing him obey, Wiji Ho Yan's mood instantly brightened. She explained earnestly. The heavenly demon art I practice is restricted to the leader and the heir. I cannot teach you that. But you won't regret learning the Violet Mist Divine Art. It is a formidable technique. She looked at him, waiting. What do you say? Cut to the hunting grounds. Lee Sungmin touched an old scar, thinking back. It's already been a month since that day. It was a twisted stroke of luck. For the past month, he had been personally trained by Wiji Ho Yan, like the protagonist of a system manhwa. And if he had more time, he could become even stronger. Now, he stood amidst a gruesome scene. Piles of monster corpses rising around him like mountains. Lee Sungmin wiped the crimson stain from his face. His martial arts cultivation hovered between second and third rate. Compared to his tragic past life, this was a legendary leap forward. Yet the ghost of his master haunted him. Is this all you can do? The phantom voice sneered. Even with my teachings, you have zero talent. Sungmin gritted his teeth, silencing the demon in his mind. Silence, he hissed at the empty air. Suddenly, his senses screamed. Forget the loot. The atmosphere had shifted. His pupils dilated. Pure instinct launched him skyward just as a massive shadow crushed the earth where he stood. He landed softly, spear ready. Close one. A second late, and I'd be dead. He locked eyes with the beast. A dungeon ogre. His gaze darted around, scanning the perimeter for more threats. Solo spawn. Intuition screamed. Yes. Lee Sungmin didn't hesitate. He unleashed the Violet North Art, striking the beast's chest with explosive force. Blood mist erupted. The ogre crumbled. He finished it instantly. A surge of pride hit him. Slaughtering a dungeon ogre was child's play for him now. But the phantom voice returned. Proud of killing a mere ogre, how pathetic. Rage bubbled in his gut, like molten lava. Quiet. He knelt by the corpse. Something didn't add up. Ogres don't roam this area. Where did this abomination come from? A voice sliced through the tension. Not bad for a kid warrior. Lee Sungmin spun around, weapon ready. A man approached. Identify yourself. The stranger bowed theatrically. Apologies. I am Ho-Yeon. In the Central District, they call me the Destructive Orchid Sword. Sungmin eyed the blade at the man's hip. What do you want? Ho-Yeon pointed at the carcass. Well, I'm here about your little ogre problem. Back at the settlement, the mood was tense. Sangryang looked him over, skepticism written on his face. He's just a child. Ho-Yeon stepped in immediately. I saw him fight. Age doesn't matter. His spear is sharp. He's exactly what this leveling manhwa party needs. A man with a dark aura spoke up. If warrior Ho-Yeon vouches for him, fine. I am Wang Pei, the Black Feather Dagger. A woman cut in. I'm Renia, a graduate of the Velas Magic Academy. She eyed Sungmin. Do you know what you're signing up for? Sungmin hesitated. Vaguely. Renia sighed. Listen closely. The demons are building a new ogre village right here in this sector. Ho-Yeon nodded grimly. Villages burned. Slaughter parades. It's a massacre waiting to happen. The mercenary guild posted a bounty 20 millioner to wipe them out. With loot, we're looking at 35 million. Sungmin's eyes narrowed. How do we split it? Ho-Yeon smiled. Even split per head. Sungmin did the math. 7 million. That's a fortune. High reward quests like this were rare. But could he trust these strangers with his life? This felt like a classic manhwa recap setup for betrayal. Ho-Yeon's smile was too perfect. But the money, it was too good to pass up. Fine, Sungmin decided. I'm in. Excellent, Ho-Yeon tried to hug him. A wise choice, young warrior. With you, this raid is in the bag. Sungmin shoved him away coldly. Save the warmth. He pointed at two others. Who are they? Ho-Yeon waved dismissively. Just useless luggage carriers. No class, no skills. You're from a martial sect, right? Sungmin shrugged. Something like that. Meanwhile, Renia approached the porters with a fake smile. Could you fetch me some apples nearby? The porters nodded eagerly, completely oblivious to the danger. They carry the heavy bags and the loot. That's it. As the porters walked off, Ho-Yeon whispered, Don't worry about them. They're expendable. The party moved into the forest depths. How many targets? Sungmin asked. Sangryang replied coolly, 50 total. We only need to engage 30. He smirked. No real danger. Ogres are brainless meat shields. We rush in, slaughter them, and grab the cash. The plan, Ho-Yeon explained. 2 teams. You, me, and the little porter. The big porter goes with Wang Pei and Renia. Mission. Lure them out. Split their forces. Conquer. Renia cast a spell. I'm spreading our scent with wind magic. Ogres are territorial. They smell human, they come running. Sangryang added, we hide. When they rush out, the mage nukes them. Little porter and I will light fireworks to draw the stragglers. Divide and conquer. Simple. Sounds easy, Sungmin thought. In theory, traps would be better, but we don't have the numbers. His thoughts were cut short. We're here, Ho-Yeon whispered. The ogre territory. Team split up. Stay sharp. Victory is ours. Ho-Yeon led Sungmin and the porter Brass into the shadows. Brass was wheezing, sweat pouring down his face. Half a day of marching was killing the non-combatant. Sungmin felt a pang of pity. Seeing his past weak self in the old man, Sungmin spoke up. What's your name? Brass looked up, gasping. Huh? You talking to me, sir? The old man stammered. I'm Brass. Sungmin turned to him. Listen, Brass. I'll be blunt. When the ogres charge, I can't protect you. His eyes were serious. Run now or risk death. Don't count on Ho-Yeon. He won't lift a finger to save you. Ho-Yeon was already ignoring them. The sun beat down mercilessly. Brass shook his head defeated. I can't run. My legs are gone. Sungmin understood. If Brass ran, the guild would hunt him down. I know that fear all too well. This is the cruelty of a system manhwa world. There was no other choice. Fine. Then try not to die. Ho-Yeon's voice floated back. Little warrior, we've arrived, he grinned. Lucky us. We dodged the patrols. Do you see that wooden barricade nestled between the trees? That is the kill zone. Time to light the fireworks and drag those dungeon ghouls out of their holes. Lee Sungmin signaled a halt. Wait. As he crouched to grab his gear, Ho-Yeon's eyes narrowed with greed. As expected. That pouch at your waist is a dimensional bag. Must be incredibly expensive. Ho-Yeon pressed on. Where did a kid like you buy such a treasure? Lee Sungmin gave a vague reply. I just got lucky with a drop. The swordsman stared intensely. I see. And what is that concoction you just took out? Lee Sungmin poured the liquid, explaining as he worked. If we mix this water with dirt and coat our bodies, it masks our human scent completely. Hye-ryung's eyes widened in realization. What a brilliant initiative. You are quite the strategist, little warrior. You possess survival instincts far beyond your years. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin was already rolling in the mud. I learned it from my master, he said. Hye-ryung put on a fake smile. Must be a legendary teacher. Lee Sungmin stood up, his expression cold and unreadable. Yeah, sure. Warrior Hye-ryung should apply it too. Hye-ryung obediently followed the advice. Then Brass piped up nervously. Do I need to do that as well? Lee Sungmin reassured him. We used all the mud here. I will find another spot to mix some for you. Finally, the fireworks ignited. The dungeon ghouls caught the scent and went into a frenzy. Hye-ryung spoke up first. Hey warrior, I have a great idea. Before Lee Sungmin could react, the swordsman continued. What do you think about sending the deadweight in first? His voice dripped with cunning. Wouldn't the plan be more effective if we let the unruly one act as bait? It would distract them perfectly for a back attack. Brass was so terrified he couldn't speak. He stammered, pale as a sheet, sir. But if I do that, I will die. Hye-ryung turned annoyed. Hey, you won't. You won't die. Then his tone dropped to a menacing whisper. But if you don't move forward, I might just kill you right now. Seeing Brass panic, he burst into laughter, balancing on the edge of madness. You know, I am just joking, right? Suddenly, Lee Sungmin stood up. Hye-ryung blinked. Warrior, what are you doing? Lee Sungmin made a decisive offer. I will take point. Unless you have a problem with that. Hye-ryung calculated the odds for a second and nodded. Of course not. Lee Sungmin counted the enemy numbers. 13 ghouls lured out. As one lunged, his spear flashed, piercing straight through its torso. He swept the spear in a lethal arc, spraying fresh blood across the forest floor. Lee Sungmin counted again. 12. Another ghoul was smashed into a pulp of flesh and bone. He calculated. 11. He attacked relentlessly, but his mind was a storm of thoughts. Can I do this? No, should I? Do I really need to intervene? His eyes darted to Brass, who stood frozen like a statue. He told himself, there is no logical reason. Is this useless pity? No. In this case, perhaps it is just sympathy. Even though his mind kept saying we have no bond, we aren't even friends, he still chose to help Brass escape a gruesome death. It was for a simple reason. We are both people without a class in this cruel world. That was all. Facing the ghouls that terrified others, he charged. Strength is the only magic here, isn't it? I know it well. A rule that is distinct and ugly. He recalled every word Wiji Ho Yan had said to him. It seems no matter how many times I teach you, it is ineffective. You really are a fool, with zero intelligence. I will drill this into you, so memorize it. Just remember, one way to hold the spear. Lee Sungmin forced himself up, a spark igniting in his mind. Stab from a distance. He vowed, I will get stronger. With a roar, he unleashed the third form of the soul spear. The spear tip tore through the wind, striking the ghouls from afar with lightning speed. He was taking on the entire horde alone. Wherever he walked, ghouls fell dead in his wake. Over by Brass, a monster lunged. Brass collapsed, too terrified to scream. But when he opened his eyes, the ghoul had been skewered. Lee Sungmin stood before him, gasping for breath. Together with Hye-ryung, they had finished the slaughter, returning silence to the forest. One ghoul had its ear sliced off. Hye-ryung tallied the count. Add this one, and that is 13 total. He turned to Lee Sungmin. We hunted a lot, mostly thanks to you. I harvested the ears for proof. The other team must be done too. He shoved the bloody trophies into a bag and tossed it casually to Brass. Hey Porter, guard that with your life. The old man bowed. Yes. Hye-ryung dusted off his hands. Time to regroup with the others. Lee Sungmin nodded and followed. As he passed Brass, a faint voice reached him. Thank you. Then the old man turned to follow Hye-ryung. Lee Sungmin froze for a second, watching the old man's back disappear into the gloom. The sky had turned to night. Sang Rying sat on a rock, grumpy. When is the other team coming? They should have been here early. Seeing the three approach, he shouted, Oh, there they are. Did you handle everything on your end? We finished ages ago. Seeing you guys covered in dust, it must have been a struggle, huh? Internally, he sneered. You look hideous too. Hye-ryung chuckled softly. Struggle. Thanks to this kid warrior, it was an easy game. His gaze flickered toward Wang Pei, implying, actually, the real problem starts now. Lee Sungmin's expression shifted instantly. Suddenly, a hand lashed out, a dagger pierced Renia's chest. She looked down in pure shock. It happened so fast, she couldn't utter a single word. The killer was Wang Pei. Sang Rying froze in fear, unaware that behind him, Hye-ryung had raised his sword. He swung down decisively, but Lee Sungmin's spear blocked the strike. Ho-Yeon gritted his teeth. Don't interfere. Old memories flooded back. Lee Sungmin had been used like this before. Hey, jobless punk, hurry up. If you want money, drag your body faster. The sun that day was scorching. He was just like brass carrying a mountain of luggage, obeying silently. Suddenly, he saw a crowd filling the square. Ji-yoon shouted, "Never seen this before. It is a public execution." He was curious. Execution. Ji-yoon stopped laughing from a distance. That guy is tough. I heard he was a mercenary from the Murim Alliance. He killed his whole team to steal the mission reward. Bad luck, he got caught. So that is it. Lee Sungmin stared at the prisoner and whispered, "Is that so?" The prisoner executed that day was Ho-Yeon, right in front of him. Back in the present, Ho-Yeon stepped forward calmly. "Little brother, you surprised me. You reacted faster than I thought. It is like you knew everything beforehand." He had no idea, Lee Sungmin was thinking. "Of course. I saw you get executed in my past life. It was a twist, straight out of a leveling manhwa. I remember it vividly. It was the first time I ever witnessed a public execution." Ho-Yeon ground his teeth, a sinister grin forming. "It doesn't matter. I saw you slaughter those prison ghouls. Your skills might be impressive for a brat, but you're 100 years too early to take me down." With a roar, he charged his blade, thirsty for blood. Lee Sungmin's mind raced, analyzing the threat. He's a second-rate martial artist, a nightmare for someone borderline like me. But there's one difference. I can see his every move. Look at that stance. He's winding up for a diagonal slash. Fine then. I'll use the reach of this spear to punish him. The spear shot forward like a viper. Kinetic energy exploded, blasting Ho-Yeon backward. Lee Sungmin gripped his weapon tight, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Who did you say wasn't good enough? He survived a hellish past life and trained under the small heavenly demon in this one. Did they really think he was prey? Ho-Yeon screamed in frustration. Impressive trick, but is that all you've got? But his words choked off in a spray of dark blood. Terror seized him as he clutched his own throat. What is happening? Across the field, Lee Sungmin's expression turned icy. It's poison, you idiot. I mixed a slow-acting toxin into the mud earlier. Since it wasn't direct contact, it won't kill you immediately. But look at your hands trembling. Do you really think you can block me now? You're weaker than the trash you mocked. Sungmin lunged, closing for the kill. How does despair taste? Suddenly, Sungmin froze mid-step. Ho-Yeon had dragged brass up cold steel, pressed against the porter's throat. Stay back, you little brat, he shrieked. One more step and this baggage carrier won't see the sunrise. The villain's mind worked frantically. He seems to care about this useless porter. That means he has a weakness. Empathy. He won't dare attack now. But inside Lee Sungmin's mind, a different storm was brewing. Is this guy actually brain dead? Does he really think a hostage situation works on me? Sungmin took a deliberate step forward. Ho-Yeon's eyes widened in pure panic. Hey, I said, don't move a muscle. Chaos swirled in Sungmin's head. I lived as a ruthless mercenary for decades. The only reason I helped that porter was because he reminded me of my pathetic past self. He glared at the desperate man before him. He forced his focus back to the blade. Damn it, snap out of it. Focus on the kill. Get back to reality. This battle has drained me dry. Normally, I could impale him before he twitched, but my stamina is bottoming out. If I force it now, I'll be the one dying. Glancing aside, he saw the others locked in a deathmatch. I don't know how long the poison will last. I need to save strength in case the small heavenly demon loses. He made a grim calculation. I can't waste another second. I have no choice. Suddenly, a bitter broken laugh cut through the tension. It was Brass. He threw his weight backward, throwing Ho-Yeon completely off balance. Brass slammed his elbow into the enemy's chest, grabbing the naked blade with his bare hands. Lee Sungmin's eyes widened in horror. Brass tackled the killer to the ground, screaming with his last ounce of strength. You filth. You're just a porter. Get off me. Ho-Yeon frantically ripped the sword free and plunged it deep into the old man's ribs. I told you to stay back, he shrieked. In a heartbeat, a shadow fell over him. Lee Sungmin stood there, his face twisted into a mask of demonic fury. Terror shattered Ho-Yeon's mind. Wait, warrior, let's talk about this. But the spear showed no mercy. It pierced through, silencing the beggar forever. Nearby, the other battle ended in blood. The survivor turned to look at the young spearman. The adrenaline faded, leaving only a suffocating darkness. No one saw the cracks forming in his heart. Looking down at Brass's motionless body, a wave of grief crashed over him. And so he rewrote the ending of this execution arc. We took the heads of the traitors to the mercenary guild. 35 million gold. Blood money split between us. Back at the inn, Wiji Ho Yan greeted him with dangerous enthusiasm. "Oh, you finally returned." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "You're back late today." Sungmin's reply was heavy with exhaustion. "Yeah, had to make a living." He collapsed onto the bed, too drained to even change his blood-stained clothes. But his mind wouldn't let go of the image of the dying porter. "If I had just been a little stronger, Brass wouldn't have died. Damn it all. I swore I wouldn't live with regrets in this second life." "Hey." Wiji Ho Yan loomed over him, her expression unreadable. "You killed a human today, didn't you?" Sungmin froze. "How did you?" Wiji Ho Yan tapped her nose. "The stench of fresh blood clings to you." Lee Sungmin stayed silent, the weight of the truth pressing down. "It was a second-rate master. He tried to kill me, so I returned the favor." Wiji Ho Yan didn't blink. "You're hiding something, aren't you?" Her gaze pierced right through his soul. "What exactly are you keeping from me?" Sungmin bolted upright, forcing his voice to remain steady. "Wiji Ho Yan, what are you talking about? I have nothing to hide. Is it so hard to believe that a nobody like me could take down a second-rate fighter?" Wiji Ho Yan waved her hand dismissively. No. With the cultivation technique I gave you, winning is plausible." Her eyes sparkled with a strange intensity. "But you are an anomaly in this leveling manhwa world." She began to pace her voice, dropping to a whisper. "When I wandered these streets, I tried to understand how this world works. I watched the classless wretches fighting for scraps in the garbage. Most of them are pathetic broken things. For them, killing a bug is instinct. Yet they tremble and hesitate when asked to kill even a small animal." She stopped, locking eyes with him again. "But you were different. On the very first day you were summoned, you marched straight into the forest to hunt monsters." Sungmin frowned defensive. "Is that so strange? I would have starved if I didn't fight." "Logically, yes," Wiji Ho Yan replied. "But do you really think the other classless didn't know that? They knew, but fear paralyzed them. They couldn't value their survival over the terror of death. But a 14-year-old boy, doing that on his first day in a new world? I just adapt quickly." Sungmin lied through his teeth. Wiji Ho Yan chuckled darkly. "You're good at dodging questions. Then let me hit you with the second point." Sungmin blinked. There's more. Wiji Ho Yan's next words cut deeper than a blade. "You have zero talent. If I teach you 10 things, you barely grasp 3. She saw his expression sour and pointed a finger. "Don't look at me like that. It's the truth. Here is the contradiction. You've only held a spear for 2 months. Your internal energy is trash. And yet, your stance is flawless. You don't make a single rookie mistake. How does a person with absolutely no talent master the fundamentals of death in just 2 months? It's as if you've lived this life before." Wiji Ho Yan's voice cut through the air like a blade, demanding the truth. "Who are you really?" Lee Sungmin shot to his feet, his expression darkening like a gathering storm. "I haven't the slightest clue what you are talking about." Wiji Ho Yan's voice turned ice cold, cutting through the air. "Listen closely, friend. I despise those who deceive me." The two locked eyes, a heavy silence suffocating the room. Lee Sungmin, everyone guards a secret in the depths of their soul. It's not about hunting down villains or heroes. Is that how you define friendship? Wiji Ho Yan pondered the logic, finally relenting. A secret. Fair enough. To be human is to harbor at least one hidden truth. I have one too. She proposed a devil's bargain. All right. You bare your soul to me, and I'll unveil my truth to you. Lee Sungmin shook his head instantly. No, I don't need that. But she pressed on, determined. You're missing a golden opportunity. How about this? I'll sweeten the deal with a peerless martial art, a supreme spear technique, or perhaps phantom footwork. Pick one. Sungmin sighed heavily. Even if you teach me my trash aptitude and lack of internal energy, make it useless. Wiji Ho Yan crossed her arms, then her eyes lit up with a wild idea. Then let's do this. I will transfer 20% of my own internal energy to you. The words struck Lee Sungmin like lightning. He lunged forward. What? Why would you do that? Wiji Ho Yan replied calmly, curiosity. You are the only friend I have in this world. I want to know everything, every shadow, every secret. Her eyes shone with raw sincerity. That is what friends do. Is that not reason enough? Lee Sungmin fell silent, the weight of her words settling in. Finally, he spoke. Just promise me one thing. Name it, Wiji Ho Yan said. If I tell you my secret, you cannot kill me. Sungmin bargained for his life. Wiji Ho Yan agreed without hesitation. Isn't that obvious? Why would I slay my own friend? She scratched her head. Since we agreed to exchange truths, I'll take the lead. I am actually a woman. Wiji Ho Yan yanked the hair tie loose. A cascade of long, silky hair tumbled down her shoulders. Lee Sungmin froze, eyes widening. This twist was beyond his wildest calculations. Why the shock? Wiji Ho Yan asked, nonchalantly. My father demanded this for the sake of the sect. Only a male heir can ascend to the throne of the demonic cult. He forced me to walk this path, living a lie as a boy. Seeing Sungmin still paralyzed by the revelation, she continued, I'm used to it. Until this moment, no one knew the truth. That is my burden. Now, it is your turn. But Lee Sungmin raised a hand, desperate to halt the momentum. Wait, hold on, I need to process this chaos, he stammered. First off, starting tomorrow, we sleep in separate rooms. Wiji Ho Yan blinked innocently. But why? Lee Sungmin inhaled sharply, gathering every ounce of courage. I am a regressor. Wiji Ho Yan's pupils contracted. She shouted in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is that? They debated the absurdity of it through the night. Finally, Wiji Ho Yan murmured thoughtfully, so you claim you died and returned to the past. It sounds insane, yet it explains everything. Your strange foresight, your odd habits. In a normal world, impossible. But in this awakening manhwa, reality, miracles happen. Here, the laws of nature are bent. Anything is possible. But tell me, why did you think I would execute you over this? Lee Sungmin answered slowly. Physically, I am 14. But mentally, I am 27. In this manhwa recap of my life, I deceived you into thinking we were equals. Wiji Ho Yan shrugged, unbothered. So what? She stared into his soul. Listen closely. I was the one who approached you. I promised to teach you martial arts. I decided we were friends. You didn't trick me. In fact, you worked hard, just to keep up with me. I see no reason to sever our bond, or take your life. Her words washed over him, warm and absolving. Her voice rang clear in the night. We have stood side by side for 2 months now. I already accepted you as my companion. She smiled. That is what friendship means to me. Is that insufficient? Lee Sungmin trembled with emotion. He bit his lip. Thank you. For the first time since his regression began, tears streamed down his face. Thank you, Wiji Ho Yan. To lighten the heavy atmosphere, Wiji Ho Yan spoke up. Though I admit it's a bit tragic. As the protagonist of your own leveling manhwa, you have 2 lives of experience, yet your power level is still this pathetic. She stood up, energy crackling around her. I am transferring my internal energy to you. Now, according to the texts, Ki is the life force accumulated within a martial artist. When unleashed, it grants supernatural dominance. But aside from breathing techniques, there are few ways to cultivate this power. Martial artists spend lifetimes refining it. For Wiji Ho Yan to voluntarily gift this precious essence to him, it was a miracle unheard of in this system manhwa world. Her voice turned serious. Your meridians are blocked. Direct transfer is dangerous. She sighed. Your body is filled with accumulated filth and impurities. Checking his bones, Wiji Ho Yan noted 14 is late for martial arts, but not hopeless. Brace yourself. I am sending 20% of my power into you. How much you retain depends entirely on your will. Activate the Violet Mist secret art. Without warning, Wiji Ho Yan slammed her palm against his back. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth against the numbness. Moments later, a surging torrent of energy roared through his veins like high-voltage electricity. How does it feel, Lee Sungmin? Wiji Ho Yan asked warily. But Sungmin was lost in the transformation. His mind raced. This is only 20% of her power. It is more massive than everything I gathered in my entire previous life. Wiji Ho Yan pressed. How much did you capture? Lee Sungmin estimated. Maybe. Half. Wiji Ho Yan nodded approvingly. Half is good. Don't feel bad. The rest was used to blast open your clogged meridians. Keep cycling the technique, and that power will become yours. As the last word left her lips, she swayed and collapsed. Sungmin spun around. Hey, Wiji Ho Yan. He saw her sprawled on the floor and panicked. Are you all right? Wiji Ho Yan waved him off weakly. Stop making a scene. I am just exhausted. He helped her to the bed. Silence returned. Lee Sungmin asked quietly, why sacrifice so much for me? Her answer remained unchanged. Because we are friends. Don't feel burdened. I expect nothing in return. I did this purely for my own self-satisfaction. She whispered to herself, yes, self-satisfaction. Suddenly, her voice perked up. I promised another technique, didn't I? I will teach you a spear art. Sungmin froze. You are giving me more, she mused. The 9 Heavens spear art, used by the Spear King 100 years ago, seems appropriate. But with your mediocre talent, mastering the original is impossible. I will simplify it for you. Seeing his guilt, Wiji Ho Yan scolded. I told you stop looking like a kicked puppy. This is for my own happiness. She looked at him, her gaze softening into a gentle warmth. It is a gift. For the first friend I have ever made. After 13 years, I cannot let you die in vain, like in the previous timeline. The words choked him up. He whispered her name softly. Ho-Yeon. Thank you. But before the sentiment could land, a fist flew at his face. Don't you dare bow your head to a friend. She rubbed her cheek, hiding her embarrassment behind a scowl. What's wrong with a little respect? He stammered. She grabbed the back of his neck, her aura dominating. I hate it. She pulled him down onto the grass beside her. Forget the formalities. I want something more interesting. He blinked, confused. Interesting, like what? Her eyes locked onto his, hypnotic and demanding. Tell me a story about your past life. Specifically, what kind of legend was I in your previous timeline? Lee Sungmin racked his brain. What kind of person were you? He hesitated. I was too busy struggling at the bottom of the food chain to know the truth. I only heard the terrifying rumors. They said you ruled the peak of area with absolute power. She giggled, amused by her own future legacy. Is that so? Sounds like I did pretty well for myself. As expected of me. But he continued, recalling the history of this Manhwa Recap. After your summoning, you vanished from the city for a month. Then, you went missing for 3 whole years. Ho-Yeon gazed at the sky. I probably went wandering during those 3 years. Lee Sungmin looked puzzled. Wandering, she nodded. Freedom. That is what I crave most. Being in the demonic cult means living in a cage, under the cult leader's control. She pointed at him, a genuine smile breaking through. That's why being summoned to this world, finding a friend like you, it was a blessing. She didn't let him respond, the excitement bubbling over. In 1 month I'm leaving. I'm going to devour this world and taste true freedom. I'll teach you the 9 heaven spear arts for 1 month, then I'm gone. But what about you? She tilted her head. Lee Sungmin. In this harsh, awakening manhwa reality, what kind of existence do you crave? The sudden question hit him harder than a punch. He sank into deep thought. How do I want to live? Memories of his past life, the submission, the pain, the shattered dreams flooded back. A life better than the last one, he whispered. Ho-Yeon sighed, resting her chin on her hand. Vague. Too vague. Do you have an actual goal? Lee Sungmin looked down, embarrassed. I don't know. Ho-Yeon gave him a moment. Think about it, she advised. Tell me when you find the answer. Suddenly she sat bolt upright. I'm still curious about your past life. Tell me everything. Lee Sungmin scratched his head awkwardly. It was boring, nothing to tell. Ho-Yeon interrupted immediately. I'm not surprised, she teased. He grumbled, you brat. But internally, the realization struck him. He had lived in Sonavis for nearly his entire previous life. Yet, looking back, did he have anyone to call a friend? No. Just as he was her first friend, she was truly the first friend he had ever known. The long night faded into a month of grueling training. The deadline arrived. All right, Sungmin, her voice cut through the air. She beckoned him with a finger. Show me what you've learned in this past month. Lee Sungmin gripped his spear. This is it. The final lesson before she leaves. I won't hold back, he roared, spirit flaring. She smirked, arrogance radiating from her. I should hope not. Give me everything you have. You think you can survive half-heartedly against me, with just that level of skill? Her words pierced his pride. Lee Sungmin bellowed a war cry and charged straight at Ho-Yeon. She raised 2 fingers. I'll give you a 20-move head start. That means you can use 20 techniques before I crush you. Lee Sungmin tightened his grip and lunged. 20 moves. What should I open with? He remembered her advice. The techniques of the 9 heavens fit you perfectly. She called it the 9 heavens spear Sungmin style. He had cringed at the time. What kind of name is that? Ho-Yeon had grinned proudly. I modified it just for you. It needs your name on it. He had protested the embarrassing name all night, but he learned it anyway. Now, he calculated. I can combine the Sungmin style with the soul-chasing art. Here goes nothing. He activated the soul-chasing art. Purple energy wrapped around his spear tip, tearing through the wind as he thrust at Ho-Yeon. She swatted the spear away with her bare hand like it was nothing. 1, she counted calmly. He spun the weapon for a second strike. She flowed like water, dodging effortlessly. 2. His eyes narrowed. 9 heaven spear Sungmin style first form soul chasing strike. He chained it instantly. Second form light splitting spear. 2 consecutive lethal moves exploded forward. Yet Ho-Yeon danced through the storm, dodging every pixel of damage. But her voice turned serious. Compared to when you were a novice, your spear arts have evolved. Blocking, trapping, piercing. Block, rotate the shaft outward to deflect the opponent's force. Trap, rotate inward and press down instantly to lock the enemy's attack. She grabbed his spear midair to demonstrate. and pierce is to drive the steel into the enemy. These are the fundamentals of spear mastery. Did you use a spear in your past life without knowing this? Lee Sungmin panted heavily. I was self-taught. Ho-Yeon nodded. Then train every single day until these moves become instinct. Lee Sungmin obeyed. Yes, it's all thanks to you. He unleashed a fresh flurry of attacks. 8, she shouted. You're still not using your back. Put your spine into it. Combine the spear tip with your body's momentum. Lee Sungmin straightened his posture and thrust with his entire weight. There, she acknowledged. That's better. Damn it, he thought, gritting his teeth. The gap is massive. Even with the internal energy she gifted him, she was blocking everything with just her right hand. She stood there, demonic aura swirling, a true grandmaster of the martial arts. He hesitated, awestruck. Seeing him slow down, she stepped forward. Why the long face? Waiting for an invitation, he snapped out of it. Will this work? He didn't wait to answer. He attacked, spinning the spear chaining combos, desperate to land a single hit before the count ended. 19. She finally summoned her weapon. Final move. At the count of 20, she paused. Lee Sungmin's spear tip was hovering inches from her eye. A smirk of pride touched her lips. But in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished into thin air. Lee Sungmin froze. She was already behind him, her hand controlling his weapon. Match over, she whispered. Lee Sungmin lowered his head, defeated. I lost. She patted his shoulder warmly. You did well. Lee Sungmin shook his head. Impossible. You blocked everything with one hand. She laughed, a bright, genuine sound. No, really. Aside from the borrowed energy, I am certain you were born to be a martial artist. A single sentence struck Lee Sungmin like a thunderbolt. Even though you couldn't land a hit, you sensed my presence just now, didn't you? To perceive the unseen is a talent in itself. One day, that instinct will become your most lethal weapon. She crossed her arms, analyzing him with a sharp gaze. I'm actually looking forward to 10 years from now. Lee Sungmin blinked, confused. 10 years. Wiji Ho Yan rubbed her chin, lost in thought. That's right. This spar was too easy. Or, rather, boringly effortless. But I am truly satisfied with your technique. You desperately tried to apply every lesson I taught you. That final strike? Magnificent. So let's meet again in 10 years. Her tone shifted to genuine concern. Last month, I asked what your goal in life was. Have you decided? Lee Sungmin shook his head, defeat washing over him. No, I still haven't found one. Suddenly, Wiji Ho Yan thumped her chest with confidence. If that's the case, then make me your goal. Lee Sungmin clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, while Wiji Ho Yan kept rambling, oblivious to his dark expression. A man needs a destination. Without one, you're just a ship drifting aimlessly on the vast ocean. Become strong enough to defeat me in 10 years, she urged. He whispered, voice trembling, that is impossible. Wiji Ho Yan frowned. What did you say? Lee Sungmin suddenly snapped, screaming, just because I make you my goal doesn't mean I can ever stand on the same level as you. Stop spouting impossible nonsense. I can't do it. I will never be able to do it, because I am not a genius like you. You have intellect, God-given talent, and endless resources. You have no idea how hard it is for someone like me. He collapsed in despair. It's completely hopeless. Our starting lines were different from the very beginning. Wiji Ho Yan's expression darkened instantly. You're doing it again. That disgusting sense of inferiority. Her voice dropped low. I hate seeing you like this. That inferiority complex from your past life shackled you then, and it's poisoning you now. He gritted his teeth in agony. You fool, I truly have nothing. I was summoned to this world with empty hands and zero talent. I once fought a wild boar while stuck in the mud, risking my pathetic life just to survive. I lived a life worse than a dog's because in the end, I was destined to die anyway. Wiji Ho Yan shouted back, her aura flaring. But now, you are learning secret arts. You became a second-rate warrior in just 3 months. Do you not see this is your second chance? She pressed on relentlessly. Yet, all you hold on to is the ghost of your past failures. You don't even have the guts to set a goal. Are you not even allowing yourself the right to try? Are you saying you won't even look up at a mountain because you think you can't climb it? You have been granted a second life. This time, Lee Sungmin cut her off. Shut up, Wiji. Ho-Yeon froze. Are you? Angry, Lee Sungmin glared, eyes burning. Yes, I am furious. He let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh. I can't believe I'm being lectured by a 13-year-old brat. Fine. If that is what you want, then I will make you my ultimate goal. I will set your level as the benchmark for my martial arts. 10 years from now, I swear I will drive my spear straight through your heart. Wiji Ho Yan waved her hands in panic. Wait, no, that would actually kill me. You shouldn't do that to a friend. Her innocent reaction snapped him back to reality. A friend? The word echoed in Lee Sungmin's mind. Ah, right. Wiji Ho Yan spoke as if it were simple. Just a spar. Defeat me, don't kill me. Lee Sungmin stared wide-eyed at her casual demeanor, then scratched his head, ashamed of his outburst. Wiji Ho Yan smiled gently. If you're that embarrassed, why get so angry in the first place? Her voice rang out clear and decisive. Then, it settled. Wiji Ho Yan stepped forward, sealing the pact. I'll see you in 10 years. I look forward to our duel. Seeing him freeze, she smirked. Don't tell me you're scared already. Lee Sungmin stammered. I was just startled, because you got too close. What is a kid like you even saying? His flustered reaction only fueled her desire to tease him. I know. A 27-year-old man feeling awkward around a child. She leaned in until her nose brushed his cheek. He turned beet red. You're too close. Too close? Wiji Ho Yan giggled mischievously. You treat me like a child now, fine. In 10 years, I'll grow up to be so bewitching you won't be able to speak. I won't let you call me kid ever again. After that day, Lee Sungmin established 3 major goals for his life in this manhwa recap. First, survival at all costs. Second, seize every opportunity, using his memories of the future. He thought back to the moment Wiji Ho Yan left, when they made their fateful promise. I will see you in 10 years, she had said. Lee Sungmin nodded without hesitation. Agreed. 10 years. In that instant, his third and final goal was etched into his soul. Wiji Ho Yan turned back one last time. Don't die on me. He replied firmly, I won't. With that final vow, they walked their separate paths. From that day forward, every step Lee Sungmin took carried the weight of a single name, Wiji Ho Yan. Lee Sungmin recalled the treasures he missed in his past life. There were 3 hidden gems in the city of Sonavis. He had already secured the Violet Northwood art and the breathing technique. That left only one, the no-class tournament. Lee Sungmin arrived at the arena. While Sonavis hosted many battles, this specific leveling manhwa event was exclusive to those with no official class. 10 months after Wiji Ho Yan's departure, a challenger named Dong Hyun sneered at him. Why is a little brat participating in a place like this? I am a third-rate warrior, you better run home to mommy. Lee Sungmin didn't waste a breath. Bam, one strike, and the fool was out cold. Lee Sungmin's martial arts had evolved into the first-rate realm. Crushing these amateurs in the tournament was as easy as flipping his hand. The champion's prize was exactly what he needed, the Greater Recovery Elixir, a treasure capable of massively boosting internal energy. Lee Sungmin claimed the elixir without hesitation. Even after inheriting some of Wiji Ho Yan's power, his Dantian was still thirsty for more energy to fuel his awakening manhwa journey. Gazing at the pill in his hand, he realized he had finally successfully acquired every hidden piece of potential Sonavis had to offer. His final stop was the old merchant's stall. Hello, Uncle Han. The old man looked up in surprise. Kid, I heard you swept the tournament. Congratulations. Lee Sungmin bowed respectfully. Thank you, Uncle. Han gestured to his wares. Looking to buy something special, Lee Sungmin shook his head slowly. No. I came to say goodbye. The old man's eyes softened. He had sensed this day was coming. I knew it. Han patted Lee Sungmin's shoulder with emotion. To think the jobless brat has finally graduated from Sonavis. I'm actually a bit moved. Lee Sungmin smiled warmly. I owe it all to you. The old man grinned back. You'll do fine out there. Just remember, in this world, the quick-witted ones survive the longest, just like me. Han suddenly unclenched his fist, revealing a small weathered leather pouch. He urged the boy to take it immediately. This is a spatial bag. It is second-hand, but do not underestimate it. Its storage capacity is 1.5 times greater than your current inventory. It is incredibly useful. Lee Sungmin frowned in confusion. But why are you gifting this to me? The old man shoved the bag into his hands and turned away. If someone gives you a gift, just accept it. Besides, it is worn out. I doubt I could sell it for more than a few copper coins anyway. Han sat back down in his stall, his tone shifting to half joking, half serious. Consider it a farewell present. If you really want to pay me back, become famous in the future, and repay me 100 times over. And spread the word across area that you owe your success to Han, a humble peddler. Hearing the sincerity in the old man's voice, emotion surged in Sungmin's chest. His voice choked up. Thank you, Uncle. Lee Sungmin returned to the inn, his heart heavy. His footsteps creaked loudly on the rotting wooden floor, causing Laura to snap her head up in surprise. Lee Sungmin, Laura looked at him with concern. Are you planning to leave? Sungmin rubbed his neck awkwardly. How did you figure that out? Laura immediately raised her voice. When you clean your room that thoroughly, even an idiot would realize you are packing up. Her voice trembled with grievance. Why are you doing this? It is my job to clean. He nodded gently. I know. Laura's expression darkened as she muttered. I also know that players summoned from other worlds to this city always leave eventually. He had no choice but to admit the truth. You are right. I have to go. Laura fell into a sullen silence. Is that so? Then I hope you do not die miserably in some ditch somewhere. Before he could respond, Laura spun around and ran off, sobbing so hard she did not even notice her father standing there. Jack arrived just in time, standing beside Sungmin as they watched her flee. Suddenly, Jack broke the silence. Please try to understand her. She is still immature, even though you are younger than she is. Sungmin nodded, his eyes filled with empathy. Of course, I understand completely. Jack sighed, impressed. How can someone so young possess such maturity? You act like an old soul. He then handed over a large, heavy coat, placing it gently in Sungmin's arms. Here, take this. Lee Sungmin was stunned to receive yet another gift. What is this? The innkeeper spoke with pride. It is the cloak I wore during my glory days. It might look a bit ragged, but it possesses magic to regulate body temperature and defend against sword aura. It will serve you well. Sungmin held the cloak like a treasure, his gratitude overwhelming. Thank you so much. Jack added a final piece of advice. It is a bit too large for you now, so make sure to get it tailored. He grabbed Sungmin by the shoulders, his eyes shining with trust. You will do great. You are the most impressive classless player I have ever met in this inn. Tears began to well up in the old man's eyes as he smiled brightly. Take care of yourself. After bidding farewell to Jack Lee, Sungmin turned and took his first steps away from the town that had been his home. Suddenly, he froze. A familiar voice was screaming his name from the distance. It was Laura, sprinting toward him. A desperate cry from behind. Lee Sungmin. He turned to see her clutching her knees, gasping for air. She brushed her messy hair aside, her cheeks already stained wet with tears. Laura called out softly. Hey. Her voice trembled violently. Let me take it back. Sungmin looked at her, confused. The harsh words I said earlier about you dying. I take them back. Laura choked out her final goodbye. Please do not die. Sungmin asked innocently. Did you run all this way just to tell me that? Laura avoided his gaze, rambling nervously. If you are going to leave, then live a long life. Do not die. And if things get too hard to bear, just come back to this city. He nodded, accepting her feelings. All right. Thank you. Laura lowered her head, her face flushing. It is a bit weird to say this, but at some point I started paying attention to you. She gripped the hem of her dress tightly, finally confessing. I do not know why, but in those quiet moments, I think I started to like you. Lee Sungmin stared at her in shock for a long moment before answering softly. I know. I am sorry. Laura accepted the rejection with a nod. Just do not die. He walked closer to her and promised gently. I will never die. She buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Good. Sungmin spoke with finality. Goodbye. Goodbye. Finally, there was nothing left to hold him back. As he walked, Lee Sungmin reflected on his journey. In his past life, it took 3 years to graduate from Sonavis. But in this awakening manhwa reality, he achieved it in a single year. And while he had no memories of his previous life, this time, he had forged precious bonds. He glanced back at the town of Sonavis, one last time making a silent vow. Will I ever return here? The warning echoed in his ears. Do not die, and I promise I will never die. The first person he encountered after leaving town was Taeyun. The monk stared at him coldly. It has been ages since I saw a student this young. Welcome to Mount Mercy. Which prohibition do you wish to accept? Sungmin looked straight at Tun, his mind racing. To achieve his goals, he needed to become stronger. He recalled a conversation from a distant memory. Ho-Yeon had asked him, where shall we meet in 10 years? I do not know the geography of this world, so you decide. Lee Sungmin had hesitated before answering. If that is the case, let us meet in Beher in 10 years. Back in the present, he calculated the time. There are 9 years left until our promised day. Where should I go now? I do not need to head to Beher immediately. Sungmin analyzed his options. I could become a mercenary again, but that would just be repeating my past life's mistakes. This time, I need dedicated time to train. Suddenly, a realization struck him like lightning. Mount Mercy. Mercy is the god of area, responsible for trials and tribulations. On Mount Mercy, the god's domain, one can accept a prohibition on their senses, or body to increase training efficiency by hundreds of times. Based on his calculations, the mountain was nearby. Decided. And so Lee Sungmin set foot on the mountain of the god of suffering. Returning to the present, he had arrived and was already training under the prohibitions granted by the monk. Sungmin had accepted 2 restrictions. The first was the prohibition of weight. Simply put, this curse made everything incredibly heavy, applying to both his physical body and every item he possessed. Even his spatial bag and a simple piece of bread weighed tons. As for the second prohibition, Sungmin grimaced, struggling to swallow a bite of bread. He trembled as if he were eating poison. Suddenly, his senses screamed. Lee Sungmin retched violently, and a torrent of maggots and insects poured from his mouth onto the ground. The second restriction was the prohibition of taste. Looking at the squirming bugs, vertigo hit him like a hammer. This was the most brutal trial. It was not that you lost your sense of taste, but rather that everything you ate tasted absolutely disgusting. It was not just the flavor. The texture was warped too. He could feel the phantom sensation of insects crawling between his teeth as he chewed the bread. Sungmin collapsed, exhausted. At this rate, I will starve. I had no idea it would be this hellish. His consciousness began to fade. Should I give up staring up at the azure sky? Lee Sungmin questioned his resolve. Is this suffering truly necessary? Even if I travel to Wenger now and join the guild, it would not take long to claw my way up to a B-rank mercenary status. Compared to my miserable past life, wouldn't that be a blessing? Do not get greedy, he told himself. But the sudden memory of Wiji Ho-Yeon's face jolted him awake, his eyes snapping open in panic. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, forcing his body to move. He snatched up the half-eaten bread and shoved it into his mouth with desperate determination. He choked it down like a starving beast and guzzled water until his breath finally leveled out. Twilight descended, bringing a lonely silence, broken only by a bird's cry. Just try me, he thought. I will survive this bloody nightmare. Suddenly, a voice dripping with malice hissed right beside his ear. You filthy coward. Sungmin spun around in shock. But there was no one there, just the empty wind. One hellish week drifted by. A deer scanned the area for predators, unaware of the danger nearby. Sensing the coast was clear, it began to graze. Now Sungmin saw his opening and lunged forward. The beast froze, staring straight at him. It blinked its large innocent eyes, a weapon of pure cuteness. That single moment of hesitation cost him everything. He froze. The deer did not waste the opening. In a heartbeat, it vanished into the brush. Sungmin could only watch in fury as his dinner escaped. Defeated, he collapsed to the ground, crushed by his own weakness. He felt truly pathetic. Bread and water. Fodder that is all I have had for a week. My body is failing. On this mountain, survival is a solo mission, food, shelter, clothing, all while suffering under the curse of these restrictions. This was his personal hell, a trial of pure suffering. This isn't just a mountain. It is a brutal system manhwa tutorial zone. The temperature swings from scorching to freezing are devastating. Because of the heavy body restriction, I cannot even hunt properly. And with the taste restriction, eating feels like chewing ash. I have dragged myself through this hell for 7 days. My body feels like a rotting corpse. I plan to cultivate here for 2 years, but what is the point? Even with boosted training efficiency, my body is too weak to handle it. Suddenly, a pebble tumbled to his feet. Lee Sungmin looked up, his senses on high alert. A silhouette stood before him. A girl casually waving her hand. Instincts screaming, he shifted into a defensive stance. Who are you? He analyzed quickly. A woman. Wait, the first rule of Mount Mush practitioners cannot harm one another. He relaxed his guard slightly, but his voice remained cold. I asked, who are you? Baek Sogo pointed to the seal on her neck and crossed her arms in an X. The realization hit him. The mute restriction. You mean, you cannot speak? She nodded vigorously, then casually tossed something at his feet. It was a deer carcass. His eyes widened. It was the same prey he had lost earlier. Is this for me? Instead of answering Baek, Sogo picked up a twig and began carving into the dirt. I have been watching you, the message read. At this rate, you will starve to death. That is why I interfered. Even in writing, her tone was formal. Lee Sungmin frowned, confused by this awakening manhwa scenario. I appreciate the help, he said warily. But what is the catch? What do you want from me? She scribbled a quick reply. I desire nothing from you. He blinked. Then, why? With a confident smirk, she pointed at her own chest. Because I am a good person. Sungmin was baffled. A mysterious woman appears out of nowhere, just to save him. She claims it is mere altruism. Whenever he hit a wall, she would appear like a guardian angel. But when he finally asked for her name, the answer left him stunned. It was impossible not to be shocked. The silver-haired girl introduced herself, Baek Sogo. The name triggered a cascade of memories from his previous timeline. He knew that name. In his past life, she was a legend. She was known as Lightning Flash Baek Sogo, famous for movement techniques faster than the eye could follow. But meeting a future celebrity was not what shook him. The real reason for his shock was a dark prophecy he could not forget. This manhwa recap takes a tragic turn here. Baek Sogo is destined to die. 8 years from now, she will fall by the hands of the minor heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan. But right here, right now, she stood alive before him in this prison of rules. The laws of Mount Mush are absolute. Every 6 months, practitioners are cursed with a new restriction. And the golden rule, no killing fellow cultivators. He stayed silent, leaning back against a massive boulder. His mind raced, trying to recall every detail of her fate. Did she die in a dungeon raid? He wondered. Suddenly, a face loomed right in front of him. He slammed his head against the rock in panic. When did you get here? Baek Sogo casually wrote directly onto the solid stone surface. Just checking on you. Sungmin's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Cold sweat trickled down his back. She was carving into solid rock with her bare finger, as if it were tofu. She calmly added, I was worried you might be starving again. Sungmin swallowed his fear and cleared his throat. Thank you. But with your level of martial arts, he asked, can you not use sound transmission to speak mentally? Baek Sogo shook her head with a pitiful expression. No, my current restriction seals my voice and forbids sound transmission techniques. Suddenly, Sungmin noticed something odd about her posture. He could not curb his curiosity. What is wrong with your arm? She glanced indifferently at her limb and carved a short reply. Left arm restriction. It has been 6 months, so I received a second curse. It is troublesome not feeling my own hand. She looked at him. Your restrictions are weight and taste correct. Sungmin sighed, the exhaustion evident in his voice. Yeah. She looked at him with genuine pity. It must be torture for you to have the simple joy of eating stolen away. I cannot imagine. He gave a dry, hollow laugh, not daring to complain to someone with a paralyzed arm. Desperate to shift the mood, he asked, do you know what restrictions the other practitioners are suffering from? Baek Sogo looked surprised. You are curious about the others. A warm smile broke across her face as she stood up. Very well. I will introduce you to everyone. Follow me. Sungmin's face lit up. Really? I would be incredibly grateful. But before he could finish his sentence, She vanished. Her speed was godlike. How am I supposed to keep up with that? Thankfully, her conscience kicked in, and she zipped back. Ah, right. The heavy body restriction, she realized. Sungmin stared blankly. Even without the curse, I could not dream of catching you, he thought. Then she offered a piece of golden advice suitable for a leveling manhwa. If your body is heavy, you should focus on your footwork and lightness arts. That will serve you better than just swinging a spear. Sungmin forced his trembling legs to straighten. You really were watching me. Could you teach me your movement technique? But Baek Sogo shook her head. I may be kind, but I cannot give away the secret arts I rely on for survival. Sungmin smiled bitterly. I understand. I overstepped. Just kidding. Before he could process the joke, the world spun. She hoisted him onto her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She flashed a sign. You are too slow. I will carry you. Panic exploded in his eyes as they blasted off. Wait. She warned him. Brace yourself. Suddenly, an overwhelming gravitational force seized Sungmin. In an instant, the world was stripped of all sound, plunging him into the void. A voice dripping with disdain cut through the air. What is it, just the mute girl? The speaker sounded incredibly rude while addressing Bogo. Mute. Who is this guy? Bogo quickly introduced him. This is Lee Sungmin. He is a new practitioner here. But Sungmin immediately pinched his nose. What is that smell? The person standing before Sungmin was covered in filth and reeked of a nightmare. Lee Sungmin realized this must be a martial artist. What a bastard. This was Scarlet, the future archmage, currently under a penalty forbidding her from bathing or changing clothes. Beside her stood an old man, his body a map of scars. A warrior who lived for the fight. Let's have a match later. This was Dobby, the future demon sword, suffering a penalty that blinded both his left and right eyes. Bogo gave a brief introduction to these intimidating figures. In this hellish training ground, only these 4 had managed to survive for more than half a year. Bogo the future Flash. Her penalties, loss of her left eye, left arm, and her voice. Sungmin's jaw hit the floor as he stared at them. What kind of insane lineup is this? These were all legendary figures who would one day shake the world with their names. A cold shiver of realization raced down Sungmin's spine. Although they were currently nobodies, their fame would soon reach the heavens. Suddenly, Scarlet looked him over and asked in a bossy tone, "Hey kid, what is your penalty? Are you still holding your nose because you can't breathe?" It was weight and taste. Her expression twisted in confusion. "You haven't been here half a year. How do you have 2 penalties already? You started with 2 curses from the beginning. That's crazy. You won't last long." But Dobby stepped in to counter her arrogant attitude. "Scarlet, he came to this mountain to get stronger. It makes sense why he would do that. He wants to shatter his limits at any cost." Right. Even though the old man was defending him, Sungmin felt wary of that terrifying smile. "Ah, yes. That is correct." Scarlet didn't hide her disgust. "Old man, sometimes you give me goosebumps, you know that." The aura radiating from him was truly formidable. All sorts of mixed characters gathered on this mountain. But only 4 of us have survived while trying to break our limits for over 6 months. We will wait and see how long you can last. I'll be watching you. Sungmin didn't know how to respond, so he just went with the flow. "Fine by me." Then Scarlet sneered, teasing Bogo the mute. "You must be happy, right? You finally met another crazy person who started with 2 penalties like you." Sungmin was stunned. Bogo also started with 2 penalties. Scarlet didn't seem to want to stay long. "Now that we've all met, let's head back." Sungmin's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, what? There are only 3 people here, in total. Didn't she say there were 4 people training for over 6 months? One more." Dobby kindly reminded him. "If you want to meet Flam, don't bother." He unconsciously muttered the name. Flam. A person even the old man was wary of. He was too dangerous. Even the sharp-tongued Scarlet remained silent, signaling her agreement. Their awkward attitude only fueled the curiosity within Sungmin. 1 month later, in the quiet, dreamy forest, perfect for a manhwa recap training montage, Sungmin swung his sword diligently every day. He monitored his progress closely. Just as he got used to it, the penalties became harsher. His body grew heavier, and the taste of food became absolutely wretched. Yet he felt a surge of pride. "I am getting stronger." After 4 months of hellish training, his violet mist art had finally reached 3 stars. Even though he had low-grade internal bones, this growth speed was practically a miracle. 3 rapid strikes slammed into the tree trunk. Now, Sungmin's attacks were much faster and cleaner. He told himself again, this mountain is cruel, but the trial is worth every second. By day, he practiced the 9 Heavens Spear Sungmin style. By night, he cultivated the violet mist art. It was a classic grind, just like in a leveling manhwa. His body was heavy, and the food still tasted like garbage. But he utilized every single moment of the day. With every step, he felt like his bones were about to snap, his muscles tearing apart. Every time he swung the spear, Sungmin motivated himself. "I have to do this. It is the goal I set for myself." He checked his current status again. Come to think of it, his body had bulked up a bit. He couldn't wear these clothes anymore. Suddenly, someone intentionally exclaimed in admiration. A deep, warm voice praised him, making Sungmin freeze mid-step. "You are quite good with spear arts." He turned instinctively. A person was sitting casually on a rock, continuing to speak. "I haven't seen you before. Nice to meet you. This is the first time I've met someone my age. I am Flam." This was the very name the other practitioners had warned Sungmin about. His face instantly tensed up. Flam asked very comfortably, "What is your name?" Sungmin flashed back to his first meeting with the others. Scarlet had leaned against a rock and asked meaningfully, "Have you ever met a true genius? It's as if the hard work of others means nothing at all. They surpass everyone else as easily as breathing. That is how talented they are." Even Bogo had seriously warned him, "Don't meet Flam. You will only feel despair, but fate is unavoidable." Flam was right in front of him. Sungmin's stiff face amused Flam. "I only asked for your name. Why do you look so terrified?" He tried to keep his voice steady. "I am Lee Sungmin." Flam smiled, his eyes shining with a distinct, otherworldly color mixed with amusement. "I guess you've heard others talk about me, huh? Why didn't you come to say hi? I need a friend my own age." Sungmin turned his back decisively. He believed the warnings and stayed cold. "I apologize. I have to train." Flam looked sad. Train? Even as Sungmin walked away, his mind was racing. Is he a real genius? It's absurd. I have seen a true genius for a whole year already. It turned out he wasn't afraid. I just don't have time to waste on someone like that. Flam called out from behind. "Who are you going to train with?" Sungmin replied gruffly, his tone harsh. "Can't you guess?" "With this spear, of course." His voice dropped to a whisper when he realized the spear in his hand had vanished. Sungmin spun around on instinct, only to see it resting in Flam's hand. He was happily admiring it. A spear. This is the first time I've held one. Flam tilted his head, smiling gently, but his eyes were filled with a terrifying challenge. Sungmin froze completely, since when Flam's action was like a hammer blow to his head. The greatest humiliation for a martial artist is to be disarmed. But before anger could rise, confusion took over. He was baffled because the question was bigger than his lost honor. How did he do that? Flam seemed to be acting innocent on purpose. Why are you so surprised? I just borrowed what you were holding for a second. I'll give it back after I use it a little. Don't be mad, okay? At that moment, his expression changed, radiating a dangerous intelligence. I wonder if I can mimic what you just did. Let's see. You did it like this, right? In a mere 3 seconds, Flam had completely conquered the 9 heavens absolute arts. He perfectly replicated Sungmin's second form. It was as if his brain replayed the technique in high definition. Just minutes ago, Sungmin had sliced an ancient tree into 3 pieces. Now Flam launched himself into the air and executed the exact same slash, but he amplified it with his own skill, light-splitting pursuit. Another ancient tree was severed instantly, but Flam's strike was far deadlier and more precise. He didn't stop at one tree. He annihilated the entire patch of forest in front of him. He smirked, clicking his tongue in mock admiration. That spear art isn't half bad. Sungmin's jaw hit the floor, his eyes wide with shock. How could he use a secret art he had only seen once? He didn't just copy it. He upgraded it instantly. Could even the legendary Wiji Ho Yan do something like this? Sungmin couldn't help but whisper, "Incredible." Flam turned his head, barely hiding a sinister smile that didn't belong on a child's face. But the moment he locked eyes with Sungmin, he put on a fake, innocent grin. "I'm pretty amazing, right? Better than you for sure." The word slapped Sungmin across the face. Flam puffed out his chest, his voice dripping with arrogant pride. "Honestly, I don't get why you people come here to suffer and train. It doesn't matter how hard you try. I can catch up to years of your effort just by watching you once. Do you know why? Why can't anyone else do what I do? Why do you all struggle so desperately when you'll never be on my level?" Flam's casual arrogance pierced Sungmin's heart like a dagger. Pure disgust washed over Sungmin's face. Flam stepped closer, feigning hurt feelings. Even the goblin senior Baek Sogo and that smelly demon. Every time I ask them, that they just get angry and chase me away. Sword arts movement, techniques magic, I can mimic them all effortlessly. Why is the world so unfair to you guys? This naive monster, standing before him, was shaking the very foundation of Sungmin's existence. In my eyes, the martial artists on this mountain are rare talents. But then there are true geniuses who make even them look like garbage. If they are talents, what the hell am I supposed to call myself? I saw the gap when I met Wiji Ho Yan. But even though he called himself a genius, he never rubbed it in my face like this. But this brat, he knew exactly how monstrous he looked to normal people, and he reveled in showing it off. Flam chirped, happily changing the subject. "By the way, what is your restriction?" He kept buzzing in Sungmin's ear like a mosquito. "I know what your penalty is. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours." "Come on, aren't you curious? I have 4 restrictions, you know." Sungmin snapped, cutting him off cold. "I don't want to know. Do you have a restriction against being humble?" Flam was too quick. He raised the spear and chased after him. "Hey Sungmin, where are you going? Take your spear back." Sungmin spun around, rage boiling in his veins. His eyes looked ready to explode. "I don't need it. Get lost. Don't come near me." Seeing such a violent reaction, Flam just laughed. "So weird. I don't think I did anything wrong. Why are you so annoyed with me? Or maybe you should stop wasting time and leave the mountain. With your mediocre skills, you could probably make a decent living among normal people." Sungmin couldn't take it anymore. He threw a punch straight at that smug face. But the system's restriction paralyzed him before impact. Flam, knowing the rules by heart, didn't even flinch. "Did you forget? We can't fight on this mountain." Flam sighed, and with just a few fingers, he pushed Sungmin's stiff arm aside. "You're so weak. What were you thinking with that punch?" Flam gently grabbed Sungmin's wrist and twisted it down effortlessly. "Or did you go full power because you knew the rules would protect you from getting hurt? It must be pathetic, living a life where you have to choose when you're allowed to be angry." Still holding Sungmin's hand, Flam forced the spear back into his grip. Then he spoke to the empty air. "I know you're hiding and eavesdropping, sister." Baek Sogo deactivated her stealth and appeared. Flam shrugged with a smirk. "Don't look at me like that. I was just returning his spear, and he attacked me first." He turned back to Sungmin. "Hey, that spear art is a top-tier system manhwa skill, but you really suck at using it." Every word out of his mouth was poison. The higher the rank of the martial art, the harder it is to master. I doubt someone with your trash talent could ever reach 6 stars. But I'll teach you something useful. On this mountain, the harsher the restriction, the greater the blessing mercy the goddess of trials will grant you. The closer you push yourself to death, the faster you get stronger. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you want to get stronger. Flam's mouth was running wild, so Baek Sogo stepped in and physically clamped a hand over it. She didn't want Sungmin to hear that dangerous advice. She grabbed Flam by the hair and yanked him up. He got the message, sticking his tongue out playfully. But it was too late. Sungmin gritted, his teeth turned around and sprinted away. Baek Sogo opened her mouth to call him back, but her restriction activated, strangling the words in her throat. She coughed helplessly, watching him disappear into the distance. Sungmin ran the word talent stabbed into his brain like a curse. He bit his lip until blood dripped down his chin. Flam's words acted like a hypnotic suggestion in this cruel leveling manhwa world. He called out the goddess's name. Mercy. It wasn't enough. Sungmin stopped, puffed out his chest, and screamed with every ounce of his soul. Mercy. Suddenly, a haunting voice echoed from behind. Speak human. Sungmin's hand gripped the spear so tight it bled. His voice was steel. I want to add a restriction. The light in the forest vanished instantly. An ethereal, dreamlike darkness swallowed the world. The sudden shift left Sungmin disoriented. Tears filled his eyes as he rasped. Where is this? Floating not far away was a small figure with hair so long it swept the ground. Her lips curled into a mischievous smile. This space belongs to me. A pleasure to meet you. Human. I am Mercy. Sungmin wiped the blood and tears from his face. His mind reeled as he processed the entity before him. A literal god. Sungmin stammered, You are. Mercy, the goddess, sat comfortably on thin air. You screamed my name, summoned me like a pet, and cursed me. I don't feel very respected, so drop the act. So, you want to add another restriction? Sungmin nodded firmly. Yes. She glanced at the 2 penalties already burdening his soul. Taste and weight. Mercy scoffed. You can barely handle those 2, yet you crave more suffering. He hesitated for a split second, then answered. I can do it. Mercy's voice dropped, filled with hidden meaning. Is that so? Are you this bold? Because you have already returned from the dead. Sungmin stared into her star-like eyes, paralyzed with shock. How? Do you know that Mercy smiled, an ancient power radiating from her? The eyes of a god can see through the causality of mortals. Every mortal is destined to die the moment they are born. To defy that is to defy the laws of the universe. Those who fight against that rule and shatter the barriers of fate. They are called transcendents. But you are no transcendent. Yet, you have somehow cheated the absolute law of causality in this awakening manhwa. Even though you perished, you have returned to the past to walk the path of life once more. Every syllable Mercy spoke stirred a chaotic storm within his heart. Does defying the laws of causality carry a penalty? The playful entity dangled upside down before answering with a grin. Every existence is bound by cause and effect. It is the law of nature. Yet you defied death itself. In doing so, your soul has accumulated a massive karmic debt. However, this won't plague you while you draw breath. But once you die, you will suffer for hundreds of millions of hours. That is the ultimate price for twisting the laws of causality. Sungmin swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the silence. His eyes narrowed in deep contemplation. Finally, steel entered his voice. If the price is only paid after death, then I don't care. Sometime later, Baek Sogo finally located Sungmin curled up against a tree like a wounded animal. A dark suspicion crossed her mind. Did you accept another restriction? His voice trembled in sync with his shivering body. It seems I've worried you. Baek Sogo's brow furrowed in fury, her face radiating a tense displeasure. Her anger slowly dissolved into a helpless sigh. What restriction did you add this time? The next second, a chill ran down her spine at his answer. Warmth and dreams. She snapped, unable to hold back. You've lost your mind. You know that. Restrictions on senses and abstract concepts are far more brutal than physical ones. Sungmin had already foreseen this outcome. Exactly, he told himself. The restriction on warmth meant Lee Sungmin was condemned to an eternal, bone-deep chill. No matter how close he stood to a roaring fire, the shivering would never cease. But the restriction on dreams, that was a nightmare of a different caliber. His memories from Earth, the faces of his parents' childhood traumas, and deep-seated anxieties. Because of the restriction, these manifested in their most grotesque forms, shattering Lee Sungmin's subconscious. Sleep was no longer a sanctuary. The system denied him even a moment of peace. Baek Sogo was left speechless. Her lips twitched, swallowing back a stream of curses, finally settling on 2 words. You lunatic. Yet she couldn't help but step closer. What were you thinking? At your age, reaching this level is incredible. You're destined for success. Sungmin cut her off sharply. I don't have it. His vague words left Baek Sogo stunned. Sungmin looked up, his eyes cold and lifeless voids. Talent. I possess none of it. Hearing this, Baek Sogo glimpsed the darkness within him. It made sense. His martial prowess was impressive for his age, but his growth rate was actually pitiful compared to the severe restrictions he carried. The disparity between his actual aptitude and his skills was vast. The harsh reality was undeniable. He was talentless. Just who is this guy, she wondered. Suddenly, Sungmin opened up. I have a goal. One impossible to reach with my wretched potential. He pursed his pale lips, but his eyes gleamed like sharpened blades. I didn't do this out of anger after meeting Flam. That encounter simply showed me what I must do. To stand shoulder to shoulder with those blessed with godlike talent, I must commit myself to extraordinary measures. Silence descended. Baek Sogo stood motionless, her gaze softening into profound understanding. Meanwhile, Sungmin bit his lip until it bled, his resolve hardening into steel. A faint smile touched Baek Sogo's lips. She crouched down to meet Sungmin's eyes. Sounds like you're aiming for the heavens. She stuck out her tongue playfully. I think I get it. My goal is to become the absolute strongest in this world. Her confession shattered the heavy tension, and Sungmin finally relaxed. Baek Sogo brightly brought up an old topic. You asked me to teach you movement techniques before, didn't you? He slowly stood up, muttering awkwardly. I was just joking. Baek Sogo's expression turned serious. I'm going to teach you. Sungmin blinked in disbelief. Huh. Without wasting a breath, she produced a weathered manual. This is the secret manual for the shadowless spirit walk. It's not just a movement technique. It's a secret art and the culmination of everything I've mastered. Sungmin immediately flipped it open, his eyes widening in shock. Unbelievable. This technique rivaled the Purple Cloud Divine Art and the 9 Heavens Supreme Spear. The rarity of the manual only deepened his confusion. Why? Why give this to me, Baek? Sogo shrugged nonchalantly. I don't know. If you die, you die. But I don't think you're the type to give up. From now on, call me senior sister, she declared, plopping down right next to him. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, she giggled, the urge to tease him returning. Baek Sogo grinned. Because I'm just that nice, he grumbled, slightly annoyed. What are you talking about, honestly? But in that moment, a system notification chimed. You have acquired the skill, Shadowless Spirit Walk. In this classic system manhwa moment, his status window flashed open. Name Lee Sungmin. Class None. Trait Low Rank. Skills listed included the 3-star Purple Cloud Divine Art, 2-star Sungmin Style 9 Heaven Spear, 8-star Iron Skin Reinforcement, and 6-star Light Step. And now, 1-star Shadowless Spirit Walk. Suddenly, his consciousness was dragged into a flashback. The days of training under Wui Ho Yan, where he did nothing but swing his spear day and night. He unleashed the Sungmin Style 9 Heaven Spear, first form soul-chasing thrust. Wui Ho Yan watched intently, then raised a hand to deflect the strike, as if it were nothing. Sungmin gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat. He shifted his stance, pulling the spear back and driving a vicious knee toward her torso. Futile. He channeled his ki instantly. Sungmin Style 9 Heaven Spear. 5th form Fatal Lightning Strike. Wui Ho Yan stood like an immovable mountain against his desperate barrage. Then, in a blur of speed, she moved, crushing both of Sungmin's arms in a single devastating motion. As he stared in horror at his ruined limbs, Wui Ho Yan spoke with bone-chilling indifference. I am disappointed, Lee Sungmin. Is this truly the result of 10 years of blood and sweat? Teaching you martial arts was my greatest mistake. It seems 10 years of hope and effort have gone down the drain. Her voice was cold, merciless. You need not worry anymore. I will leave once I reclaim everything I gave you. Wui Ho Yan's palm struck his lower abdomen, his dantian. Her red eyes flashed with murderous intent. I have shattered your dantian. You will never practice martial arts again. Farewell, Lee Sungmin. Panic surged as he reached out to her, retreating back. Wait, Wui Ho Yan. His body felt like a pile of loosely glued rubble, ready to crumble at a touch. Sungmin screamed into the void. Stop, I can still fight. Wui Ho Yan. The demon of his past faded away. He snapped back to reality, gasping for air, drowning in terror. He bolted upright, clutching his chest as a pained groan escaped his lips. This was the curse of the awakening manhwa protagonist. Power always comes with a price. Lee Sungmin struggled to compose himself, staring at his trembling palms as he whispered a desperate mantra. It was just a dream. As his breathing slowed to a natural rhythm, a wave of relief washed over him. Thank God he was still alive. Scarlet appeared behind him like a ghost, her voice dripping with amusement. Who is the lucky lady? He snapped his head back, annoyed by her relentless gossip. Your girlfriend, Spicy. Is she a child? Rumor has it you added 2 more penalties. Let me see. As Scarlet leaned in, a pungent odor assaulted Sungmin's nose. It reeked. She pried his eyelids open with zero hesitation. You really took the prohibition of dreams. You're insane. Sungmin struggled, his eyes stinging from her unwashed stench. Oblivious, Scarlet breathed right into his face. I heard you took the prohibition of warmth too. Picking the hell mode options. You'll die young. Sungmin couldn't hold it back. He recoiled and vomited, violently startling Scarlet. What the hell is wrong with you? Is he sick? Dobby arrived, pointing out the obvious. It's because you're standing too close. Scarlet pouted. Unbelievable. I came here to help. Even the old man feared her smell. Don't turn your face toward me, Sungmin muttered, looking at this odd duo. Scarlet, the future archmage, and the sword demon Dobby. Sungmin wobbled to his feet. Sorry, my body is at its limit. Why are you two here? Scarlet brightened up instantly. We came to support you. That mute girl kept begging us to help. Seeing Dobby holding his nose offended her. If you want my help, drop the hand. Hearing about the mute girl, Sungmin's heart clenched. Senior sister Scarlet's voice buzzed with excitement. So I bought these. She snapped her fingers, revealing 4 magic scrolls. We, the Awakened, can learn magic through these artifacts. With these scrolls, we bypass years of study, a classic trope of a leveling manhwa. Scarlet explained the theory before passing the torch. Dobby stepped forward, his massive frame radiating power. I don't know if you can survive this today, kid. Though he swayed on his feet, Sungmin grit his teeth. I will do my best. They bowed, observing the etiquette of the duel. Sungmin focused. Scarlet taught me 4 spells. Sungmin activated them one by one. First, magic mind cleansing. This would wash away the filth of the nightmares haunting his psyche. His pitch-black eyes instantly cleared, shining with renewed clarity. Immediately, he cast the next buff on his body. Second, magic. A simple buff to increase strength and speed. Sungmin lifted his spear, feeling lighter. Essential for countering the weight penalty. Hours passed until the sky turned a bruised yellow. Sungmin collapsed, gasping for air in total defeat. Third, magic vitality recovery. Only thanks to this spell could he sit up. It restores stamina, but abusing it drains your life force, leading to death. But to survive this hellish training, I have no choice. Dobby sighed, disappointed. In the end, you still couldn't last 100 seconds against a blind old man. He clenched his jaw, making a vow. Next time, I will be better. Suddenly, a violent tremor seized him. His body stiffened like a statue. Dobby noticed the seizure immediately. The prohibition of warmth striking again. His fingers danced over Sungmin's body to diagnose. He pressed lethal pressure points with precision. Instantly, blood surged through the blocked vessels. Dobby pulled back once the shivering ceased. Feel better. Sungmin bowed his head. Yes, thank you. Sword Demon Dobby had forced his metabolism to accelerate to counter the freezing curse. Job done, the old master turned to leave. I'm off. Take care of yourself. It's hard to find a sparring partner on this godforsaken mountain. Sungmin maintained his respect. Thank you. He exhaled, stabilizing his core. Without that help, he would have perished long ago. Silence reclaimed the world. Lying on the ground, thoughts drifted through his mind. Since my regression, so many people have helped me. The more he remembered, the more confused he felt. He sat up, struck by a realization. Wait a second. Is this even possible? It's unnatural. I'm certain. After returning to the past, everyone is far too kind. Area isn't a world of charity. This is a complete deviation from my previous life. What changed? Suddenly, Scarlet emerged from the tree line. Old man Dobby knew who it was by the footsteps. What is it, little girl? She growled a threat. Old man, the moment we leave this mountain, I'm incinerating you. How can you be so harsh just because I haven't bathed in a few days, you returning from beating up the kid? He nodded, offering rare praise. He's slow, but he is evolving. Scarlet smirked. You care about him quite a bit, don't you? For a man obsessed only with martial arts, Dobby shrugged. I was asked to help, wasn't I? Just like you created those scrolls because you were asked. What's this? She dropped the sarcastic smile, staring intently at Dobby. After a pause, Scarlet confessed. I don't know why, but when I see him, I just can't abandon him. While they talked, a pitch-black aura of darkness radiated from Sungmin's body. He shook off the confusion. Don't overthink it. I just got lucky in this life. Time flowed like water. 6 months vanished. A purple night once again shrouded the mountain where Sungmin cultivated. His hand clad in the familiar blue-gray gauntlet trembled. Sungmin pushed his limits. Heavy, ragged breaths escaped his lips. Today's session ended with him collapsing to his knees, gasping for oxygen. Sweat poured like rain as he hung his head. Slowly, he looked up messy hair, failing to hide the burning intensity in his eyes. Suddenly, Flam appeared before him. Greetings, larva. 6 months ago, I thought you'd crumble, but it's been a full year now, hasn't it? He observed Sungmin with that feigned innocence. Getting no response, Flam leaned in close. Huh, ignoring me, because it's been a while. Why so silent? You took the prohibition of speech. Ah, you added that after the 6-month mark, you picked the easiest penalty. Not much to say in the mountains anyway. Flam babbled on. I thought you'd only pick the suicidal difficulties, but I guess you hit your limit. His motor mouth froze as Sungmin's spear slashed the air. Flam paused, analyzing. Look at this. He's a different beast than 6 months ago. His parry, block, and strike, flawless. It seemed the footwork techniques he absorbed from Bogo were finally harmonizing into a perfect rhythm. Flam tilted his head, his praise dripping with venomous sarcasm. I suppose even a lowly maggot can get somewhere if it crawls hard enough, right? But is this pathetic display really the limit for someone carrying 5 restriction curses? Despite the enthusiastic mockery, Sungmin didn't spare him a single glance. Flam's playful smile vanished, replaced by cold irritation as he stared at that dismissive back. When Sungmin's spear slashed down again, Flam caught the shaft effortlessly with one hand. His expression darkened like a gathering storm. Why are you ignoring me? Don't use the mute penalty as an excuse. I can read your lips perfectly fine. Sungmin gasped for air, barely managing to reply. Don't you have anything better to do? A chilling malice began to creep into Flam's widening eyes. That attitude won't work on me. I am allowed to look down on trash like you, but you don't get to look down on me. Sungmin's eyes flashed with defiance. And what are you going to do about it? Go ahead, try to kill me. Weren't you the one preaching about the safe zone rules? Before the sentence even finished, Flam drove the butt of the spear hard into Sungmin's stomach. As the protagonist hit the dirt, Flam's sadistic joy returned, his laughter ringing out. How pathetic. Are you crawling on the ground now? Because that's what maggots do. Scrambling back to his feet, clarity struck Sungmin amidst the pain. I get it now. Indirect damage is a loophole, isn't it? Look at you. You can't even commit to a real attack. Suddenly, a faint blue light shimmered along the spear blade, freezing Sungmin in his tracks. It was Aura, the legendary skill, where martial masters infuse internal energy into their weapons for devastating power. Flam tossed Sungmin's spear aside and raised his voice, mocking the gap between them. How long do you think it would take you to achieve this? 5 years. Maybe 10. No, you probably couldn't achieve this even on your deathbed. Though Flam looked young, his words carried the crushing weight of reality. Isn't this world cruel? You have to bleed for every inch while I was born at the summit. Knowing your struggle is meaningless, do you still have the will to continue? Sungmin didn't argue or rage. He simply replied with a cold, yeah. Flam's face twisted in annoyance as the MC continued to speak his truth. If I accept that I'm trash, I'll never crawl out of this pit of despair. Thanks for the visit, I was getting bored anyway. You think my effort is pointless, but I can struggle in ways geniuses like you will never understand. No matter how long it takes, I will keep moving forward slowly and relentlessly, just like a maggot. His aura shifted, his determination hardening into steel. So keep your arrogance, because one day, I promise you, I will drive my spear right through that overflowing confidence of yours. Sungmin pointed a trembling finger directly at Flam's face. In response, the aura-clad spear flashed instantly, carving a deep gouge into a massive ironwood tree nearby. Flam scoffed, sensing the dark grit building within Sungmin's soul. His tone shifted from mockery to intrigue. If you can ever thrust a spear with that kind of intent, I might actually look forward to it. The day you finally break down and cry, that is. Sungmin shot back instantly. Keep dreaming. Time flowed like water. 1 month later, marking a full year as a practitioner. The system manhwa mechanics chimed, demanding a new penalty selection. Without a second's hesitation, Sungmin declared, sense of hearing. This manhwa recap takes a dark turn here, as the hearing penalty proved brutal. Sungmin's ears were instantly bombarded by horrific, maddening shrieks that threatened to shatter his sanity. 6 curse penalties. Despite facing death every single day, he continued his monotonous grind. Block, lift, parry, strike. A rhythm of survival repeated until his bones ached. He began fusing the 9 Heaven Spear arts with the ghost step technique he had stolen from Bogo, creating his own unique path to power. Scarlet hadn't gained much ground, raising an eyebrow at his persistence. What exactly are you trying to achieve here? As his power level rose in this leveling manhwa, the price was steep. His body felt like lead food, tasted like ash nightmares, haunted his sleep, and constant screaming filled his deafened ears. Yet there was one mercy silence against Flam's constant taunts. Watching the prodigy's mouth move, Sungmin just stared blankly. What is he babbling about now? Crawling forward inch by inch like the larva he was named Sungmin evolved. Suddenly, the world shifted, transporting him back to that familiar, mystical dimension. He whispered into the void, Mercy's realm. Why summon me now? I still have time before the next penalty phase begins. The divine entity turned slowly. Practitioner Lee Sungmin. Congratulations on clearing my hidden trial. Sungmin's face twisted in genuine confusion. Trial? What are you talking about? Suddenly, Mercy's form rippled and shifted into Flam. The entity smirked. Exactly what I said. It wasn't a transformation, but a revelation of the truth. The image of Flam spoke with divine authority. To put it simply, Flam's entire existence was your trial. Do you understand now? Sungmin gulped, forcing down his shock. It all made sense. Bogo's Scarlet Dog June warriors, who had trained on that mountain for over 6 months, they all became legends in the area. Yet Sungmin had never heard the name Flam in his previous life. A genius of that caliber couldn't have remained anonymous. He had dismissed the anomaly to save time, but his gut had known. The illusion of Flam floated closer to confirm the theory. Correct. I used this persona's overwhelming talent as a psychological wall, designed to break the spirit of every traveler who came here. Bogo, Scarlet, all of them. Even the gifted ones looked at Flam and felt the crushing weight of inferiority. They turned their heads and ran from the gap in power. But you, despite having 0 talent, you didn't look away. You made me your target. You threw yourself into a hellish awakening manhwa scenario, voluntarily. It was reckless, stupid even. But I failed to break you. The entity blending Mercy and Flam looked at him with newfound interest. I admire that kind of madness. Faced with this surreal praise, Sungmin remained stoic. Mercy concluded the meeting with a stern warning. This concludes the trial. Reveal the truth about Flam to no one or face divine retribution. Now, will you continue your suffering on this mountain? Sungmin answered instantly, of course. Mercy smiled, eyes closed in satisfaction. Your reward for conquering the mental trial will be granted the moment you descend from the mountain. But I have another offer. Sell me your soul and I will grant you power that a century of training couldn't achieve. A twisted soul like yours is a rare delicacy. Sungmin stuck out his tongue in a defiant grimace. I don't need your shady deals, Mercy chuckled darkly. Then go back to the dirt maggot. Keep crawling and training until you break. Sungmin stood frozen, his nerves, screaming in protest. He despised the word effort. It was a curse for those born without golden spoons. No matter how hard a commoner strikes iron, they cannot rival a genius born of steel. But he realized, being a genius doesn't mean the grinding stops. He loathed those who looked down from the heavens, dismissing the chasm of talent as merely a lack of will. And yet his soul hungered for that very struggle. In his past life, he used failure as a shield to hide his cowardice. But a sudden question pierced his thoughts. How have you been living since his regression? Destiny had woven a new tapestry. He could no longer use his humble origins as a crutch. The shelter of excuses had crumbled. The only path left was forward into the fire. For the first time, Sungmin was ready to claw his way to the bitter end. Effort. The word finally tasted sweet on his tongue. The mage turned his back voice, dropping to a whisper. Let me monologue for a moment. In this world of area, coincidence is a lie. The law of causality binds all. Why did Area summon souls and grant them skills like a leveling manhwa? What is the ultimate purpose? Sungmin stood rigid as a statue. The old master claimed to be muttering to himself, yet every word struck Sungmin like a targeted spell. He was revealing celestial secrets he was forbidden to speak. He was bypassing the restrictions of the world itself. But why go to such lengths? The mage's sudden silence made Sungmin's gut twist with anxiety. The truth was out. His regression wasn't a gift. It was a mission. A storm was coming. If he was brought back, he had to be strong enough to carry the weight of the world. Like constellations linking together, his power needed to illuminate the encroaching void. The mage exhaled, a heavy weight lifting from his shoulders. All right, the seeds are sown. Suddenly, the mage's eyes blazed with divine fury. He thrust his hand upward, blocking an invisible cataclysm. Halt. This is my domain. Retreat now or face total erasure. Beyond the barrier, a terrifying presence recoiled. The crack in reality sealed shut, leaving Sungmin trembling in confusion. The mage turned back casual as ever. Return to your reality. You don't have time to gawk. Go. Complete your hell training. Darkness swallowed Sungmin instantly. Left alone, the mage's hands trembled uncontrollably. Wait, can a single human truly defy such an apocalyptic fate? Days bled into weeks. The sixth restriction was activated, sense of smell. It was a nightmare. The stench of Scarlet's aura assaulted him like poison gas. Oblivious to her own odor, she glared at him with killer intent. What are you looking at, trash? You have a death wish. As he suffered, a gentle melody cut through the noise. You chose the wrong sense to seal this time. Byogo approached like a breeze. Sungmin bowed instinctively. Senior sister, the harsher the seal, the greater the explosion of power, Sungmin explained. Aside from the nausea and vomiting every time someone breathes, I'm fine. Byogo had sealed her taste and hearing long ago. Compared to his struggle, her training was a descent into absolute isolation. The sensory deprivation she endured was torture fit for a demon. Dark circles haunted her eyes, yet she looked at him with profound empathy. Finally, Sungmin grasped the living hell she had walked through. It's worse than I imagined, he chuckled dryly. Byogo's expression hardened her posture, straightening like a blade. I have something to tell you. I am descending the mountains soon. She held his gaze, willing him to see her resolve. Sungmin fell silent, the weight of her words settling in. To the world, she was a peerless genius. But she had spent 2 years in this purgatory to reach her peak. She had finally mastered her arts. So, you are really leaving? Byogo nodded. Yes. And you? She asked. I will remain. Sungmin replied. My training is not yet complete. A shadow of disappointment crossed her face. Is that so? Breaking his usual stoicism, Sungmin stepped forward. Will our paths cross again in this vast world? Absolutely, she answered, without hesitation. A radiant smile broke through her fatigue. She studied his face, memorizing every feature. It's been a year. The scrawny boy is now a man who stands tall. Worry flickered in her heart. If I leave, will this fool kill himself chasing power? I haven't even finished teaching him the phantom shadow step. Maybe. Just a little longer. Sensing her hesitation, Sungmin raised his head, eyes burning with determination. Don't worry, I will be fine. I only survived this far because of your guidance. But I can carry this weight alone now. You have your own destiny to fulfill. I cannot be the chain that binds you here. Thank you, senior sister. You saved my life. Byogo beamed like the morning sun. Suddenly, she pulled him into a warm embrace, her hand ruffling his hair. Sungmin froze. His face exploded in red. His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum before finally finding its rhythm. He rested his head on her shoulder, surrendering to the moment. Around them, the field of purple flowers danced in the wind, framing a perfect memory. Time seemed to stop until she gently pulled away. You will soar, Sungmin. You are the most tenacious martial artist I have ever known. Me? He asked, genuinely confused. You never gave in to despair, she whispered. No, Sungmin shook his head. That's not true. I broke 1,000 times. I felt despair every single day. I just refused to stay down. Byogo smiled, her eyes softening. That is exactly what makes you strong. I gave up my rivalry with Flam the moment I saw the gap between us. But you never stop running. She spoke the title with deep affection. Junior brother. Her final command was simple yet heavy. Survive. I will never die, Sungmin vowed. And just like that, she was gone. Soon Dabi-jun and Scarlet descended the mountain as well. The peak was empty. For the first time, true silence descended upon him. In his past life, he was a lone wolf, trusting no one. But now he understood the truth. A human cannot reach the apex alone. Without them, he would be dust. Solitude returned, but the bitterness was gone. He looked up at the vast sky, a small smile gracing his lips. Something within his soul had evolved. The invisible wall shattering his limits finally crumbled. No stench, no gravity, no noise. Pure, unadulterated freedom washed over him, stretching into eternity. The world looked different now. It wasn't just his eyes. His very existence had shifted. Summer had arrived, and with it, the song of the cicadas heralded a new legend. But the clock was ticking. In 7 years, he was destined to meet Wiji Ho Yan in that cursed dungeon, a meeting that would end in his death. A burning desire ignited within Lee Sungmin. transforming into a singular obsession-fueled goal to repay the kindness Wiji Ho Yan had once shown him. I will stop that tragedy from happening. With that vow etched into his soul, he threw himself into hellish training day and night. Today, he aimed his spear at a cicada, the tip of his blade stopping just 1 millimeter from its fragile wings. But the moment Lee Sungmin loosened his grip, the insect sensed the killing intent and vanished into the air. That cicada spent 10 years underground just to emerge for a fleeting summer. Unlike the insect, Lee Sungmin didn't have a decade. He only had 7 years to prevent the coming apocalypse. He questioned himself in 7 years. How strong could he truly become? Would it be enough to change fate in this brutal, leveling manhwa reality? No doubt was poison. I must do it. Even though his martial arts mastery was increasing daily, it wasn't enough. Hunger for power consumed him, and he pushed his training intensity beyond the limits of the human body. Sleep became a luxury he refused to afford, replacing rest with endless spear drills. He recalled a conversation with his master about the ultimate technique. What was the secret to moving and fighting without relying on sight? There is no mystical secret. It is simply about sharpening the remaining senses to a razor's edge and memorizing the essence of the world around you. That advice became his scripture, driving him to attempt the impossible. He initiated the command to seal his vision, plunging his world into absolute darkness. In this abyss, the only sense Lee Sungmin could rely on was touch. It took a full week of stumbling before he could move even an inch with confidence. In that sightless void, the only thing that existed was an ear-splitting cacophony of noise. Eventually, the chaotic sounds of the world began to merge into a singular rhythmic drone like the endless crying of cicadas. Amidst that phantom buzzing, Lee Sungmin lost all concept of time. He swung his spear in a trance, his body moving on instinct, executing martial arts automatically, as if possessed by the spirit of a warrior. As he moved, his mind drifted to strange philosophies. He began to see himself as a larva deep underground. What does a larva dream of becoming? Did he truly wish to become a cicada? Did they crawl up from the cold earth just to scream for a few days before dying? No, that wasn't his path. What did he want to become? Why did he experience this regression? Why did the seasons turn? Even without sight, he could feel the temperature of the wind shifting against his skin. Yet, Lee Sungmin's daily grind remained an unyielding constant in this manhwa recap of his life. He simply swung his spear, cutting through the darkness. As seasons bled into one another and he grew accustomed to the void, a significant chunk of time passed. Finally, stepping back into the mystical dimension, he called out the name of the ruler. Mush, the god of this realm, looked down. He could no longer see the fragile boy from years ago. Standing before him was a warrior with a towering physique and a voice deepening with the weight of manhood. He requested to end the trial. Mush descended, bringing with him a soft purple light that bathed Lee Sungmin. The warrior opened his palms, staring at them as if seeing them for the first time. Mush simply asked, "How does it feel to reclaim your senses after such a long exile?" Sungmin replied, his voice barely a whisper, "I am truly happy. I can see the world yet. The foul stench is gone, and the distracting noise has vanished. My body feels lighter than air, and the bone-chilling cold has finally melted away. This is the taste of true freedom." Seeing the deity tilt his head in thought, Sungmin asked, "What is it?" Mush smiled, a playful glint in his eyes. "I am simply debating what reward you deserve." Mush spoke with rare empathy. 3 years. You spent 3 hellish years on this mountain, enduring every restriction I placed upon you without breaking. Many challengers accept these restrictions out of arrogance or passion, but they usually give up or perish quickly. In this cruel system, manhwa, few possess your tenacity. A practitioner like you is a rarity, and it brings me joy. I wish to grant you a reward befitting your struggle. Tell me, what is it that you desire? Lee Sungmin's eyes burned with greed. He asked shamelessly, "Can you transform me into a martial arts genius?" Mush laughed with disdain. "I cannot rewrite your talent. That is beyond my power." Hearing the rejection, Sungmin fell into a calculated silence. He analyzed his options. He couldn't achieve his vengeance with a mediocre reward. "I am running out of time. I must become stronger, but I am lost on the path to true power. I don't even know what I lack. Can you grant me exactly what I need?" Mush paused, a mischievous smile curling his lips. "In that case, what you truly lack is time, isn't it? I can grant you time." The declaration struck Sungmin dumb. "Excuse me," Mush offered no further explanation. "Go to the realm of dream and show this badge to Dania." The name felt foreign on his tongue. "Dania," Mush explained. "He is the god of time. He will offer you a trial, unlike any other. But I warn you now, Compared to his twisted games, my trials here were mercifully humane. I suspect you will enjoy his challenges. Just like this place, what you gain depends entirely on you. But make no mistake, it will be deadly. Lee Sungmin didn't flinch. Instead, a thrill of excitement curled his lips. That is exactly what I wanted. Mush raised his glowing fingertips. That was the reward for overcoming the trial of Flam. Now, I shall grant you the reward for your 3 years of relentless effort. Sungmin was floored by the deity's generosity. You are quite liberal with your gifts. Mush shrugged as if it were obvious. Gods are not known for being stingy. The rewards didn't stop there. The second gift is a recommendation for membership in the Arisa Guild. Suddenly, a man with an elegant demeanor bowed politely before them. A pleasure to meet you. I am Neville, a broker for Erebrissa. Lord Mush, is this the individual you wish to recommend for membership? Mush replied, succinctly, that is correct. Neville looked the warrior up and down and spoke candidly. With all due respect, I fear he does not meet the standards for our guild. Mush snapped back. What? Look again, Neville. After observing for a few more seconds, Neville's eyes widened, and he bowed deeply. My heavens, I apologize. Upon closer inspection, I see that he meets every qualification. Please forgive my rudeness. I judged him solely by his martial rank and made a hasty conclusion. Lee Sungmin scowled, clearly offended. What? At my age and with my rank, shouldn't I be treated as a prodigy anywhere I go? Do I still look weak to you? What kind of insane standards does your guild have? Neville replied with professional calm. Erebrissa is the premier intermediary guild for the awakened. We handle client requests, auctions, and information trading. We serve every need in this awakening manhwa world. New knowledge sparked a fire in Sungmin's curiosity. Auctions. Do you sell recovery elixirs and martial arts manuals? Neville snapped his fingers naturally. A holographic system interface materialized before Sungmin's eyes. He gasped. What the hell? You're selling Shaolin recovery elixirs. With that price, I could buy a small kingdom. The prices were absolutely astronomical. Wait, do you even have the Wudang Plum Blossom sword art in stock? Neville remained bowed in deep reverence, displaying the humble servitude expected of a merchant. We also offer a variety of rare artifacts. It seems our collection has caught your eye. Sungmin locked eyes with Mercy, his gaze intense. You're a member of this broker guild too, aren't you? The entity scoffed. Naturally, I make use of their services all the time. Sungmin's mind raced with the implications. An intermediary guild that counts even a god among its clientele. Just what kind of monstrous organization was this? Sensing the shift, Neville extended a hand, striking while the iron was hot. So, what will it be, Lee Sungmin? Will you sign your soul to Arisa? Sungmin clicked his tongue. He had hit rock bottom anyway. He had absolutely nothing left to lose. He didn't hesitate for a second. Fine, I'm in. Before the words even settled, Neville produced a contract with supernatural speed. Excellent decision. Sign right here, please. And a fingerprint right there. Neville guided him through the process with practiced ease. Congratulations. With this, Lee Sungmin, you are officially a member of Erebrissa. I'll be in touch regarding our business. But Neville wasn't done yet. A sly smile played on his lips as he snapped his fingers. Oh, and just one more little service. In the blink of an eye, the rags and the messy, gloomy mop of hair vanished. They were instantly replaced by a sharp turtleneck and a clean, modern cut. Neville bowed politely. I took the liberty of tidying you up a bit. Mercy finally chimed in, eyeing the transformation. Not bad. I hated that old hair of yours anyway. It looked like you were trying to copy my style and failing miserably. Formalities complete. Neville bowed out. I shall take my leave now. Summon me whenever you require aid. Sungmin nodded stoically. Sure. Mercy turned to him, eyes gleaming. So, how do you like the gift? Do you like it? Sungmin's voice was firm. I like it. Thank you. Mercy giggled, the sound echoing in the void. Look at you still speaking so stiffly to me after all this. Joining Erebrissa is a miracle most can only dream of. Try to look a little more thrilled. Now, where does your path lead? Sungmin didn't hesitate. First, I'm heading to Behenger. Mercy seemed to pause, sensing his resolve before huffing. Do as you please. Just don't forget the words I spoke when I was talking to myself. Sungmin turned and walked away, Mercy's cryptic warning burning in his mind. This regression. There must be a reason for it. There are no coincidences in Arya. That's what she claimed. But what was the hidden truth behind those words? He thought back to the serendipity of his past life. Meeting the minor heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan, or receiving help from others. Were those truly just random chance? If they weren't coincidences, then who or what was pulling the strings? Sungmin shook his head, pushing the thoughts away. Dwelling on it now would only bring a migraine, not answers. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. After grueling cultivation in the mountains, Sungmin descended no longer a boy, but a master of the peak realm. He warmed up by slaughtering a horde of monsters, without breaking a sweat. He retracted his spear, steam rising from his breath. Biologically, I'm 18 now. Reaching the peak realm at this age. The world would call him a peerless genius. But he knew the truth. This power wasn't talent, it was the result of borrowed gifts and hellish perseverance. Sungmin's eyes burned with ambition. I still have a long way to go. If fate allowed, he would encounter those legendary figures again. And when he did, he had to be strong enough to stand beside them. He strode forward, his mind locking onto a massive goal. Target Behenger. Objective. Become a mercenary. The fire of determination lit up his face. This was where his leveling manhwa saga truly began. Behenger was the starting line. His target A, legendary item hidden in a dark wizard's dungeon nearby the Depna magic armor. In his past life, a C-rank scrub founded by sheer luck. Its power was absurd. It could instantly elevate a second-rate mercenary straight into the realm of a peak master. Sungmin's greed flared. If a peak master like him equipped that armor, could he breach the wall and reach the transcendent realm? As he chewed on dry rations by the campfire, he calculated. He could have trained longer at Mount Mush, but this was a window of opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. In 6 months, that dungeon would be cleared by others. He had to establish himself as a mercenary in Behenger and join the raid party before then. The scene shifted to the bustling Behenger Mercenary Guild. Excuse me, you want to sign up? The man wiping glasses was Baron the bartender. Baron squinted at the young man. Why are you telling a bartender? If you want a license, go upstairs. The receptionist is up there though she's busy. Suddenly, a raucous laugh erupted from a nearby table where a mountain of muscle was sitting. A kid, a mercenary. Don't make me laugh. You look like a noble who got lost on a field trip. Go wash dishes or something, boy. The brute kept running his mouth completely oblivious. He reached for his food and grabbed thin air. Huh, where's my fork? In a split second, that fork was already spinning in Sungmin's hand. Baron's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Baron let out a heavy sigh, but his gaze was sharp. That was a clean retrieval of sword key. Kid, are you a peak realm martial artist? His tone shifted instantly from casual to respectful. I apologize for the rude reception. Please sit. The murmur spread like wildfire through the hall. Did he say sword key? Is that kid really a peak master? Sungmin sat across from him, the air thick with tension. As the one in charge, the older man broke the silence. It's an honor. I'm Baron. I'm a mage and the branch master of this mercenary guild. Bartending is just a hobby. Sungmin kept his face neutral. I know. That's exactly why I approached you. In his previous life, this guild was where his Manhwa Recap story officially kicked off. Seeing the familiar faces brought a wave of nostalgia. Baron cleared his throat. Normally, if a peak realm master walks in, we hand them an S-class license immediately. But you're young, unknown, fresh off the mountain. We can't just hand out titles based on a parlor trick. We need warriors, yes, but we also need proof of reliability. You understand right, Baron rambled, but Sungmin cut through the noise with a single word. Yes. Baron blinked, then pulled a stack of yellow parchments from under the counter. Straightforward. I like that. I have a mission that fits your profile. I'll send an active S-class mercenary along to observe. It's a simple extermination job. Nothing too difficult. Complete this, and you're an S-class mercenary. How does that sound? The deal was struck. The very next day, Sungmin's work began. Deep in the forest, his observer broke the silence. You don't talk much, do you? Are you always this gloomy? Sungmin didn't even look at him. Something like that. Internally, Sungmin felt a twinge of annoyance. Years of isolation on Mount Mush had killed his social skills. The mercenary grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth. You're a boring kid, you know that. When you snatched that fork back at the guild, I thought you had a sense of humor. Being this dull, the ladies aren't going to like it, kid. Sungmin's face remained a mask of absolute indifference. Yet that icy silence only amplified his charismatic allure. Lute had to admit, the aura radiating from Sungmin was blindingly brilliant. He told himself this rookie would definitely be popular. This man was Lute, an S-class mercenary of the guild. I never spoke to him in my past life, but his reputation thundered like a storm. Sungmin thought. This was the partner the guild had assigned to him. Perhaps the mercenary was offering guidance on the mission. Lute, enjoying the sound of his own voice, asked, So kid, got any questions before we dive in? A sly grin tugged at the corners of Lute's rugged face. Have you ever faced an ogre before? Sungmin's posture stiffened, tension flooding his frame. Not yet, Sungmin replied. An ogre was an apex predator in this region, possessing high magic resistance and skin as tough as reinforced steel. The objective was simple: exterminate the ogre. It had been spotted near the village forest, prompting the guild to issue an urgent subjugation request. Lute took the lead, his voice dripping with arrogance. 2 S-class fighters against a single ogre, please don't worry. We'll crush it in our sleep. After walking for a while, Lute paused, frowned, and muttered, this is strange. This forest is far too small to sustain an ogre's appetite. Sungmin didn't catch the implication. What do you mean? Lute gestured with his hands. Think about it. An ogre stands at least 3 meters tall. The alphas reach 5. A beast that size needs a mountain of calories. But this forest, it's barren of sufficient prey. Suddenly, Sungmin's brow furrowed, his expression darkening with the dawn of horror. Wait a moment, brother Lute. The mercenary snapped back. What is it now? Following Sungmin's gaze, they saw the carcass of a deer lying in a pool of crimson blood. Lute covered his nose. Disgusting. Is that a deer? Sungmin replied uncertainly. It seems so. Lute crouched down, his mercenary instincts kicking in as he analyzed the gore. To tear a living creature apart with this level of brutality, only an ogre possesses such raw power. But Sungmin sensed the anomaly that bothered Lute. The puzzle pieces weren't fitting. There are no bite marks. The ogre didn't eat it. Lute nodded hurriedly. Exactly. It makes no sense. Furthermore, I don't see any excrement. Does this ogre not digest food? As the question hung in the air, the earth beneath them began to quake violently. Sungmin and Lute froze their instincts, screaming danger. From the dense tree line opposite them, something massive was charging like a runaway train. In a blur of motion, they drew their weapons. A silent glance passed between them, a warrior's pact. Sungmin gripped his spear and took point with Lute's sword guarding the rear. The ground exploded as the creature leaped. The ogre appeared, but it was twice the size of anything Lute had ever imagined. Just its shadow swallowed them whole. Both warriors skidded to a halt, momentum dying instantly. Lute, usually so confident, screamed in sheer terror. Hey, this is completely different from the intel we got. Run! We can't handle this monstrosity. As the dust settled, the creature revealed a muscular arm ending in razor-sharp elongated talons. But it wasn't just the unnatural muscle mass. Lute shouted a frantic warning, noticing the creature's body was a patchwork of flesh held together by thick iron stitches. The ogre leaped high, preparing to crush them into paste. Its body mass was 4 or 5 times that of the humans. Lute stammered, before finally finding his voice. A chimera ogre. Sungmin's eyes widened. A chimera, a magical abomination created to be the ultimate killing machine. It was a violation of nature, where the biological limits of a species are forcibly broken by artificially fusing it with another. Even a chimera made from a lowly F-class goblin would possess B-class suppression stats, a terrifying power spike often seen in a dark leveling manhwa. Sungmin's mind raced. If a goblin becomes B-class, then what happens when you use an ogre as the base? Even S-class mercenaries would be slaughtered. Cold sweat drenched them both. The chimera ogre uprooted a massive tree like it was a twig. It looked down with disdain before swinging its makeshift club. Sungmin stared blankly at the descending doom. Lute screamed to snap him out of it. Sungmin saw the colossal hand inches from his face. Instinct took over. In the fraction of a second, he triggered his technique. Phantom Spirit Walk, first form trace step. Lute's jaw dropped as the boy vanished, dodging the chimera's strike with godlike speed. Sungmin was equally shocked. I'm fast. Have I always been this fast? Realization hit him. Right. This isn't the mountain of mercy. The crushing gravity he had trained under was gone. He was weightless. Now it was just him and the beast. The monster had no intention of mercy, launching another strike. Sungmin vaulted into the air, riding the momentum of the creature's arm, and roared. Phantom Spirit Walk, second form shadow dance. He used the beast's arm as a launch pad, soaring higher. 9 Heavens Absolute Spear, first form. He drew his spear in a flash, pouring every ounce of ki into the strike. Soul Chasing Spear. The weapon became a blur, raining blows upon the chimera ogre. But it was like striking a mountain. The beast's skin remained unblemished, and it glared at him with annoyance. Lute watched Sungmin's desperate assault with growing dread. Even a blade infused with aura didn't leave a scratch. Lute cursed internally. The reward for this nightmare is the same as a normal ogre. Are they kidding me? It's not worth it. But escape was no longer an option. I don't know how many chances we'll get. I have to join the fray. Suddenly, Sungmin's voice echoed directly inside his skull. You don't need to do that. Lute looked up startled by the sound transmission technique. He projected his thought back. Are you insane? Your opponent is a chimera ogre. Sungmin replied calmly, I know. Lute shouted in his mind. You don't know shit. Didn't you say you've never fought an ogre before? That thing is shrugging off your attacks like rain. It's stronger than a twin-headed ogre. Its suppression stats are far beyond S-class. Sungmin remained resolute. Yes, I know. He thought to himself. But strangely, I feel like I can do this. He stared into the abyss of the chimera's eyes, and a fire ignited in his soul. Sungmin unleashed his power. 9 Heavens Absolute Spear. Second form Lightning Splitter. This strike carried far more power than the last, driving the spear tip down in a relentless barrage that forced the beast back. The chimera ogre's massive frame was scorched and battered, yet it stood its ground immovable as a mountain. He touched down with the grace of a feather, instantly swapping weapons with a fluid precision that defied his age. Lute watched in sheer disbelief. How could a rookie possess such veteran mastery? Standing before the towering chimera ogress Sungmin, gripped his backup weapon, the previous one having been snapped like a twig. But Sungmin's sharp eyes caught a terrifying detail. The beast's gouged eye was vibrating, knitting itself back together as if the damage never existed. Regeneration. The realization hit him cold. Lut's frantic warning cut through the air. It's a transmuted chimera. That thing is fueled by high-level sorcery. It has advanced regenerative factors, Lute screamed. Surface wounds won't even slow it down. Instead of fear, however, a cold iron resolve hardened in Sungmin's eyes. What was the path to victory? As the monstrosity prepared to lung, Lut shouted in desperation. But Sungmin's mind went silent, submerged in a frantic, deadly focus. The image of Buksogo flashed in his mind. The awakening of his purpose. There were heights he had to reach. Staring down death, he vowed, I will not die here. Aura exploded from his stance as he raised the spear high. He recalled Master Ho-Yeon's teachings, the 3 absolute fundamentals of the spear. Repeat them until they are etched into your very soul. His pupils trembled with intensity as the chimera ogress charged like a runaway train. Master Ho-Yeon, I have drilled these moves 1,000 times. The spear shaft kissed his fingers, spinning into a halo of light. Now witness the fruits of my hellish training. Ran the outward spiral. He rotated the spear externally, unleashing a deflection strike that halted the ogress's charge dead in its tracks. The beast paused, confused by the gash on its chest. In that split second, Sungmin's spear was already a blur of motion. The chimera couldn't react. They were evenly matched in power, but Sungmin held the edge in technique. Nay, the inward spiral. He coiled the spear, wrapping around the enemy's attack. The ogress's massive arm was twisted violently by the torque of the spear. Lut gasped. This rookie was actually overpowering a Calamity-class monster. Sungmin flicked his wrist. Snap. His target was the knee. With ruthless precision, he drilled the spearhead into the joint and twisted it, eliciting a deafening shriek from the beast. He leaped back, the joint was shattered. The massive creature lost its balance, crashing to the earth. For the first time, genuine fear flickered in the chimera ogress's bestial eyes. It swiped blindly in a desperate gambit, but Sungmin weaved through the attack with ease. He frowned, calculating. How long until that shattered bone heals? It doesn't matter. Before it could recover, he drove another spear through the opposite knee, snapping the shaft and leaving it embedded in the flesh. He analyzed the battlefield like a supercomputer. If I keep the pressure up, it can't regenerate. And wounds plugged with foreign objects can't close. That's right, isn't it? Sungmin muttered darkly. Maintaining his momentum, he drove another weapon into its right shoulder and immediately drew a fresh spear from his inventory. Both legs and the right arm were now useless. The beast was effectively sealed, yet Sungmin's heart pounded. Again, harder, faster. He unleashed his ultimate combo, 9 Heavens Martial Absolute Spear Second Form Thunder-Splitting Chase. The ogress roared, forced back trying to counter with its last functioning claw. Sungmin met the strike head-on. It's slow, he thought. No. Have I finally become fast? The heaviness that once plagued him was gone. Suddenly, the phantom sound of cicadas filled his ears, the background noise of his grueling training on the mountain. I refused to be a cicada. On that mountain, he was a larva, but he didn't curl up to simply exist and die as a noisy insect. What do I want to become? He didn't know yet. But he knew one thing for certain, a fleeting existence like a cicada would never satisfy his hunger. No more regrets. He was sick of the weakness from his past life. He couldn't see the end of this martial path yet. I just need to prepare and keep walking until I reach the summit. Sungmin slammed the spear into the ground, panting while Lut's jaw practically hit the floor. Staring at the neutralized corpse of the ogress, Lut stammered, "What? What are you?" Sungmin straightened up the tension, leaving his face as he looked at the sky. "Let's see." He looked at his calloused, scarred hands. A faint smile touched his lips. "At the very least," he whispered, "I am no longer a larva." Lut froze at the cryptic words. Then the mercenary burst into laughter. "What kind of answer is that? You're an interesting kid." Sungmin glanced at a dead cicada on the ground, feeling a weight lift off his soul. The phantom crying of the cicadas finally ceased. Later, Baron stared in shock as Lut proudly displayed their trophy, the chimera ogress. Baron assessed the situation internally. Soloing a chimera ogress, that's SS rank potential. But in the history of our leveling manhwa world, no rookie has ever jumped to SS immediately. Sungmin nodded humbly. S rank is fine. It doesn't matter to me. I'll follow the guild's protocol. But inside his head, the calculator was running wild. Reward for the ogress, 27 million minus fees, plus the S rank mercenary badge. He tallied his future. The corpse was sold to the guild for research materials. Another 20 million. Lut handed over the cash with trembling hands. "You take it all," Lut insisted. "I didn't do a damn thing." Sungmin nodded, accepting the spoils. "Thanks. Total count 47 million. He walked away with a calm expression, flipping a gold coin. 47 million. It feels completely unreal. In his past life, he had risked life and limb just to scrape together 100,000. What do I even do with this kind of fortune? Suddenly, an item in his inventory caught his eye. He pulled out a mysterious spear. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Baron crossed his arms skeptically. "Well?" Baron asked. Lut shrugged. "He's solid." But seeing is believing, right? Lut pointed to his own head. "Agreed," Baron muttered, casting a memory projection spell. Watching Lut's memories, he gasped. "Confirmed. This isn't S-rank skill. It's beyond that." Lut grumbled from the side. "I told you to just give him the SS rating." Baron shook his head. "I have to petition the higher-ups. This isn't something I can decide alone. To go from jobless to a Grandmaster-level threat in 4 years." Unaware of the chaos he caused, Sungmin stood in a quiet alley. "You must be hungry," he called out into the void. "Neville." A shadow rippled on the ground, and the system merchant emerged. A respectful voice broke the silence. "It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Lee Sungmin. How may I be of service?" As the words hung in the air, Sungmin's mind drifted back to the moment he obtained that spear. "Originally, I held no attachment to such tools. As long as it could slash and pierce, I believed one weapon was as good as another. But clashing with that ogre changed everything. If I had wielded a superior blade, I could have struck him down with far greater ease. I refused to let a shoddy weapon be the reason for my demise. I needed steel, worthy of my growth." Neville sensed my intent and began his inquiry. "Do you prefer to purchase a finished product or commission a custom piece? What is your estimated budget for this endeavor?" Sungmin replied with a calm steadiness. 47 million won. And I want it custom made. Neville's response, however, was unexpected. "That budget is rather tight, is it not?" The remark stung Sungmin slightly. 47 million was a fortune, yet Neville explained the harsh reality. The blacksmiths of Ibrisa are the pinnacle of their craft. Their mastery commands a heavy price. However, if you pledge your soul as collateral, Mr. Lee Sungmin, we can arrange a substantial loan. With very low interest, of course. Sungmin shut it down instantly. "Forget it. No loans. Is there no way to browse the options first?" Neville gestured to the interface, a sly glint in his tone. "If that is the case, there is someone available for a private consultation right now. Would you like to meet them immediately? I'm counting on you." A beam of light shot from Neville's fingertip, tearing open a luminous rift in reality. As he faded back into the shadows, he bowed. "I shall take my leave for a moment." Sungmin nodded. "Understood." But inside, he was reeling. What was this power, tearing through space itself? If a mere broker held this much magic, just what kind of place was Ibrisa? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void. "What's this? Just a kid emerging from the light?" Was a figure who declared, "I am Sangris. Even if you cannot see my true form, surely my name rings a bell. Well, aren't you coming in? Don't just stand there like a statue." Her sudden appearance caught Sungmin completely off guard. Stepping through the dimensional gate, he introduced himself. "I am Lee Sungmin. I wish to commission a spear." Sangris countered with a professional question. "Is there a specific design you favor?" Sungmin produced a basic spear. Something with this structure would be ideal. She eyed the weapon, analyzing it instantly. "Ah, the central plane style. A classic design. Can you show me how you wield it?" The request puzzled him. Excuse me. Why? Revealing one's martial arts to a stranger was a major taboo in the world of warriors. Songyaris shrugged, her logic undeniable. How can I forge a weapon that fits you if I don't know how you move? Different techniques require different weight distributions. It is essential. Sungmin remained skeptical. You want to watch my techniques and build the weapon based on that? Sangyaris nodded, her expression serious. Listen, kid. I am 400 years old. I've swung a hammer for 350 of them. I may not have started with the God-given talent of the dwarves. Her vulnerability was a twist Sungmin hadn't expected. Sangyaris continued, her voice filled with the weight of centuries. But for those 350 years, I have lived every single day as a blacksmith, and I am confident that I lose to no one. Sungmin stood frozen. Her words mirrored his own struggle with Wiji Ho Yan. We started from different places, didn't we? He smiled internally, realizing the kinship. She is just like me. Meanwhile, Sangyaris grumbled, I don't know what got into me rambling to a kid like this. If you don't like it, you can leave. Go find a dwarf smith. Sungmin interrupted, with newfound respect. I will show you my martial arts. Watch closely. Sangyaris blinked at his sudden compliance. Changed your mind fast, didn't you? Usually people stay suspicious and walk away. He smiled, his answer simple, yet profound. Because you said you have worked hard for 350 years. Silence stretched between them, heavy with mutual understanding. Finally, Sangyaris burst into laughter. Aren't you a bit too trusting? Sungmin shrugged. That's a first. I've never been called gullible before. She grinned, turning her back to hide her expression. You have a smooth tongue, kid? In truth, she was fighting back a smile, forcing her face into a cool, stoic mask as she glanced back at him. You. I like you. I usually insist on fair trade, but this time, I will forge you something far more valuable than what you paid for. You might just become a regular customer. Sungmin committed her words to memory. It will take a few months to finish. Just wait patiently. And so the waiting game began. Back in reality, Sungmin threw himself into training. That battle with the Chimera Ogre was my first true clash with a high-level threat. It taught me more than any Manhwa Recap ever could. Now, I had to make that experience my own. Memories surfaced, compliments he had received in the past. You have a good eye. That is what true talent looks like. Compared to a genius like Wiji Ho Yan, my so-called talent was just hard-earned instinct. My 5 senses, and even the 6th, were finally awakening. After my senses were sealed during the mountain training, unsealing them converted everything into system skills. Against the ogre, I felt it. My body moved on its own energy, flowing unconsciously. That was definitely the 6th sense. It is an incredible power, but relying on it blindly is a death sentence. While the mountain training sharpened my 6th sense and intuition, my basic 5 senses haven't seen the same legendary breakthrough. Touch, smell, taste, hearing, sight. I need to balance these with my 6th sense. This disequilibrium must be fixed. If I fail to harmonize them, I'll never return to my true path. Later that evening, the sun dipped below the horizon at the mercenary guild. Baron looked up, his expression grave. What brings you here? Taking on another mission so soon? Sungmin replied, calmly, cutting to the chase. No. What happened to the Chimera Ogre's corpse? Baron poured a glass of wine, nodding slowly. I figured you would ask. It makes sense to be curious. A chimera doesn't just appear. Someone created it. Investigating it alone is impossible, so I am collaborating with the Society of Magic to uncover its origins. Sungmin's mind raced. In his past life, he never encountered the Chimera Ogre. Either no one took the quest, or whoever did was slaughtered by the beast. Judging by the timeline, the Lord of Hell will be revealed as the creator in about 6 months. Or perhaps that monster summoned the Chimera in my previous life as well. If I can kill him now, I might just rewrite the future. I want to see the body too. Together, they made their way to the Heavenbender Society. A voice greeted them at the entrance. Pleasure to meet you. Sungmin froze, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized the man standing there, Jongyun. He turned his head, eyes locking onto Lee Sungmin, and introduced himself with a chilling smile. I am the dark mage Kim Jong-hyun. Surprised, I was just admiring the magnificent corpse of the Chimera. Sungmin replied, his voice steady as a calm lake. I am Lee Sungmin, the slayer who silenced the Chimera's roar. Kim Jong-hyun tilted his head, asking, are you Korean? Even if we shared a homeland, the odds of meeting here were astronomically low. Does the phenomenon of dimensional gates opening happen in your world too? Hearing this, Sungmin couldn't hide his confusion, realizing this felt just like a leveling manhwa scenario. Dimensional gates. What are those? Kim Jong-Hyun began to lecture portals, linking to this space manifest, leading to a catastrophic invasion of demons. Forget it. So you hail from a different dimension than I do. Still, it's a pleasure. I haven't seen another Korean in ages, so this is actually quite thrilling. Actually, that's not the only reason I'm happy, Sungmin asked with a frown. What does that imply? Kim Jong-Hyun waved it off with a bright fake smile. Nothing at all. But tell me, why are you here? Sungmin grimaced as he explained, I came to examine the chimera's corpse. In this timeline, the future had already shifted onto a completely divergent track. I need to gather intelligence to calculate my next move perfectly. Kim Jong-Hyun leaned in with a mysterious air like a character from a system manhwa. Then you must tell me what you found. Since it was already dead, drawing conclusions is difficult. However, the chimera's body was bombarded with high-tier magic spells. The dark wizard who created this abomination must be a grand mage of legendary caliber. Its mouth was stitched shut. Starved, just to test its combat specs. Cruelty beyond measure. Sungmin's eyes widened as the realization hit. I see. That explains why it didn't devour its prey, but merely tore them apart and left them to rot. Kim Jong-han nodded. Precisely. We both want to know what twisted scheme that mage is plotting with such vile experiments. Though I doubt you care about the deeper lore. Sungmin eyed him with suspicion, his voice dropping an octave. So what were you about to say earlier? I know you aren't just happy to see me. Kim Jong-hyun replied nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much. It's just that your law of causality. It is completely distorted. The remark struck Sungmin like a thunderbolt. How could you possibly know that? Kim Jong-hyun smirked, half joking. So you were aware. That's unexpected. You see, dark wizards have eyes that can peer into the very soul. If I were you, I would have gone insane by now. Honestly, you should be dead. Do you understand the weight of that? Sungmin stepped back wary. You mean the eternal suffering after death? Kim Jong-hyun nodded. Something like that. I wonder why your causality is so twisted. Care to share your story with me? Sungmin's heart filled with doubt. Why should I tell you? Why should I trust a word you say? Kim Jong-hyun began to bargain. I'll tell you a secret you don't know in exchange. Shall we swear a mana oath? I swear on my magic that I will never reveal what I hear from you to a single soul. Sungmin was taken aback again. He thought, I truly don't understand my current condition. Since he offered a mana oath, perhaps this is a golden opportunity to learn the truth. Am I a transmigrator? Kim Jong-hyun looked puzzled before correcting him. No, you are one who has returned from the grave. Yes, that explains the distortion. Life and death. Breaking that fundamental rule brings about a terrifying karma, a trope often seen in an awakening manhwa. But since you only know about the twisted causality, I suppose I can reveal one more thing. You are far stranger than that. It's not just your fate that is bent. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Sungmin's expression darkened as the truth loomed over him. Kim Jong-hyun tilted his head, staring deep into him before speaking. Actually, never mind. I can't tell you. Sungmin snapped. What do you mean? He explained gently. If I speak the truth, I will die. Sungmin couldn't hide the concern etched on his face. Kim Jong-hyun's voice trembled slightly. In short, it seems your life does not truly belong to you. Shortly after, Sungmin was kicked out. He recalled Kim Jong-hyun's parting words. Sorry, but come find me next time. Forgive me for not telling you everything. I'm a bit shaken, so I need to organize my thoughts. Sungmin wandered off, asking himself, what on earth did that mean? He clearly remembered the warning Kim Jong-hyun had shouted earlier in his memories. Stop, this is my territory, back off, unless you want to die together. The confusion only deepened. Finally, Sungmin turned his head at the sound of a voice. Greeting him was Scarlet, wearing a bright, welcoming smile. You're the brat from the mountain, right? Long time no see. You've grown so fast. Sungmin blinked blankly. Who are you? That question instantly ignited her fury. What? You don't remember me? Unbelievable. I'm Scarlet Lear. I taught you magic. You ungrateful brat. Sungmin dug through his memories of the Scarlet he knew, confused. Silence stretched between them for a long moment before he delivered a shocking reply. Don't lie to me. Wham! Sungmin instantly ate a fist to the face. The impact successfully rebooted his memory. Long time no see, Miss Scarlet. She dusted off her hands, satisfied. That's more like it. Anyway, glad to see you again. What brings you here? Did you finally become a proper mage? He shrugged. No, just personal business. Scarlet glanced toward the door, her eyes narrowing. Business? Don't tell me it's with that lunatic. Kim Jong-hyun. Sungmin was surprised. You know him? Suddenly, she lost her cool and shouted, I know him. Dark wizards are all weird, but that guy is a special kind of dangerous. He's a total psycho who lost his mind long ago. If possible, don't get untangled with him. You handle your own life, but seriously, be careful. Sungmin bowed politely. Yes, thank you for the concern. She smiled, pleased with his manners. Well, it's nice to see you. I'm busy today, but come visit later if you're free. My research lab is on the 3rd floor. If you come by, I'll brew you some tea. Don't be a stranger if you get bored. He stood rooted to the spot, waving goodbye to Scarlett. Inside, Sungmin was reeling. The conversation with Kim Jong-hyun had left him speechless, and everything felt surreal. People were treating him with strange kindness. Is there a reason? Is this just reality now? What is actually going on? The world fell silent around him. Sungmin pondered alone, I don't know. My mind is too chaotic, filled with too many variables. First, I must focus on what is right in front of me. Target twin-headed hounds. Difficulty 5. Reward 50 million. Lud waved his hand in greeting. We meet again, Lud. Sungmin noted internally. In the previous timeline, this man had also joined the hunt for the hounds. Lud declared loudly, this time, I'll show everyone my true power. Sungmin nodded, satisfied. I'm counting on you. Another connection forged. In this Manhwa recap of his second life, he realized one thing: humans were never meant to survive alone. I've always pushed people away to protect myself. But Lloyd, he was different. A good companion for the road. Having someone by my side for so long, the jagged edges of my callous heart were finally being soothed. 3 months vanished in the blink of an eye. A heavy pouch hit the table with a thud. This commission was hell, but you pulled it off. Here's your share. 50 million. Sungmin smiled softly. Thanks, Baron. Lloyd, grabbing his cash, immediately grinned. Drinks on me. Let's get wasted. But Baron's face darkened, as if recalling a crucial detail. Actually, someone requested an audience with you. Sungmin raised an eyebrow. Who? Lloyd groaned. I said we're drinking. Baron dropped the bomb. The captain of the Vreon Mercenary Guild. The air left the room. Both Sungmin and Lloyd froze in shock. Baron pressed on. Do you know who that is? I do. Sungmin thought, his mind racing. How could I not? The Vreon Mercenary Guild was a titan in this city, a massive organization commanding over 100 elite warriors. He is one of only 3 SS-class mercenaries in Beheringer, the master of the Shaolin 100-step Divine Fist. In my past life, he was a legend I worshipped from afar. The reason for my admiration: the man sat there, smoke curling from his lips, exuding pure charisma. Pleasure to meet you. You must be Lee Sungmin. I'm Jun, captain of the Vreon Mercenaries. You're no class? Like me, aren't you? The question struck deep. In this harsh awakening manhwa world, he was living proof that even the classless could rise to become supreme experts. The man before me was the peak of the mountain I was desperately trying to climb. After a heavy silence, Joan spoke again. Only 18 years old, I know how brutal this world is to the classless. Yet at your age, you've already reached the realm of a supreme expert. You're talented. Enough small talk. Let's cut to the chase. I want you to join the Vreon Mercenary Guild. You took down the Chimera Ogre and have a list of thunderous achievements. Join us and you'll be granted SS class status immediately. I'll even make you vice guild leader. Come under my wing. Seeing Sungmin's internal chaos, John smirked. Confused. Let me sweeten the deal. Look at this. Sungmin's gaze locked onto the object in his hand. Jun explained with swelling pride. The small return pill. You've heard the legends, haven't you? A divine elixir from the Shaolin Temple. Consume this, and your internal energy will skyrocket. It's yours, if you agree to a few simple conditions. Sungmin narrowed his eyes. Conditions. Joan slid a piece of parchment across the table. Just sign this contract. Sungmin picked it up and read the fine print. Absolute obedience to his commands. He looked up, voice cold. Simple, you say. There's no magical binding, but breach it, and the penalties are severe. The level of restriction is high, but this pill, it will push your cultivation to a transcendental realm. Did anyone actually agree to that? Jian muttered. They did, if they wanted to survive as a mercenary in Beheringer. Later, Lloyd asked anxiously, so what did you decide? Sungmin replied flatly. I refused, of course. I'd rather die than sign a slave contract wrapped in gold. Joan had smiled, a cold, terrifying twist of lips. Good. Very good. Sungmin sighed. If things go south, I'd rather leave Beheringer. Lloyd gasped. Is it really that bad? Lloyd's face turned grim. It's worse. Your life is in danger. John is a petty tyrant. He's obsessed with control and will crush anyone who defies his will. Every A rank in his guild is his puppet. And those he can't control, he destroys them because he hates what he can't own. He's pure evil. Back when I was S rank and you were A rank, I turned him down during the annual recruitment. After that, he sabotaged every mission I took. The Vreon Guild owns the missions in this city. You need to leave grind your levels in another region and come back when you're an S rank powerhouse worthy of a leveling manhwa protagonist. That bastard is already SS rank. Sungmin fell into a deep silence, brows furrowed. The image of his idol shattered. I never thought he was that kind of monster. Betrayal tasted bitter. The hero of his past life was a villain in this one. Lloyd nudged him, breaking the mood. Hey, forget him. Come with me to Mountain M. Suddenly, chatter from a nearby table cut through the noise. Did you hear? They found the Dark Mage's dungeon? The Chimera Ogre's dungeon. Yeah, a raid team is forming. The Vreon Guild is leading the charge. Inside the warehouse, a voice grumbled. This took way longer than I thought. Sungmin looked at the exhausted blacksmith Selena. No rush. It's okay. She didn't stop working, visibly annoyed. Only because you changed the specs halfway through. Here, take it. I used mithril as the base and coated it in black steel. It absorbs mana like a sponge, so channeling your spear aura will feel effortless. How does it feel? Just then, Neville strolled in from outside. You look satisfied. Sungmin shot him a sharp look. Wait. This quality. Neville just smiled that mysterious merchant smile. The materials alone for that spear cost a fortune. Even with the extra gold you threw in it, barely covered the raw ore. Honestly, this was practically a charity case. But, I get it. Lee Sungmin, you have this. A strange magnetism. People just want to help you. It's uncanny. I don't mean it in a bad way, so don't worry. I've talked too much. I'll take my leave. Call me if you need anything. Sungmin froze, his footsteps halting. His face went pale, drained of blood. It wasn't anger at Neville's words. It was a terrifying realization. Neville's comment was the final piece of the puzzle. He had felt it since Mountain M, a subtle disconnect, a sense of alienation. I thought it was just dumb luck. But suppose, just suppose, if I have some hidden privilege, if this system manhwa logic is forcing people to like me, then are my bonds real? Is Lloyd really my friend? Suddenly Lloyd appeared. Lee Sungmin, where have you been? Lloyd stopped dead, stunned by Sungmin's ghastly expression. He looked genuinely confused. Sungmin's mind spiraled. If my theory is right, even this concern is fake. Oblivious, Lloyd threw an arm around him. Whoa, what's with the face? You look like you've seen a ghost. You are nervous about the dungeon raid? I told you to relax. I am coming with you. Sungmin's eyes were empty, his soul seemingly adrift. The dungeon raid. Just as I feared, the future timeline has shifted. Because I slaughtered the Chimera Ogre, the guild has begun investigating the Dark Warlock. This dungeon was discovered 3 months earlier than in my past life, triggering a butterfly effect. A presence approached from behind. You came too. With this rising star, joining this Manhwa Recap-worthy raid should be a walk in the park. Based on his aura, that man is a battle-hardened veteran of the Iron Mercenary Guild. In my previous life, the Iron Mercenaries were deployed elsewhere and missed this raid. But now, with the schedule pushed up by 3 months, they have joined the fray. Cheon looked at Lloyd with a sneer. Lloyd is here too. Long time no see. Living the good life. I assume Lloyd bowed his head respectfully. Yes, it has been a long time. The man patted Lloyd's head with blatant disrespect, his voice dripping with venom. Dungeons are dangerous places. You never know when or how you might die. Sungmin caught the murderous intent and glared daggers at him. As the group walked away, Lloyd pointed a trembling finger at their backs, fury rising. Did he just threaten to kill me if I stepped out of line during the expedition? Sungmin remained lost in thought. This unexpected situation weighed heavily on his mind. Ultimately, I had to join because of this trash-tier talent of mine. 6-star Divine Violet Art, 6-star Infinite Void Song, 5-star Shadow Soul Escape. 3 months after descending the mountain, my growth has stagnated completely. To break through from a third-rate martial artist to a supreme master, I desperately need the Death Knight demon armor. Ignoring his silence, Lloyd kept chattering. Still, we have other members, so he cannot act recklessly. Do not worry too much, Sungmin. We have a large force for this dungeon attack. According to the strategy briefing, the subjugation squad consists of 27 members in total. The Iron Mercenaries brought heavy hitters 1 SS rank 4 S ranks and 12 A ranks. Even the guild master of the Behanger Mercenaries is here. I trust they will not be careless. Lloyd gripped his blade, his expression darkening. Do not worry, Sungmin. Anyone who tries anything funny will lose their head to my elemental sword art. Sungmin chuckled at the goofy man before him. Lloyd had no real reason to join this dangerous expedition. He likely signed up solely out of concern for me. I am truly grateful for his loyalty. It seems he despises that man as well. Suddenly, Sungmin's focus fractured, but he quickly shook his head. No, I must not overthink this. Just then, Baron raised his voice. All right, is everyone ready? The Bayhanger Mercenary Guild will now breach the Dark Warlock's dungeon. We do not know what lies within, but we are the elite of Bayhanger. Sungmin and Lloyd stood in silent observation. Baron continued, his face grim and determined. As long as you keep your wits about you, we can overcome anything. Now let us go claim our fortune. Following the command, the group of dozens marched into the abyss. Naturally, a vanguard took the lead, moving with silent, deadly precision. Leading the charge was Jung Chun, an A-rank mercenary and master of external martial arts, his skin hardened like stone. Yet, despite years of training, his body was sliced apart like soft tofu, the pieces colliding with the comrade behind him. Cheon bared his teeth at the man beside him, whose pupils constricted in sheer terror at the gruesome sight. Torches flared, illuminating the cave as screams echoed. Baron spun around in shock. They were surrounded. This was going to be a long, bloody night. The light revealed a cavern swarming with beasts. Panic erupted among the ranks. Chimera Chan clenched his fist, growling. This is a mess right from the start. A towering monster loomed over him, but Cheon instantly punched a hole straight through its gut. Sungmin watched with skepticism. 100-step divine fist. Cheon spat vermin. Sungmin assessed the threat level carefully. Sungmin thought, he is strong. If we fight amongst ourselves now, we have zero chance of survival. Without hesitation, he executed a swift kill on a beast lunging at him. A cold sweat formed on Sungmin's back. In his past life, this was an empty dungeon. There were certainly no chimera monsters here. This means, in this timeline, the dungeon master is present. He realized with horror that something was terribly wrong. Looking at the corpses littering the floor, Chan spoke grimly. Heavy casualties. Can we even continue like this? Baron retorted sharply, but your mercenary squad has suffered almost no damage. Cheon smirked arrogantly. Naturally, because my boys are actually skilled. Lloyd, nursing a heavy wound, seethed with rage in the corner. That bastard only protected his own men. It was infuriating. Despite the chaos, Cheon had the strength to back up his arrogance. He was undeniably amazing, yet utterly detestable. Sungmin calculated the odds. A-rank freelancer, Hunter Kang Mi Sunday, within 1 hour of entering, 11 members of the Conquest team had been slaughtered. Among the survivors, she was the only A-rank player not affiliated with the mercenaries. Lloyd, covered in blood, approached her gently. Greetings, my lady. The immediate danger has passed, so please be at ease. He turned to Sungmin with a dejected look. Sungmin, why does she look so terrified of me? Suddenly, Mi-sun screamed, Guildmaster, Guildmaster Baron, looked over confused. What is it? She pointed, a trembling hand. Over there, the Conquest team has taken too much damage. Baron looked down at her and sighed heavily. I apologize, but I cannot prevent casualties in a place like this. I have no face to show our fallen comrades either. However, all our SSS rank main forces are alive, so clearing this dungeon is still within our power. She gasped in horror. But I am just an A-rank player, Baron replied coldly. If you lack confidence, you are free to turn back. Though I cannot guarantee your safety on the return path alone. Mi-sun glanced fearfully at the darkness behind her. Baron softened his tone. Just stick with me. The squad continued probing the cave depths. Saiwu shouted a warning. Watch out. Woojin voiced his suspicion. Those monsters were just stalling for time, weren't they? Young Jae looked confused. So the dungeon master knows we are here and has fled. Whispers spread through the group. Exactly. The number of chimeras was abnormal. If he used his full power to delay us while he escaped, it makes perfect sense. Baron snapped. Hold it. Do not lower your guard based on unconfirmed guesses. Saiwu nodded quickly. Yes, understood. Wait, what lies ahead? Someone gasped. A door baron cast a detection spell and spoke calmly. It is not a trap. It is just a door. Sungmin watched with narrowed eyes as the heavy doors creaked open, revealing a library within. Siwoo took point, scanning the room before shouting, There is nothing here. It is just an empty room. Baron barked out orders. No traps here. The area is too vast. Split up and search. Sungmin stood frozen, rooted to the spot in fear. He recalled Hansu's warning. That's right. Back then, I touched these books. And a hidden door opened. That's how I found the treasure. Lute kept rambling, clearly drunk on his own voice. After walking for hours in this damp cave, a door just appears, and inside a massive library. Sungmin's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What secrets are hidden in those books? He approached the shelf, stepping down into the suffocating darkness of the basement. He glanced down, certainty flashing in his eyes. The records of the magic armor are here. Suddenly, Joan's voice cut through the silence. What is this? A secret passage. What are you hunting for? You're sharp. Sungmin kept his voice steady. I just stumbled upon this path. Jun smirked, his aura darkening. Relax. I actually really like you, kid. Sungmin tensed and bam. He barely dodged a lethal punch. Jun's grin widened maniacally. Oh, you dodged that. Now I like you even more. That is exactly why I have to end you right here. You are too talented. Leave you be, and one day, you might just surpass me. Baron is busy elsewhere with my subordinates. No one is coming to save you. Suddenly, Lute screamed from behind. There's someone here. Jun glanced back, annoyed. Lute, my men were supposed to block the entrance. Lute roared, unleashing his technique. Soul swordsmanship. Jun nodded, unimpressed. That's the one. Lute gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. I knew it. You looked at us like tigers eyeing prey. Now, your true colors are showing. Sungmin gasped. Lute, how did you? Lute shouted. He plans to kill me just to silence the witnesses. But Jun just laughed and hurled Lute into the abyss. Correct. Do you really think you two can stop me? Sungmin glared, his mind racing. Winning alone is impossible. But if I combine forces with another player, maybe, just maybe, we have a shot. He made a split-second decision. Sungmin lunged forward, grabbing the falling Lute. What are you doing? Lute cried. We have to go down, Sungmin yelled. Why? Lute panicked. Sungmin's thoughts were clear. If I equip the magic armor, my stats will skyrocket. It's the only way to survive this leveling manhwa nightmare. They landed in the gloom. Sungmin's eyes widened, locking onto his target. Found it. Lute raised his sword, trembling as he stood his ground. Lute looked up in terror, but it was too late. One punch. That was all it took. Jun's fist, now dripping with fresh crimson, had crushed him. Sungmin stared in horror as Jun pulled his hand back. The killer kicked Lute's limp body. Not bad. You actually managed to scratch me. Sungmin's face went pale as death. Memories of their time together flashed, by now reduced to a cold corpse on the floor. A primal scream tore from Sungmin's throat. Jun watched him charge, sneering with contempt. What, you want to go? You classless trash should know your place in this hellish world. Power is everything. Trust no one. That garbage lying there would have betrayed you eventually anyway. Jun stomped on Sungmin's leg, breaking his resolve. You get it right. Jun raised his fist, energy crackling. Why am I even talking to you? Just die. Boom. Sungmin was blasted into the wall, dust filling the air. Jun walked over, arrogant swagger in his step. Blocked it again? Nice gear. He kicked Sungmin in the face and snatched the weapon. Let me see that. Lighter than I thought. Is this mithril? He didn't notice the blood, Sungmin's blood dripping onto the gem of the magic armor. Suddenly, the weapon began to glow. The magic armor materialized around Sungmin. Jun leaped back, eyes wide. What the hell is that decorative armor actually possessing the kid? Magic armor. Sungmin's body began to warp, growing larger, radiating a terrifying dark aura. Jun stammered, what is this power? I don't know what this black energy is, but it screams danger. Sungmin's expression was pitch black as he regained his senses. They stared each other down. Jun threw a testing punch. What was that? That black energy? Is this an awakening manhwa? Power up? Why did it vanish? Do it again. I thought you got some legendary upgrade or artifact. Sungmin blinked, panic rising. Wait, nothing changed. My internal energy. My strength. It's exactly the same. Jun scoffed. Guess you were just struggling to survive. Time to die. Sungmin gritted his teeth. Damn it. Seeing Lute's body fueled his rage. Damn it all. As Jun prepared the finishing blow, a new figure emerged from the shadows. Prescan. Using the Thorn's fist style, impressive. But it has a fatal flaw. Jun spun around, punching at the newcomer. You want some too, old man. Interesting. The causality of the soul is twisted here. Sungmin froze. His sixth sense, sharpened by constant survival, was screaming run. Prescan smiled. A perfect sacrifice. Don't fight the dark wizard boy. Suddenly, Baron and Ujin crashed into the room. We heard a massive explosion. What's happening? Baron stopped, cold, trembling. That is the dungeon master, the dark necromancer. Baron screamed, Rick, it's dangerous. Everyone run. A blast of dark magic surged forward. Prescan merely flicked his wrist. Panic erupted. Baron is down. We're trapped. Prescan's voice boomed. Did you really think you made it here by luck? I allowed you to come. And today, fate is smiling on me. I found a sacrifice far superior to that chimera. Chains erupted from the ground, binding Sungmin. Prescan raised his arms. Come. The day my wish is granted is finally here. The name of this monster was Rick Prescan. The battle was over before it began. Woojin and the team charged, but Prescan's dark magic swallowed them whole. Dozens of SS rank mercenaries, slaughtered in seconds, barren helpless, before a true mage was torn in half like wet paper. His body rolled across the dungeon floor. Even the arrogant Jun was crushed instantly. Sungmin's mind raced in terror. Why? Why is this happening? I thought this life would be different. I thought I wasn't a bug anymore. He drowned in regret, staring at Lute's cold, unmoving body. I tried so hard to change, but in the end, I'm still just a bug. Consciousness returned slowly. Sungmin realized he was suspended in the air. Prescan loomed over him. Awake, welcome to my workshop. Sungmin struggled against the chains. Save your strength. Those chains are unbreakable. Prescan smiled, a twisted gleam in his eyes. It sounds strange, but I intend to become a woman. It is often said that women possess a miraculous power capable of achieving feats that even a grand alchemist could not accomplish in a lifetime. That was the reason I defied nature itself to become a woman, yet in the end, I met only with failure. Despair drove me to the forbidden arts, trading my flesh and soul for the curse of immortality. I believed that with infinite time, the answer would eventually reveal itself, and at last, I have found it. Even if my body cannot birth life naturally, I can still forge it with my own hands. That is the truth. I desire to play the role of creator. Hearing this twisted confession, Sungmin's face went pale. The Lich stepped closer, his voice rising in manic triumph. Today is truly a glorious day. To think the one with the foulest karma I encountered in the past, a monster I once couldn't touch, is now before me. But if I use a wretched soul like yours, one steeped in such heavy karma as a living sacrifice, my dream will finally be within reach. He grabbed Sungmin's face, his mouth spilling a torrent of eldritch incantations. Sungmin's eyes widened in sheer terror. Prescan stood before him, looking less like a mage and more like a blood-soaked demon. The chanting drilled into his mind, warping reality until they were pulled into a strange dimension. Sungmin gritted his teeth against the agony. Prescan shouted to the void, I offer this soul as tribute. Sungmin gasped for air as a colossal eye opened in the darkness, staring down at him before it spoke unexpectedly. Prescan froze, his mind reeling in shock. Wait, what is this? Hold on, this cannot be reality. How is the entity answering him directly? Prescan panicked, screaming, that is impossible. The dimensional space began to shatter. Sungmin, released from the crushing pressure, fell to his knees, gasping. The Lich muttered in confusion. Hey, did it just reject the sacrifice? Furious, he seized Sungmin by the throat. Prescan roared. Who are you? Why would the Demon King himself refuse your soul? A soul with karma, as pitch black as yours, should be the perfect offering, so why were you rejected? Sungmin stammered. How the hell should I know? The Lich screamed. What kind of monster are you? I must see the truth for myself. Show me everything. He tried to force his way into Sungmin's mind, but suddenly hot blood burst from the Lich's eyes. When Sungmin came to the bone, spirit was gone. He exhaled, relieved to be alive. But a moment later, he plunged into a pitch-black abyss. Screeching friction sounds tore at his eardrums, deafening him. One by one, faces from his past began to emerge from the darkness. Prescan's face appeared vivid and haunting. Sungmin ground his teeth in pain as the image of Lu's death played on a loop in his mind, his body trembling like a cicada shedding its shell. A grotesque creature tore its way out of his back. The sound of the cicada faded after he defeated the chimera ogre. He had returned, but his body refused to move. Sungmin stood up alone in the suffocating darkness. He didn't survive because of experience from a past life, but because of the sheer grit of a third-rate mercenary who fought for survival every single day, and the promise he made to his friend. His friends had all left Sungmin with one final warning: do not die. He whispered with rock-solid determination, I will not die. He was used to situations like this. Normally, this would be the part where he returns to the past. Regret, humiliation, and inner torment were luxuries he only allowed himself after he had successfully revived. Suddenly, a voice echoed directly inside his skull. I do not know who you are, but can you hear me? Sungmin was confused. Sound transmission. No, this was telepathic magic. He asked quietly, who are you? Why are you speaking to me like this? The voice immediately replied, I am Loi, the master of the Gold Magic Tower. I am trapped deep below where you stand. Like a stone, disturbing a still lake, memories from his past life rippled through Sungmin's mind. He thought, Loi the Gold Tower Master. He went missing in my previous life. It seems this is exactly when and where he vanished. He asked, "What do you want?" The mage replied urgently, "I need your assistance. I am critically injured and cannot move. Please save me from this place." Sungmin asked sternly, "What happened to that bone spirit?" Loi lowered his voice. "The bone spirit? Are you referring to Prescan? He has fled." Sungmin was skeptical. "Are you saying it is safe down there?" The mage replied, confidently. "The enemies have all retreated." Sungmin frowned. "How do I know you are telling the truth?" The mage immediately pledged, "I swear, on my very mana. If I am lying, let me be stripped of magic. If you save me, I will reward you handsomely." Sungmin paused for a few seconds before replying softly, "Very well." He stepped into the dark cavern. Loi shouted, "Thank heavens you arrived in time. Loi, the great mage of the Gold Tower. I tried to reach out when I heard disturbances in the dungeon. I am truly fortunate." Sungmin scanned the area, noting the scars of a massive battle. Suddenly, his body froze, and the blood in his veins seemed to turn to ice in an instant. He looked at a corpse on the ground Sion, and asked grimly, "Loi, what exactly happened here?" The mage replied dismissively, "That does not matter now. Come help me quickly. I will explain the details later." Sungmin looked up and sighed deeply. "What do you need me to do?" Loi pointed forward and shouted, "Get me out of this dungeon." In the direction he pointed, a black heart was still beating ominously. The mage ordered, "Destroy that thing." Sungmin approached, confused. "A heart? What the hell is this?" Loi sounded flustered. "Even I do not know. It was created by Prescan. It is an extremely dangerous object. It must be destroyed." Sungmin raised his weapon and whispered, "Understood." His spear thrust straight toward the heart, but a protective barrier deflected his attack. As if it had a will of its own, the heart surged forward to swallow Sungmin, dragging him into its depths in a panic. Sungmin fell into yet another strange dimension, the magic on his spear refusing to fade. He froze. The black heart had burrowed into his chest. This wasn't a typical item drop from a leveling manhwa. He had forcefully obtained the black heart. Hours later, Prescan woke up in a panic. He stumbled through the shadows trying to escape. "That guy!" He gasped in terror. What in the world was that? The spell Prescan used on Sungmin was meant to shatter the target's spirit, yet somehow, the magic had rebounded back onto him. He kept asking himself why. Other spells worked fine, so why did only the memory-reading magic backfire? Even the Demon King had refused him as a sacrifice. Damn it, the backlash was too severe. I have depleted too much mana. Prescan spotted the bodies of mercenaries scattered on the ground. His own black heart beat with anticipation as he walked toward them with a sinister smirk. "I suppose I will have to use you lot to replenish my mana." Jian lay on the ground, eyes rolled back as the old mage's voice echoed desperately in the background. "Stop it." The old man's body began to wither rapidly. "Stop." Prescan dropped the two dried husks and sighed in relief. "That feels much better." He glanced over at Jian and said loudly, "How cute," pretending to be asleep. Jian bit his lip in terror, daring not to make a sound. Prescan hoisted Jian up and marveled. "You broke free from the binding magic already. You are indeed a strong one." Jian panicked. "Are you going to turn me into one of them?" Prescan smirked. "Not you. You seem quite useful, so I will keep you for other purposes. Yes, with a soul like yours, it might be possible." Suddenly, Loi appeared, cutting him off. "Possible for what? What are you planning?" "Still conducting that disgusting research. Are you?" Prescan gasped in shock. Loi shouted, "It has been 10 years. I have finally found you." The lich scrambled back in fear. "You, persistent leech, you are still chasing me." The mage smiled triumphantly. "Correct. And looking at you, you do not seem to be in good shape. Heavily injured, are we?" What a delightful turn of events. This makes things infinitely simpler. First, I will shatter every bone in your body, and then I will extract the life vessel from your corpse. The life vessel was the phylactery containing the lich's soul. As long as it remained intact, true death was impossible. Sungmin, seeing an opening, rushed toward the Gold Tower Master. "Lloyd, the Master of the Golden Tower, and a Grand Mage," I shouted, "I'm here to join the fray. Let me lend you my strength." But Lloyd's expression was grim. "Apologies, but with your pathetic level, you'll only be a burden. Get lost before you get killed." Meanwhile, Prescan was spiraling into a panic. Heavens, why is everything going wrong today? Rejected by the Demon King, and now that monster is at my doorstep. He thought of the 2 black hearts he possessed. Desperation clawed at him. There is no other choice. Although the experiment was incomplete, dark mana began to swirl violently around him. Lloyd recoiled in shock. "What is that energy? Just what kind of abomination have you created?" Prescan grinned with manic glee. Curious, this is the culmination of my existence, the answer to all my research, the ultimate existence. Suddenly his body detonated in a shower of gore, revealing a naked figure rising from the ashes. Lloyd froze. Ina had been born. Prescan's voice echoed, she is missing a heart, but I have one left. I will utilize this imperfect masterpiece to survive this crisis. The remaining heart will be used later to perfect her, Lloyd roared in fury. You twisted evil, I will eradicate you right here and now. A massive dragon formed from pure mana, materialized at Lloyd's command. Prescan screamed to his creation. Kill him. Slaughter him now. He hurled the dragon toward the girl. Ina stood motionless, but the moment the spell touched her, it shattered into nothingness. Lloyd gasped. She dispelled my magic without a chant. How is that even possible? Prescan laughed triumphantly. Perfect, now speak to me, he beamed. Yes, I am your father. Ina whispered softly, I am hungry. So hungry. Suddenly, an invisible force targeted the mercenary captain. His body went rigid, and blood began to seep from the center of his chest. The captain of the mercenaries, the strongest warrior in the city of Bear, couldn't even lift a finger in resistance. In the blink of an eye, the girl had ripped out his heart. What followed was a nightmare. The sickening sound of chewing filled the air, draining the color from Lloyd's face. Prescan cackled like a madman, but Lloyd could only think one word. Monster. Lloyd recounted the tale later. The battle raged on. That witch and Prescan tanked every spell I threw at them. I ran out of mana and realized I couldn't win. I was heavily wounded and drained. I had no choice but to leave the Black Heart behind and flee for my life. That is the truth of what happened. Once again, I owe you my life. I know I passed out immediately after entrusting things to you. He paused, thinking of the dark artifact. Lloyd lowered his voice. I also want to thank you for destroying that disgusting heart. Sungmin replied calmly, I only did what had to be done. Internally, Sungmin was screaming. What the hell is inside my body? Lloyd promised a reward. I will grant you any wish, as long as it is within my power. This was a meaningless experiment by the Grand Mage, but Sungmin played it smart. I don't desire anything right now. Let me keep that favor for later. Sungmin looked at him nervously. If he knew I absorbed the heart instead of destroying it, he wouldn't hesitate to kill me on the spot. Prescan, the master of the Black Magic Tower, had been executed for violating taboos. The executioner was none other than Lloyd. After 10 years of hunting, he had finally cornered him. In the previous timeline, Prescan died in his lair during a raid that happened months later. But history had changed. A man who should have died was alive because of Sungmin's regression. His eyes darkened as he remembered his friend Lut. Someone who should have lived was dead. The sound of cicadas felt like they were mocking him. I have been a frog in a well for far too long. In my small world, I thought I was a hero. Sungmin recalled the others. But to the true monsters of this world, we are just weaklings, waiting to be crushed. The sky I looked up at was just the opening of a well. The real world is vast and terrifying. Sungmin bowed his head in contemplation. He wondered, how strong has Wiji become? He had to admit the harsh truth of this leveling manhwa reality. I am just a larva. I knew this back at Mount Mercy. But I won't despair over what I lack. I will crawl inch by inch until I complete my metamorphosis into a butterfly. Walking down the desolate path, he pondered his next move. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Lee Sungmin, I can't believe I'm running into you here. Kim Jong-hyun smiled brightly. I heard most of the raid team was wiped out. You're lucky to have made it back in one piece. Sungmin turned around. Kim Jong-hyun. The man eyed Sungmin's gear. That armor is a rare masterpiece. Mind if I take a look? Sungmin nodded. Sure. I have questions for you anyway. Jong-hyun answered his questions one by one. Question 1. What is this armor? This, my friend, is a forced contract tool. It links the user to a transcendent being like a demon king. Sungmin gasped. What? Jong-hyun continued calmly. It's demon armor. It skips the formal consent and forces a slave contract on the user. Sungmin was confused. A slave contract, Jong-hyun explained. Imagine a third-rate martial artist with hidden potential. This fits the trope of a twisted system manhwa perfectly. If they wear this armor, their potential is forcibly awakened, turning them into a master. But upon death, their soul belongs to the Demon King. It's inevitable, Sungmin murmured, but nothing happened when I put it on. Jong-hyun wiped the board clean. Now, that is interesting. 2 possibilities. 1. You have 0 potential to awaken. 2. You have already signed a contract with an entity far stronger than the armor's master. I'd bet on the second option. Jong-hyun looked at him sharply. Any idea who that might be? Sungmin remained silent, confused. Why would the Queen of Nightmares reject you? Jonghyun pointed at him. If the contract failed, the armor is safe to use. It has high-level defense magic engraved on it. The armor suddenly detached and morphed into a bracelet. You can wear it like this normally. When you fight, infuse it with mana or internal energy, and it will deploy instantly. Sungmin moved to the next topic. Question 2. Prescan tried to offer me to the Queen of Nightmares. Kim Jong-hun sank into deep contemplation. The Demon King was a transcendent being, a creature of a completely different dimension in this leveling manhwa. It could strike terror into the souls of anyone beneath its level, just by holding their gaze. The fact that you kept your sanity means you're special or perhaps a monster of that caliber, simply acknowledged you as worthy. Now you understand the gravity of the situation, don't you? Silence descended upon the room, heavy and suffocating. Sungmin asked, his voice laced with doubt. Is it because the level of my soul surpasses even the Terror Demon King himself? The man smiled softly. I couldn't answer him. My intuition screamed that speaking the truth now would only invite disaster. Sungmin's blood turned to ice in his veins. He was confused. He stammered, I once absorbed a monstrosity into my body. Donghyun's eyes narrowed instantly. The Black Heart? Prescan's creation, right? I can't be 100% certain. I don't sense the energy of an ally on you. But remember, Prescan was obsessed with researching the ultimate life form. If that heart truly is his creation, then the results it yields will be on a completely different dimension compared to that magic armor you're wearing. I apologize, but I can't reveal more than that. However, the gods might have the answers you seek. Sungmin recalled the advice. If you want the truth, go to Area and seek out Dania, the god of time. He wondered, could the god of time really answer a question like this? Sungmin stood up, bowing with polite respect. Thank you. That information was incredibly useful. Donghyun grinned, his mood shifting instantly. It was nothing. Come find me anytime you want. I've taken quite a liking to you. Sungmin felt a chill crawl down his spine at that gaze. He closed the door, his mind a chaotic storm. The conversation with Kim Donghyun had clarified some things, but it also birthed 100 new questions. Now I need to head to Dreamo. Suddenly, a foot slammed into him. Scarlet shouted, Lee Sungmin, I told you to stop sticking your nose into dangerous business. He clutched his head in panic. Scarlet, aren't you supposed to be a dignified mage? Why do you have to kick me every time we meet? Her voice dropped to a serious, threatening tone. If I used magic on you, you'd be nothing but dust by now. Getting involved with her brings nothing but trouble. He softened his voice. I just have a few questions. Scarlet snapped back, annoyed. Then ask me, how dare a brat like you try to tease me? Sungmin blinked, confused. Scarlet, how old are you exactly? Fury erupted in Scarlet's eyes like a volcano. She grabbed him by the collar. You little brat, you never ask a lady her age. He panicked, thinking, I guess she's much older than she looks. She raised her voice, masking her concern. I heard you were the only survivor of that raid. Are you actually okay? Sungmin remembered, lose, and his voice dropped. I'm fine. Scarlet saw his expression darken, and her demeanor softened immediately. What's your plan now? He replied instantly. I'm going to Dreamo. I have unfinished business there. Scarlet's face lit up. Really? Then let's go together. After talking for a while and realizing Lee Sungmin was heading to Dreamo, Scarlet insisted on tagging along. Scarlet put her hands behind her head, acting nonchalant. Huh. Oh, I just happen to have business in Dreamo too. Since we're going to the same place, isn't it better to have someone to talk to on the road? She shot a dagger-like glare at Lee Sungmin. Why do you have a problem with that? Under Scarlet's intense pressure, he flinched and could only stutter. No, not at all. I'm happy about it. Lee Sungmin was sweating bullets, but internally he was thinking, actually, I'm not happy at all. Not that he hated traveling with Scarlet. She was a genius mage with unique magic. She founded the LES school and would soon become the master of the Red Tower. Being friends with a future legend like her was objectively a great idea. Back in his room, Lee Sungmin sat alone, his thoughts spiraling deeper. But why is everyone so friendly to me? What if everyone I've met isn't attracted to me, but to something lurking behind me? What if every relationship I've built is just a lie founded on this curse? Luz's death wouldn't have been in vain if he had just joined the attack. I have no proof for any of this. It's just paranoia. But if I really do possess something like that, and Scarlet is following me because of it, if she meets the same tragic fate as Luz, I will never be able to forgive myself. That is the real reason I don't want her coming with me. His mind drifted back to the events inside the dungeon. When I saved Roy, and obtained the black heart, I looted a corpse. A suspicious man like that would definitely keep his most valuable items on his person. What I found shocked me. A small life elixir, a great life elixir, and the Shaolin's secret arts. These were priceless treasures you'd only see in a leveling manhwa. Returning to reality, he gripped the pill, swallowing it without hesitation. The small life elixir. No matter how worried I am, I need to get stronger first. I just need to circulate the energy. After swallowing the pill, Lee Sungmin sat in the lotus position to cultivate. But surprisingly, there was no reaction. He stood up immediately to check his body. Lee Sungmin was baffled. What is going on? I don't feel any change at all. Usually, when consuming something like a small life elixir, the medicinal energy should be wrapping around my body. Lee Sungmin felt a surge of irritation. Was it a fake? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a pink light suddenly erupted from his stomach. Seeing his abdomen glowing, Lee Sungmin looked down in shock. After a moment, he finally had his answer. The conclusion was undeniable. His internal energy was rising exponentially. The small life elixir wasn't a fake. Usually, the energy spills out, and you have to frantically circulate your ki to make it your own. Watching the energy naturally coat his entire body, Lee Sungmin stood frozen in place. I didn't have to do anything. I absorbed 100% of the elixir's power automatically. He stared at his arm now, wreathed in a powerful aura, and his thoughts raced. Absorbing even a small portion of energy is difficult for most martial artists, but I think I just absorbed every last drop. Lee Sungmin was genuinely startled. How is this possible? Is it because of? He thought back to his theory about the black heart and looked at the remaining box on the table. He walked over and picked it up. The Great Life Elixir. Lee Sungmin decided to gamble it all and swallowed the second pill. Immediately, a torrent of energy far more violent than before engulfed him. And yet Lee Sungmin absorbed it all effortlessly. I absorbed both the small and great life elixirs perfectly. My internal energy now rivals that of a peak master. He thought of the black heart beating within him. How can I possibly handle this much power? Is this the black heart's influence? I can't be sure, but this is definitely to my advantage. I've solved my lack of internal energy. He pulled out the skill manuals. Now I need to do something with these. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Lee Sungmin. The next day, he went to find Scarlet to discuss a change of plans. Hearing his words, she asked in surprise, "You're going to Bredan instead of Dreamo?" Lee Sungmin nodded firmly. He bowed his head, his gesture filled with sincere determination. "It looks like our paths diverge here. My apologies," Lee Sungmin began. But Scarlet Lear wasn't having it. "Why the sudden change of heart?" she demanded. Sungmin sighed. "I obtained a secret technique from the Shaolin Temple. I intend to return it to its rightful owners. And the Shaolin Temple is located in Bredan." Scarlet's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Return it, you're crazy. You have to learn it, then sell it." Lee Sungmin didn't hesitate. "I've already mastered the Shaolin 100 Moves divine art. But selling it, the streets are flooded with fake manuals. Getting a fair price is impossible." He scratched his head, feigning sheepishness. "That's why I'm returning it to the sect. I'm banking on a finder's reward instead." Scarlet paused her argument, crumbling before his logic. "So that's your only reason for not traveling with me? A detour to Bredan?" Lee Sungmin nodded slightly. "My business is solely in Draper, so..." Before he could finish his sentence, Scarlet cut him off. Her face lit up with excitement. "Perfect, I have business in Bredan too." Sungmin blinked, caught completely off guard. Seeing his confusion, Scarlet revealed her true intentions. "Okay, not business exactly. I just want to explore the world. City life suffocates me," she admitted, looking wistful. "I prefer the solitude of the mountains. After wandering for a while, I plan to settle down somewhere beautiful." Sungmin stared at her speechless at this sudden revelation. A moment passed, and Sungmin smirked, recalling her previous rugged appearance. "What, you plan on going back to looking like a charcoal briquette?" Scarlet snapped. "I'm going to bathe." Sungmin tried to slink away, but Scarlet clamped a hand on his shoulder, dragging him back. "We're traveling partners now, right?" She didn't wait for an answer. She grabbed his head and forced it up and down vigorously. "You're nodding. That means yes, no takebacks." She finally released him, leaving Sungmin dizzy and squatting on the ground. It settled, then Sungmin sighed, defeated. "Fine, but I need time to prepare." "Is 1 week enough?" Scarlet chirped, bouncing with energy. "Yeah," Sungmin replied. "It'll take me a week to sort everything out anyway." Sungmin tried to rationalize his fate. "Think positive. Having a conversation partner on the road isn't the worst thing. And traveling as a duo is safer than going solo." The scene shifts to a gloomy, suffocating forest. Anna wandered through the darkness, barefoot in her violet dress. Suddenly, she froze. You. Standing before her were Lee Sungmin and Scarlet Lear. Recognizing the threat, Sungmin instinctively stepped in front of Scarlet, shielding her. Anna raised her hand, whispering strange incantations. After I met you. Instantly, her flesh rippled and burst into writhing tentacles, weaving together to form a monstrous razor-sharp claw. She stared vacantly at Sungmin, her voice a broken record. It feels strange. You? Who are you? Just moments ago, this forest had been dead silent. Prescan sat perched on a boulder, nursing his wounded pride. Lloyd, that man is a monster disguised as a mage. I barely escaped with my life. The title of genius truly belongs to freaks like him. He glanced at Anna, who was crouched in the dirt. If I hadn't awakened you in time, I would have been obliterated. Hey, kid. No response. Kid, he called again. Finally, the blank-faced girl turned to him. She was chewing on something she found on the ground. Prescan frowned. My control is sloppy because the awakening process was rushed. She's barely following orders. What is she even eating? Anna glared at him, sending a shiver down his spine. But the obedience seal is holding. She won't harm me. He approached and wiped the grime from her mouth. Do you remember my command? Go back to the place where you first opened your eyes. Retrieve my heart. Anna stared at him, eyes void of intelligence. Anxious Prescan repeated himself. You can do that right. You'll be back quickly. He pointed into the distance and shouted, Go, bring it to me. Anna didn't hesitate. She bolted with inhuman speed, running so hard her shoes flew off her feet. Prescan watched her vanish into the tree line. Where is she going? Hopefully, her instincts guide her to the right place. Anna sprinted, but her path veered off course. Father told me to go elsewhere, but I feel a pull from this direction. My heart. It's pounding like a war drum. What is this sensation? It makes me sick. Her detour led her straight to Lee Sungmin, and that brought them back to the present confrontation in the woods. Anna tilted her head. You. Who are you? The monstrous claw slashed down, yet Sungmin stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide with paralyzed horror. Scarlet screamed, You idiot. Move. She unleashed a torrent of flame, just as the blow landed. Boom. The explosion finally snapped Sungmin out of his trance, forcing him to stagger back. Scarlet's fireball had scorched Anna's mutated arm, forcing the girl to retract it. Wake up, Scarlet yelled. Do you have a death wish? Sungmin clutched his chest, teeth grit in pain. Sorry. My heart just froze. Scarlet stared at the abomination before them. What the hell is that thing? Sungmin remained silent, his mind a chaotic storm. That's Prescan's chimera, the very monster Lloyd warned me about. Why is it here? Did it come for the heart? The memory of Sion being slaughtered in a split second flooded his mind. Even Grand Mage Lloyd struggled to survive against this beast, and he had to fight Prescan simultaneously. Sungmin clenched his fists, summoning his magic armor. Can I handle this? The image of Scarlet being torn apart flashed before his eyes. No, I won't let that happen. He exploded into motion, launching a flurry of strikes. But the girl, no, the monster, wove through his attacks with terrifying grace. Sungmin was already gasping for air, sweat stinging his eyes. Sensing an opening, Anna's tentacles lashed out, snatching him into the air. As he slashed at the constricting limbs, his mind raced. This kid. Her attack patterns defy all logic, and her punch is heavier than the chimera Aegis. He gripped his spear, hands trembling. If I don't amplify my internal energy with the Alicia technique, this is the end. It was a stroke of luck that he had asked Sirius to lighten his armor. Now, his movements were ghost-like, swift, and lethal. Seeing Lee Sungmin frozen like a statue, Scarlet Lear screamed his name, channeling her mana. Get out of the way, you idiot! She unleashed a blazing torrent of fire straight at Anna. The monster raised a twisted tentacle to block, but Scarlet's flames devoured it instantly. Ina's face twisted, gritting her teeth against the searing pain. Floating high above the battlefield, Scarlet kept weaving her spell. Hurts, doesn't it? I bet it burns like hell. I can tell you possess high magic resistance, but… Ina clutched her incinerated limb, the agony clearly visible on her face as smoke rose from her flesh. Scarlet smirked, overflowing with arrogance. While you might neutralize standard spells, my flames are… unique. She couldn't help but lecture about her own genius. Ordinary resistance is useless against me. I've encoded a secret mantra into the fire itself. If you don't want to be reduced to ash, you'd better behave. But before she could finish her monologue, a shadow lunged. Lee Sungmin reacted on instinct, diving in to save her just in time. They crashed onto the debris as the ground where she hovered shattered into dust. Lee Sungmin caught his breath. Shall we consider my debt repaid with this? Absolutely, we're square, Scarlet replied. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin froze. A chilling realization struck him. Wait, could that stance be? Looking at Ina's posture, he recognized the legendary 100-step phantom fist. He remembered Lloyd's warning. This monster had devoured his heart in a past life. Don't tell me it absorbs the skills of everything it eats. What a damned monstrosity. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, clashing with Ina, but his spear hit nothing but empty air. Suddenly, Ina descended like a guillotine. He barely raised his spear in time to block the strike. I can't block this forever. Just as he panicked, Ina halted, leaning in with a voice devoid of warmth. I asked you a question. Why are you silent? In a split second, her aura shifted to pure rage. Her eyes bored into Lee Sungmin's soul. Just what the hell are you? Her killing intent paralyzed him. But suddenly, a massive fireball roared toward them. Lee Sungmin threw himself to the side to escape the blast. It was Scarlet Lear crimson runes danced around her body as she channeled a high-tier spell. Staring at Ina's scorched face, Scarlet scoffed. You should thank your lucky stars. I'm here to crash the party. She pointed a finger, smirking. Oh, are you angry? If you're mad, come and kill me. The provocation worked perfectly. Ina gnashed her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred for the mage. She prepared to blitz Scarlet, but spectral hands erupted from the earth, locking her ankles in place. It was another of Scarlet's traps. Seeing the monster immobilized, Scarlet strutted back and forth, mocking her. Seizing the opening, Lee Sungmin charged his spear, ready to pierce. Sensing the lethal blow, Ina leaped but not to escape the bind. She sliced off her own feet. Lee Sungmin watched in horror as she severed her limbs to dodge his attack. She cut off her own legs. Ina pirouetted in the air and landed softly. In that second, fresh flesh, knitted together, her feet had already regenerated. Lee Sungmin and Scarlet stood aghast. This wasn't a typical leveling manhwa boss. This was an immortal nightmare. She just grew them back instantly. How is that possible? Scarlet scratched her head, annoyed. What breed of monster is this? Even the burns I inflicted are healing. Such a pain, she grumbled. Lee Sungmin glared at her. A pain? You're only realizing that now. Twirling a lock of hair, Scarlet analyzed. Even superior regeneration has limits. If we double-team her, we have the advantage. We just need to inflict massive damage continuously. Once her mana runs dry, victory is ours. Ina heard every word. A sinister smile crept across her face as she unleashed a catastrophic storm of pink energy toward them. Witnessing that terrifying power, Scarlet's playfulness vanished. Okay, I take back what I just said. Staring at the berserk monster, Scarlet paled. That amount of mana makes no sense. We are in deep trouble. Before she could finish, a tentacle lashed out at Lee Sungmin. The impact sent him flying. He crashed into the dirt, blood trickling down his forehead. Agony surged through him, forcing a guttural scream from his throat. Scarlet watched him writhe in pain, panic rising in her voice. Hey, are you okay? When he didn't move, she screamed, Don't you dare die on me. Do you hear me? Lee Sungmin forced himself up, coughing up blood. I have to change. I did change. I changed myself and I changed the world around me. That's who I became on Mount Mush. But it's not enough. My dream is too massive to even speak aloud. A worm can only crawl. If one step isn't enough, then I must take 10, 100 more. Memories of Wiji Ho Yan flooded back the days of training until his skin tore and bones cracked. I couldn't do it. I settled for just one step. Mount Mush. What a joke. The truth is, I didn't leave because I got the demon armor. I left because I hit a wall so high, I couldn't see the top. In the end, I chose the easy way out. I used the armor as an excuse to flee the mountain. The price for that cowardice is this moment. I am useless. Pathetic. I needed to struggle, but I chose to run. I never should have done that. Lee Sungmin staggered to his feet. The spear in his hand trembled. It's so heavy. A weight I haven't felt in a long time. Static filled his ears. He gritted his teeth, thinking of his companions. The sound of cicadas. I want to stand beside her. I want to be worthy. I want to rewrite this wretched destiny. I don't want to die. Scarlet dodged an incoming attack, but Lee Sungmin stood motionless, lost in his awakening. I have a dream far too grand for a mediocre worm like me. But I refuse to die here. It's impossible for the me of today. As the realization hit, he thrust his spear toward Ina with everything he had left. But if I possess a wind that exceeds what I deserve, I shouldn't stop at one step. Violet internal energy began to wrap around his spear, then his entire body. More, I need more. Pour it all out. His spear collided with Ina's phantom limb. Boom. In an instant, her arm exploded into gore. Lee Sungmin's overwhelming aura roared like a dragon, threatening to swallow the monster whole. The girl screamed in a mix of fear and rage. "Who the hell are you?" As Lee Sungmin pulled his spear from the ground, his vision began to blur. His voice trembled, weak and fading. I am Lee Sungmin." Aina, the injured girl, stumbled back a few steps. Clutching her bleeding arm and wiping blood from her lip, she stared him down and replied, "I am Aina." Lee Sungmin kept his spear pointed at her, his guard fully raised. Seeing this, Aina turned on her heel and bolted deep into the forest, without a single glance back, leaving Lee Sungmin and Scarlet Lear standing there stunned by the sudden retreat. With the threat gone, the adrenaline left Lee Sungmin's body, and he collapsed to the ground. The world around him dissolved into absolute darkness. When consciousness returned, he found himself in a strange bed. Realizing this wasn't his room, Lee Sungmin sat up. Scarlet Lear was sitting nearby, engrossed in a book. He groggily asked, "Where am I?" Scarlet Lear didn't even look up from her pages. "Oh, you're finally awake," she snapped the book. Shut her gaze, piercing through him. "You're lucky to be alive. You've been unconscious for 3 days. We are in a village near the battlefield. I called a doctor and used some high-grade medicine to treat your external wounds. How does your body feel?" Lee Sungmin looked down at his hands, testing his grip. The stiffness was gone. "I think I can move freely now." Suddenly, Scarlet Lear sprang up and planted a firm kick right on his chest. "What the hell? Don't push your luck, brat. Do you have any idea how many bones you shattered?" Lee Sungmin blocked her kick with his arm, his expression serious. "I'm telling the truth." Scarlet narrowed her eyes, suspicion clouding her face. "What do you mean? Are you saying a pile of broken bones healed in just 3 days?" Lee Sungmin remained silent, staring at his fingers. He wondered if this miraculous recovery was a hidden perk of his condition, like a cheat code from a system manhwa. Could this be the power of the Black Heart? Seeing his silence, Scarlet Lear took off her glasses and sighed deeply. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? What exactly was that monster, kid? You know something?" She leaned in close, enunciating every word with dangerous clarity. "If you know the truth, spit it out. Don't try to play games with me." Realizing she wouldn't let this go, Lee Sungmin decided to come clean. He spilled everything to Scarlet Lear. After listening to his story, she nodded slowly, absorbing the heavy information. "I see. So, that's the secret of the Black Heart." Lee Sungmin sat on the bed and nodded solemnly. "That's right." Scarlet Lear clasped her hands behind her head, leaning back. "So, you survived a living hell and obtained an energy source with godlike potential. It sounds like the plot of a leveling manhwa. I honestly don't know whether to call you incredibly lucky or cursed." She paused, and when Lee Sungmin didn't react, she looked a bit awkward. "No, wait, you were definitely lucky. If I hadn't been there, you would have been dead meat." Lee Sungmin just muttered a flat, "Yeah." Scarlet glared at him, annoyed by his lack of enthusiasm. "What is with that indifferent expression? Do you not know how to say thank you?" Lee Sungmin turned to her, his eyes serious. "Why didn't you run? That situation was life-threatening. Her target was only me. You could have escaped easily. Why did you stay?" Scarlet's playful expression vanished, replaced by a somber look. "It sounds like you're asking why I didn't just let you die." Afraid she had misunderstood, Lee Sungmin quickly waved his hands. "No, that's not what I meant." Scarlet Lear stood up and walked away from the bed, speaking slowly. "Because I simply didn't want to." "Tell me, have you ever experienced war?" Confused but honest, Lee Sungmin replied, "No." Scarlet turned her back to him idly, twirling a lock of hair. "I thought so. Back when I was young, back when I was a cute kid, not the gorgeous woman I am now. I don't know when it started or where it came from, but a brutal war broke out. War is a cruel thing. It swept away everything precious to me, destroying the homeland where I was born." Scarlet's eyes grew distant as she recalled the ashes of her childhood. "The village was reduced to rubble. And everyone important to me." She paused, her voice tight. "It's really hard to get used to that feeling of loss. That is why I've never tried to get close to anyone." Suddenly she spun around, looking straight at Lee Sungmin with a bright smile. "But what could I do? Everything was happening right in front of my eyes. I couldn't just leave you there alone. Besides, you have that annoying look on your face like you know everything. You've lost someone too, haven't you?" She stepped closer to the brooding Lee Sungmin and spoke softly. "Don't worry about useless things. I'm not going to die. I survived a war and every hardship this world threw at me. I'm practically the main character of a manhwa recap. That's how lucky I am." Lee Sungmin recalled the monstrous arm of Aina and how close it came to ending Scarlet. "But didn't you almost die back there?" Scarlet smirked at his doubt. "I still had my ultimate technique in reserve, you know. Even if you hadn't blocked that attack, I would have survived." You always travel alone because you're afraid your companions will die, right? As your senior in this harsh world, let me give you some advice. Scarlet pointed a finger directly at his face. If you don't want to lose anyone important, then get stronger. I mean truly strong, so you never fall into a desperate situation like that again. That is exactly what I'm doing. Hearing her advice, Lee Sungmin forced a bitter smile. Who doesn't know that? Scarlet replied casually. It's the only clear answer there is. But you're feeling better now, right? Lee Sungmin nodded. That's right. Scarlet looked relieved. It seems you understood everything I said. I'll get going then. Rest up. Tomorrow, we head to Breton. As she turned to leave, Lee Sungmin quickly spoke up. Thank you. Scarlet Lear waved her hand dismissively without looking back. Don't mention it. Alone in the room, Lee Sungmin gripped his spear, sinking into deep thought. Become stronger. I know that. In that final moment, the energy that exploded from my spear tip was enhanced. I don't need to dwell on useless worries. This is my path in this awakening manhwa reality. I will continue to grow stronger. The very next day, Lee Sungmin and Scarlet Lear arrived at the city of Breton. Scarlet cheered. We're finally here. Walking through the streets of Breton, Scarlet Lear couldn't stop looking around. Everything here was new and fascinating to her. This is my first time in a city in the Central Plains. Thank goodness we weren't attacked again on the way. She patted Lee Sungmin on the shoulder. So, what should we do first? You're not planning to go straight to the Shaolin Temple, are you? Lee Sungmin shook his head. I haven't decided yet. Scarlet made a suggestion. Well, since we're already here, let's take a break. Or better yet, let's go get something to eat. Lee Sungmin nodded in agreement. Sounds good. The aroma of food hung in the air as they entered the restaurant, welcomed instantly by the staff. As they settled in, Scarlet Lear couldn't hide her impatience. She immediately piped up, So what's on the menu for us today? I can't say for sure, Lee Sungmin replied, his expression unreadable. Scarlet Lear tapped her chin deep in thought. I am at a loss for what to order. This is my first time dining in the Central Plains after all. Besides that, I am not sure how to deal with the trash upstairs. 2 eyesores on the second floor have been locking onto us. Their killing intent is far from subtle. Hearing this, Lee Sungmin lowered his voice to a whisper. Scarlet, you sense their aura too. Scarlet, Lear scoffed, obviously. From the moment we stepped into this inn, those rats have been scanning us from head to toe. How could I not feel such blatant stares? Scarlet Lear frowned, her irritation spiking. What is their problem? Why are they provoking us? It is infuriating. Lee Sungmin offered his theory. It is likely because of me. Scarlet Lear paused, confused. Excuse me. Lee Sungmin realized she needed clarity. When a martial artist reaches the peak realm, they undergo a phenomenon called reverted origin. It is a profound internal power, usually invisible to the naked eye. Hearing this explanation, realization dawned on Scarlet Lear. Even though Lee Sungmin met one of the conditions for the absolute realm through his enhanced energy, he lacked the remaining factors. He had not yet fully ascended to become a supreme martial master. Snapping out of her thoughts, Scarlet Lear turned to Lee Sungmin. So your internal energy is leaking so aggressively that it attracts these annoying flies. Her voice carried up to the second floor. The thug slammed his hand down and roared. What did you just say? Who are you calling flies? The man named Sungmin peered down from the railing. He winked at Scarlet Lear, his tone dripping with mockery. For such a beautiful young lady, your mouth sure spews some ugly words. Hold on, do you actually think that line makes you attractive? Scarlet Lear looked at him with pure disgust. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You brainless moron, is your head full of manure? Instead of raging, Sungmin just laughed it off, scratching his head. I guess it is true that every rose has its thorns. Scarlet Lear snapped back. Shut your trap. Have you been reading too many third-rate romance novels? She pointed an accusatory finger at him. Hey, I am begging you. Can't you just shut up and focus on your food? Every word that leaves your mouth makes me want to destroy you. I am holding back every ounce of my patience right now. Hearing the insults, veins bulged on Sungmin's neck and face. Lee Sungmin observed the rage, but remained calm. It seems he is about to explode with anger. Scarlet Lear glanced at him mocking. Why is he so mad? Sungmin drew his blade, his face flushed crimson with fury. I will give you one chance to take back those insults right now. Scarlet Lear remained defiant. No, I won't. She shouted up from her seat. And if I don't take it back, what are you going to do, you idiot? The moment she finished speaking, Sungmin leaped from the second floor, his sword slashing down toward her. Scarlet Lear screamed dramatically. Oh, so scary. Sungmin, save me. Lee Sungmin narrowed his eyes, assessing the incoming attack. Is he a first-rate martial artist? Seriously, Why does she have to provoke people like this? Before Lee Sungmin could even move, a blast of force struck Sungmin, sending him crashing down with a groan. Lee Sungmin frowned. He hadn't even seen the strike. What was that? A figure landed softly nearby. The stranger spoke up. Why is someone acting so violently inside a peaceful inn? Tossing 2 coins in the air, the stranger continued. He really has no eye for people. How dare he challenge someone clearly stronger? Sungmin lay on the floor, a massive lump on his head, and a coin spinning next to him. Lee Sungmin analyzed the situation instantly. A coin. Did he just knock out a first-rate martial artist using nothing but a single copper coin? Lee Sungmin pushed his shock aside and addressed the newcomer. Who are you? The man clasped his hands in a traditional greeting. Apologies for intruding, but it would be troublesome if someone died here. I am Namgung Hyun of the Namgung clan, their top rising star. Scarlet Lear snapped her fingers, recognizing the name. The clan, famous for having tons of powerful masters, right? Lee Sungmin clarified. Actually, I wasn't planning on killing him. Namgung Hyun waved his hand dismissively. I know. Anyway, would you mind if I joined your table? Scarlet Lear rested her chin on her hand, a teasing glint in her eyes. If you are paying, sure. The Namgung clan is loaded, right? Namgung Hyun chuckled softly. Deal. Seeing Namgung Hyun staring intensely, Lee Sungmin asked, why are you looking at me like that? Namgung Hyun didn't blink. May I ask your age? 18, Lee Sungmin replied. Namgung Hyun's eyes lit up with excitement. Only 18. Yet you are on the verge of the absolute realm. That is truly impressive. I never expected such talent. Perhaps. Are you the rumor's little heavenly demon Wu? Yoon? Lee Sungmin mid-sip immediately sprayed water everywhere. Lee Sungmin lowered his head, wiping his mouth awkwardly. Across from him, hearing that name, Scarlet Lear's face went pitch black. Namgung Hyun continued his deduction. Are you not him? Given your martial arts level, he is the only one who comes to mind. Lee Sungmin looked up sharply. Do you know the little heavenly demon? Scarlet Lear stood up abruptly, looking ready to climb over the table and strangle someone, but the 2 men were too engrossed to notice. Namgung Hyun answered casually. He is quite famous. There are only 3 masters revered as heavenly demons: the Blood Heavenly Demon, the Undying Crazy Heavenly Demon, Baek Woon, and the Little Heavenly Demon Woo-Yoon. Because of the name, people assume the little one is weaker than the others, but that is a mistake. Before he could finish, Scarlet Lear jumped up and kicked Lee Sungmin right in the head. She was trembling with rage, face turning purple. Namgung Hyun broke into a cold sweat. So, you aren't the Little Heavenly Demon. Come to think of it, there are rumors that the Little Heavenly Demon is actually a woman. If that is the case, a person of your age possessing such incredible martial arts. Who exactly are you? Lee Sungmin lifted his head, sporting a fresh lump, and answered. I am Lee Sungmin. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Namgung Hyun frowned. I have never heard of you. Before he could continue, Lee Sungmin cut him off urgently. More importantly, do you know anything else about the Little Heavenly Demon? Namgung Hyun shook his head. I only know the basics I just mentioned. If you want details, just ask around the murim world. Rumor has it that he is quite brutal. But putting that aside, I would like to challenge you to a duel. Lee Sungmin and Scarlet Lear froze. A duel? Namgung Hyun smiled innocently. I have no ill intentions. It is just that when I see a powerful martial artist, my warrior's blood itches to compete. Lee Sungmin considered the offer. Just like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, he knew that combat experience against a high-tier opponent was the key to shattering his limits. With that thought, Lee Sungmin accepted without hesitation. If this is just a friendly spar to test our limits, then I accept your challenge. Gong Hee-won's face lit up with excitement the moment the challenge was accepted. This is great, but just sparring is a bit dull for a manhwa recap, isn't it? A mischievous glint entered his eyes. Let's make it interesting with a wager. You want to bet? Gong Hee-won waved his hand, casually. Nothing life-threatening, don't worry. His voice boomed with laughter as he declared the stakes. How about this? The loser has to become the winner's sworn little brother. With the term set in stone, Lee Sungmin and Gong Hee-won wasted no time. They left the restaurant, the air crackling with anticipation. They arrived at the training hall. Gong Hee-won drew his blade, standing tall across the arena. Ready to show me what you've got. Lee Sungmin gripped his spear, his voice steady but humble. I can only hope my skills won't disappoint you. Gong Hee-won let out a short chuckle, but in a split second, his demeanor shifted completely. The playful atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a sharp, suffocating battle aura. You're far too modest, Hee-won muttered. Watching him, Lee Sungmin felt a chill down his spine. The flow of his sword energy? It's completely different now. He truly lives up to his legend. The future strongest warrior of the Namgung clan from my past life. The pressure is immense. His strength is undeniable. At the very least, he's a peak realm martial artist, a rare genius of this era. Meanwhile, Scarlet Lear sat on the sidelines watching the clash of titans with a wide, bored yawn. Gong Hee-won made his move. In a blur of speed, he created 3 distinct after-images, sword in hand. Lee Sungmin couldn't decipher the technique yet. All he could do was maintain his focus and observe. His footwork is bizarre, Lee Sungmin thought. If I stand here gaping at it, I'll lose my rhythm, and it'll be game over. Just as predicted, Gong Hee-won unleashed the first form Shadowless Spirit Walk. Wasting no breath on words, Lee Sungmin exploded forward. He drove his spear straight toward the real body. Void Step. Seeing Lee Sungmin react with such ferocity, a thrill shot through Gong Hee-won. He's trying to disrupt my footwork with pure speed. Interesting. I can't believe he closed the distance that fast while wielding a long spear. Gong Hee-won didn't hesitate, his instincts taking over as he moved to intercept. He knocked Lee Sungmin's spear aside with a resounding clang, shouting, "Now that is what I like to see." But suddenly, a strange force took hold. Lee Sungmin's spear felt like it was glued to Gong Hee-won's blade, unable to pull away. It stuck fast. Lee Sungmin's eyes widened. Is this an energy absorption technique? He realized too late he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Veins bulged on his arms as he channeled every ounce of strength into the spear shaft. With a guttural growl, he finally ripped his weapon free from the magnetic pull. He leaped back to reset, but the reprieve was short-lived as they clashed again in a storm of steel. Gong Hee-won swung his blade down. Nine Heavens Spear Art First Form. Realizing Lee Sungmin had read the trajectory, Hee-won instantly shifted into a new technique mid-strike. The soul-chasing spear strike. Lee Sungmin's eyes widened in shock at the sudden shift. Did he just change his sword stance to mimic a spear technique? Gong Hee-won skidded back his sword hand, trembling slightly from the impact. If that had been a real spear tip instead of a blunt one, that would have been messy. He rested his blade on his shoulder, his expression serious. If we keep going like this, it's going to get dangerous. And I have no intention of calling someone younger than me, Big Brother Lee Sungmin retorted, his spirit unbroken. Besides, wasn't this match rigged in my favor from the start? Hee-won grinned. Since you're older, even if you lose, you don't really lose anything. But you're still going to give it your all, aren't you? No warrior steps into the ring, wanting to lose. By now, Scarlet Lear had given up on sitting and was lying flat on the bench. She propped her head up, sighing loudly. This is putting me to sleep. Just hurry up and finish it already. Ignoring her, Lee Sungmin locked eyes with his opponent. Of course. Gong Hee-won charged forward once more. Good. Let's continue. The air exploded as the two warriors rushed back into their duel of honor. Hee-won employed the same strategy, closing the distance to magnetically bind Lee Sungmin's spear. Once again, Sungmin found his weapon trapped against Hee-won's blade, forcing him onto the defensive. Lee Sungmin grimaced. Caught again. The same damn technique. He was forced to dodge repeatedly, unable to mount a counterattack against the relentless assault. Damn it, I hate to admit it, he thought, but his control over internal energy is leagues above mine. Struggling is useless. I have to use my most effective method. I'll use the repulsion force to break the bond. With a burst of power, Lee Sungmin launched himself high into the air. He drove his spear down like a lightning bolt toward Gong Hee-won. In response, Hee-won unleashed the second form of the Nine Heavens. Lee Sungmin countered instantly, splitting his internal energy into multiple torrents. Lightning Breaker, the two ultimate techniques, collided. Gong Hee-won's sword tip struck with pinpoint accuracy, drilling directly into the covered head of Lee Sungmin's spear. With a sharp crack, the tip of Lee Sungmin's training spear burst open, shattered by the impact. In a heartbeat, cold steel hovered millimeters from Lee Sungmin's throat. No matter how fast your footwork or how many afterimages you create, you have one fatal flaw. I just had to find it and strike. I win. Lee Sungmin slumped to the ground, a bitter smile on his face. I lost. Big brother. Suddenly, Gong Hee-won pressed the blade even closer to his neck. Sungmin gritted his teeth, veins pulsing against his skin as he braced for the worst. I still have a mountain to climb, he thought. But then, the pressure vanished. Hee-won sheathed his sword and extended a hand, his face breaking into a warm grin. Honestly though, you're pretty tough. Lee Sungmin took the hand and hauled himself up. I lost before I could even show much. Nonsense. In terms of raw skill and technique, we're nearly equals, Hee-won replied. Your spear arts are absolutely terrifying. Compared to basic forms, your execution was flawless. And your high-level techniques, they weren't lacking either. I'm guessing you haven't had many chances to duel real martial artists, have you? Lee Sungmin lowered his head in silence. It was true. His control over his internal energy was still unpolished. When our weapons clashed, you were hesitant. You didn't know how to handle the feedback. Gong Hee-won slung an arm around Sungmin's shoulder, laughing like an old friend. I only won today because I've been in more scraps than you. Once you rack up some battle experience in this leveling manhwa world, you'll overcome those issues in no time. Whatever the case, we're sworn brothers now, and as your big brother, I want you to travel with me. Lee Sungmin blinked, confused. Travel to where? Gong Hee-won answered without skipping a beat. To the Shaolin Temple. Lee Sungmin froze, genuine surprise coloring his face. No way. I was actually heading there myself. Realizing their paths were aligned by fate, they began chattering excitedly. Really? Then this duel was truly destiny. It certainly seems that way. Their bonding was interrupted by a groan from the bench. Scarlet sat up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. You two are so loud. Is your boring little bromance fight finally over? Seeing the sudden intimacy between the two, Scarlet Lear stood frozen, completely at a loss for words in the shifting atmosphere. What in the world is wrong with them? I'm getting a seriously bad vibe here. The scene shifts to a dimly lit cave where an ancient monk meditates. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. I can sense it. The storm is approaching. The god of chaos descends. As the group leaves, the martial arts arena chatter erupts about why Gong Hee-won would travel all the way to the Shaolin Temple. This discussion marked the beginning of a legendary awakening manhwa arc. Gong Hee-won addresses his companions. I make this pilgrimage every year to visit Abbot Bunjang alongside the young successors of the other three great noble clans. Scarlet Lear smirks, seizing the chance to mock him. Ha! Listen to this loser. Lee Sungmin, however, is genuinely curious. Oh, but why is it mandatory for you to go every single year? Hee-won keeps walking, answering casually over his shoulder. It's an ancient oath. I'll fill you in on the way. Lee Sungmin simply shrugs. Fair enough. But Scarlet's reaction is entirely different. Her jaw practically hits the floor as she thinks, what is this trash rambling about now? Flash forward, and the trio has finally arrived at the majestic Shaolin Temple. After a long journey, Lee Sungmin, Gong, Hee-won, and Scarlet stand before the temple gates. A monk from the temple spots them and rushes over with a warm, radiant welcome. As they enter, they receive a crash course on the local power dynamics. The Namgong Jegal, Moyang, and Tang families, these are the titans of the martial world. It's a classic setup for a leveling manhwa, where the heirs are all rivals of equal terrifying power. Scarlet, walking in the rear, winces. The monk's spiritual aura, or maybe just the sun, reflecting off his bald head, is blindingly bright. She has to shield her eyes from the glare. The monk pauses in the courtyard, a knowing smile on his face. The clan heads sought to form an alliance to unify the families. But when it came time to choose a leader, greed took over. Their powers were too evenly matched to pick a ruler, and thus the burden of destiny was passed down to the next generation. He scans the three young martial artists before him and continues, from the Sichuan Tang clan, the poison butterfly Tang Yi. The arbiter of this contest shall be my master, Abbot Bunjang. From the Silver Dragon Jegal clan, Jegal Taeyang. And from the Snowflower Moyang clan, Moyang Sejin. The abbot will decide who among the four heirs is worthy of the title of supreme leader. As the monk finishes his introduction, Gong Hee-won steps up to greet his peers. Yo, sorry to keep you waiting. The Dragon Sword clan ran into, let's call them, complications on the road. Lee Sungmin observes the group. Watching them banter, memories from his past life flood back. I know them. These are the legends I only heard whispers of in my previous life. Tang Yi steps forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Hee-won. Complications. You kept us waiting this long for complications? Her gaze suddenly snaps to Lee Sungmin. Is that deadweight over there the reason you're late? Your excuse better be good. Hearing her insult his sworn brother, Hee-won's expression instantly hardens. Deadweight? Who are you calling deadweight? Check your eyes, lady. Tang Yi's killing intent spikes at the disrespect. Excuse me, do you have a death wish? Before blood can be spilled, Hee-won wraps an arm around Sungmin's shoulder. Listen up. This is my sworn brother, a sword prodigy reaching the apex realm before the age of 20. Tang Yi gasps her anger, replaced by shock. Your brother, a genius swordsman, is related to you. Lee Sungmin connects the dots as he watches their reactions. I get it. If he claims a teenage apex master as his family, he instantly boosts his status among the 4 stars of the noble clans. Tang Yi, Jegal Taeyang, and Moyang Sejin exchange wary glances. The power dynamic just shifted. Meanwhile, Sungmin whispers to Hee-won. So you want me to play the role of your little brother for clout? Hee-won whispers back. Exactly. You're already at the apex level. It's not like you lose anything by being my brother. That's why you agreed to come, isn't it, Lee? Sungmin sighs, resigned to his fate. Fine. Jaegul Taeyong steps in impatient. Enough chit-chat. How long do you intend to delay us? Hee-won nods, switching to business mode. Right. Let's move. Before leaving, he turns to Lee Sungmin. We have an audience with Abbot Bunjang. You can take a look around while you wait. Sungmin nods. He prefers the solitude anyway. Understood, brother Hee-won. As the group departs, Sungmin catches a glimpse of Moyoung Sejin. Just seeing her face makes his heart skip a beat in his chest. Once the heirs of the four great families vanish, Scarlet walks up and whacks Sungmin hard on the back. Thwack. Not bad. You lost the duel, but you became a reliable backer for him. Sungmin grimaces, annoyed by the mockery. Knock it off. Scarlet giggles, continuing to tease him. You're so hopeless. The guide monk clears his throat to interrupt them. Please follow me. A meal has been prepared for you. Scarlet perks up immediately. Ooh, I hope the temple kitchen delivers something tasty. Inside the guest hall, a mysterious voice observes them from the shadows. I see. Scarlet, Lear, and Lee Sungmin are dining. Scarlet looks at the vegetarian spread and complains. Seriously, not a single scrap of meat. Lee Sungmin rolls his eyes. It's a Buddhist temple. What did you expect? Scarlet munches on a leaf, surprised. Actually, it's pretty tasty for rabbit food. Sungmin ignores her, his mind drifting to his next objective. I need to return that manual to John and hit up the system shop. Suddenly, the door slides open. A young novice monk bows deeply. Apologies. The abbot requests your presence, benefactor. Lee Sungmin blinks in confusion. Me, the abbot wants to see me. Following the novice into the depths of a cave, Sungmin's mind races. Abbot Bunjang is supposed to be with the heirs. Why summon an outsider like me? The novice leads him to a subterranean cavern, bows and vanishes, leaving Sungmin alone with the shadows and his spiraling thoughts. I know nothing of this man. Even in my past life, I never heard rumors of him. He steps blindly into the darkness, unable to shake the feeling of unease. But I know his title. The darkness parts, revealing the legendary figure. The eccentric Buddha, a sage with a silver beard, speaks instantly. I see. So you are the one beloved by the god of chaos. Lee Sungmin freezes. He has no idea what's happening. Are you? Abbot Bunjang. And what is this god of chaos's nonsense? The old master's eyes pierce through him. You are an anomaly. An immortal existence that defies the wisdom of humanity. Sungmin's curiosity turns to desperation. What? Can you explain clearly? But Abbot Bunjang speaks in riddles, ignoring the direct question. Impossible. If I revealed the heaven's secrets and still drew breath, I would have already shed this mortal coil and ascended to godhood. As the abbot speaks, a gruesome vision flashes in Sungmin's mind, a girl weeping tears of blood. Desperate for answers, Sungmin drops to his knees before the master. Then tell me, where can I find the truth? Suddenly, the temperature plummets. A bone-chilling frost fills the cave, making Sungmin shiver. What the hell? A white mist begins to coil around them like a living spirit. The abbot stares deep into Sungmin's soul and delivers a prophecy. Go north. Years from now, in the land of eternal snow. There, you will meet the one who holds your destiny. Lee Sungmin watched in shock as the old abbot's body flashed with divine light, before dimming in an instant, a truly bizarre sight. Just as Lee Sungmin opened his mouth to ask, the abbot cut him off sharply, saying, Do not ask me. The old master laughed heartily and continued, Did I not tell you earlier that another soul resides within this body? I have no memory of what just happened. Hearing this, Lee Sungmin was left dumbfounded. You serve the Buddha, yet you harbor another spirit within you. Abbot Bunguang replied with a casual shrug. Is that not exactly why they gave me the title of the eccentric Buddha? I do not know why that spirit decided to speak with you suddenly, but I assume it has already given you the answer you sought. Speaking of which, did you return here just to give back the secret manual you stole? Lee Sungmin silently placed the ancient book on the ground. Seeing his action, the old abbot smirked and said, Did you come to claim another reward by returning what you took without permission? Huh. Shocked that the old monk saw right through him, Lee Sungmin could only offer an awkward guilty smile. Ah, very well. Abbot Bunguang pulled out a small round pill and tossed it carelessly to Lee Sungmin, saying, I suppose I should reward you. This is the Great Clarity Elixir. Swallow it. Hearing the name, he immediately reached out to catch the pill. Yes, sir. Holding the treasure in his hand, Lee Sungmin trembled with astonishment. Wait, what? The Great Clarity Elixir. You are giving me such a legendary treasure for a mediocre martial arts manual. Hearing his disbelief, Bunguang's expression turned stern. I gave it to you, yet you still want to cause trouble. It is exactly as Wiji Ho Yan predicted. Upon hearing the name Wiji Ho Yan, Lee Sungmin's mood instantly plummeted. He looked up at the abbot and asked, Who did you just say? Bun Guang replied nonchalantly, You heard me clearly. Why? Ask again. Unable to control his emotions, Lee Sungmin lunged toward the old monk. Wiji Ho-Yeon. Did she come here? The abbot spoke calmly, I wonder. Before he could finish, Lee Sungmin, losing all patience, interrupted him desperately. Please, I beg you, tell me. The old monk smiled and said, If you truly wish to know with all your heart. Suddenly, a muscular young monk appeared behind Lee Sungmin like a phantom. The abbot looked at the young monk and continued, Then try defeating my disciple. The successor of the dark Shaolin Ji-Hak wasted no words, and Lee Sungmin instantly clashed with him in a fierce duel. After a brutal exchange, Lee Sungmin ended up sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. The young monk stood over him, barely breaking a sweat. Lee Sungmin looked up, thinking bitterly, I lost completely. In his daze, he hallucinated the image of Wiji Ho Yan, looking down at him with pitying eyes. It seems you just keep losing, huh? Despite years of hellish training, he knew Scarlet Lear would mock him relentlessly if she saw this. Lee Sungmin spiraled into self-doubt, feeling too pathetic to even answer the voice in his head. When I fought He-Won, I lost, but at least I landed a few solid strikes. But against this guy named Ji-Hak, I am being toyed with like a helpless child. The worst part is, I have never even heard his name before. Throughout my past life, and this current one, just who on earth is he? Abbot Bun Guang, still sitting calmly, turned to ask his young disciple Ji-Hak, What is your assessment? Ji-Hak hesitated for a moment, but eventually gave his master an honest answer. To be truthful, he is full of flaws. Ji-Hak furrowed his brows, looking at Lee Sungmin, as he continued. He lacks experience the most. Even though the martial arts he learned are top tier like something from a leveling manhwa, he cannot bring out their true potential. Lee Sungmin struggled to sit up, listening intently as the young monk critiqued him. Ji-Hak added, He is too immature in controlling his internal energy. It seems he cannot handle the massive amount of ki residing within him. The old abbot stood up, leaning on his cane, and placed a hand on Lee Sungmin's head, saying, The entire flow of energy in his body is completely unbalanced. Hearing the old man's diagnosis, he asked, My energy flow. Bun Guang kept his hand there and replied, Correct, and a case like this is extremely rare. Let me show you. Lee Sungmin panicked as the monk moved. Wait, what are you doing? Bun Guang held him down firmly and said, Stand still, you cheeky brat. The monk proceeded to tie his walking cane to one of Lee Sungmin's legs. Once finished, he cheerfully ordered, Now try walking. Lee Sungmin asked incredulously, How am I supposed to walk like this? The abbot spoke slowly to drive the point home. Exactly. Is it not very difficult to move? That is the current state of your body. Your physical vessel is in an abnormal state. Watching Lee Sungmin limp painfully, the abbot explained that while he possesses the high-level stats of a protagonist in an awakening manhwa, his body is not ready. Because your physical vessel has not been properly unlocked, your Ren and Du meridians are completely blocked. Even though your knowledge and power level are sky-high, your body cannot keep up, so the Kai is trapped inside you, rendered useless. Lee Sungmin reflected on the abbot's words, realizing his internal energy spiked from the elixir, and his skills came from fighting high-level enemies, but he skipped the basics. Unstable on his feet, Lee Sungmin stumbled forward, nearly crashing into Ji-Hak. The young monk nimbly dodged to the side. The abbot continued, If both legs were even, you could walk without issue. But it is impossible when one leg is artificially long. Lee Sungmin lifted his dirty face and asked, Then what should I do? The old monk clasped his hands behind his back and instructed, You must first clear your Ren and Du meridians. Once done, the ki will flow smoothly, and you will easily control your power. Lee Sungmin hurriedly asked, You mean I have to fix this body myself? The abbot replied, Yes, unblocking those meridians is actually quite simple. The abbot turned to his disciple and commanded, Ji-Hak, from now on, I want you to help this brat understand his own martial arts. Ji-Hak bowed respectfully to his master. Yes, I understand. The abbot looked back at Lee Sungmin and said grimly, In 10 years, he would have suffered chi deviation and died if we did not intervene. As a Buddhist, I cannot allow that. Hearing those 4 terrifying words, Lee Sungmin froze with dread. Chi deviation. Abbot Bun Guang added softly, A precious child of mine came here and begged me to teach you if you ever arrived. I am speaking of Wiji Ho Yan. By this time, Lee Sungmin and Ji-Hak had left the abbot's cave. As they walked down the path, Ji-Hak asked Lee Sungmin, How do you feel after fighting me? Lee Sungmin turned to look at Jihak, deep in thought. The two approached a pillar adorned with two hanging lanterns. Lee Sungmin finally replied, I think I have gotten a little stronger. He shared his story with Jihak. I became a grandmaster after years of suffering, and recently, I had an epiphany, like a character in a system manhwa unlocking high-tier aura. But then I lost to you and he won. I still have a mountain to climb. Jihak glanced at him, smiling faintly, and offered some comfort. Do you not think you are worrying too much? At your age, it is rare for anyone to reach this level. In my opinion, you simply met the wrong opponents. He-Wan is a verified genius, and I am considered the future of the Shaolin. You are doing just fine. Despite my shortcomings, the masters of Shaolin raised me from childhood, and I've even consumed 10 legendary elixirs to cleanse my meridians. As Jihak's words washed over him, a cold realization struck Lee Sungmin's core. The gap between their origins wasn't just wide, it was an unbridgeable chasm. Jihak's expression darkened as he continued. Even with all my training, I stood no chance against the minor demon. Shock jolted through Sungmin. You actually crossed blades with her. A shadow passed over the monk's face, his gaze turning distant. Indeed, it happened when she descended upon the Shaolin temple. Sungmin's mind raced. Why would Wiji Ho Yan come to this sacred ground? As if reading his thoughts, Jihak revealed her simple, terrifying reason. She claimed she merely wanted to witness the grandeur of the Shaolin sect. It sounded incredibly arrogant coming from a 17-year-old girl, Jihak admitted. But no one could rebuke her. Her presence was so overwhelming, it commanded instant submission from us all. The duel left me shattered. My defeat was absolute, far more devastating than yours today. Sungmin's voice trembled with dread. Just what kind of monster has she become? The young monk gazed into the distance, contemplating the impossible. I cannot say. She exists in a realm I have yet to touch. Perhaps she has already ascended beyond the transcendence realm. Do you share a history with her? At Jihak's question, Sungmin covered his mouth, hiding a shy smile. You could say that. We are friends. Sungmin placed a hand over his heart, pride swelling in his chest. She is the peak I strive to reach. Jihak paused, then let out a soft chuckle. I see. No wonder your spirit is so restless. Jihak examined his staff, his tone shifting to that of a mentor. What you lack most is combat experience. But that is something time and blood will forge. However, the path to power is paved with crushing defeats and utter despair. I hope your resolve is comprised of steel. Sungmin's eyes sharpened as he raised his spear, entering a battle stance. Jihak, despair, and I are old acquaintances. They clashed instantly, shockwaves ringing out. As Sungmin fought, his inner voice echoed. I may be used to the taste of failure, but it never gets less bitter. Rising from the ashes is a torture all its own. I'm crawling through the mud, while Wiji Ho Yan soars in the heavens. In this brutal, leveling manhwa world, the gap was cruel. Once again, Sungmin was slammed into the dirt. Lying on the cold stone, doubt crept in. Why am I? He violently shook the thought away, forcing his broken body up. Again, please grant me another round. As the sun set bleeding, the sky red, Sungmin finally returned to his quarters. His body was a canvas of bruises, a testament to his grueling training. I plan to train here for a while, he announced. Heiho and Scarlet Lear, busy with a card game, barely glanced at the battered figure in the doorway. Who the hell is that? Then recognition hit. Heiho dropped his cards and rushed over, eyes wide. What happened to you? You sparred with Jihak. Sungmin nodded innocently. Yeah, he's incredibly powerful. Hio's fist clenched until his knuckles turned white, veins popping on his forehead. That rotten old monk, Beyond Sung. He dared to ignore my challenge request? Sungmin tilted his head, confused. Wait, who exactly is Jihak? Are you serious? You haven't heard of him? Hio sighed deeply, realizing he had to educate the clueless protagonist. Well, it's not surprising. While my Namgung clan is famous, we still can't compare to the ancient legacy of the 10 great sects. It pains my pride to admit this, but they have the 3 rising stars of the orthodox factions Jegal, of Bijan Jumyong, of Mudong, and Jihak, of Shaolin. The masters pour every ounce of their resources into them. They are the sect's secret weapons hidden away from the world until they are ready to dominate. That explains your ignorance. Heiho slumped back, his tone turning casual. So you're staying at Shaolin, a shame. I was planning to drag you back to the Namgung clan. Sungmin smiled. I'll come find you later. Heiho looked at him, eyes shining with anticipation. I'll be waiting for that day. I visit Shaolin annually anyway. Suddenly, Scarlet Lear cut in, her voice serious. Well, I suppose this is where I say my goodbyes too. Sungmin blinked in surprise. Scarlet, you're leaving. Where are you headed? She winked, crossing her arms with characteristic confidence. I'm thinking of wandering without a destination. Staying here is fine, but it doesn't feel like true cultivation. If I stagnate, I gain nothing. It's time to move. Suddenly, she lunged at him, poking his side playfully. Caught off guard, Sungmin toppled onto the floor. Scarlet burst into laughter. Aw, look at you. You're sad, aren't you? Can't bear to part with this beautiful genius mage. She tickled him mercilessly. You hooligan, Sungmin squirmed, laughing despite himself. Ah, cut it out. Her expression softened, eyes filled with warmth. But seriously, you really are weak. Even after a day of hellish training, you just let yourself get beaten up everywhere. Witnessing her savage playfulness, Ho-Yeon hugged his knees in the corner wisely, choosing to remain invisible. Pinning him down, Scarlet mused. I wonder where your corpse would end up without me, to watch over you. Sungmin didn't open his eyes, his voice calm. I'll train until my bones break, so that won't happen. Scarlet paused. Good. It was the first time Sungmin had seen this tender side of her. She slipped a crimson band onto his wrist. Sungmin examined the artifact. What is this? It's a soul link bracelet. Wherever you are, if I need you, it will pulse with a signal. I gave one to Baek Sogo, but I never thought I'd give one to you. Raising her own matching bracelet, she flashed a dazzling smile. Train hard. Next time, make sure you're strong enough to come save me, all right? Don't be a pushover anymore. Sungmin sat up, cherishing the weight of the bracelet. I promise, he said softly. I will. Watching their bond, Ho thought of his own rival, Mo Young Sejin. A pang of bitterness hit him. Damn, I'm actually jealous. The next morning, at the temple gates, Scarlet, Lear, and Ho prepared to depart. She waved enthusiastically. Until we meet again. Sungmin raised his hand to wave back, but suddenly, a vision of Luth's gruesome death flashed before his eyes. He froze, paralyzed by the trauma. The nightmare vanished as quickly as it came. Shaking it off, he shouted out, Scarlet, why are you so good to me? She stopped and turned back. For a moment, she hesitated, the morning breeze catching her hair. You're asking me that now, why I chose to be kind. Seeing Lee Sungmin standing there with such a solemn expression waiting for her answer, Scarlet scratched her head in annoyance. She hesitated before speaking. I thought we already covered this, but since you look so anxious, I'll say it again. Now that I think about it, for some unknown reason, I was drawn to you the moment we met. Even Dojun said the same thing. It's strange, isn't it? Like I said before, I usually keep my distance from others. Yet with you, I found myself helplessly pulled into your orbit. It's bizarre, but you know what? She paused, flashing him a bright smile. Ever since we started traveling together, I've realized you're an incredibly kind person. You might be ordinary and a bit boring, but watching you work so desperately inspires me. Plus, I enjoy teasing you, and your loyalty is absolute. I feel like no matter what happens, you're the type who would never betray a friend. And hey, you're actually pretty good looking. Hearing Scarlet's honest words, the tension finally left Lee Sungmin's shoulders. A goofy grin spread across his face. Seeing him laugh at her compliment, Scarlet pointed a finger at him and shouted, What is it? What's with that face? What? Why are you laughing? You try living in a haunted tower with a wrinkled old geezer for years and see if you don't turn out like me. So stop acting like a loser and live with your head held high. You're a decent guy. At least when you're not begging for a beating. Lee Sungmin stopped laughing at her outburst and replied softly, I will. He stood there watching quietly as the figures of Scarlet and Ho-Yeon disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, the bracelet on Lee Sungmin's wrist pulsed with light, evoking the classic tropes of a leveling manhwa system. He touched the glowing artifact, staring at its luminescence for a long moment. Once they were gone, Lee Sungmin wasted no time. He set off on his own path, heading straight for a secluded cavern. Deep inside, Lee Sungmin stripped off his armor and drove his spear into a boulder. Resting his hand on the weapon, he recalled his vow at Shaolin to abandon the demonic spear and the ghost armor. These artifacts were gifts for someone looking for shortcuts, he thought. I will leave my weak mindset and these crutches right here in this cave. He turned his back on the powerful equipment without a shred of hesitation. As he walked away, his mind drifted to the prophecy Master Bull Young had shared with him yesterday. 5 years from now, in the land where the eternal snow never melts, you will meet someone destined to change your fate. 5 years. My pact with Wiji Ho Yan is in 6. Rumors say Baeko and Wui Ho Yan will clash in 5. Back at the Shaolin Temple, Lee Sungmin gripped a simple wooden staff, ready to begin his true training. His mind raced. The important person in the prophecy must be Baeko. Regardless, I only have 5 years. How strong can I become before that day arrives? Wiji Ho Yan was already waiting for him, his aura sharp and ready for their sparring session. Noticing Lee Sungmin's empty hands, Wiji Ho Yan raised an eyebrow. Did you leave behind both the spear and the ghost armor? Ha! Why would you do that? Lee Sungmin gave a faint smile. They don't suit who I am right now. Hearing this, Wiji Ho Yan nodded approvingly. It seems you've finally found your answer. He pointed his wooden staff forward, his voice turning serious. Martial arts is simply learning to use the body. But remember, the thing that controls the body is the heart. The heart manipulates the vessel and becomes energy. That is the essence of Shaolin. Watch closely what true Shaolin arts are and experience it with your body. With that, they clashed. As Lee Sungmin swung his staff, a metaphor echoed in his mind. The sound of cicadas, a buzzing noise trapped in his ears, refusing to fade, a symbol of his stagnation. But before I leave this place, I will shatter that noise. He unleashed a lightning-fast strike that caught Wiji Ho Yan off guard, forcing the genius to retreat and find his rhythm. Wiji Ho Yan offered genuine praise. Impressive martial arts. I can feel the sheer weight of the effort you've poured into your training. Yet, Wiji Ho Yan's own staff moved with fluid, water-like grace. The spear technique you learned is undoubtedly a high-tier art, but your execution is still too clumsy. Do you know why? Lee Sungmin gasped, regulating his breathing? Because I ran away. I convinced myself that no matter how hard I trained, I couldn't improve. So I fled from the difficult path and settled for basic techniques I could learn easily, blocking, parrying, stabbing. Hearing this, Wiji Ho Yan frowned, channeling internal energy into his grip. His eyes narrowed. If anyone could become a grandmaster just by learning the 3 basic steps, why would high-level martial arts even exist? The spear art you ran away from is the pinnacle of martial arts, a treasure that thousands of warriors would risk their very lives to obtain. Lee Sungmin tightened his grip, pouring his spirit into the wood. He unleashed the 9 heavens absolute spear technique. Third form, hidden snake. Wiji Ho Yan braced himself to counter, but as the strike approached, Lee Sungmin vanished from sight. Before Wiji Ho Yan could track him, the staff materialized from the void, slamming squarely into his chest. The genius stumbled back. Lee Sungmin stood there, drenched in sweat, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. And that, he panted, is why I'm done running away. Wiji Ho Yan looked down at his staff, snapped in two by the blow. His surprise melted into a small smile. The path of martial arts is infinite. One must recognize their own flaws, face them, and overcome them. You are not a genius. The true geniuses were already soaring through the heavens while you were busy running away. Wiji Ho Yan clasped his hands together in respect. You may feel despair, realizing the gap, but do not let it drown you. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, crawl. And if you can't crawl, then drag yourself forward inch by inch. That is what I hope you will do. Lee Sungmin asked the question that haunted him. Are you a genius? Wiji Ho Yan recalled his defeat against Wui-Hoon. I used to think so. But after meeting the small heavenly demon, I realized the truth. I once couldn't fly either. But through hellish training of the heart, I have finally taken to the skies. Wiji Ho Yan's words echoed in Lee Sungmin's soul. What about me? Can a bug crawling in the dirt ever hope for more? Am I destined to crawl through the frozen earth forever? Right now, all I can do is squirm. But God, I wish that one day I too can fly. He remembered the past, when Wui-Hoon and Baeko tried to teach him. They were terrible teachers, he realized. They could only explain things from the perspective of the gifted. They never understood the struggle of the mediocre. As he walked beside Wiji Ho Yan, listening to his guidance, Lee Sungmin's mind continued to churn, searching for his own path to the heavens. The Black Dragon was far more skilled in instruction, having been tutored by countless masters since childhood. Yet, the abbot's words struck a different chord. He remembered the Black Dragon's firm command that he needed to experience more of the world. Thoughts raced through his mind. This prodigy, who had mastered the 72 legendary arts of Shaolin, was forcing him to counter every single one of them. After cycling through an arsenal of weapons, we finally settled on blades. But the moment the steel hummed bam, Jiho's fist smashed into Lee Sungmin's face before he could even react. Blood sprayed from his mouth like a mist. Ji-Ho grinned his aura, terrifying. Your senses are a mess. Only your sixth sense shows a hint of growth. The other 5 skills? Pathetic. Ji-Ho caught the incoming blade with his bare hand, turning the sparring session into a harsh lecture. Your internal energy flow is sluggish. You lack perception. That is exactly why you need to grind harder if you want to survive in this unforgiving, leveling manhwa world. Exhaustion weighed on him like a mountain, but Lee Sungmin gripped his spear tighter. I realized that day just how worthless I was, but I refused to run away. I didn't practice the 9 heavens arts the normal way. I forced my internal energy to flow against the current, breaking my limits. It was brutal. I honed my five senses until I finally found the fatal flaw in my own balance. I lacked comprehension. So, I trained until my bones ached. Seasons changed, leaves fell, and snow melted, yet I never once tasted victory against Jiho. Jiho was a true dragon of Shaolin. To beat him, I had to breathe Shaolin. I had to become Shaolin. Days were spent crossing blades with Jiho. Nights were spent climbing the mountain peaks alone, cultivating under the stars. Standing on a precipice that night, Lee Sungmin gazed into the abyss. The world is vast, and I am but a speck of dust. Like a larva, thinking its tiny burrow is the entire universe. But I refuse that fate. I want to spread my wings. I want to soar, and witness the grandeur of this awakening manhwa world. As he contemplated existence, a voice drifted from the shadows. So the frog in the well finally wants to jump out. He turned to see the Grandmaster leaning on his staff. Master Bull Yong. The old monk studied him. You've changed. Sungmin smirked slightly. Have I? Bull Yong chuckled. With your current martial arts, you could live like a king inside the well. Why crave more? Sungmin's eyes burned with resolve. I want to see the world. The monk laughed heartily. Anyone can look at the world, boy. Sungmin's voice dropped an octave, serious and heavy. No. I want to fly. I want to traverse the heavens and look down upon it all. Such arrogance, Bull Yong murmured. You wish to fly so high the world sinks beneath your feet. You are too small for such big words. I want to dream, Sungmin countered. Just a dream, the monk asked. I won't let it stay just a dream. The old master clasped his hands behind his back. I see. Then tell me, what have you learned in these 6 months? Sungmin smiled. I learned how to let go. A satisfied glint appeared in Bull Yong's eyes. Good. He turned to leave. Then, the time has come to truly learn. He left Sungmin alone on the cliff. At that precise moment, the sun crested the horizon, bathing Sungmin's face in golden light. He turned to face the dawn. The rising sun wasn't just light. It was a glimpse into his own blazing future. Time flowed like water. 1 year and 6 months had passed since he joined Shaolin. Now 20 years old, he confronted Jiho with a heavy question. Do you find me annoying? Jiho blinked, caught off guard. Sungmin pressed on. This is my worst habit. I'm weak. Even though I've leveled up, I feel inferior. Fighting me. How does it help you grow? I'm just holding you back. I'm wasting your time. Jiho immediately cut him off. Why would you think that? Because of you, I've improved. Our duels force me to re-examine every martial art I've ever learned. Reviewing the basics is the path to mastery. Martial arts is an endless road, and I intend to walk it to the very end. That is your dream too, isn't it? Sungmin stood frozen, absorbing the words. Hearing him, I realized why, I asked. It's the ghosts of my past life haunting me. The trauma makes me doubt kindness. I can't believe anyone would help me without an agenda. They are too good to me. They became the pillars holding up my crumbling spirit. I'm terrified that their kindness is just a mask for betrayal. That night, the nightmare returned. Sungmin stood alone in the encroaching void. He gasped, jerking awake in a cold sweat. He buried his face in his hands, Jiho's question echoing in his mind. Is that my dream? A dream? No, he muttered. My dream isn't martial perfection. It isn't even the acknowledgement of Wiji Ho Yan. I just don't want to run away anymore. With new resolve, he sought out Grandmaster Bull Yong. Master, do you want to know about my blessing? I want to change my destiny. Bull Yong sat motionless. So you finally found the courage to ask. Sungmin's mind flashed back to their first meeting. Back then, I asked him about the mysterious force protecting me. He said nothing. But it felt like a hidden mechanic in a system manhwa. The Grandmaster broke the silence. You've been in Shaolin for 1.5 years. Why bring this up now? You could have asked any time. Sungmin stood tall before the sage. Yes, I should have asked sooner, but I was terrified of the answer. And now, Bull Yong asked. The fear is gone, Sungmin's voice was steel. I was afraid, but I am done running from the truth. Seeing the fire in the young warrior's eyes, the Grandmaster smiled warmly. I like that look in your eyes. You have essentially guessed the truth. The blessing acts like a cheat code in a system manhwa, artificially forcing others to view you with favor. Hearing the answer he had desperately sought Lee, Sungmin stood frozen in disbelief. Chaos swirled within his gaze as the realization hit him. So that was it. Before he could spiral further, the old abbot's voice cut through the air, interrupting his thoughts. However, do not misunderstand. That blessing only affects their initial perception of you. Lee Sungmin failed to grasp the hidden meaning, so he asked, What are you trying to tell me? The abbot looked at him with ancient wisdom and explained slowly. To put it simply, the blessing merely opens the door, granting you a favorable first impression. But if your heart is rotten, people will naturally distance themselves from you, regardless of the magic. How people treat you right now depends entirely on your own conduct and the content of your character, not some external power. Lee Sungmin couldn't hold back his urgency and blurted out, "If that is true then," the abbot continued, his voice gentle but firm, "it means the relationships you hold dear right now are not fake. They are real." Hearing the old abbot confirm the authenticity of his bonds, emotions crashed over Lee Sungmin. He bit his lip as tears welled up, dropping to his knees to thank the abbot for revealing the truth. "Thank you, master." Abbot Beyond Jang looked down at the young man trembling on the floor and offered a faint, compassionate smile. "If you wish, you can liberate yourself from that blessing entirely. Others will no longer have an artificially good first impression of you. But if you truly desire to forge connections with your own strength, I can help you break that seal." Hearing this, Lee Sungmin hastily wiped the tears from his face and looked up with burning determination. "Yes, please help me do it." The scene shifts as Ho-Yeon arrives once again at the Shaolin Temple. Spotting Lee Sungmin, he called out a casual greeting. "Long time no see." Holding a jar of wine, Ho-Yeon extended it toward him and teased, "Look at those robes. You look like you are ready to become a monk permanently." Seeing Ho-Yeon tease him so comfortably, Lee Sungmin pointed to his head and retorted, "I still have my hair, you know." Ho-Yeon burst into hearty laughter at the comeback. As they sat down, Ho-Yeon poured wine into a cup and spoke to Lee Sungmin. "It has been ages. Shall we have a drink?" Lee Sungmin responded with equal enthusiasm, "Absolutely." Ho-Yeon filled the cup to the brim, then used his internal energy to launch it through the air toward Lee Sungmin. Sungmin effortlessly caught the flying cup without spilling a drop. Was that show of force really necessary? Noticing that Lee Sungmin's martial arts had improved significantly, Ho-Yeon offered genuine praise. "You have gotten much stronger." Lee Sungmin held the cup one hand behind his back in a traditional stance and smiled. "You as well." Ho-Yeon was happy for him. "Congratulations on reaching the peak realm." Suddenly, Ho-Yeon dropped a bombshell. "Lady Mo Yang has married Juga Taryong." Lee Sungmin did not recognize the names at first, wondering who they were. Then, it clicked. The image of Ho-Yeon crying uncontrollably over a girl in the past flashed through his mind. As they clinked glasses, Ho-Yeon continued his story. "She told me she had no interest in overbearing men like me." Lee Sungmin immediately shot back. "She clearly has no eye for talent." Ho-Yeon downed his wine in one gulp and admitted, "To forget her, I trained day and night like a madman until I reached the peak realm. Failed romance, leading to the pinnacle of martial arts." It sounds quite pathetic when you say it out loud, does it not? Ho-Yeon held out his empty cup toward Lee Sungmin, silently asking for a refill, and sighed. "I am not satisfied at all. What about you? Is training here actually enjoyable?" As Lee Sungmin stood to pour wine for his friend, he pondered the best way to respond. After a moment of silence, he looked at Ho-Yeon and answered earnestly, "Yes, I am very happy." Ho-Yeon studied his face and remarked, "You have changed so much. You are no longer that anxious guy I first met. Don't tell me you have actually achieved enlightenment." Lee Sungmin raised his cup and slowly savored the wine. "Is that so?" Ho-Yeon continued to ramble. "Thinking back to when we first met, every time I looked at you, I had this very strange feeling in my heart. But now, I do not feel that anymore. Back then, I honestly thought I might be into men." Hearing this confession, Lee Sungmin just smiled knowingly. "That is a good thing." Ho-Yeon, not understanding the deeper meaning, asked what was so good about it. Another year and a half flew by like the wind. Sungmin turned 22 and finally prepared to leave Shaolin. Before Lee Sungmin departed from the Shaolin Temple, he went to pay his respects to Abbot Beyond Jang. The abbot handed him an item and instructed him to deliver it to the sect leader of Mount Hua in the city of Drav. "Deliver this to the Mount Hua sect leader in Drav." Lee Sungmin accepted the quest, and it aligned perfectly because the god of time introduced by Mercy was also located in Drav. As he walked down the road holding the scroll case the abbot had given him, he wondered if this was a prophecy. If so, Lee Sungmin stopped in his tracks, thought for a moment, and summoned Neville. Neville materialized instantly, dressed in his impeccable suit, and bowed respectfully. "Long time no see, sir. For what purpose have you summoned me?" Lee Sungmin looked at him and stated his business. "I want to purchase some information." Neville immediately asked, "What kind of information do you require?" Lee Sungmin listed his targets: the crazy demon Lightning Bogo, and the minor heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan. Neville acknowledged the request and began answering Lee Sungmin's inquiries one by one. Lightning Bogo is currently traveling, acting as a vigilante for the weak. Thanks to her deeds, she has become quite famous. She is currently located in Rubet, a major trading town. The crazy demon is wandering the land, issuing challenges. He is consecutively seeking out famous sects to test his skills in duels. Currently, he is heading toward the Mount Hua sect in Drov. Holding the crystal ball that displayed the images, Lee Sungmin thought, if he is heading to Mount Hua, I can meet him there when I deliver the letter. Neville stood by his side, observing him, then continued. The final piece of information concerns the minor heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan. Hearing that name, Lee Sungmin's eyes filled with intense anticipation. Neville provided everything he knew to Lee Sungmin. Wiji Ho Yan has gathered a significant number of subordinates, thanks to her overwhelming power and terrifying charisma. Her group consists of about 20 members, and every single one of them is a master at the peak realm or higher. Because of this, many powers are keeping a close watch on them, including the blood heavenly demon Buzian. He is the ruler of the extreme northern lands. The minor heavenly demon's gang is currently encroaching on his northern territory. It seems a war is inevitable. However, the blood heavenly demon has ruled that land for a long time, so his chances of victory are statistically higher. Lee Sungmin heard the analysis and immediately rejected it. You are mistaken. Neville, surprised by the certainty in his voice, asked pardon. Lee Sungmin looked at Neville with absolute confidence and replied, I guarantee that the minor heavenly demon will win. He held the sphere, staring at the image of Wiji Ho Yan, forming within it. His thoughts drifted. Wiji Ho Yan. I have not seen her in 8 years. She is even more beautiful than before. Realizing his mind was wandering, Lee Sungmin quickly scolded himself. What on earth am I thinking? Suddenly, a realization struck him like lightning, and he froze. It was strange. In his previous life, he had never crossed paths with the minor heavenly demon or the blood heavenly demon. The timeline was changing. In her past life, Wui Ho Yan lived in disguise, but now she walked openly as a woman. Lee Sungmin stared at the orb, his mind a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. Could her entire worldview have shifted in this reincarnation? It defied all logic. Even more concerning was her inevitable clash with the blood heavenly demon. Lee Sungmin rose to his feet, conviction hardening in his chest. His path was clear, he had to head north to support her. Yet destiny had set a cruel timer. They wouldn't reunite until that promised moment, 2 long years from now. The memory of Wiji Ho Yan's parting words echoed in his mind, sharp and vivid. I am right here. Make me your target. A faint, determined smile tugged at the corner of his lips. I promised you, he whispered to the wind. You will always be the summit I strive to reach. He resumed his journey, every step heavy with the weight of his resolve. I must focus on my own growth now. She is a prodigy who will likely annihilate the blood heavenly demon in a single breath, then sit upon the highest peak, waiting for me to catch up. I cannot break my word this time. I must trample my limits and become stronger. I won't let the failures of my past haunt this new timeline. Meanwhile, Wiji Ho Yan was dealing with a crisis of her own. She glanced down, a sigh escaping her lips as she fretted over her figure. Why won't they grow any bigger? A presence emerged from the shadows behind her. It was the sword demon Dako, his voice gruff with concern. Leader, you're awake. You should have rested longer. Wiji Ho Yan turned, her expression freezing into a mask of indifference. I told you to drop that title. I never asked for subordinates. Follow me if you wish, but expect no rewards from me. The sword demon could only sigh at her jagged personality. Behind him, a dozen imposing figures stood like silent statues, their loyalty unwavering despite her coldness. Seeing the crowd, Wiji Ho Yan's irritation spiked. I loathe those looks, she muttered. Those eyes filled with blind expectation. It reminds me of my time as the minor cult leader. Endless waves of people looking at me like a savior. Damn parasites. Maybe I should just slaughter them all and be done with it. I miss Sungmin. Her thought was cut short by a booming voice that shattered the silence. So you are the infamous minor heavenly demon. Standing before her was the blood heavenly demon Baek Gusion. He sneered, his aura oppressive. You've got quite the spirit. Are you itching for a duel? Wiji Ho Yan placed her hands on her hips, completely unfazed. As a fellow bearer of the heavenly demon title, I'm simply curious, she drawled. Is the blood heavenly demon actually skilled, or is it all talk? Baek Gusion threw his head back and roared with laughter. You talk as if you're here to grade me, he scoffed. Wiji Ho Yan tapped her chin thoughtfully, before replying. Consider it bad luck on your part. You were just the most convenient stop. I couldn't find the crazy heavenly demon, so you'll have to do. Baek Guson's amusement vanished, replaced by a sinister glare that promised violence. Look at this arrogance. Let's see if your tongue is still this sharp after I crush you. But first, a question. Before he could finish, Wiji Ho cut him off. Which hand do you use to hold your spoon? She asked casually. The blood-heavenly demon blinked, confused by the absurdity. What does that have to do with anything? Crimson energy erupted from her body, tearing the very air apart. Because that's the only arm I'll leave attached to your body. Meanwhile, miles away, Lee Sungmin had finally reached his destination. The majestic entrance of the Manhwa sect loomed before him. So this is the path to the legendary sect, he mused. As he approached the massive gates, 2 sentries blocked his path. The blonde guard raised a hand, his eyes sharp. Halt. Identify your sect and state your business at Mount Hua immediately. I won't take much of your time, Lee Sungmin replied calmly. He produced a scroll given to him by the Shaolin abbot. I am here on behalf of Master Bulun. My destination is the Yao Gate. The brunette guard's eyes widened, realizing the gravity of the name. He quickly bowed, flushing with embarrassment. A messenger from Master Bulun. Forgive our rudeness. I will escort you to the sect leader at once. Lee Sungmin didn't respond, his mind already drifting to the next step of his plan. Once this business is concluded, I just need to locate the god of time Yi, he plotted. Suddenly, a rough voice called out from behind. Hey, Lee Sungmin spun around on instinct. You're that brat from the mountain of Mushin, aren't you? Lee Sungmin's eyes widened. It was Du Bijun. The man leaned against his greatsword, offering a weary greeting. Long time no see. Sungmin approached him genuinely surprised. You still remember me? Du Bijun chuckled. How could I forget that mountain? Those were memorable times. To be honest, that was the most hellish period of my life. I doubt I'll forget it even on my deathbed. Lee Sungmin smiled at the honesty, but pressed on. But how did you recognize me so instantly? My vision was sealed back then, Du Bijun explained, looking up. But I remember the feel of your internal energy. You were an ordinary nobody, but now, you've grown so much, it feels like a scene from an awakening manhwa. Silence stretched between them. The air grew heavy with unspoken words, and the weight of their past. The atmosphere became suffocatingly awkward. Du Bijun broke the tension, waving his hand dismissively. You have business with Mount Hua, right? Go on. Don't mind an old ghost like me. Lee Sungmin felt a pang of disappointment, but Du Bijun cut him off sharply. I said, don't worry about me. The Mount Hua disciples glared at Lee Sungmin, clearly displeased that he knew the intruder. Sensing the hostility, Sungmin turned and sprinted toward the main hall to complete his mission. Du Bijun remained seated, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he watched Sungmin's retreating figure. As he sat in solitude, a female silhouette quietly materialized. The scene shifted to the inner sanctum of Mount Hua. It is a pleasure to meet you. A middle-aged man with a commanding presence sat before him. I am Chung Ha, the sect leader of Mount Hua. This was the legendary Plum Blossom Sword Saint, the master of the Eternal Wind. I am Lee Sungmin here, on orders from Master Bulun. Chung Ha laughed heartily. I am well aware. Since the leader of the Murim Alliance stepped down, Chung Ha continued. I personally recommended Master Bulun for the seat of power. Lee Sungmin handed over the scroll from the abbot. Chung Ha unrolled it eagerly, only to find 3 stark words written in bold calligraphy. Keep dreaming. Chung Ha tossed the scroll aside, groaning. I knew it. That stubborn old coot. He regained his composure and fixed Sungmin with a piercing gaze. More importantly, my disciples tell me you are acquainted with the sword demon camped outside. Yes, Sungmin replied without hesitation. Our paths crossed in the past. He is currently waiting at your gates. Chung Ha furrowed his brows, sinking into a heavy silence. After a long pause, the sect leader spoke. The sword demon demands a duel, but I have no interest in accepting it. Sungmin tilted his head. May I ask why you refuse? The Mount Hua sect leader held a heavy silence before speaking. I am a martial artist at my core. My blood sings only when I clash against the strong. Accepting a duel from a worthy opponent was standard murim protocol. But the demon sword was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Moments later, Lee Sungmin stepped outside. He approached Elder Dokjun, who sat motionless as stone. Old man Lee Sungmin called out. Is it true? Did you really stain your hands with forbidden demonic arts? Is that what Chung Ha told you? Dokjun's voice rasped. Did he claim he refused my challenge solely because I walked the path of darkness? Exactly. What twisted art did you learn? I thought the sword was your only master. Dokjun ignored him, asking, tell me boy, have you ever hit your absolute limit? Lee Sungmin couldn't meet the old master's burning gaze. He looked away, whispering a single heavy word. Yes. Dokjun scoffed bitterly. No, you haven't. You are far too young to understand true limits. Have you ever felt time rotting your body? The elder stared at his withered hands. Maps of a violent life. Even with internal energy slowing the aging, I feel it. The power leaking from my fingers, fading away. No matter how I struggle, I can never return to my golden age. Do you know that soul-crushing despair? Lee Sungmin stood frozen fists, clenched, unable to speak. Suddenly, Doc Jun's aura flared, his temper snapping like a brittle twig. Even if I drown in demonic arts and cast aside my pride, I ask you, have you tasted that abyss? The maddening greed to grasp just one more second of glory? His voice suddenly dropped to a defeated whisper. Leave now. I cannot bear for you to witness my shame any longer. Lee Sungmin gazed at him with profound pity, then turned to leave. Silence was the only mercy. I need to bury myself in the next mission to wash away this heavy feeling. Shifting his focus, Lee Sungmin sought out the temple of Dania, following the coordinates Goddess Mercy had given him. He stared at the dilapidated shack, before him skepticism written on his face. This rotting hut is supposed to be a divine temple. He stepped inside, finding a boy sitting in a lotus position. Wrong address, the boy chirped. This unassuming brat was the god of time himself. Lee Sungmin stood frozen, but seeing the crest on his chest, Dania scratched his head. That mark. Mercy sent you. Why does she always dump her headaches on me? Dania's playful look vanished as he drilled a gaze into him. So, you're the anomaly, the one who defied physics and crossed the river of time. Lee Sungmin finally spoke. As expected, nothing escapes a deity. Dania shrugged, still floating. Well, obviously, I am the god of time after all. So it's natural I'd be irritated by a glitch, like you shattering my timeline. You've completely derailed the flow of this world. Lee Sungmin frowned, confused. What do you mean, Dania countered. Answer me this. Are you living this life exactly as you did in your previous one? Are your actions identical? Do you eat the same meals, sleep at the same seconds, and meet the exact same souls? Bombarded by the questions, Lee Sungmin scoffed. That's impossible. How could anyone replicate a life so perfectly? Precisely, Dania said. Every tiny change accumulates. Wui Ho Yan stopped hiding her gender and fought the blood heavenly demon, an event that never happened before. The realization hit Lee Sungmin like a physical blow. Are you saying, all of this is my fault? Dania pointed an accusing finger. Correct. Your mere existence is a virus in the system, creating errors unseen in any system manhwa. The deviation is spiraling out of control. As he spoke, Dania foresaw the tragic future, Doc Jun slaughtering the Mount Hua disciples and killing sect leader Chung Ha. Lee Sungmin's voice trembled. So just by breathing, I've condemned this world to a different fate. But I didn't choose this. I woke up, possessed. Can't you tell me what it is? The god of time stood up. Correct. I cannot speak of it. He raised his small arms, showing ethereal chains. We are simple existences, unable to escape the ultimate shackle of death. That entity is forbidden. The moment we utter its name, we must be prepared for instant obliteration. A cold dread settled in Lee Sungmin's stomach. If a god was terrified, what hope did a mortal have? Dania's eyes widened. Look at that. I barely whispered a hint, and an apostle is here. The room grew heavy with invisible pressure. Dania remained calm. Can you feel it? Lee Sungmin froze, blood turning to ice. His eyes bulged, but his throat seized up in silence. It was the same terror he felt facing Mercy or Kim Jong-un. Dania raised a hand. Apologies. Please depart. I won't say another word. The invisible force dissipated. Lee Sungmin gasped. What in the hell was that? Dania scolded him. You just witnessed that, and you still have the audacity to ask questions. Lee Sungmin shut his mouth instantly. Darkness encroached on his vision. Dania continued somberly. No god, no demon, no entity in existence can answer your question. Desperation clawed at Lee Sungmin. Then, am I doomed to ignorance? Is there truly no way to find the truth? The god of time paused. No. Find Prescan. Lee Sungmin blinked, the name feeling foreign. Prescan. He is an anomaly who shattered the chains of life and death, Dania explained. A being capable of warping causality. Find him yourself. You've heard enough. Now be gone. Lee Sungmin shouted. Wait, Dania glanced back. What now? Lee Sungmin steeled his resolve. Please, allow me to undertake your trial. Dania looked at him with complex eyes. So that was your true goal, he sighed. I assume you've already cleared Mercy's trial. Lee Sungmin nodded grimly. Please, I beg of you. Before he could finish, Dania cut him off cold. I refuse. You seem to be under a grave misconception. My trial is nothing like the trial of Mercy. Apologies, but I cannot permit you to undergo my trial. Every soul who has ever faced this test possessed power far eclipsing your own. Yet every single one of them lost their minds and perished in agony. Without another word, the Time God cast Lee Sungmin out of his domain. Standing beyond the threshold of the Time God's sanctuary, he ruminated on Dania's warning. Leave, cool your head, and find clarity before you dare return. If you still do not fear death after that, I shall grant you the trial. Heeding those words, he decided to retreat to the village for a night of rest. The atmosphere in the village was suffocatingly heavy. Rumors had already spread like wildfire. Dako Jun had massacred the Mount Hua disciples, and sect leader Chung Ha had been assassinated in the night. I desperately clawed through the hazy memories of my past life, but this was wrong. I had no memory of the sect leader being murdered, nor of the demon sword fleeing the sect. In the original timeline of this leveling manhwa, he was supposed to die fighting Wiji Ho Yan in a dungeon a year from now. Dawn broke, yet Lee Sungmin's mind was still racing. Events were deviating from their destined path. Was this chaos the price of my interference? Lost in thought, my feet carried me to the gates of the Mount Hua sect before I even realized it. Blocking his path were 3 martial artists, including the gatekeeper he met earlier. A man with braided hair known as Dae-hyun stepped forward to bar his way. Halt! You cannot proceed any further. When Lee Sungmin demanded a reason, Dae-hyun raised a hand, signaling the boundary. Beyond this point lies a sealed barrier. Junho, the gatekeeper Lee Sungmin had encountered previously, spoke up with a grim expression. We are currently hunting down a heinous villain. Dae-hyun frowned, explaining slowly. The wretch used demonic arts to murder our sect leader at midnight, merely because his challenge was refused. Lee Sungmin seemed unmoved. So you won't let me pass? Taken aback by his audacity, all 3 disciples shouted in unison, Excuse me. Junho's eyes widened in realization as he warned his comrades. Wait, he's an associate of the demon sword. I saw him conversing with that monster outside our sect just yesterday. A suffocating silence descended. No more words were exchanged. Hands tightened around hilts, steel ready to sing the song of blood at a moment's notice. Guilt washed over Lee Sungmin, his brow furrowing. Because of my regression, because I returned. Sect leader Chung Ha is dead, and the demon sword is a fugitive. How do I even begin to take responsibility for this? He lunged forward, striking at Dae-hyun. His mind was a chaotic storm. I don't know. I can't even understand my own emotions right now. Yet his voice remained freezing cold as he commanded the Mount Hua disciples, move. Internally, his resolve hardened. I must find the demon sword immediately. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Lee Sungmin. Unsure of the speaker, he spun around, his eyes widening in slight surprise at the figure standing there. A man cloaked in black stood to the side, a smirk on his face. I never expected to run into you here. What a fascinating coincidence. Truly, it must be fate. Lee Sungmin recognized him instantly. Kim Dong-hyun. Dae-hyun turned to the cloaked figure, puzzled. Do you know this man? Kim Dong-hyun answered casually. Indeed, I do. Is there a problem? Dae-hyun quickly briefed the high-ranking martial artist on the situation. We were sealing off this area when he tried to force his way through. We are certain he is an accomplice of the demon sword. Hearing this, Kim Dong-hyun glanced at Lee Sungmin. Are you planning to aid the demon sword? Lee Sungmin replied coldly. I don't know yet. Kim Dong-hyun pondered for a moment before deciding, very well, I shall accompany you. Dae-hyun started about to object. What did you say? Ignoring the protest, Kim Dong-hyun addressed the Mount Hua disciples. I will be taking him inside with me. Dae-hyun stood there dumbfounded. Sir. Kim Dong-hyun approached Lee Sungmin, pointing at him with a chilling smile. Relax. If he actually attempts to assist the demon sword, I will take personal responsibility and slit his throat myself. Dae-hyun had no choice but to reluctantly agree. If you insist. Lee Sungmin muttered a quiet thanks. Kim Dong-hyun glanced at him. Don't mention it. As they ventured deeper into the sect, Lee Sungmin questioned him. What happened to Dako Jun? And why are you even here? Kim Dong-hyun, walking ahead, replied cryptically. Then I think you'll understand once you see this. They stared down at a desiccated corpse lying on the ground. Neither spoke a word, but the air grew heavy with the realization. This was unmistakably the work of dark demonic arts. While Lee Sungmin examined the body, Kim Dong-hyun broke the silence. The soul siphon technique. A forbidden skill capable of draining the very life force from a chosen target. Kim Dong-hyun crouched, checking the pulse of the corpse that lay with its mouth agape in eternal horror. I had suspected it might be a mere illusion when they mentioned sorcery. But this, he burst into laughter. This is authentic, as expected of the demon sword. Cold sweat trickled down Lee Sungmin's back at the gruesome sight. Did Dok-go Jun really do this? Kim Dong-hyun inspected the corpse again. Yes, it seems he has crossed a line from which there is no return. This is no longer just a feud between the demon sword and Mount Hua. They are hunting him like a beast. But honestly, even if he miraculously escapes here with his life, his body won't hold out much longer anyway. Suddenly, a pitch-black crow descended perching on Kim Dong-hyun's shoulder. Lee Sungmin eyed the creature. What is that bird? This is my familiar, Kim Dong-hyun explained. I sent it out for reconnaissance, thanks to this little scout. He grinned. I now know exactly where the demon sword is hiding. Hearing this, Lee Sungmin clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, trembling with suppressed emotion. Kim Dong-hyun observed his reaction in silence. After a moment, Kim Dong-hyun spoke again. The Mount Hua elders will be arriving late. Confused by the sudden statement, Lee Sungmin frowned. What do you mean? Kim Dong-hyun held out his hand casually. I tampered with their communication lines slightly. You will have a window to meet him alone. Lee Sungmin was stunned. Why would you go that far? Kim Dong-hyun rose to his feet. Even powerful martial artists would simply fall prey to the soul siphon technique, serving only to increase his power. Besides, you wanted to see him, didn't you? Consider this my assistance. I am simply curious to see how the river of destiny will shift if you encounter him one last time. Lee Sungmin stood frozen, staring at him without a word. His mind drifted back memories, resurfacing of a time years ago. Back when Lee Sungmin first crossed blades with the demon sword. Lee Sungmin collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, as if his lungs were on fire. The demon sword looked down at him with cold, judging eyes. Is that your limit? Exhaustion weighed him down like a mountain, but the fire in his eyes hadn't died yet. I'm not finished. Lee Sungmin forced himself up, channeling every drop of his internal energy into his spear. He unleashed the 15th form of the Nine Heavens absolute spear arts. He charged at Doobie-jun with killing intent, but the old master stood as still as a statue. Before the spear tip could even graze him, Doobie-jun casually tapped Lee Sungmin on the head with his scabbard. Thud. The boy hit the dirt face first. That technique is far beyond your current level, Doobie-jun lectured. I understand your desperate hunger for power, leading the path of a leveling manhwa protagonist, but don't destroy your vessel. You have your whole youth ahead of you, don't you? Scene transition. Lee Sungmin tracked him down to a dense bamboo forest. The old man stood with his back turned, yet his senses were sharp as a razor. He spoke without looking back. Back for more, kid. Lee Sungmin gripped his spear tight, staring at the legendary figure. I have to ask, if we hadn't crossed paths at the Mount Hua Sect's gate that day, what would you have done? If I hadn't revealed the truth, why sect leader Chung Ha refused your challenge, how would your story have ended? Doobie-jun stood silent for a moment, absorbing the questions. Still facing away, he replied, I likely would have walked away. I believed I lacked the strength to challenge the alliance leader of the 10 great sects. But you, he paused, looking down at his trembling hands. You told me the truth behind his refusal. It wasn't a lack of strength. It was because my power was tainted by demonic arts. An honorable duel was never an option. That is why I chose to infiltrate the Mount Hua sect under the cover of darkness. Hearing this, Lee Sungmin could only lower his head in silence. The weight of guilt crashed down on him. He was the catalyst for this tragedy. Doobie-jun slowly turned around, a chilling aura radiating from him. And thanks to that, I was finally able to savor a true deathmatch with sect leader Chung Ha. Lee Sungmin looked up and froze in horror. The man before him was a monster, eyes glowing crimson, mouth smeared with fresh blood. Seeing the boy's terror, the monster smiled. I realized then how vast the martial world truly is. It was a magnificent symphony of violence. I am certain Chung Ha died with a warrior's satisfaction. Lee Sungmin couldn't reconcile this bloodthirsty beast with the mentor who had guided him years ago. He grit his teeth so hard they nearly cracked knuckles white around his spear. So, it is my fault. Chung Ha is dead, and now the entire Orthodox faction hunts you. Doobie-jun's crimson eyes gleamed in the twilight. Don't speak such nonsense, boy. True, I went to Mount Hua because of you, but every slash, every kill, that was my choice. The world is a chaotic place filled with unpredictable destiny. Why do you try to carry the weight of the heavens on your shoulders? Lee Sungmin stood silent, the wind howling around them. Finally, he spoke. It's not just about responsibility. He leveled his spear point straight at Doobie-jun's heart, his gaze burning with unwavering resolve. For me, this is about something far greater. Jun stroked his chin amused. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? You hardly look like you've reached the realm of a grandmaster. Lee Sungmin answered without hesitation. I know I cannot defeat you. But inside a heavy realization took root, the burden of karma. Can I truly handle this? He thought. Thousands of fates have been altered, diverging from my past life, simply because they crossed paths with me. But there is only one reason I raise my spear now. I do this for my own salvation. Knowing his path of slaughter began with my words. I must carry the weight of every soul he has reaped. I am weary of running. I can no longer bear this guilt. From the shadows, Kim Dong-hyun watched the standoff with skepticism. Are you insane? You plan to duel the demon sword? Do you have a death wish facing him alone? I'm just stalling, Lee Sungmin replied grimly. Contact the sect leaders of the great clans. Tell them to get here now. Kim Dong-hyun nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Understood, Kim warned him. But tread carefully. He has consumed the life force of over a dozen warriors. His power has grown exponentially. Jun raised his blood-stained blade, the air crackling with killing intent. Now, let us see how much you have grown, my disciple. Lee Sungmin analyzed his opponent with hyper-focus. Kim Dong-hyun's voice echoed in his ear. He is fully turned. He is a vampire now. And night is falling. As Lee Sungmin held his stance, Kim continued his analysis. The vampire curse has assimilated the demon sword. However, his spiritual pressure isn't as overwhelming as I anticipated. If he were at full power, you would already be dead. Lee Sungmin frowned. What do you mean? Casting aside doubt, he charged at Jun. He unleashed the second form of the Nine Heavens Absolute Spear. As steel clashed against steel in a flurry of sparks, Kim Dong-hyun shouted from the sidelines. If a fledgling drinks the blood of a high vampire, they can reverse the aging process. Lee Sungmin ignored him, executing the thunder-splitting spear strike. Jun laughed maniacally, parrying the blow and countering with feral speed, Kim Dong-hyun observed keenly. But look at him. He hasn't regained his youth. The two warriors traded blows in a blur of motion. Kim Dong-hyun kept analyzing. However, being a weak vampire does not make him a weak opponent. He combines the mastery of a grandmaster martial artist with the supernatural physiology of a vampire. Do not let your guard down for a second. Lee Sungmin heard the warning but gritted his teeth. You don't need to tell me that. The pressure alone is suffocating me. The demon sword lunged again. Lee Sungmin countered instantly. Nine Heavens Absolute Spear. First form soul-chasing strike. The spear point slammed into the demon sword's defense, knocking the old monster back. Jun stabbed his sword into the earth to stabilize himself. In a heartbeat, he was back on the offensive, swinging a devastating arc. Clang! Lee Sungmin barely blocked it with the shaft of his spear. Lee Sungmin's mind raced, simulating every possible outcome like a system manhwa interface. He charged again, his movements becoming erratic. Jun's eyes widened, he lost track of the boy's presence. The phantom shift technique, Jun realized. That is the shadowless demon's secret art. You learned it well. Lee Sungmin struck from the void, but Jun's instincts were legendary. He parried every lethal thrust. He saw through it. Lee Sungmin realized his ace was compromised. He retreated instantly, creating distance to unleash his next move. Nine Heavens Absolute Spear, third form Shadowless Void. Lee Sungmin vanished from sight, moving faster than the eye could follow. Jun scanned the area frantically, but saw nothing. He closed his eyes, relying on pure instinct. A surge of killing intent from below. As Lee Sungmin's spear rocketed upward, like a dragon ascending to the heavens, the demon sword threw his head back and laughed in pure ecstasy. I never imagined a spear could erupt from the solid earth. What a bizarre technique. Jun wiped the blood from his lips, his voice grim. If I hadn't dodged a split second sooner, my head would be skewered right now. Lee Sungmin stood frozen, watching in horror as the old man's flesh stitched itself back together before his very eyes. Through gritted teeth, he hissed out the truth. The regeneration of a vampire. Jun's eyes gleamed with manic excitement, his laughter echoing through the dark forest like a demon's howl. To think the foolish boy from the mountains could evolve to this level, I am truly envious. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance, his eyes rolled back white, with bloodlust breathing down Lee Sungmin's neck. I envy your raw talent. Lee Sungmin thrust his spear in a desperate frenzy, but struck only air. Instead, Jun's blade carved a deep, jagged gash across his arm. As Lee Sungmin stumbled back, the sword descended again. Above them, the moonlight bled crimson, staining the night in an ominous red hue. With a single devastating strike, Jun shattered the spear in Lee Sungmin's hands. He sneered. Tell me, do I look pathetic to you in this form? Lee Sungmin scrambled backward, gasping for breath. Since when Dogyun knew exactly what he was asking, and the answer was ready. Since the day I descended the mountain, I despaired at the limits of my mortal shell. I loathed the rot of old age, the way it stripped me of my ambition. I hungered for the peak of the martial Tao, but my withered body became my cage. For 50 years, I swung my blade in vain. I deluded myself into thinking I was the supreme sword master under the heavens. But it was a lie. True transcendence was beyond my grasp. A mortal cannot breach the wall of human limitation. To reach the realm of power I craved, I had to conquer the very concept of aging. Lee Sungmin's voice trembled with accusation. So you cast aside your humanity to become a vampire? Dogyun replied with chilling calm, without hesitation. He unhinged his jaw, baring his fangs at Lee Sungmin. Are you stalling for reinforcements? Good. I pray those insects arrive swiftly, feasting on their blood, alongside yours. Surely that will restore the full glory of my youth? Lee Sungmin raised his broken spear tip once more. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with the grime of battle. Master, I truly respected you. Dogyun's eyes widened, practically vibrating with ecstasy. Oh, your aura just shifted. What a surprise. A breakthrough at your level shouldn't be possible. This duel just became delicious. Lee Sungmin stared at the monster, consumed by madness. His mind raced. When a martial artist reaches the peak, they can infuse their internal energy into their weapon. This is the legendary sword aura. True masters can cut through steel as if it were mud. Above that lies the ability to shape the energy itself, the frenzied sword aura. Its destructive power dwarfs ordinary aura. A single graze spells instant death. Yet there is one absolute countermeasure known to the martial world. Body protection Kai. A technique that coats one's physical form in a layer of defensive energy. It acts as an impenetrable shield against even the sharpest blade aura. But Lee Sungmin couldn't execute it perfectly. His control over the incomplete frenzied sword aura was still too raw, too unrefined. Victory seemed like a distant dream. Still, Lee Sungmin unleashed a storm of attacks, a desperate dance of death, where neither warrior gave a single inch. Suddenly, Dogyun vanished from sight. Before Lee Sungmin could process the empty air, a cold presence materialized behind him. His instincts screamed. Lee Sungmin's eyes snapped open. He spun around, barely intercepting the lethal strike with his spear shaft. Seizing the opening, he drove the spear downward. Dogyun reacted, but a fraction of a second too late. The tip found his leg. Clang. The attack stopped dead. The body protection key was solid as diamond. Realizing he couldn't pierce the defense, Lee Sungmin leaped back to safety. Gasping for air, cold sweat drenched his forehead. He can nullify my strongest attacks with just his passive aura. Meanwhile, one mistake, and I'm a corpse. The gap in internal energy and experience was an ocean. Dogyun possessed both the immortality of a vampire and the defense of a grandmaster. Despite the overwhelming odds, they exchanged over 100 blows. But as Lee Sungmin marveled at his own survival, his concentration slipped. His spear struck empty air, leaving his chest wide open. In this brutal, awakening manhwa world, a mistake doesn't just cost ground, it costs life. The window for death is less than 0.1 seconds. Every survival instinct Lee Sungmin possessed screamed one thing: this is the end. But the demon sword stepped back. He ignored the killing blow. Seeing that twisted grin, Lee Sungmin realized the truth. The monster was toying with him. That look of pity ignited a fire in his gut. How frustrating. He had spent 4 hellish years training at the Shaolin Temple. He had sharpened his skills daily against the genius JH and the unrelenting monks of the temple, pushing his body to the breaking point. Objectively, he was a prodigy. Few his age could touch him. He wasn't weak, he was simply cursed to always face monsters far beyond his league. Chasing the backs of unreachable geniuses drove him to the brink of death in training. But it also planted a deep, rotting seed of inferiority in his soul. It was a tragedy of fate. Perhaps if he had been content to be a big fish in a small pond, he would have known peace. The hell of Shaolin was supposed to burn away that self-doubt. He had become stronger. Lee Sungmin collapsed to the ground, his body screaming in agony. He stared at his broken spear. No, it's not enough. This wasn't pessimism or self-pity speaking. It was cold, hard reality. As Dogyun approached like the Grim Reaper, the thought echoed, I am an ant before the demon sword. Yet, it wasn't just weakness. It was the crushing weight of guilt for every life extinguished because they were entangled with his cursed destiny. Are you finished already? The demon sword sneered, savoring the despair, confident in his absolute dominance over the prey. Is this it, damn it? Why did he suffer through that training? Because he refused to remain weak. Because he refused to be pathetic. Lee Sungmin forced his trembling legs to straighten. He gripped his spear, his spirit igniting once more against the darkness. I will shatter this inferiority. He wanted to rewrite his fate. No matter how many times he was beaten down, Lee Sungmin would rise and charge into hell again. He wanted to rise above his own inferiority. This time, as Lee Sungmin gripped the spear once more, he leveled its deadly tip straight at Dako Jun. Seeing the boy charge, Dako Jun prepared to bring his blade crashing down. But in a flash, Lee Sungmin's spear had already pierced his torso before the sword could even descend. Dako Jun couldn't believe it. He had been run through by Lee Sungmin's spear. Eyes wide with shock, he gasped out two words. What the? Lee Sungmin looked up, equally stunned to see his weapon buried deep within Dako Jun's chest. The old man's bloodshot eyes bore into him. The old master stumbled back a few steps, one hand clutching the shaft of the spear that had impaled his body. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. How is this possible? His face twisted in such a grotesque mix of pain and disbelief that Lee Sungmin recoiled in fear. Lee Sungmin stared at the spear lodged in his enemy and thought, how indeed he questioned his own reality. His mind raced. How was I capable of such a move? Even he didn't know the answer. The truth had emerged in that split second of desperate confusion, the overwhelming desire to change his fate. The spear had launched in a moment of trance, moving faster than the demon sword itself, tearing right through the old man's guardian chi. Yet Lee Sungmin was lost. His mind swirled with confusion. What did I just do? Was that a moment of enlightenment? Did I just undergo a breakthrough, like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa? No, last time, I felt it clearly. Lee Sungmin was snapped back to reality by the agonizing groans of Dako Jun. The old man staggered forward, locking eyes with Lee Sungmin before bursting into a savage, maniacal laughter. Seeing him like this, Lee Sungmin froze, terrified, into silence. Dako Jun finally spoke, his voice raspy. It feels as if I just tripped over a pebble. That thrust, that force, was definitely not something a brat at your level could achieve. Did you experience instant enlightenment? Without waiting for an answer, he grabbed the spear shaft and ripped it out of his own body, without a shred of hesitation. As the spear left his flesh, Dako Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. You truly have a terrifying gift. It makes me sick with envy. That spear thrust. It was faster, stronger, and quieter than even Master Sung Ha's sword. He tossed the weapon aside, clutching the gushing wound on his chest. I guess I won't be living much longer. My guardian chi is completely shattered. The strike destroyed my meridians and internal organs. I don't have enough life force left to recover. He raised his sword once more. But this time, the blade was no longer shrouded in the ominous dark energy of the demon sword. Dako Jun spoke slowly. Now, show me more. A powerful aura exploded from his body. As he strode toward Lee Sungmin. Freed from his demonic possession, he demanded, that power I couldn't reach in my entire life? Show it to me again. Lee Sungmin frowned, realizing the old man was burning his final spark of life essence. Dako Jun swung his sword and charged, pouring his dying strength into one final duel. Having activated this forbidden technique, he had only moments left to live. Lee Sungmin knew that even if he ran or dodged, the old man would die anyway. But those eyes, they were filled with such pure joy and martial obsession. After seeing that look, I can't turn my back on him. With resolve hardening his heart, Lee Sungmin raised his spear to clash with him one last time. As they exchanged blows, Lee Sungmin realized this man wasn't evil. He wasn't a villain using dark arts. He was just a desperate seeker trying to break his own limits. Seeing those eyes burning with martial righteousness at the very end, his jealousy towards Sungmin's youth and talent became heartbreakingly understandable. You were someone who ran away while trying to overcome your own inferiority. So I will swing this spear with everything I have to recreate that beautiful strike I miraculously achieved. I will ensure the final moments of this noble martial artist end in fulfillment. But as death claimed him, Dako Jun muttered a tragic complaint. You lied to me at the very end. Looking at Dako Jun's corpse, pierced once again by the spear, Lee Sungmin thought bitterly. In the end, I couldn't do it. I couldn't recreate that miracle. With his final breath, Dako Jun whispered, the movement of the spear that killed me. It should have been faster, more magnificent than Master Sung Ha. Lying on the cold ground, he reached a trembling hand toward Lee Sungmin's eyes, refusing to close. Why did I end up like this? I wanted to see more. And with that, Dako Jun breathed his last. Lee Sungmin was consumed by self-loathing. I raised his hopes. I should have been able to give him the warrior's death he craved. If not for my incompetence, the demon sword of this world could have died with a satisfied smile. Crushed by guilt, Lee Sungmin fell to his knees beside the body. He wept uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry." But as Lee Sungmin cried out in despair, a radiant light suddenly appeared behind him. Lee Sungmin turned his head and gasped, "Sogo. Is that Baek Sogo?" She walked over, pulled him into a tight embrace, and whispered, "You've grown so much, Sungmin. You've really grown." He thought it was a hallucination, until her voice pierced the haze. He stood stunned for a moment, and when she released him, he finally choked out, "Sogo." Baek Sogo looked at him and nodded gently. "Yes." Still in shock, he stammered, "Why? Why are you here?" Baek Sogo stood up, retrieved a bouquet of flowers she had placed on the ground, and replied, "I heard rumors about the demon sword." A heavy silence fell between them. She walked over to where Dako Jun lay and placed the flowers on his chest. Kneeling, she gently closed his staring eyes, granting him final peace. After paying her respects to the fallen master, Baek Sogo stood and turned to Lee Sungmin. "Long time no see, Sungmin. It's been 5 years, hasn't it? To think we'd meet in a place like this under these circumstances. You've become strong." Hearing her praise, Lee Sungmin bit his lip, unable to speak. Seeing his silence, she continued, "This might sound cruel, but I watched you and the demon sword fight for a while. Even when it looked like you were about to lose. I didn't think I should interfere even if you were going to die." Lee Sungmin forced a smile. "I'm fine with that. I expected as much. You're a true martial artist after all. And hey, I didn't die." Though he said the words, a dark thought festered in his heart. Isn't it true that I should have died? His thoughts did not stop there. They spiraled into a chaotic storm. Lee Sungmin stood frozen in place, his mind cluttered with the realization that he had spent all this time simply running away. Even though the gap in their power was vast, he had secured victory through a mere stroke of luck. He was nothing like the sword demon, a man of pure ambition who used every method to shatter his limits without ever fleeing. In the grand scheme of the martial world, wasn't that old monster's life worth infinitely more than his own hollow existence? While he was drowning in the abyss of his own self-loathing, Baek Sogo approached him. She told him the villain was wrong. Lee Sungmin looked at her with eyes devoid of light and asked, how was he wrong? Was it his desperate desire to break through his limits by any means necessary? Hearing his question, Baek Sogo immediately shook her head. Harming innocent lives is a sin. No situation can ever justify such an atrocity. Her eyes blazed with righteous anger as she continued. I do not know what burdens he carried or why he chose that path, but regardless of his reasons, he committed an unforgivable evil. After her declaration, a heavy silence descended upon the two of them. Lee Sungmin managed a faint, bitter smile. A moment later, Baek Sogo spoke again. My concept of justice is certainly different from yours, but tell me what kind of justice drove you to stop him? Hearing Sogo question his motives, Lee Sungmin answered without a hint of hesitation. I felt a weight of responsibility. Sogo nodded slowly, seeming to understand the burden he carried. She paused, turning her gaze away as if unable to look him in the eye before speaking. I have officially become part of the Murim Alliance. It is the right place for me to uphold my justice. Thanks to their intelligence network, I was able to gather information on the sword demon quickly. Since we had a connection, I wanted to be the one to stop his rampage. I had no idea you would be here as well. Lee Sungmin cut her off, his voice trembling slightly. Sogo, how do I look to you now? She was taken aback by the sudden question upon their reunion. Despite her surprise, she answered with sincerity. You have changed immensely. You are exponentially stronger than the last time we met on the mountain. Back then, you were too strict with yourself, drowning in pessimism. It truly gladdens my heart to see you have evolved. Hearing her praise, Lee Sungmin bit his lip hard and whispered a single word. No. Before he could explain, Sogo punched him lightly on the chest, a warrior's encouragement, and turned to leave. Forgive me, but my work here is done, so I must depart. I actually abandoned my assigned mission to come here. Lee Sungmin flinched, as if struck by lightning, spinning around to ask. A mission? What kind of mission? Baek Sogo hesitated for a moment, before revealing the truth. I am currently tracking down the little heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan. The name Wiji Ho Yan sent shockwaves through his body. Before he could ask more, Sogo turned and walked away briskly, leaving only a parting sentiment. I cannot share the details. Perhaps next time. Goodbye for now. Sogo didn't forget to glance back one last time, adding, I cannot promise when, but I am certain our paths will cross again one day. Lee Sungmin stood there like a stone statue, long after Sogo had vanished. It took a while for his mind to process the horror. She is chasing Wiji Ho Yan. Is she acting on orders from the Murim Alliance? In his past life, didn't she die at Wiji Ho Yan's hands precisely because she followed orders to hunt her down? If that is the case, I cannot simply persuade her to stop. Didn't she just say she joined the alliance to uphold her own justice? That kind of justice is not a fragile belief that can be easily swayed by the words of another. If I cannot persuade her, that means the only thing I need is. The thought trailed off. Lee Sungmin couldn't think any further, leaving his desperate realization hanging in the void. After subduing the wicked sword demon and his dark arts, rumors of a young hero began to spread like wildfire, a staple trope in this kind of manhwa recap. The hero who slew a vampire martial artist at the peak of power under a full moon was dubbed the Ghost Spear. The scene shifts back to the realm of the God of Time. Seeing Lee Sungmin return, the deity spoke. "You are back again." Seeing Lee Sungmin sit there in silence, the God of Time Dania scoffed. "Do not tell me you intend to attempt that trial again. Did I not warn you? You will lose your mind and die if you try it." Lee Sungmin ignored the warning completely, his voice cold as ice. "Shut your mouth." The God of Time fell silent, stunned by the mortal's audacity. Lee Sungmin looked up. He glared, grinding his teeth as he forced out every word. "Give it to me." The God of Time seemed to understand exactly what the boy was demanding. Dania looked him over. "You look ready to collapse with those dark circles under your eyes." Staring at Lee Sungmin's dry, cracked lips, the god continued. "Are you rushing into madness because you heard that everyone else who took this trial went insane and died? You are truly amusing." Dania crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. "I will remind you again. The pain you will endure in this trial is in a dimension of its own completely unlike anything you have experienced before." Hearing the God of Time nag him repeatedly, Lee Sungmin's temper flared. "You do not need to care. Just hand it over to me." Seeing his absolute resolve, Dania stopped trying to dissuade him. The God of Time smirked, floating high into the air and raising a hand. "Very well." With a single snap of his fingers, reality warped, transporting Lee Sungmin to a different dimension. Finding himself in this strange void, he asked, "What is this place?" The God of Time answered coldly, "Your subconscious." Lee Sungmin looked down at himself, asking for confirmation. "My subconscious." Dania did not look up, simply holding an hourglass, while nodding slowly. "Training in here will not affect your physical body. This is a place solely for training your mind. You will not see any system windows, stats, skills, or other people. Do you understand?" The words of the God of Time buzzed in Lee Sungmin's ears, leaving him standing there in stunned silence. Seeing he had no response, the god continued to ramble. "You can only rely on your memory and talent to escape this place. You will only be released when the sand in this hourglass runs out." Lee Sungmin knelt on the ground, staring at the hourglass. "How long does it take?" The answer was brutal. "At least 100 years. The God of Time seemed to revel in the fact that the boy would be trapped here for a century. Dania looked at him with amusement. "You cannot go back on your word. During those 100 years, is that clear? Consider it punishment for your earlier rudeness. Do you agree?" Lee Sungmin frowned deeply and thought, remaining silent. A moment later, he stood up, locking eyes with the God of Time. "At least 100 years. Does that mean I can stay even longer?" Dania clasped his hands behind his back, answering nonchalantly. "Arrogance. Everyone starts with that fire in their eyes, but the reality is always the same. Listen well. You can stay in this dimension as long as you desire. When the final grain of sand falls, destiny offers you two paths: accept the end and return to reality, or turn the hourglass over. If you turn it, you add another century to your sentence. Do it twice, and you face 200 years. 3 times. 300 years of solitude. But be warned, once that glass is turned, there is no turning back. You will be imprisoned here until the sands of time run dry." Hearing the God of Time's decree, a cold shiver ran down Lee Sungmin's spine. Yet he remained silent, swallowing his fear. Seeing his stoic reaction, Dania scoffed. "I lied earlier. I just didn't want to clean up another corpse. Not everyone survives this awakening manhwa trial. Out of 10 challengers, only 3 walked out alive. The other 7, they lost their minds and perished. Most survive the first century. They grow arrogant, believing they have mastered the void, so they turn the glass. But the second century, that is when the true nightmare begins. That is when the madness takes hold. How long will your sanity last?" Lee Sungmin couldn't answer. He stood frozen in silence, cold sweat pouring down his face like rain. Doubt flickered in his eyes. The weight of his decision pressed down on him, but the die was cast. There were no takebacks in this domain. With that final ominous warning, the God of Time vanished into the ether. Lee Sungmin was left alone with the hourglass, the only witness to his existence. The endless cycle began. That was the last image Dania saw of him. And so, the first century began. At first, it felt like a blessing. In this system, manhwa scenario time was infinite. He could forge himself into a weapon. No matter how brutally he trained, fatigue never came. He didn't need to eat. He didn't need to sleep. But soon that blessing twisted into a curse. He began to crave the sensation of exhaustion, the pang of hunger, the dryness of thirst. He missed the grounding reality of pain. Desperate, he turned his spear against his own flesh, piercing his skin just to feel something, anything that proved he was still alive. It was useless. His body regenerated instantly, denying him even the comfort of a scar. He never imagined that the absence of pain could be the most agonizing torture of all. Damn it all. It wasn't just the physical numbness. He stared at the spear in his hands, his eyes glossing over with emptiness. A terrifying thought took root. Is any of this even working? There was no master to correct his form, no rival to push him. The faces of Wiji Hoon Baekho and Jehu flashed in his mind, but they were ghosts. Here he was truly alone. What if his technique was flawed? What if he had spent decades practicing the wrong movement? If his path was false, then all this suffering. Was it completely meaningless? Every time that doubt whispered in his ear, he felt his sanity fracturing. Standing in that vast white void, he was trapped in the labyrinth of his own spiraling thoughts. I just need one sign. One proof that I'm getting stronger. But the void gave no answer. He turned his gaze to the hourglass, his heart, a storm of conflicted emotions. He prayed for the nightmare to end. He looked at the glass, hoping for release, but not a single grain of sand seemed to have fallen. Time had frozen. Meanwhile, in a dimension beyond Dania, floated in the lotus position observing Lee Sungmin. The boy's eyes had lost their light. They were the eyes of the walking dead. Dania smirked, shaking his head. Looks like I'll be cleaning up a body after all. But suddenly something happened that made the god of time's eyes widen in pure shock. That lunatic, Dania gasped. Inside the void, Lee Sungmin's mind was racing. Legend said 10 people had taken this test. They all survived the first century with ease. What is wrong with me, he thought. Am I truly that pathetic? Is my talent so low and my will so fragile compared to them? He froze, staring into the nothingness. No. Remember why you are here. He grasped onto his fading sanity. I started as nothing but a larva. Who am I to complain that my crawl toward power is slow? I already died once. I transformed myself at Mount Mushin. His grip on the spear tightened until his knuckles turned white. Even if I am a maggot, I will crawl. I will claw my way up until I stand above the so-called geniuses. Even if I crawl in the wrong direction, I won't stop. If I hit a wall, I'll break through it to find a new path. The arts I learned at Shaolin were not in vain. I will recover. I will strike again. But as the 100-year mark approached, a terrifying realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Between my past life and this one, I've barely lived 40 years. How can my mind withstand a century? Time was a cruel river, threatening to wash away every technique he had ever learned. My 9 heavens absolute art. It's not evolving. No matter how much he drilled, stab, rotate, block, it felt stagnant. Lee Sungmin tore at his hair, screaming silently into the void. I can't do this anymore. It was too late. He realized the cruel truth: human nature is not easily rewritten. His teeth ground together, eyes bloodshot and bulging, as his mind waged war against itself. That is why I hide behind a mask, to pretend I am someone else. No matter how hard he pushed, his body refused to sweat or tire. How many million times must I thrust this spear? He recited the fundamentals like a mantra to keep from breaking. The spear is for piercing. Distance. Darkness. The tip. Stability. The spear was the ultimate weapon for neutralization. He knew this. The Shaolin spear arts are supreme. But I am no enlightened monk. He was losing his sense of self. Why am I like this? Doubt poisoned his heart. I have spent decades here. But what do I have to show for it? Have I gained nothing? Yet his body moved on its own. His hands continued the endless drill, even as his mind stood on the precipice of total collapse. His face twisted into a mask of pure agony. If I leave now, I remain trash. I have to kill him. I have to kill the weakling inside me. Lee Sungmin collapsed, crushed by guilt. I'm sorry I killed you. A pathetic wretch like me had no right to take your life. I know how incompetent I am. A century of torment, yet he felt he hadn't taken a single step forward. He was drowning in a sea of self-loathing, unable to breathe. I wanted to execute my own weakness. I came to this hell to become a legend. So why am I still standing in the same spot? He looked up. The sand was almost gone. It's over. I have to stop. I can escape this Manhwa Recap nightmare now. But a dark whisper echoed in his mind. Continue. He clutched the hourglass. He realized that if he stopped now, being a classless nobody with no skills would be his eternal fate. This was all he had. How many thousands of times had he wanted to give up? The terrifying truth was, even if he suffered for another century, he might still remain weak. His arm trembled violently. But I refuse to run away again. Isn't running away the reason I've always been stagnant? Why is this glass so heavy? It weighed a ton, burdened by his own fear. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, shattering his hesitation. With a roar, he swung his arm and flipped the hourglass once more. He had chosen hell. Another 100 years. His face twisted into a demonic grimace, eyes bloodshot, and bulging sweat streaming down like blood. He was entering the abyss. But as the sand began to flow again, Lee Sungmin froze. He stared at the hourglass and saw something that defied all logic. He quietly recalled the moment consciousness returned. The sand had piled up high mountains compared to before. He must have lost his mind for a long time. Clutching his spear, his thoughts drifted into the void. He had felt this despair 1,000 times. The disgust at his own weakness burned him, yet miraculously he had clawed his way back to sanity once again. A faint smile touched his lips. I did not lose my mind. That is enough. No need to rush. He had an eternity to burn. Time was something he possessed in abundance. Time flowed like a river. 100 years drifted by. Lee Sungmin stood up, stretching his limbs. His spirit felt sharper than before. I gained more in this century than the last. I managed to take a few steps forward, however small. He gazed up at the starlit void. This time I will master the purple mist art, then the shadowless spirit walk. I just need to stay sane. Silence returned as he strategized. With a clear goal, the next few centuries would be a breeze. A mystical purple aura wrapped around Lee Sungmin, his smile unwavering. Lee Sungmin rallied his spirit once more. Let's continue. The sand in the hourglass flowed endlessly. Another 200 years vanished into history. He laughed, radiantly, shouting into the void. Just as I thought, I achieved absolutely nothing significant. That is actually pretty great. His face glowed unlike the despair of the past. He flipped the hourglass. 300 more years. Lee Sungmin ran and shouted with pure joy. I will give it my all. He recalled the beginning. The first century was a nightmare, but it got easier. Or perhaps he had simply gone completely mad. This is fine. Should I aim for the heavens this time? Muscles coiled as he gripped the spear shaft. Let's simulate the technique I used against the sword demon. Time flew like an arrow. 300 years passed. He had now survived 600 years in this world. As expected, I cannot recreate that strike. He tossed the hourglass aside, speaking with the innocence of a child. I am not the type to succeed instantly anyway. 400 more years. 1,000 years had passed. Lee Sungmin sat cross-legged in silence. A small cluster of purple light glowed within his dantian. His eyes were calm, a stagnant lake without ripples. He stared unblinking at the obstacle before him. A massive, impenetrable stone wall stood in his path. He had reached the wall of transcendence. Suddenly, he shouted, laughing, until tears fell. It took a millennium just to see this wall. Let's flip the glass. 500 more years. Weapon in hand, he questioned the void. If it took 1,000 years to find the wall, how many eons must I train to break through it? And so white mist swirled around his spear tip. With every step and swing, Lee Sungmin immersed himself in endless repetition. His face shone like the galaxy. I did it. After 1,500 years, I finally simulated the spear technique used against the sword demon. Of course, it is only a simulation. I cannot use this speed or power for anything else. He mocked himself, yet his face beamed with satisfaction. Typical me. Pathetically stupid. Humming a tune, he wondered. When will I truly become a supreme martial artist? He stopped beside the hourglass. Lee Sungmin fell silent. After a long pause, he whispered, should I train more? Back in reality, Dania stared at him, jaw dropped in shock, sweat rolling down his divine cheeks. He had no words left to describe the creature before him, only silent profanity. You absolute lunatic. Dania stood frozen, staring blankly at the human. The true purpose of Dania's trial was the torture of stagnation. Progress in this mental realm was agonizingly slow, a common trope in a brutal leveling manhwa. Even peerless geniuses would crumble in this hell. Those who came before were far more talented than Lee Sungmin, yet the strongest among them only lasted 1,000 years. Dania was speechless, but this guy endured 2,100 years. The question burned in his mind. How did he survive such an eternity? As Dania spiraled into confusion, Lee Sungmin suddenly let out a gasp of surprise. He looked at his hand, now stained crimson. Blood dripped from his nose. Floating behind him, Dania thought, "Your brain is overloading from processing 2,100 years of memories all at once." Fortunately, my blessing reduced the side effects. How many times did this fool go insane over the last 2,000 years? Yet he reconstructed his own mind every time. This should be impossible. A blockhead with zero talent like him should have died from despair long ago. How did he survive? Watching Lee Sungmin wipe the blood, realization struck the god. Wait, is it because he is stupid? Exactly. The previous challengers were geniuses, eagles meant to soar. They could not endure crawling like a snail. But Lee Sungmin was different. He was born a snail. He was intimately familiar with defeat, always forcing himself back up. In other words, he was immune to the pain of endless failure. And every second of that hellish experience was now his strength. Of course, that was not the only reason. Lee Sungmin spoke up. "My body feels incredibly heavy," Dania scoffed. "You are lucky that is all you feel. Your physical body has been dormant for 21 years. Stiffness is to be expected." Seeing his confusion, Dania explained. "The guy who woke up after 1,000 days could not even tell his hands from his feet. The fact that you are sane and talking is a miracle." Lee Sungmin stared at his hand. "Is that so?" Dania raised a hand, summoning a brilliant orb of light. "You probably feel detached from reality right now. Here is the rest of your memory. It will ground you." The orb drifted toward Lee Sungmin and merged into his chest, the blinding light fading into his skin. Memories flooded back. Images flashed before his eyes like a cinematic masterpiece, where he played the lead role. His expression shimmered with the depth of a galaxy, vague yet magical. Lee Sungmin bowed his head slightly. "I just recalled my childhood. Thank you, Dania. I will never forget these memories. However, I hate this body. I have returned to a time when I was weaker than an insect." Dania replied, "The trial was meant to sharpen your mind. But as long as you possess those memories and that mindset, you will regain your former power soon enough." Hearing this, he simply replied, "In that case, I will return to report to you then." Danwai's face twisted in annoyance, her eyes twitching uncontrollably. "Lee Sungmin, you really have a face that begs for a beating. Since I have nowhere else to go, I guess I'll just stay here until I fully adapt to this body." She was speechless, her voice dripping with irritation. "Did you already forget what you just said? How rude can you get? Did you drop your dignity somewhere during the trial?" Lee Sungmin replied with zero concern. "Provocation won't work on me. Haven't I lived enough years to know better by now?" She looked at Lee Sungmin, choking back her words. "You. Just do whatever you want." Time flowed like water, unceasing and swift. Elsewhere, a scene of magnificent, majestic buildings emerged from the mist. 1 year later, at the Shaolin Temple, the sharp sound of a wooden staff slicing through the wind echoed within the hall. It was Yi Hoke. He was in the middle of intense training, sweat drenching his frame, every muscle defined and straining against his limits. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "It has been a long time, hasn't it?" Yi Hoke turned around, instantly recognizing the visitor. "Sungmin?" Lee Sungmin spoke calmly. "Have you been well?" Yi Hoke stared at the man before him with eyes full of suspicion, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Lee Sungmin's expression was profound, shrouded in a mystery that was hard to read. He gazed back at Yi Hoke intently. After a long, heavy silence, Yi Hoke finally broke the tension. "Something has changed." "What happened to you, Lee?" Sungmin replied effortlessly. "A lot of things." Yi Hoke didn't press for details, simply repeating "a lot of things." "Is that so? I heard rumors in the Jianghu that you defeated the sword demon." Lee Sungmin responded nonchalantly. "Just luck." Yi Hoke didn't buy it for a second. "You called defeating the martial artist who killed the Mount Hua sect leader luck. Let me ask you something else. How long have you been at the Peak Realm?" Lee Sungmin didn't hide it. "Since half a year ago?" Yi Hoke muttered to himself, stunned. "Half a year?" Lee Sungmin looked puzzled. "What is wrong?" He shook his head slightly. "Nothing. It is just. Your face is familiar, yet somehow strange." Yi Hoke continued. "When I look into your eyes, I can feel a flow of time that is hard to believe." Silence descended upon them again. Neither spoke, just locking gazes like warriors measuring each other's souls. Suddenly veins bulged on Yi Hoke's arm as he gripped his staff tighter. "If you don't mind, shall we have a spar?" Lee Sungmin slowly drew his weapon, a faint smile playing on his lips. "What a coincidence. That is exactly what I wanted." A voice boomed out, cutting through the rising killing intent like a blade. "Stop." It was Elder Lin. He walked over from the distance, commanding, "If you two dare to fight here, the Shaolin Temple will have no future left." Yi Hoke was startled. "Master." Lee Sungmin replied humbly. You overestimate me, Elder. Elder Lin laughed heartily. Not only have you reached a new realm of martial arts, but you have also become more talkative, haven't you? Since we last met? What wind blew you here? Sungmin smiled softly. I just wanted to know how close I have gotten. Elder Lin asked compared to Wui Ho Yan. He replied, yes. Elder Lin continued. I am not sure how strong Ho-Yeon is right now. With her monstrous talent, she must have reached a realm far beyond our imagination by now. But compared to the 17-year-old Wui Ho Yan, who visited Shaolin a few years ago, hearing his master speak, Yi Hoke couldn't help but frown, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his face. Elder Lin continued, his voice blunt and unsparing. You are still far behind. Lee Sungmin smiled calmly. Just as I thought. Yi Hook stood there like a ghost, staring intently at Lee Sungmin, not daring to interrupt their conversation. Lee Sungmin reflected inwardly. He had never deluded himself into thinking his current level could match hers. However, I have traveled much further within the realm of consciousness. If my body can just catch up to that threshold again. He stopped thinking and simply smiled. At that moment, his confidence was soaring. 2 months before the dungeon was set to open, Lee Sungmin stood in a daze. He had already left the Shaolin Temple. He stood silently gazing ahead without a specific destination. He recalled Yi Hook's parting words. The dungeon will open in 2 months. Yi Hook asked me to stay the night, but I had too much to do, so I refused. After retrieving the demon armor and demon spear, I left Shaolin immediately. I must identify the black heart within me to prevent Bogo's death in the dungeon, find Prescan as Dania instructed, and restore the martial power I possessed in the consciousness realm by harmonizing my body, energy, and mind. He sank into deep thought. There is so much to do. I have to use my time as efficiently as possible. In that case, the first step is... He recalled the moment Dania spoke about Prescan. His existence is partly caused by you. Find Prescan. Back then, he had asked Prescan. Who is he? He is one who has escaped the origins of mortals. The cause of his existence conflicts, but it is not like yours. I will not help you find him, Dania had replied. But he might be able to answer your questions. Lee Sungmin began his journey. He walked calmly, unhurried, hands in his pockets, as his figure disappeared into the tree line. He pondered as he walked. According to information from Erebrisa, the merchant Prescan originated from this very place, the Sleeping Forest. It could just be someone with the same name. But this is the Sleeping Forest, a place infamous for driving men mad with the wailing of ghosts. No one knows what truly lies within. No one willingly comes here. It is a hellhole crawling with monsters. There is no way a normal merchant would venture into this forest. As he thought this, a strange frequency assaulted his ears. He instinctively covered them. So this is the wailing of the ghosts. Lee Sungmin waved his hand, as if to swat away the invisible noise. For others, this wailing might shatter their minds. But for Lee Sungmin, who lived for 2,100 years in the mental world, like a protagonist from an awakening manhwa, it was nothing but background noise. Before he could take another step, a monster appeared silently behind him, bearing razor-sharp fangs aimed at his neck. Lee Sungmin sidestepped the attack effortlessly, as if he were still half asleep. Just like a game. Watch this. Fists flew, kicks landed. Each beast was obliterated with a single strike. The forest fell silent, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Hiding behind a tree nearby, 2 hooded figures watched Lee Sungmin as if he were a monster himself. San Un whispered to his comrade in terror, "Who the hell is that guy? How can he slaughter the monsters of this forest so easily?" Dae-hyun replied, "A peak master. He might have even reached the realm of reversion. I do not know if he is from the evil sect. I do not feel any demonic energy from him. We are not strong enough to stop him. We need backup." San Un started. Wait, where did he go? Suddenly, Lee Sungmin appeared like a ghost behind them. I have a question. Do you guys know anyone named Prescan? The 2 men froze for a split second, then lunged at him without a single word. Lee Sungmin didn't even blink. He sidestepped their assault with the grace of a ghost, speaking as casually as if they were discussing the weather. Come on now, I have no intention of fighting you guys. I just have a few questions. But Songjun glared, his hands weaving signs as flames erupted around him. I want you dead. The fire roared, twisting into the shape of a scorching dragon, and charging straight for him. Lee Sungmin sighed, completely unimpressed. Do you guys really love fighting this much? With a lazy wave of his hand, the ferocious inferno vanished like a candle in a hurricane. He looked genuinely confused. Why are you acting like this? Sangjun's face twisted in pure horror, his ultimate attack snuffed out with a single flick. Yeah. The sound of Lee Sungmin's footsteps grew louder as he closed the distance. Why do you refuse to listen to a word I say? In the blink of an eye, Lee Sungmin was right in his face, their noses almost touching. His voice dropped an octave. "Why are you doing this?" Song Joon was terrified out of his mind, frantically waving his hands. "Wait, we're deaf. If you want to say something, write it on the ground." Lee Sungmin blinked, taken aback. "You guys are hearing impaired." Turns out they really couldn't hear a thing. He picked up a stick and carved his question into the dirt. "Who are you, Sung-Joon?" And Dae-hyun nodded obediently. "We come from a tribe nearby." But before they could finish, a shadow loomed over them. High above, a massive figure with glowing red eyes plummeted from the sky, crashing into the earth like a meteor. Shockwaves blasted the dirt into the air as Jong-gu pointed a furious finger at the pair. "You scumbags, how dare you reveal our tribe's secrets to an outsider?" He turned his murderous gaze to Lee Sungmin. "And you? I don't know who you are, but don't expect to leave here alive." Lee Sungmin looked at him with an innocent expression. Tribe Sang-Joon was too terrified to speak, his throat seizing up. The protagonist smirked. "It seems you aren't deaf after all, big guy. I don't care about your tribe. I'm just looking for someone named Prescan. Do you know him?" Jong-gu frowned. Prescan. Lee Sungmin's eyes lit up. "You know him." The giant fell silent, then roared, charging forward like a bull. "I have nothing to say to an outsider like you." Lee Sungmin sighed deeply, completely done with this situation. A moment later, he looked down at Sung-Joon, his patience wearing thin. "You said you were from a tribe, right? Look, I really don't want to take anyone's life, and I'm tired of these pointless fights." Sung-Joon and Dae-hyun stared at the ground, trembling. Their elder, a master of martial arts, was lying unconscious at Lee Sungmin's feet. How could he defeat the elder so easily? The protagonist ignored their shock. "But I think what I'm looking for is connected to your people. Can you lead the way?" Lee Sungmin finally realized why these men had destroyed their own hearing. These people lived in the sleeping forest. They formed a tribe and used a secret elixir to deafen themselves, all to escape the endless, maddening wails that haunted these woods. They led him to a village shrouded in gloom. Not a soul was in sight, yet the wooden houses were built with meticulous care. He turned to the village leader. "Why do you insist on living here? This doesn't exactly look like a prime real estate location." The old man replied, "Solemnity. It is the will of the entire tribe." This was Chief Kazuya. The conversation halted. Silence hung heavy between them as an invisible battle of wills began, their auras clashing in the air. Lee Sungmin thought to himself, "This old man is strong. He's a supreme master who has reached the state of returning to origin." Chief Kazuya broke the silence. "What is your purpose in coming here? It seems you've beaten one of our elders and threatened our youth." Lee Sungmin didn't flinch. "I made it clear I didn't want to fight. Your people started it. But if someone tries to take my head, I'm not going to just stand there and let them." The chief remained silent for a long time, studying the young man who stood before him with absolute confidence, a man who feared neither heaven nor earth. Finally, the chief relented. "I will let this slide. Too many of my people would fall if we tried to stop you." He extended a hand in a gesture of peace. "We will treat you as a guest of the village." Lee Sungmin's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't fully trust them yet, especially since this chief was a hidden monster in terms of power. They shook hands, reaching a tentative truce, and the murderous tension in the air evaporated. Lee Sungmin got straight to the point. "Do you know anything about Prescan?" The chief replied. "Are you here to find him?" "He left this place 2 months ago." Lee Sungmin pressed on. "So where is he now?" The chief shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if you are the one Prescan spoke of, but before he left, he predicted that someone would come investigating him. He told me that if that person arrived, I should take them to this specific place." The chief led him deeper into the forest until they stood before a colossal structure. A massive tree trunk, wide as a mountain, blocked their path. Lee Sungmin looked up. "A wall made of countless roots twisted together." The chief nodded. "That is correct. Do you want to try breaking it?" Hearing this, Lee Sungmin slowly drew his spear. Violet energy wrapped around the tip, shimmering with starlight, a visual straight out of a high-tier leveling manhwa. Without a word, Lee Sungmin stepped forward. His spear thrust out like a rocket, striking the center of the wooden wall. Boom! A massive shockwave blasted backward, forcing the village chief to slide back dozens of meters just to keep his footing. But when the dust settled, Lee Sungmin stared blankly at the impact point. The wall didn't have a single scratch. The chief smirked. "Well, you cannot break it with brute force alone. Even Prescan couldn't bypass this wall. Only the chief of the tribe can open it. Now, I will open it for you." Lee Sungmin felt a vein pop in his forehead. "Are you kidding me? Why did he tell me to try breaking it then? Just to troll me?" The chief stepped forward, glowing particles of light drifting from his body into the wood. As if obeying a command, the wall of 100 giant roots began to untangle, revealing a dark passage. Lee Sungmin peered into the pitch-black cave. "What's inside?" the chief replied. "I do not know. I only know that a terrifying cry echoes from within. Even a supreme master would struggle to pass through here with their mind intact." But before he could finish his warning, Lee Sungmin dashed straight into the darkness. The chief stood there, face frozen in disbelief. He was utterly speechless. Is that kid crazy? That wailing sound destroys the consciousness of anyone who hears it. It was a mental attack of the highest order. As Kazuya said, even a master who had cultivated their mind, spirit, and body to the peak could not easily withstand the horror waiting inside. But 2,100 years. After spending 2,100 years trapped in the realm of consciousness, Lee Sungmin's mind had collapsed and rebuilt itself countless times. Through that endless cycle of torture, his psyche didn't just stabilize. It evolved into a fortress, forged in the fires of madness. He stopped dead in his tracks. A sixth sense sharp as a blade screamed at him. A voice resonated directly in his skull. I was confused. Before Lee Sungmin's eyes, a chilling violet fireball manifested. It hovered in mid-air, radiating an ominous freezing aura. The voice echoed from the sphere. "A being with such twisted causality. I almost mistook you for another. I assumed you were a time regressor, so I granted you entry. Answer me. Your fate is unreadable, defying all logic." The energy coalesced into a demonic form, Helgi, the Lord of the Void. His presence was suffocating. You are the one who traveled back to the past, aren't you?" Lee Sungmin frowned, cold sweat tracing a line down his cheek. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the pressure. "Cease this at once, Lord of the Void." Rubia materialized from thin air. "Can't you see? He is bewildered." As the two entities bantered, Lee Sungmin's eye twitched. He stood frozen, staring blankly. Who are you people? A monstrous void lord and a cat-eared girl." The sheer absurdity left him speechless. Finally, Lee Sungmin broke the silence. "Seriously, who are you?" Rubia bowed gracefully, hand over her heart. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rubia, the faithful servant of Lord Prescan. I have been waiting for you by my master's decree." Lee Sungmin raised an eyebrow. "A servant? Why do you look like a beastkin?" Rubia smiled brightly. "Because master has exquisite taste." Lee Sungmin nodded with a look of profound understanding. "Ah, I see." He then pointed a finger at the menacing demon. "And what about that thing?" The demon trembled with indignation. "That thing?" Rubia interjected calmly. "That is the Lord of the Void, Helgi. The remnants of a once great demon." Hearing her description, Helgi looked ready to explode. Remnants. Rubia ignored him and began to narrate Helgi's tragic origin. 400 years ago, he was a legendary demon commander, leading 100 legions. Now he is merely a wandering soul, without a vessel. Lee Sungmin was confused. "Okay, but why wait for me?" "Because you seek my master Prescan. He is the only one who can explain your distorted existence and the awakening Manhwa logic governing your fate." Lee Sungmin asked innocently. "If you are his servant, surely you know his location, correct?" Rubia looked at him as if he were a fool. "No. Obviously I do not." Lee Sungmin slumped his shoulders, dropping in utter defeat. Rubia continued undeterred. "However, master can sense my location. If you accompany me, he will inevitably find us." Lee Sungmin sighed. "I don't get it. Why make this so complicated?" He pointed at Helgi again. "And why is this gasball tagging along? Can't I just go with you?" Gasball, the Lord of the Void, turned purple with rage. "You insolent brat. I don't know why I must follow either. All I know is that a time walker would come, and fate binds me to escort him out of this accursed forest." Lee Sungmin narrowed his eyes. "This forest? Are you the source of those wailing sounds? The locals believe they are earnest prayers. Are you that prayer?" Helgi laughed, a sound dripping with mockery. "Those miserable insects. Their tribe is cursed to this land. As long as their bloodline endures, the seal on the exit remains. Their prayer is just a desperate wish to reach the end of this road. Even I do not know what lies at the end. I only managed to reach the midpoint before." "Well," Lee Sungmin looked at the useless duo. "I've asked plenty, but haven't gotten a single straight answer. What is wrong with you two?" Rubia suddenly puffed out her chest. "Fine. I will tell you one absolute certainty. If you travel with us, you will encounter Lord Prescan. That is a promise." Lee Sungmin didn't buy it. "Finally sounds incredibly vague," he thought. He sighed. "Forget it. How does the demon travel with us anyway?" "He has no body, right?" Rubia tapped her chin. "I actually don't know. Master didn't specify. She looked around. Lord of the Void, where did you go? Before she could finish, Helgi lunged. A streak of malice shot toward Lee Sungmin with a ferocious expression. Lee Sungmin gasped, blindsided by the sudden betrayal. Helgi, now a twisted mass of energy, bit into him, wrapping around his arm like a parasite. Rubia screamed in horror. Helgi, what are you doing? The demon grinned wickedly. What does it look like I'm hijacking this brat's body? I've been trapped for 400 years. This vessel is trash compared to my glory days, but I will make it work. I shall walk the earth once more. His maniacal laughter echoed through the forest, chilling the air. Rubia and Lee Sungmin stood in silence, watching the demon laugh like a lunatic. Then, the laughter cut off abruptly. Huh? What? What is happening? Lee Sungmin stared at his arm, where the demon had transformed into a mere accessory. I would like to know that too. Helgi screamed in disbelief. Impossible. I am a great demon. How can the mind of a mere child resist my domination? I've been rejected, trapped in this. This bracelet? Lee Sungmin and Rubia exchanged a look. Is he retarded? Helgi roared from the wrist. Who are you? Why is your mental defense impenetrable? Lee Sungmin didn't answer. Is this the result of 2,100 years in the mental realm? It's like a cheat code from a leveling manhwa. Or maybe I'm just protected by something else. Regardless, the only way to find out is to meet Prescan. He looked at the bracelet on his wrist. I used to like this arm. Guess I can't use it anymore. Helgi panicked. Wait, are you planning to throw me away? Lee Sungmin scoffed. We aren't friends. Why should I keep a parasite? Get lost. Rubia nodded firmly. Yes, begone. Helgi shrieked in desperation. Wait, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have tried to possess you. Look, I'll pay you. I'm a great demon. I have centuries of loot. My treasury is filled with artifacts and wonders that you can't even imagine. Lee Sungmin exchanged a glance with Rubia, receiving a silent nod of confirmation. That old master truly possessed a legendary history. Rubbing his chin, Sungmin fell into deep thought. Was he calculating how to strip the old man of every treasure he owned? For a long moment, Lee Sungmin stood motionless in the consuming darkness. Now Rubia and the Lord of Emptiness were his only companions in this desolate space. Breaking the silence, Rubia voiced her curiosity. Where exactly are you headed, Sungmin? Perhaps searching for a place with a breathtaking view and fresh air. While we wait for the master to locate us, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, he replied calmly. However, there is a specific destination I must reach. Rubia tilted her head, anxiety creeping into her voice. I see. And where might that be? It isn't somewhere dangerous, is it? Lee Sungmin remained silent for a heartbeat, his gaze drifting down to the small familiar spirit hovering beside him. Finally, he delivered the answer with chilling calm. It is a dungeon. Rubia's voice spiked into a terrified shriek. What a dungeon! As fans of a manhwa recap like this, no dungeons are mysterious anomalies scattered across area. Saturated with dense magical energy, the very laws of physics inside these zones defy the reality of the outside world. In the normal world, slaying a monster leaves behind a corpse to be harvested. But the logic of the dungeon is absolute. Once a beast is slain, its body dissolves into nothingness, leaving behind a tangible drop item in its wake. These artifacts vary wildly in form and function. The rule is simple. The more powerful the monster you destroy, the higher the quality of the treasure that awaits. And, if one manages to slaughter the dungeon master, the rewards are nothing short of legendary. Furthermore, the dungeon itself will cease its function, its purpose fulfilled. Floating in her portable form, Rubia asked hesitantly, Are you truly planning to enter such a place? Lee Sungmin's reply was instant. Without a doubt. His resolve set, he gazed ahead. There, it was a massive amber crystal, pulsing with mystical light, beckoning him into the unknown. Lee Sungmin reflected on the past 2 months, spent with Rubia and the Lord of Emptiness. Thanks to the intel from Erebrisa, he had pinpointed this location. He thought to himself, this will be the second dungeon I have ever conquered. In my previous life, I obtained the Stone of Reincarnation. He analyzed the structure. These crimson stones must serve as the gateway. The moment I make contact, I'll be warped instantly into the dungeon's depths. And from there, I must complete what needs to be done. For a split second, doubt clawed at his determination. Can I actually pull this off? It was a fleeting moment of weakness, a useless question that had no place in his mind. I have traveled this far solely to prevent that catastrophe. He crushed the cowardly thought instantly. There is no turning back. This is necessary. Without hesitation, Lee Sungmin pressed his hand against the crystal. Blinding light erupted, swallowing his vision. In an instant, space warped and his body materialized in a new location, feet slamming onto solid ground. Scanning his surroundings, he whispered, "I'm inside." Rubia followed her voice, filled with despair. "I can't believe we actually jumped into a hellhole like this." But peace was short-lived. A terrifying violet aura, heavy with bloodlust, crept toward him in deadly silence. A burly warrior swung a massive axe at Sungmin's blind spot. Reacting on instinct, Sungmin's spear flashed, parrying the lethal blow and deflecting the impact just in time. An ambush, Sungmin locked eyes with his attacker. A wild-looking man with a rugged beard and wide, shocked eyes stared back. The sneak attack had failed. The stranger demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Though irritated, Lee Sungmin maintained his composure. "You swing an axe at me and then ask for my name." He straightened his posture. "I am Lee Sungmin." The name struck the stranger like a hammer. "Say what? You're the ghost spear, the one who slaughtered the sword demon." Sungmin sighed. "I'm not particularly fond of that title." Yet, it was undeniable. The moniker, Ghost Spear, had spread across the continent after his victory over the sword demon. The tension vanished as the man scratched his head, looking sheepish. "Oh heavens. My apologies for the attack. I mistook you for a master from the demon sect. My name is Grismo. Grismo of the Iron Mountain." Lee Sungmin's eyes narrowed slightly. "I know that name. His martial arts have reached the pinnacle realm. In my past life, he was one of the grandmasters slain by Wiji Ho Yan." Grismo cut to the chase. "You're here to stop the minor heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan, aren't you?" Lee Sungmin paused before nodding. "That is correct." Grismo burst into hearty laughter. Truly a gallant and righteous warrior. Then his expression hardened into grim seriousness. "You must know the stakes. Wiji Ho Yan is a calamity. Not only did she inherit the title of minor heavenly demon at such a young age, but she also leads a cabal of terrifyingly powerful monsters. The rewards hidden in this dungeon are immense. If we stand by and do nothing, a demon that no one can suppress will be born into this world. For the peace of Area, we must bury her ambitions here." Lee Sungmin asked a crucial question. "Has anyone else entered this dungeon besides Wiji Ho Yan?" Grismo listed the threats. The Blade Demon Doga, the Solitary Silver Demon, and the Iron Demon Fist, all peak masters loyal to Wiji Ho Yan. On the side of the Murim Alliance, we have Bogo, the Drunken Beggar, the Matchless, Eccentric, and the Divine Sword Saint. Lee Sungmin's mind raced. So the key players have all gathered on this stage. Grismo looked him in the eye. "The minor heavenly demon must be stopped. Will you lend us your strength?" Lee Sungmin's face remained blank, hiding his internal conflict. He offered only silence. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted completely, a perfect acting performance. With righteous conviction, he declared, "Of course, I will do everything in my power to support the Murim Alliance." Grismo roared with approval. "I expected nothing less from the hero who defeated the sword demon." As they walked, he asked, "Is this your first time venturing into a dungeon?" Sungmin nodded. "It is." Glancing at the young spearman, Grismo advised, "Every dungeon has its own rules, but one thing remains constant. The beasts are monstrous. Keep your guard up." The words barely left his lips when Grismo froze. His footsteps halted, and his face twisted into a mask of pure shock as he stared straight ahead. A silhouette blocked their path, possessing a presence so heavy it felt like time itself had stopped. Lee Sungmin's pupils dilated as the figure reflected in his eyes. Shock pierced his heart. He knew this person. A familiar voice echoed through the corridor. "Sungmin, you found your way here too. It has been a long time." She stood there, with breathtaking beauty, radiating an aura of cold charisma that made it impossible to look away. A faint smile played on her lips, but her eyes, they burned with the crimson hue of blood. She whispered his name. Both men stood rooted to the spot. Grismo's voice trembled with disbelief. Isn't that Lady Baek Sogo?" Indeed, it was Baek Sogo. Her signature white hair flowed around her, her form exuding martial perfection. Grismo, oblivious to the danger, sighed in relief. "This is fantastic news. I was so worried when we got separated upon entering." But Lee Sungmin sensed something wrong. The atmosphere was off. He grabbed the older man's arm. "Wait. Grismo, look closer." At the warning, Grismo focused his gaze. The woman stood eerily still. As the shadows shifted, the horror revealed itself. Her face was twisted in mutation, half of it consumed by grotesque, fleshy growths, her red eyes glowing with madness. Grismo's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull, cold sweat drenching his face in pure terror as he realized the truth. This wasn't Baek Sogo. It was a monster wearing her skin. Seizing the moment of his hesitation, the creature landed a devastating kick to his chest. Grismo crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face twisted in agony. Even Lee Sungmin was caught off guard by the sudden blitz. Rubia's voice cut through the chaos, urgent and sharp. It's a doppelganger, a parasitic horror that mimics the appearance of its prey and mirrors their actions. Is it copying a human form now? Sungmin's mind raced as he analyzed the enemy. That footwork. It was the ghost step and shadowless spirit technique. Could this thing replicate the martial arts mastery of its targets too? The fake Baeksogo pivoted, locking onto Lee Sungmin. Its eyes rolled back, revealing sclera of bone white and pupils burning with crimson bloodlust, staring at him like a predator eyeing a fresh meal. Power surged through Lee Sungmin's arm veins, bulging against his skin as his internal energy began to boil. Rage detonated within him like a volcano. His eyes overflowed with killing intent as he gritted his teeth. How dare a filth like you wear her face? Trembling behind him, Rubia recoiled at his terrifying aura. What's wrong with you? Your energy. It's suffocating. Please calm down. The doppelganger didn't care for words. It was a mindless killing machine. It lunged, splitting into dozens of illusions, each one indistinguishable from the original, closing in to slaughter him. Lee Sungmin stood unmoving amidst the storm. A memory of the real Baeksogo surfaced the day the sword demon fell, and she told him he had grown. Those words. I struggled to accept them. After 2,100 years of hell, I took pride in my self-improvement, but hearing it from her, that was the validation I truly craved. He glared at the oncoming illusions with absolute loathing. I won't let a cheap imitation like you tarnish that memory. In the blink of an eye, it was over. Lee Sungmin's robes fluttered in the settling dust as he looked down at the mangled corpse of the doppelganger with cold indifference. Grismo limped over, clutching his chest. What the hell was that? Sungmin replied flatly. A doppelganger. Grismo scoffed. Well, it was certainly weaker than the real Lady Baek. To think a monster could copy high-level martial arts. Good God. In this awakening manhwa world, do such nightmares really exist? Rubia floated over to explain. Usually, doppelgangers can only mimic appearance, not skills. But that's just common knowledge outside this dungeon. But don't worry. There is nothing to fear. I've already started decoding the dungeon structure. Consider me your elite navigation system. So trust me and keep moving. Suddenly, Heiju's voice echoed with mockery. What can a noisy little doll like you actually accomplish? Rubia snapped back, sparks flying. Excuse me, at least I'm not a ghost trapped in a rusty suit of armor, Heiju growled. What did you say? Once I regain a physical body, I'm tearing you apart first. Try it if you can find me. Lee Sungmin silenced them with a voice like the Reaper. Both of you. Shut up. Grismo broke the silence, his face pale. A disturbing thought just crossed my mind. He looked at Sungmin. We just fought a copy of Lady Baek, right? His expression darkened with gravity. What if a doppelganger mimics one of us? Or worse, mimics that person and shows up here? Lee Sungmin froze. The image of the minor heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan instantly flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, miles away at the Heavenly Sword Alliance, a red ribbon danced in the wind. A warrior trembled next to his dead comrades, choking on fear. You monster. You eccentric freak. He recognized the silhouette looming over him instantly. The minor heavenly demon, Wiji Ho Yan. Terrified but defiant, he stammered. What happened to your face? Is this some new demonic art? I know I can't beat you. But for justice, for myself, and for the soul of the heavenly sword who died a brutal death, he charged without hesitation, channeling every ounce of strength into his palm strike. Go to hell, minor heavenly demon. With a casual flick of her wrist, the warrior's body stiffened before his upper half exploded into a mist of blood. Hot gore splattered onto Wiji Ho Yan's beautiful face, but she didn't even blink. Staring at the mutilated remains, her expression was a void of icy indifference. She stood there, lost in thought. Suddenly, the corpse on the ground seemed to shift. For a moment, she didn't see an enemy. She saw the lifeless body of Lee Sungmin. It's been 9 years, hasn't it? She whispered. I'm glad this isn't really you. She wiped the blood from her cheek, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. I probably should have dressed up a bit more. Looking at the hallucination, a faint smile touched her lips. You've been training hard, haven't you? You've gotten stronger. If you died in a place like this, I'd be genuinely upset. Before turning to leave, she left a whisper in the wind. Don't die on me. Elsewhere, amidst towering mountains, heavy exhausted panting broke the silence. The woman in white Baeksogo sat slumped on the ground. I didn't expect a doppelganger to show up here, she gasped. She thought to herself, it's fortunate it was only a copy of the heavenly windsword. He was the weakest among us. And this dropped from the corpse. She held up a pure elixir. Securing the item, she forced herself to stand, her mind racing. Where should I go? I need to regroup with the alliance members immediately. She quickly analyzed the danger. If I run into the minor heavenly demon, or more than 2 of her subordinates in this state, I won't stand a chance. Suddenly, a voice called out from the shadows. Well, well, if it isn't the lightning flash Bake Sogo. 2 figures emerged, the sword demon and the fist demon. Are you alone? Bake Sogo remained silent, tension spiking. Back with Lee Sungmin, he inspected the loot from his battle, a magic crystal harvested from the Bake Sogo doppelganger. Heiju's voice echoed in his head. Why don't you eat it? Sungmin shook his head. My mind, internal energy, and body are currently out of sync. It's too unstable. If I consume this now, I could suffer chi deviation. Heiju pressed on. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. I can feel your heart, you know. It's astonishing. Even as a great demon, I've never encountered a human with a heart as unique as yours. Seeing Sungmin's silence, Heiju quickly tried to justify the compliment. Of course, I wasn't among their number. Ignoring Helg's endless rambling, the main character turned his gaze toward Grismo, sensing something was terribly wrong. Grismo's eyes widened in shock. Ho-Yeon. Before them lay a man, his arms severed, and life fading fast. Grismo cried out, Ho-Yeon, what in the world happened to you? Ho-Yeon squinted through his exhaustion, recognizing his ally. His voice was weak but sharp. I can speak with you. So you aren't a doppelganger, are you? Listening from the side, Lee Sungmin analyzed the situation. This man was one of the 3 rising stars of the Orthodox faction, just like Wiji Ho Yan. Grismo's voice trembled with worry. Hey, your left arm. Who did this? Ho-Yeon gritted his teeth in frustration. I crossed paths with the sword demon's doppelganger. He unleashed 10 strands of sword chi in a single breath. It wasn't something a human could easily dodge. Rambling from blood loss, he suddenly remembered his injury. Do you have any healing potions? I'm about to cross the river here. Lee Sungmin stepped forward, handing over a vial. Here. As the potion took effect, the gushing blood from the severed limb finally halted. Ho-Yeon sighed in relief. Thank you. You truly are my savior. Lee Sungmin shook his head solemnly. We have elixirs, but unfortunately regrowing a lost limb is beyond our power. Ho-Yeon fell silent, then gestured to the stranger. Who is he? Grismo answered immediately. That is the ghost spear Lee Sungmin, the one who defeated the sword demon. Ho-Yeon's tone shifted instantly. Ah, you. His expression darkened with hostility. I've heard plenty about you in this Manhwa Recap. Sogo mentions you often. Did you come here just because you were worried about her? Your sibling bond is truly touching, isn't it? Lee Sungmin's face turned ice cold. Is it not natural for a junior to come save their senior? I should be the one asking about your relationship with her, shouldn't I? Sparks virtually flew as their gazes clashed in midair. Ho-Yeon declared, we are comrades who share a deep bond. Not wanting to lose, Lee Sungmin shot back. Is that so? Well, I'm quite intimate with her myself. Grismo and Rubia trembled on the sidelines, terrified to intervene. Lee Sungmin's face flushed red as he thought, why am I feeling this sudden rage? Then Helg's teasing voice echoed in his mind. Hey kid, turns out you have the hots for that white-haired girl. Watching 2 males growl over a female is truly the peak of entertainment. Wham! Helg was immediately silenced by a mental punch filled with love. Meanwhile, Ho-Yeon's attitude did a 180. Oh, forgive me. I was rude to my benefactor. Lee Sungmin coughed awkwardly. No, I should apologize as well. Suddenly, a chilling voice drifted from the darkness. You all seem to be having entirely too much fun. A silhouette emerged from the shadows. The love and passion of youth. What a sickening sight for these sorrowful eyes. It was Granny Dako. Her withered face twisted into a cruel sneer as she asked, Mind if I join the party? Grismo gasped in horror. Granny Dako. She looked down on them with utter disdain. Your voice is too loud, pig. You look like you've been in a fight. Judging by your pathetic states, I could slaughter the lot of you myself. Granny Dako. Lee Sungmin sighed internally. Great. Another peak master to deal with in this leveling manhwa. Suddenly, Rubia cheered. I've finished analyzing the dungeon structure. Lee Sungmin frowned. Not now, the battle is just starting. Rubia insisted I need to show you this right now. A 3-dimensional map, materialized in the air, glowing with lights, and a massive red marker representing the boss. Green is you, yellow are allies, and red are the monsters in this awakening manhwa system, Rubia explained. That's enough, he snapped. I need to focus on the enemy in front of me. Glancing at the interface, he realized something. 3 yellow dots are moving at incredible speeds. They must be in combat. They are right behind this wall. His warrior's instinct screamed at him. What if one of those dots is Sogo? She might be facing Woo-Yeon, or worse. Lee Sungmin commanded Rubia. Is this wall destructible, confused, but obedient? She replied. We'd have to try, but it won't be easy. My sensors indicate it's incredibly dense. Meanwhile, Ho-Yeon and Grismo had already engaged Granny Dako. But from behind Lee Sungmin, a terrifying surge of energy began to build. Ho-Yeon thought, "What is this monstrous internal energy gathering behind me?" Grismo grinned savagely. The ghost spear was preparing a devastating finishing move. "Ha, perfect. I'll buy you some time." Lee Sungmin channeled everything he had. Energy spiraled at the tip of his spear. Normal reinforcement wouldn't be enough here. Just a little more. Helg's voice cut in. "Hey, this technique isn't something a brat at your level should be attempting, is it? I can do it because I've done it once before." The massive energy compressed, collapsing into a miniature purple black hole, swirling violently at his spear tip. Grismo roared. Now he and Ho-Yeon dove out of the way, leaving Granny Dako alone to face the incoming cataclysm. Lee Sungmin's expression was feral as he unleashed the chaotic power. A beam of absolute destruction blasted forward. Granny Dako's eyes bulged in terror. There was no escape. Boom. The wall vanished, obliterated into dust. The battle ended in a heartbeat, leaving everyone stunned. But as the dust settled, something or someone was revealed behind the breach. Grismo and Ho-Yeon turned their heads. There stood Sogo. Ignoring her own injuries, she stared blankly at the figure who had just crashed through the wall. The sword demon and demon fist tensed, eyeing the intruders. But Lee Sungmin stood like a descending war god, bathed in divine light, shielding Sogo with his very presence. He whispered softly, "Sogo, it's been a while." Her face flushed crimson, her heart trembling, as she gazed at his back. Grismo just stared, his brain struggling to process the scene. "I bought time for you." Lee Sungmin, the ghost spear. Ho-Yeon, the leader of the new generation. And the wretched Granny Dako. In that split second, Ho-Yeon, Grismo, and the masters realized one thing: Lee Sungmin had vanished from his original spot. He had instantly successfully transposed himself to stand guard over Sogo. His face remained emotionless as he stared down the two legendary villains. The demon fist growled, "Who the hell is this monster?" The sword demon was equally baffled. "Does the Murim Alliance even have a spear user of this caliber?" Sogo's voice trembled. "Sungmin, why are you here?" Clutching a pill in his hand, he didn't look back. "I came to save you. That is all." He recalled the massive circulation pill Master Mush had gifted him. He hadn't dared to use it earlier, fearing the risk of chi deviation in this system Manhwa world. Crunch. He bit down, shattering the pill in his mouth. But in a situation like this, there is no time left for hesitation. A torrential surge of medicinal energy erupted from deep within his core. The sword demon watched in silence, his expression unreadable, masking the storm of thoughts beneath. The raw power had completely flooded Lee Sungmin's body. Lee Sungmin internalized the shock. He had consumed only half the elixir, yet it had already completely replenished half the void in his internal energy center. There were no signs of chaotic deviation in his ki. The Void Lord spoke the truth. Meanwhile, the Iron Fist demon, his patience wearing thin, roared, "I will crush the lightning user." The sword demon turned his gaze to the remaining target. "Then I shall dismantle this brat," radiating such intense battle intent. Lee Sungmin instantly shifted into his combat stance. His opponent closed the distance in a heartbeat. Sword and spear crashed together. Neither Lee Sungmin nor the sword demon held back, unleashing lethal techniques meant to kill with a single strike. Sparks flew like a meteor shower as shockwaves of pure energy collided, triggering a devastating explosion at the center of their duel. Baek Sogo watched in utter disbelief as Lee Sungmin fought the sword demon to a standstill. Her mind raced. "Sungmin, since when did you possess such overwhelming power? When we met last year, he was just an ordinary martial artist." The flurry of exchanges suddenly ceased, both warriors pulling back, neither able to secure a decisive edge. The sword demon furrowed his brow. What a peculiar existence. On the surface, his technique seems inferior to mine, yet he is impossible to suppress. Those eyes. Why do I sense an infinite river of time flowing within them? It is as if he has lived 1,000 lives, despite showing no signs of physical rejuvenation. Lee Sungmin's footwork shifted. His spear dissolved into an afterimage, thrusting forward with blinding speed. The sword demon did not yield, his blade slashing down to intercept the strike. The impact threw the demon's arm back, yet his grip remained ironclad. Seizing the momentum, he channeled his inner energy, wreathing his body in crackling arcs of crimson lightning. The sword demon swung wildly, unleashing hundreds of blade auras straight at Lee Sungmin. The protagonist stood firm, his spear dancing through the air to obliterate every single projectile. Tireless and relentless, they exchanged blow for blow. The sword demon seemed to be drunk on the thrill of battle, letting out a euphoric roar. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin exerted a burst of force, forcefully bending the trajectory of his spear to strike at the enemy's fatal opening. 9 Heaven's unrivaled spear. Third form, the sword. Demon instantly retaliated with a counter technique lost in the ecstasy of the clash. A flash of steel cut across his vision. The sword demon sensed danger. What is this trajectory? It completely defies prediction. Before he could process the thought, the spear carrying the weight of total destruction thrust toward his throat. He jerked his head to the side, barely escaping death, but the blade pierced clean through his shoulder. He staggered back, heavily wounded. Replaying the scene, a grin crept onto his face. A surprise attack from below. Ah, this battle is truly exhilarating. The sword demon analyzed his opponent. Judging by his martial mastery, he fights not like a youth but like a grandmaster who has honed his craft for an eternity. I question his true age. To reach this realm so young. I wish to savor this duel, but his spearmanship is too enigmatic to decipher. A prolonged battle spells my doom. The Iron Fist demon is also losing ground. We must finish this vermin quickly and regroup with our lord. However, there were 3 crucial facts that sword demon Dako had failed to calculate. First, the young man before him was the cherished best friend of the very leader Dako respected and adored. Second, the spearmanship he had just admired belonged to that very same leader. And finally, his life would be extinguished by the hands of his own master. The sword demon's eyes bulged in shock as he looked at the figure who had just impaled him. He could not comprehend why. Wiji Ho Yan spoke not a word, offering no explanation. Even though he was her loyal subordinate, she slaughtered him without a flicker of hesitation. Witnessing this, the Iron Fist demon screamed in terror. Little heavenly demon. He could not accept this betrayal. Why? Why did you murder sword demon Dako? Even if you despise us, we have always been loyal. We only wish to see you overturn the heavens and watch a dark martial artist rule the world. But why Dako gave you his heart and soul? Wiji Ho Yan's cold, impassive gaze drove the Iron Fist demon into a frenzy, veins bulging on his face. Am I not even worthy of your words? Fine, then die. Little heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan. But of course, the only one destined to die was the Iron Fist demon. The Wiji Ho Yan standing here was merely a doppelganger created by the dungeon. Neither the sword demon nor the Iron Fist demon could have known, for they had never encountered a doppelganger in this awakening manhwa scenario. The dark martial artists, who had devoted their lives to Wiji Ho Yan, perished in agony, their hearts filled with betrayal and resentment. Lee Sungmin stared at the figure in the distance and whispered, "Sogo, run." When she looked confused, he added desperately, "I do not want to die here. I created an exit behind us. Go through it and find the crazy beggar and Giryu. We need them here if we are to have any hope of fighting her. That is our only path to victory." She hesitated, "But if I leave?" Lee Sungmin cut her off. "You must go. You are much faster than I am." He offered her a faint, reassuring smile. "I am counting on you." Bake Sogo wanted to argue, but she bit her lip until it nearly bled, forcing herself to remain silent. Before vanishing, she whispered Sungmin, "Do not die." He smirked. "Of course, I will survive." He then turned to face the doppelganger whose glowing eyes were locked onto him. His mind narrowed to a singular instinct: survive. Lee Sungmin stared down the creature wearing Wiji Ho Yan's face. He recalled his past life. Wiji Ho Yan had been the sole survivor of this dungeon. When asked what happened, she simply said everyone had died. The world believed the little heavenly demon had slaughtered them in cold blood, a classic tragedy in this manhwa recap. But now he knew the truth. The killer was her doppelganger. He analyzed the fabric floating behind her. That cloth, it was a holy relic, capable of expanding at will and striking with the velocity of a cannonball. At my current level, this looks grim. The thought had barely formed when the cloth launched toward him, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Lee Sungmin sharpened his focus, gripping his spear as he waited for the perfect microsecond. Just as the cloth was about to make impact, he lashed out like a bolt of lightning, deflecting the lethal strike. Veins bulged across his face as he strained against the overwhelming force. "I can hold my ground. But damn it, my arm feels like it is being torn from its socket." The living fabric offered no respite, forcing Lee Sungmin to defend against a high-intensity barrage. His stamina was draining rapidly. He needed a strategy, and he needed it now. Waiting for Sogo to finish her duel with Grandma Dako. 5 agonizing minutes ticked by in silence. The tide of battle would shift if the trio joined the fray. But in a split second of carelessness, the fabric slammed into him like a truck. The recoil force shattered his defenses, blood gushing from his lips. Inside, Sungmin screamed in desperate rage. "I want to live. I have to live." He had promises to keep. My body might be weak, but my will is unbreakable. I will crush him. Memories of 2,100 years in the mental world flooded back. Wiji Ho Yan's teachings echoed in his mind. Those who only charge forward leave their flanks exposed. That is the fatal weakness of a superior foe. Redirect the force. Counter it. He didn't hesitate, dodging the cloth at Godspeed to close the distance instantly. The doppelganger, devoid of emotion, attacked relentlessly with cold eyes. Sungmin's spear thrust forward with lethal intent. The copy didn't even flinch, standing its ground, as if Sungmin were nothing more than a bug to be squashed. Boom! A massive surge of energy exploded from the spear tip, white lightning tearing through the air in a blinding flash. As the light faded, Sungmin froze. His spear had been stopped dead by a simple layer of cloth shielding the monster. The creature's eyes seemed to mock his futile effort. Sungmin retreated rapidly as Hole's voice rang out. "Did you notice it, kid? That girl. She doesn't need martial arts. She dominates the battlefield just by manipulating the air around her. That cloth isn't a divine weapon. It's her massive internal energy that makes it deadly. It's like a boss mechanic in a leveling manhwa." The real Wiji Ho Yan rarely used martial arts. The cloth alone was enough to slaughter lesser foes. The copy retracted the fabric. Ho-Yeon chuckled darkly. "Congratulations. You forced her to deem you worthy of actual martial arts. She was just toying with him before." Sungmin prayed silently. "Sogo, please, whatever you do, don't come back." Facing this true monster, he realized the gap in their strength. Meanwhile, Sogo screamed, "We have to save Sungmin right now." But Grismo held her back. "We can't waste time," she cried, desperation in her voice. "If you cowards won't go, I'll go alone." Suddenly, her eyes went blank, staring into nothingness. Zo-eun stepped forward calmly. "I hit her pressure point. If we followed her emotions right now, we would all be corpses." "Battered and bruised," he explained. "We underestimated the enemy completely. We're exhausted from fighting the poison granny. We'd need 5 times our power to survive this. Retreat is our only option." Grismo stayed silent, the weight of the decision crushing him. Is escape even possible? What if the boss guarding the exit is just as strong as the monster behind us? So-eun interrupted. "I found a dungeon map on the poison granny. It shows a secret route out." Grismo nodded slowly. "Fine." Zo-eun sighed heavily. "Thank you for making the hard choice." Carrying the unconscious girl, he looked back at the exit one last time. His lips trembled with unspoken guilt. "I'm so sorry, Sungmin." Back in the hellscape, a shockwave blasted Sungmin. He vomited blood as Ho-Yeon warned, "Focus. Here it comes again." Wiji Ho Yan attacked. Hole barked coordinates center. 10 o'clock. 7 guiding Sungmin's spear to counter every strike. Left side, Hole shouted. But Sungmin's battered body was too slow to react. "Damn it," Ho groaned coldly. "You're so frustrating. Just move exactly where I tell you." "Shut up," Sungmin roared. "Then fight better. You're destroying my house," Ho yelled back, referring to the armor. "Ungrateful brat. I'm taking the hits for you. If you die, I'm stuck here forever." Ho suddenly paused. "Those friends of yours, the short-haired woman, they haven't come back." Sungmin went cold. Ho's voice dripped with malice in his mind. "I know you're curious. Don't you resent her? She abandoned you." The demon sneered. "If you hadn't played the hero to save her, you wouldn't be standing at death's door right now. You're throwing your life away for nothing." Sungmin grit his teeth, his resolve shaking the very air. "I don't give a damn." Cole paused, stunned by the sheer audacity. "What? I know she's not like that," Sungmin said firmly. "Something must have happened. I won't waste time doubting her." His eyes burned with resolve. "If she doesn't come back? That's exactly what I want. She saved me at Cloud Mountain. I owe her this." Ho-Yeon fell silent, stunned by the boy's conviction, then burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha, you crazy fool. I'm starting to like you. Fine, I can't let my host die like a dog." Ho grinned, demonically. "Let me give you a hand." Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped Sungmin. "What are you doing?" "Shut up and accept it," Ho commanded. "Behold the power of the chaotic true god." The doppelganger watched impassively. Ho explained. "A physical vessel makes gathering power much easier. Fuel this with your desire to live." Dark energy flooded Sungmin's body. "Is this?" "It's my mana," Ho replied. "Your stubborn heart is the perfect vessel for this darkness." "My wounds. They're healing. Even my broken arm. I can feel supreme power rising." This is the peak of an awakening manhwa transformation. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The doppelganger, possessing all of the original's arrogance and instinct, locked onto him. Her silhouette flickered, a predator, sensing a threat. It finally recognized him, as a worthy adversary. Sungmin clamped his jaw, shut his dantian, screaming in protest, as if it were about to detonate from the pressure. Ho-Yeon roared, "Brace yourself. Here it comes." In a heartbeat, the doppelganger of Wiji Ho Yan vanished, reappearing instantly to deliver a devastating strike. Sungmin's eyes widened. For the first time, he had successfully parried her blow, but deep down he knew this level of defense wasn't nearly enough to survive. The demon scoffed, "Surrender your body to me, kid. I'll crush this imitation in a heartbeat." Sungmin cut him off, voice thundering, "Shut up. I will end this myself." He tightened his grip on the spear. "Just give me your power," Ho cackled maniacally. "Your fragile vessel will shatter if I pour in another drop, even if I wanted to." But Sungmin had walked this path before. It was a power his current physical body couldn't handle. Yet in the realm of his consciousness, he had wielded power far beyond his limits. He knew the flow. The level he achieved in the mental world was enough to crush the copy standing before him. No, he would surpass even the real Wiji Ho Yan. His roar tore through the battlefield. "I said hand it over now." Crimson light erupted from his spear tip, condensing into a singularity of destruction. The weapon hummed violently, unleashing a wave of pure killing intent forward. The doppelganger lunged, moving faster than sight, but froze in shock. A cataclysmic shockwave blasted her backward, tearing up the earth and shrouding the world in a chaotic dust storm. She stomped the ground, rising from the debris as if the damage meant nothing. Her aura flared, propelling her back towards Sungmin like a human missile. He met her charge head-on. Nine Heaven's absolute spear, fourth form aura, exploded from Sungmin, shaking the foundation of the dungeon. Nine Dragons' destruction. Space itself seemed to shatter as blinding light swallowed the arena. Yet with a mere wave of her hand, Wiji Ho Yan's copy swatted the apocalyptic attack aside. Energy gathered in her palm, expanding into a colossal spectral hand that blotted out the sky. As it descended to crush him, Sungmin's eyes trembled in recognition. This technique, he frowned. It was the ultimate art she had mastered after absorbing the power of the Void Tyrant. Grip tightening on his spear, he channeled every ounce of the demon's borrowed power into the Nine Heavens arts. Determination blazed in his gaze as energy condensed in a split second. Sixth form Void Path. A beam of absolute pressure fired toward her. She twisted midair, barely escaping total annihilation by a hair's breadth. She stared at him with cold, empty eyes. Before her strings were cut, her aura vanished and she collapsed. Sungmin gasped for air, adrenaline still coursing through his veins. Through the settling dust, he watched her unmoving form. Sweat drenched him, and agony spiked, but he finally let his body go limp. The storm had passed. Tension left his muscles, replaced by the thrill of victory. "I did it." Memories flooded back. 9 years in reality. But for him, trapped in the mental world, it had been thousands of years of hellish training. "I survived it all just to reach you." Sungmin asked the silence. "Have I finally become strong enough?" Ho's cold voice cut through the sentiment. Touching. "But don't forget you beat that puppet using my power. You're pathetic." The demon sneered, though his tone held a hint of grudging respect. "Possessing power and wielding it are two different realms. Yet, you controlled energy, far beyond your rank." Ho admitted, "You really are an entertaining bastard." Then the tone shifted. "Kid, brace yourself." Sungmin blinked, confused. "I'm withdrawing the power now. The backlash is going to be excruciating. Lose focus and you die." Sungmin smirked weakly. "Don't worry. Pain is my oldest friend." Ho chuckled. "We'll see about that." A crushing weight clamped down on his soul. His body convulsed, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. It felt as if every cell in his being was being ripped apart by invisible hooks. Unable to contain the torment, a guttural scream tore from his throat, echoing into the heavens. Consciousness returned as Rubia shook him. "You're finally awake," he rasped Rubia, disoriented. "How long was I out?" Rubia's face was pale. "An hour? You were writhing in agony the whole time?" She held up an empty vial. "I even used the elixir that woman left behind, but nothing seemed to help." His eyes widened. "Even a divine elixir barely kept me alive. If not for that potion, I would be a corpse right now." A faint smile touched his lips. "Looks like I owe Sogo another life debt." Ho's voice echoed. "Status report." Sungmin groaned. "Feels like death warmed over." His meridians were shredded, his dantian a chaotic mess. As he tried to stand, Rubia panicked. "Stop, you can't move in that condition." "I have to keep moving." Rubia couldn't comprehend his drive. "Go where?" "With that body." He glanced toward the corner. "Grandma Dako. I detect residual mana signatures." Rubia analyzed. It was a high-tier teleportation scroll designed to escape the dungeon. 3 signatures in total. Sungmin nodded. Sogo and the others had made it out. If Sogo is safe, then my mission here is complete. He turned away. Rubius screamed, "Wait, where are you going now?" calmly opening his system interface. His eyes locked onto the dungeon boss's coordinates, the climax of this awakening manhwa arc. "I'm going forward." He began to drag his broken body deeper into the abyss. Thoughts of Wiji Ho-Yeon flooded his mind as he stumbled. After 9 years. Just how monstrously powerful have you become? How much have you changed? What does your voice sound like now? Do you still look the same? He collapsed again, dirt filling his mouth. "Do you ever think of me the way I think of you?" He lowered his gaze, a bitter laugh escaping. "Probably not. To you it's been 9 years. But for me, I've been chasing your ghost for 2,100 years. Yet he forced himself up. The promise he made at 13 was the only fuel keeping his fire alive. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. "I wanted to prove my worth to you, to show you the fruits of my desperate struggle. I wanted to scream that I only became stronger because of you." Sungmin's body trembled violently, his consciousness fading as he whispered, "Just a little longer. Hold on." A sudden, sharp killing intent pierced through the haze, snapping Sungmin's attention back to reality. His eyes suddenly began to glow with an ethereal light, widening in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Hovering in the air was the majestic figure of Ho-Yeon. So beautiful, Sungmin thought, his childish desire to show off his growth instantly crumbling before such overwhelming presence. Sungmin's gaze locked onto her, mesmerized by a perfection that defied logic. Every step she took shattered the limits of his imagination regarding the trial. He silently analyzed the entity before him. This doppelganger was flawless, the very peak of power he had been chasing all this time. The majestic figure standing before him was none other than Ho-Yeon, that signature mask of cold indifference plastered across her face until a faint smile broke through the mark of the dungeon boss. She gave a single firm nod, radiating an aura so intense that his past self would have been crushed instantly by the sheer pressure of it. Ho-Yeon lowered her gaze, her voice dripping with intrigue. "I too faced a monster just like you, a user of the 9 heavens absolute spear." Sungmin flushed crimson at the praise. "You've gotten stronger, Sungmin." He cleared his throat, averting his eyes. "Don't say things like that, or I'll get complacent and stop grinding." Ho-Yeon chuckled softly. "So, you finally speak." Sungmin stammered, "I just didn't know what to say." She narrowed her eyes playfully. "You were hiding behind that wall on purpose, weren't you?" He hesitated, his voice trembling. "Because I wasn't worthy to face you yet." Ho-Yeon fell into a heavy silence, then waved her hand dismissively. "Who exactly were you trying to meet?" "You," Sungmin whispered. Ho-Yeon smiled warmly. "It must have been hell for you, yet you survived and made it here. That implies you've already surpassed my shadow, doesn't it?" Sungmin bowed his head, humility in his posture. "I can't claim I did it alone." She watched him quietly, her calm eyes swirling with unspoken thoughts. Ho-Yeon's voice was soft but piercing. "Congratulations. You've achieved your dream." Sungmin recalled his vow from years ago. "I will make defeating you my goal. In 10 years I swear to pierce your heart with this spear." Sungmin shifted awkwardly. "Let's not talk about that." Leaning against the cold dungeon wall, they reminisced about the old days, laughter bubbling up between them naturally. Ho-Yeon reflected, her expression softening. 9 years. That time truly meant everything to me. She raised a brow. "What about you?" Sungmin smiled faintly. "It meant the world to me too, even if the suffering was unbearable." Her shoulders slumped, a desolate loneliness flickering in her cold eyes. Ho-Yeon asked quietly, "Will you come with me?" Sungmin blinked, confused. "What?" Her voice remained steady, echoing her earlier sentiment. "I despise being the object of anyone's expectation. That was true before I was summoned to this world, and it remains true now. Those disgusting heavy gazes follow me wherever I go." She paused, her expression shifting. "But if that gaze belongs to you, I don't think I would hate it." Sungmin stood stunned for a moment before whispering, "I'm sorry." Ho-Yeon closed her eyes, masking her disappointment. "You don't want to come with me," he waved his hands frantically. "No, it's not that, but if I go now, I'll just be a shadow trailing behind you. I refuse to be that. I want to stand beside you as an equal." She frowned, impressed despite herself. "You've grown even stronger than I anticipated." Sungmin sighed. "This isn't enough to satisfy me." A faint smirk tugged at Ho-Yeon's lips. "Greedy fool. We have 1 year left on our promise." He nodded firmly. "Yeah, 1 more year. By then, I'll climb to your level and find you." She dropped a heavy hint. "And at that time, will you walk the path with me?" Sungmin rubbed his neck, flustered. "Well, that's Ho-Yeon burst into laughter, her face lighting up with genuine excitement. Fine, I get it. I'll hold back my greed for now. But be warned, catching up won't be easy, because I'm going to become far stronger than anything you can achieve in a mere year. He nodded. I know. You are the ultimate goal I'm striving for after all. She smiled wryly. He really has changed. They stood up in unison, facing each other through the invisible barrier of the trial. All right then, they said in perfect harmony. In 1 year we meet at the promised place. Ho-Yeon thought to herself, truthfully, I wanted to drag him along by force. I wanted to turn back and look at him, but I'll restrain myself. I couldn't bear it if he hated me. Let's talk properly when we meet in a year. I want to see you share a meal, drink wine, and talk about everything we've endured. I almost forgot to say this. I missed you. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air. Sogo was in a panic. Why did you bring me out here? Sungmin is fighting in my place. Grismo marveled at her intensity. Such a violent reaction from the emotionless one? So-Yoon whispered grimly. We had no other choice. She screamed in fury. Cowards. You're all spineless cowards. Is this what you call chivalry? Is this the honor you uphold? The man tried to calm her. Lady Bake, please compose yourself. Bake Sogo walked past him, her voice like ice. I am leaving the Murim alliance. So-Yoon's eyes widened in shock. What? Sogo remained calm. I refuse to be part of a rot like this. Don't look for me. You all make me sick. The man stood frozen, rooted to the spot, unable to utter a single word. Bake Sogo grit her teeth, tears threatening to fall. I'm sorry. Sungmin, I'm so sorry. I need to get stronger. Elsewhere, Sangaris was enduring hellish training, while Scarlet yawned, bored out of her mind with a book in hand. The creatures of this world walk with feet firmly planted on the ground. Humans. We call them humans. They possess morality and standards, obeying laws to maintain order in this chaotic leveling manhwa world. But there are those who ignore all rules, shattering every limit. Those who feast on the blood of others. Existences that defy death itself, living filthy, accursed lives. Creatures that have discarded honor and trust. Beasts ruled by savage instincts, roaring beneath the moonlight. Beings that are no longer human, standing on a blurred line. The world calls these awakening manhwa nightmares. Mutants. Sungmin suddenly jolted awake, in a strange void. He scanned his surroundings, confusion washing over him. Where am I? Then a realization hit him, leaving him stunned. Wait, why do you look so pale? A mocking laugh echoed through the empty space. Sungmin furrowed his brows. That voice. Void tyrant. Helg chuckled. That's right. Sungmin asked. What is this place? The entity replied. Inside your dreams. It seems our spiritual realm synced. When I lent you my power, when you sleep, I can invade your consciousness. Right now, your body is suffering the backlash of wielding my power. But don't worry, you won't die. Sungmin exhaled a sigh of relief. Is that so? I was worried I was still trapped in an illusion. Since all memories after the trial are usually illusions. Sungmin paused. Is that your true form? Helg mused. I just chose a shape I felt comfortable with. Do you want to see my true form? Sungmin watched in awe, as waves of overwhelming energy began to surge toward him. Suddenly, a towering, imposing shadow materialized. The figure smirked with arrogance. What do you think? This is my true form, the great void demon King Hell. Sungmin replied with a flat expression. You look more human than I expected. Hell narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with condescension. Demons are creatures that naturally resemble humans, you fool. Although this isn't my true physical body, I am pleased to finally possess a vessel after such an eternity. Sungmin shot him a tired side-eye. So why are you here? I'm exhausted. Hell cleared his throat, floating closer. I have questions for you, boy. Sungmin gave a slight nod. The demon loomed over him, his presence suffocating. You. Just what exactly are you? The power I granted you. It is not something a lowly human like you should be able to bear, let alone wield. Yet you handled it. You wielded it with a mastery as if that power had belonged to you from the very beginning. How is that possible? Sungmin countered coldly. Why should I tell you? Hell scoffed. If not for me, you would have died long ago. Correct. Not only are you weak, but you are also incredibly shameless. When I connected to you through magical energy, I tasted your emotions. Thirst, inferiority, self-loathing, the pathetic emotions of a bottom feeder that I, an invincible existence, have never known. And yet, you possess a mental barrier strong enough to resist my domination. Seriously, what are you? Sungmin remained silent, struggling to find the words. Hell nodded knowingly. I see. I knew you were a regressor, a classic trope of a leveling manhwa, but I never expected you to have been trained by two gods. The mystery is solved. That explains your impenetrable mental fortress and a strength that completely contradicts your lack of talent. To think you trained in the mental world for 21 years is absolutely reckless. Sungmin pointed a finger at the demon. That's right. Mentally, I'm older than you, so show some respect when you speak to me. The Demon King burst into laughter. No matter how long you live to me, you will always be a child. You'd need to be stronger than me to spout such foolish nonsense. But that will likely never happen in your lifetime. 2,100 years of cultivation, and this is all you have achieved. I told you already, Sungmin snapped. This body cannot handle the full weight of the experience and cultivation I gained in the mental world. True, I've considered that. Don't misunderstand, I'm not mocking your talent. Well, maybe a little. It is simply the hard limit of being human. Sungmin's eyes widened. What hell flashed a demonic twisted grin. Become a demon. Become one of us. Sungmin was stunned, his body instinctively taking a step back. Hell continued, his voice seductive. You must have felt it. The price for borrowing my power is that my demonic energy has already soaked into your marrow. Furthermore, your heart is that of a monster. If you use that heart as a core and become a demon, you would evolve into a truly fascinating monster. If that happens, you might even surpass that woman you are so obsessed with. Sungmin gasped for air. I refuse. Hell clicked his tongue in annoyance. I'm merely telling you that the option is available. But kid, do not forget the mutant energy currently residing in your body. You are already standing on the edge. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his mind, pointing north. 5 years from now, in the land where the snow never melts, you will meet a crucial figure. Rubia's voice pulled him from the memory, sounding excited. I understand why we are heading to the great northern city of Travia. But why must we live like homeless beggars in this freezing cold for 3 whole months? Sungmin chewed on a piece of dried meat. Because there's nowhere else to stay around here. But relax, we are almost there. Suddenly, he paused. What is it? Calm down. Hell's voice dropped to a low growl. Instead of wasting food, why don't you just become an inanimate object? Rubia shrieked in panic. What? Stop talking nonsense. Beings without bodies should stay silent. You useless thing. The demon gritted his teeth, glaring at the spirit with pure annoyance. Sungmin reminisced. It had been 3 months since that day. After escaping the dungeon, he had paid a terrible price to borrow the power of the Void Demon King. As soon as he recovered, they began their journey north following Master Bunwang's prophecy. Their destination was the northern metropolis, Travia. The long trek was finally nearing its end. He recalled the information from Neville. Travia was the territory once ruled by the legendary Blood Demon Monarch. But after the Blood Demon Monarch lost an arm to the little demon god, the order collapsed. Now all manner of monsters and demons ran rampant. It had become a city of absolute chaos. Rubia nodded. Travia was originally the land of demons, heretics, and mutants, even before the Blood Demon Monarch appeared. Honestly, I don't want to go there at all. Sungmin frowned. Mutants, she spoke quickly. Travia has long been called the realm of mutants. It's crawling with demons like the Void Demon King, undead vampires, and lycanthropes. It's a collective name for monsters that possess human-like forms. Sungmin fell into deep thought. I see. So that's why this place is feared as a living hell. Sungmin let out a small chuckle. Great. I can already smell the dogs nearby. In the pitch-black forest, dozens of glowing eyes suddenly appeared, locking onto them. He smirked, his aura flaring. Perfect. It's a sign we're close to our target. The pack of wolves lunged from the shadows. It's been a while. Time for a little exercise. While Sungmin stood, momentarily dazed, a ferocious wolf launched itself directly at his throat. Rubia screamed. Careful, werewolves are incredibly powerful at night. Normal weapons won't work on them. Sungmin furrowed his brow. Normal weapons. The scene shifted to Selgerus, whose voice trembled with terror and disbelief. This is orichalcum. Sungmin looked curious. That's orichalcum. She couldn't hide her excitement. You don't even know what this is. Where on earth did you find this? This purity. This size. Sungmin recalled the memory. It appeared after I defeated Wui Hoon's clone. I obtained it inside a dungeon. I want to forge a spear with it. Is that possible? With a chunk of orichalcum this big, there should be plenty left over after making the spearhead. You can keep the remaining material as your labor fee. Selgerus froze, stunned. Are you crazy? Just crafting a weapon with orichalcum is an honor for a blacksmith? You could buy several castles with this scrap, yet you're giving it to me as payment. Fine, I'll integrate it into your magic-resistant armor as well. Sungmin simply pointed, confirming his request. She gave a curt nod before turning her back on him. All right, I get it. The tip of the spear in his hand flashed, erupting with an overwhelming pressure. Sungmin launched himself forward, instantly slicing through the lunging werewolf. One after another, they threw themselves at him, only to be effortlessly annihilated. He channeled his force, slamming the shaft backward into a sneak attacker. Without hesitation, his spear danced, piercing through the beast's chest like paper. Sungmin spun calmly, unleashing a gentle thrust that dropped the monster instantly. The azure spear flashed like lightning. Sungmin descended with the weight of a mountain. The werewolf's scream was cut short, silence reigned. His expression darkened eyes, void of any hesitation. Sungmin stood amidst the carnage of the pack he'd just slaughtered. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "Speak. Why did you curs choose to hunt me?" The demon wolf roared in fury. "Your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you think you'll leave here alive after this massacre?" Sungmin tilted his head, genuinely confused. "Excuse me. You guys attacked me first," he pointed out flatly. The beast gnashed its teeth. "Because you trespassed on the demon wolf sect's domain." Sungmin frowned. "Your domain? The demon wolf sect? Since when do mutts start martial arts sects? Where exactly is this territory?" The creature spat back. "The village you passed on your way here. Because of the chaos you caused, we couldn't collect our tribute." Realization dawned on Sungmin. "Ah, you mean because I stopped that innkeeper from drugging Rubia and selling her into slavery?" Inside his mind, Hukjin burst into laughter. "Ha! Watching that cat girl get paralyzed was the highlight of my week." The demon wolf froze at the blunt rebuttal, then exploded in rage. "You're the ones who broke the rules first." Sungmin's eyes narrowed a lethal warning. "So a sect of beasts dares to lecture me on morality. If you back off now, I won't skin the rest of you." The wolf roared. "Silence. You think we'd let you walk away after humiliating the pack?" The demon wolf sect never forgives. Sungmin sighed and casually swung his spear. Slash. Another wolf collapsed, life extinguished in an instant. Hokjin murmured, "Kid, what's on your mind?" Sungmin raised an eyebrow. "Mind? There's no thought process needed here. Do I need a strategy to take out the trash?" The spirit hummed in agreement. "True enough. Compared to your current power level, these whelps are insignificant. Crushing them is as easy as breathing." "What's your point?" Sungmin asked. Hukjin warned, "Don't let this victory swell your head. You're killing them with flashy moves, acting like you're the apex predator. That kind of arrogance is a privilege reserved for invincible legends like me." Just then, Rubia approached the scene, trembling. "Werewolves and vampires usually serve a singular lord," she explained. "The lower-tier beasts often take on the physical traits of their creator. If their master is the demon wolf leader I'm thinking of, Sungmin, you cannot defeat him. Not with your current strength. Do not be reckless, unless you have a death wish." Sungmin snapped back. "So what, should I have just stood there and watched Rubia get sold off like cattle?" Rubia sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault." Sungmin cut her off firmly. "No. Once we stepped into their territory, this battle was written in stone." Hukjin scoffed. "I'm just giving you a reality check, kid. In this world, there is always a bigger monster lurking in the dark." And, as if summoned by those very words, a nightmare descended. A chilling, gentle voice cut through the air. "Greetings, little ones." A towering figure emerged, radiating suffocating pressure. "I am Hugo." The man smiled, a predator, baring his fangs, the leader of the demon wolf sect. The demon wolf king Hugo. Cold sweat instantly drenched Sungmin's back. Hugo glanced around the slaughter. "My subordinates. All dead. All that investment, and they were this weak. Pathetic." He turned his gaze to Sungmin. "I don't recognize you." Name Sungmin gripped his spear until his knuckles turned white. Lee Sungmin. "Lee Sungmin. Ah, I recall Gujang mentioning you. But I thought you were one of those righteous faction hypocrites. You smell more like us." Hugo shrugged. "Not that it matters." Boom. Hugo released his spiritual pressure. The air grew heavy, crushing the surroundings under his aura. He grinned. "So how would you like to die today?" Sungmin's pupils dilated in sheer terror. The gap in power was absolute. Suddenly, a deep ancient voice resonated from Sungmin. "That's enough. Mad wolf." Hugo paused, confused. Hukjin continued. "Aren't you a little too old to be bullying children?" Hugo stared at the strange aura rising from the boy. "Wait. Hukjin, is that really you?" The spirit chuckled darkly. "Indeed. It's been about 400 years, hasn't it?" Hugo burst into excited laughter. "I heard you died 4 years ago. Where's your body? Why are you hitchhiking in this kid?" Hukjin shrugged spiritually. "Who knows? My body is probably dust by now." Hugo clutched his face, laughing maniacally. Unbelievable. The great Hukjin reduced to a ghostly babysitter. How pathetic. Hyukjin lowered his voice. You're the one who's changed. Your eyes. They've lost their fire. Where is the mad dog that used to terrorize the realm? Hugo growled. I go by Hugo now. So, you want me to spare the brat? Hyukjin nodded. Yes. Hugo was stunned. Hyukjin protecting a weakling. To hear mercy from your mouth. The world has truly ended. Hyukjin hissed. You want to fight me, Hugo? Smiled, shaking his head. No. I was just passing by and got curious. A few dead minions mean nothing. I'll let this slide. You're heading to Chavia. Sungmin nodded warily. Yes. Watch your back then. The others there aren't as benevolent as I am. With a swish of his cape, Hugo vanished, taking the injured wolves with him. Sungmin exhaled, trembling. If we fought, I would have lost, right? Hyukjin's voice exploded in his mind. Obviously, he's a centuries-old monster, an apex predator. You aren't even in his league. Why a monster like him is playing sect leader is beyond me. More importantly, because of your weakness, I had to beg for mercy. It's humiliating. Stop being a worm and get stronger fast. That arrogant Hugo. Hyukjin fumed. Sungmin clenched his fist. Even if he is just a minor sect leader, I have to climb higher than even the peaks he stands on. The world was vast. Instead of fear, a thrill shot through Lee Sungmin like the protagonist of a massive leveling manhwa. The despair vanished. The path to power was endless. He paused, recalling Hugo's parting words. The others aren't as kind as me. That was concerning. Sungmin frowned. What did he mean by others? Meanwhile, in a shadowed dimension, Hugo stood before a dark altar. A crimson orb, pulsed with sinister, chaotic energy. Hugo spoke into the void. Gentlemen, I met Hyukjin. A massive shadow manifested behind him. The Demon King chuckled. Hyukjin, I thought that old fool was dead. Body's gone, he's just a lingering soul now. But his aura remains, Hugo replied. He pointed a finger and energy coalesced into an image. The projection of the old master flickered. Stubborn bastard surviving the great purge of 4 centuries ago. The shadow pointed at Sungmin in the image. And who is the boy? Hugo shrugged. Just a martial artist. Haejin clung to him as if her life depended on it. The Demon King observed with a contemplative gaze. Was this truly the mortal who had slaughtered Jenny's avatar? She offered a chilling smile. That is correct. He looks unremarkable, I admit. However, if he possesses the strength to annihilate my clone, he is far from mediocre. Du interjected, his voice calm. He appears human enough, perhaps even relatable to us. Since Helen is accompanying him, I shall overlook his presence for now. It seems his path leads toward Chavia. Let us observe his growth for the time being. Janila watched the boy with a predatory interest. Is this him? The Demon King issued a dark warning. Do not be careless. Haejin's power is not something to be trifled with. The vampire smiled wickedly. I have my own methods. The king scoffed, startled. Is that the extent of your vision? If anything strange occurs, report it immediately. The beast of prey. The Demon King watched the boy's retreating figure and smirked. I have finally found you, you thief of hearts. Meanwhile, Sungmin held a document containing Chavia's most classified secrets. It was a briefing on the movements of the elite corps and their unique traits. Sungmin flipped through the pages with a stoic expression, his eyes betraying no emotion. His gaze locked onto a symbol in the corner. Predator. No one knew its founding date, but in this manhwa recap, it was clear the organization had lurked in the shadows for centuries. Vampires, werewolves, and other nightmarish entities. It was a cabal dedicated to recruiting non-human creatures. Their emblem was a sinister, inverted pentagram. While they rarely surface during the day, their thirst for blood and overwhelming power at night is legendary, Sungmin muttered to himself. Especially the 5 great captains, known as the Black Stars. Their true strength is unfathomable. In short, they are walking catastrophes. Could these mutated monstrosities be the others? Du mentioned. Helg's voice echoed in his mind. Precisely. They attempted to recruit me once, but I declined. It sounded like too much work. Among the 5 stars, that Mad Wolf is undoubtedly one of them. Sungmin froze. That meant there were 4 other monsters just as terrifying as that beast. Helg explained. They have cultivated their power for centuries. For a human like you to challenge them is akin to striking a rock with an egg. You were incredibly lucky that the wolf let you go. If you do not wish to regret your weakness later. Sungmin snapped. Here we go again. You are trying to convince me to become a demon, aren't you? I have rejected that idea countless times. Honestly, I have always relied on my luck to survive this far. Sungmin looked stunned for a moment before his expression hardened. No, I told you someone I respected deeply walked down that path and fell. Out of respect for him, I cannot lose myself. Helg replied nonchalantly. You are already standing on the precipice. I think your stubbornness is meaningless now. What is the point of keeping your ego if you die? Why cling to humanity when you could embrace the power you so desperately need? I have heard enough of your nonsense. Sungmin's eyes blazed with fury. Silence, I will break my limits and become stronger without turning into a monster. The spirit gave a cold laugh. Is that so? I hope you do not realize the truth when it is too late. Fortunately, the mad wolf let things slide this time. Meanwhile, in Chavia, there lived a deranged woman with a particular taste for men like Sungmin. She looked on with twisted delight. Those willing to lick your boots for a crumb of affection while you hold the power. It is pathetic that you show them such a weak side of yourself. You have disappointed me greatly. The man on the ground gritted his teeth and spat. Get lost. Janila looked down at him, arrogantly disdain etched on her beautiful face. She reached out, tracing the lines of his face. How pitiful. As soon as the words left her lips, she slammed her fist down on him. Ho-Yeon trembled violently. You vampire witch, I said. Get lost. I will not be seduced by a wretch like you. He roared aggressively. I am the blood heavenly demon Ho-Yeon of Chavia. She easily caught his hand and squeezed it. Jeniella pouted. Why does a noble warrior make my heart flutter? So why don't you simply belong to me? The bane of demon-kind vampire queen Jeniella whispered. That left hand you lost. It will regenerate the moment you become my subordinate. You will inherit the power to crush that insignificant heavenly demon who reduced you to this state. Ho-Yeon flinched unconsciously, taking a step back. He clenched his jaw, forcing the words out. I refuse. However, Jeniella's amusement only deepened. Ho-Yeon, you are magnificent. You lost to a girl half your age and fell into despair. Even though the mighty army you spent years building has crumbled, your mind remains unbewitched. You stand firm before my temptation. But do you know what? Every time I visit, I sense your resistance weakening. The blood heavenly demon will soon belong to Jeniella. Yet Jeniella takes no joy in that certainty. It is always the same. Once she possesses the toy she craves, she loses interest and discards it. And when that happens, she seeks a new plaything. She has enjoyed this twisted form of entertainment for quite some time. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I suppose it is time to find a new toy. Suddenly, a subordinate approached and bowed. My queen. Jeniella turned her head, annoyed at the interruption. Sang Jin cleared his throat. A stranger has entered the city. He is definitely human, yet I sense a non-human aura radiating from him. She laughed coldly. He must be the one Du mentioned. Jeniella paused, confused. Wait, he is the one who broke my toy. Even though I was bored with that clone, Du's warning still echoes in my ears. Do not do anything excessive. She froze silent for a long moment as she calculated her next move. A second later, Jeniella shrugged it off. That is not my concern. Let us go see what he looks like. On the streets, the injured lay scattered on the ground. The citizens seemed desensitized to the carnage, walking past with indifferent expressions. Sungmin sighed, blending into the crowd to observe. He frowned in confusion. Great, we made it to Chavia, but what happened to the city? There are corpses rotting everywhere. Rubia whispered, did I not tell you? This place became a hellhole after the blood heavenly demon was defeated. Sungmin choked on his words. Even so, I never imagined it would be this horrific. Helg issued a warning. Those are not merely corpses. Everyone you see here, they are not human. Werewolves and vampires swarm this place. Usually non-humans hide in the shadows, but for them to roam so openly, this city is a typical chaotic zone you'd find in a leveling manhwa. She whimpered, her voice trembling with distress. Are you absolutely certain we can find such an important figure in a desolate wasteland like this? Didn't you say that Monk told you the target was in the north? Suddenly, a voice as sweet as honey, but laced with poison cut through the air. Oh, there is indeed someone very special here. Jeniella descended gracefully, floating before them like a dark angel. She smiled, eyes gleaming with dangerous amusement. A pleasure to meet you at last, Ghost Spear. She introduced herself with a curtsy. You may call me Jenny. Sungmin frowned, wary of the sudden appearance. Jenny Hell's voice echoed in his mind, sharp and urgent. That is the mad woman I warned you about. The monster lurking within this city. That mad wolf might be unstoppable when he goes berserk, but he is usually calm. Jenny is different. She does not operate on logic or reason. Since I revealed my aura to that wolf earlier, I suspect she tracked the scent of my magic here. His tone turned grave. Listen closely. You must stay away from Jenny at all costs. Before Sungmin could process the warning, she vanished and reappeared inches from his face. His eyes widened in pure terror. Wait, didn't he say she wouldn't attack immediately? He forced his trembling heart to steady. Are you? Jenny, her face lit up with manic glee. You know who I am. Did the Void Tyrant tell you I heard rumors from Hugo, but it seems the stories were true? Her smile twisted into something cold and mocking. Have you really fallen so low? You the entity once feared as the living nightmare of the South? Hell scoffed, his spiritual pressure rising. Little girl, your arrogance knows no bounds. This will not do. I need to teach this brat a lesson in respect. It is the only way she will learn her place. Jenny threw her head back and laughed, unbothered by the threat. Is that so? You want to discipline me? Look at you. Your soul has been completely severed from your physical body. Your soul is undeniably potent, which is the only reason you can even maintain this pathetic existence. However, you are far from your prime. Do you really believe a mere spirit stands a ghost of a chance against me? Hell roared, his voice like thunder. If you are so curious, then step forward and test me. She glared back. Why would I be curious about a result that is set in stone? Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Rubia, cowering nearby. Oh, cat ears. She isn't a demi-human, yet she isn't human either. Her bones and internal organs possess no function. They are merely decorations inside a hollow shell. A biological entity sustained solely by magic. A doll crafted to satisfy its creator's whims. Can you truly call yourself a living being? Rubia shut her eyes, trembling. Stop it, please. Jenny giggled. Did that scare you? My apologies. Hell's voice turned grim in Sungmin's mind. This is why she is a nightmare to deal with. She possesses the vampire queen's eyes of discrimination. One glance is all she needs to see through a person's very core. Jenny snapped her fingers. Right. Now let's see what you are made of. She stared at him for a long, uncomfortable silence, then suddenly reached out to caress Sungmin's face. Her expression puzzled. How strange. Why is it that I see absolutely nothing? Hell chuckled darkly. He is an anomaly. Your all-seeing eyes are useless against him. Isn't that fascinating? She nodded slowly. Indeed. Sensing the cold sweat rolling down his neck, Jenny suddenly shoved Sungmin away. She bowed politely, instantly switching personas. Forgive me. I showed you an unsightly side of myself. Just as she was about to speak, a rough voice interrupted. What is this? You are just a murderous woman. Don't waste your breath on that weakling. Come here and entertain me instead. Before the fool could finish his sentence, she swatted him away like a fly, sending him flying without her expression changing. I am interested in this boy. It wasn't just him. In the blink of an eye, every bystander in the vicinity was obliterated. She smiled innocently amidst the carnage. This place is so filthy. Sungmin stood frozen, horror etched on his face. She spoke calmly, as if discussing the weather. I will keep this brief. Sungmin raised his guard, adrenaline spiking. What are you talking about? Her next words froze his blood. The sword demon. I took him in a few years ago. Even in despair, he was resilient. He never surrendered. He was utterly weak, yes, but I adored him. I have a soft spot for those who struggle against fate. Sungmin hesitated. So, are you here to exact revenge because I killed him? She laughed. A musical sound. Oh heavens no. I considered it. But toys are destined to break eventually. I do not blame you for his destruction. He clenched his fists, knuckles white. Then what is your game? Jenny glanced away, feigning boredom. It is simple. She leaned in, her voice seductive. How would you like to become a vampire? The sword demon was merely a low-rank thrall because the blood he received was diluted. But you, I will make you my direct subordinate. I have never made such an offer before. I will grant you power and privileges beyond your wildest dreams. So what do you say? Sungmin instantly stepped back. No, thanks. She pouted, looking genuinely hurt. What a shame. I suppose this will have to do for now. If he had agreed immediately, I would have been terribly disappointed. My eyes cannot read him, yet his gaze holds a depth of suffering that would shatter a normal human mind. Furthermore, anyone who has endured such hell should possess eyes of unshakable steel. So why does it look like his spirit could crumble at any moment? The corner of Jenny's mouth quirked up a faint sinister smile before she turned to leave. I shall take my leave. You are truly interesting, Ghost Spear. We will meet again. Please do not break too easily before then. Sungmin stood there bewildered. What just happened? Hell chuckled. Isn't it obvious? You have captivated her. That is simply her nature. She is relentless. When you fall into absolute misery and despair, she will return with another offer. Sungmin looked at the corpses littering the street, his voice hollow. Just how strong is she? Hell explained. She is the second strongest entity you have encountered thus far. Sungmin's eyes widened. Then who is the strongest? Meanwhile, a bird perched nearby, watched them with unnatural intelligence. This is exactly why you should embrace your destiny. Why does everyone in this awakening manhwa world insist on turning people into monsters? Every event was being relayed through the bird's eyes. The Demon King's voice dropped an octave. I have finally found you. He has entered the city. I'm counting on you, Aina. Suddenly, a wave of crushing pressure swept through the crowd. Anyone touched by the aura was instantly annihilated. A man stared in horror at the impossible power before him. He screamed, clawing at his face, but met the same bloody end as the others. A towering figure sat casually atop a throne made of fresh corpses. He ground his teeth, his breathing ragged as he regained consciousness. Whippy looked around confused. How long was I out this time, Snow? A city. Is this Chavia? Why have I traveled so far north? His gaze snapped to a commotion in the distance. A spearman was effortlessly dismantling a girl's attacks. Whippy watched intently, analyzing the clash like a scene from a high-stakes leveling manhwa. A girl and a spear user. He silently observed, the two combatants trading blows with ferocious intensity. A grin slowly spread across Whippy's face until he burst into maniacal, excited laughter. A few days later, during a chance encounter with Jenny, Jong-hyun stared at the man before him in mild surprise. It seemed Sungmin and Rubia recognized him as well. He approached with suspicion. Kim Jong-hyun. The man burst into laughter. We seem to run into each other in the most unexpected situations, don't we? This is our first reunion since taking down the sword demon in Dri Right. Sungmin sighed deeply. I apologize for disappearing on you back then. Kim Jong-hyun shrugged it off. I figured you had your own business to attend to. Then Sungmin asked casually, so what brings you to this city? He avoided eye contact, his gaze darting around before he stammered, just sightseeing. Sungmin glanced at the corpses, littering the streets, and spoke dryly. I guess there are plenty of sites that are exclusive to Chavia. Kim Jong-hyun gave a helpless laugh. Those things certainly leave an impression. But tell me, have you heard about the predators yet? Sungmin looked visibly surprised. Seeing his reaction, Kim Jong-hyun offered a faint smile. I assume you know of them. The mutants. The man-eating monsters living within human society. They have finally begun to make their move. Some among them possess power that ranks within the absolute strongest on this continent. A level of strength that could easily erase the Blood Heavenly Alliance from the map at any moment. And now monsters like that are active right here in Chavia. Even though the Blood Heavenly Demon sect used to rule this place, the tables have turned. Countless demons flocked here after the Blood Heavenly Demon fell. They have declared their intent to throw the world order into chaos. The predators are close to achieving the ideal they have always craved. What exactly are they trying to do? These are apex monsters that have hidden themselves for centuries. Perhaps a new history will be written starting from this very spot. He laughed, a savage glint in his eyes. I am dying to witness that happen. A moment later, Helg's voice echoed in Sungmin's mind. Maybe you should accept his invitation. He could be the key figure we are looking for, you know. Sungmin recalled the offer from earlier. If you don't have a place to stay, would you like to crash at my place? It's fine. I just felt an intense uneasiness about it. It felt like I'd be dissected on an operating table. While chasing this prophecy, the old spirit hummed in thought. I see. Rubia, floating beside him, groaned in frustration. So does that mean we're heading back out into the wilderness to find them? Sungmin was at a loss for words. Nobody said the important person was guaranteed to be inside the city. Sungmin thought to himself, this city is far more dangerous than the rumors suggested. We will explore a bit longer. If we find nothing, we'll head back, she muttered under her breath. I just want to take a bath. Suddenly, he detected a wave of overwhelming killing intent crashing toward them. In a split second, Sungmin swung his spear, severing the tentacle that lunged from the shadows. He smirked. We haven't been here long, and we're already in another crisis. This was a classic development for a leveling manhwa protagonist. Sungmin stared at the cold, expressionless girl before him. Aina, dripping with murderous intent, growled his name. Lee Sungmin. Aina's eyes drifted to the spear, radiating powerful energy. That power, she excitedly commanded her tentacles. Now, I can do that too. Sungmin's face hardened. Infinite mana and regeneration. Unpredictable tentacle attacks. And now, she has added chi reinforcement to her arsenal. Helg whispered urgently. Hey, Sungmin cut him off. No, don't even start. Determination blazed in his eyes as he gripped his spear tighter. I'll handle this. Both of them exploded with killing intent, charging at each other instantly. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated through the air. You seem to be having quite the fun time here. The next second, a shockwave blasted both of them backward. Let me join in. Sungmin was shaken to his core. Who the hell is this guy? He just barged in and floored both me and Aina at the same time. The old man clenched his fist. I am the crazy heavenly demon Bukwul Baek. Sungmin's mind flashed back to Heo's warning. Run immediately if you encounter the crazy heavenly demon. The blood heavenly demon, the small heavenly demon, and the crazy heavenly demon. The three supreme masters of the era. Among them, I believe the crazy heavenly demon is the only true heavenly demon. Back then, Sungmin had asked, what makes you say that? He had replied, there are a few reasons, but simply put, his power is truly at the level of a god. Aina, heavily injured and trembling on the ground, stared in utter shock. The crazy heavenly demon. Why is a monster like that here? Why roared with laughter? Where did all that fighting spirit go? Come on, play with me now. Aina grit her teeth, forcing herself to stand up inch by inch. She feigned a sigh. How sad. You certainly succeeded in getting my attention. Aina erupted with aura. I was having so much fun, and you ruined it. Wai looked at her outburst with pure amusement and nodded. Facing the storm of tentacles rushing toward him, he screamed in excitement. Excellent. He instantly channeled his internal energy. The moment she got close, he unleashed a single punch. A colossal pressure descended from the heavens, blasting Aina away. Her eyes bulged in disbelief at the sheer destruction. Even the demon lord inside her was terrified, screaming, no, if your entire body is destroyed, you cannot regenerate. That attack is fatal. Aina tried to maneuver, but she was swatted away like a fly. Wai's scorching flames surged toward her like a tsunami. In a split second, Aina was swallowed whole by his sphere of energy. Her expression was frozen in pure horror. Watching from the sidelines, Sungmin's jaw dropped, unable to hide his shock. The energy sphere detonated. The shockwave shook the very fabric of the space around them. Wai stood there, his hands coated in terrifying chi, trembling with excitement. He stared down at Aina, who lay motionless. Her tentacles were severed in pieces, and her body convulsed uncontrollably. She hissed in rage. I will kill you. The demon lord stopped her immediately. No, if it were just the old man, you could unleash your hidden form. But that thief is still watching. Don't be stubborn. Escape now. Aina ground her teeth in frustration. Moments later, she struggled to her feet. Watching Aina turn to leave, Wai marveled. That little girl has regeneration powers. Wonderful, let's keep playing. However, she spread her wings and took to the sky, leaving him no way to pursue. As Aina flew further away, he watched with a look of deep regret. Wai sighed. Whatever. I guess I'll just play with the brat over there. Sungmin flinched his heart, skipping a beat. The old man pondered. Come to think of it, he is the reason I lost my dignity and dove into this mess. It's strange. I've never met him before, but looking at him stirs something deep within my heart. Helg warned him. Kid, that old man is an anomaly. We need to interrogate him. Don't kill him, just capture him. Sungmin screamed internally. What the hell are you talking about? I don't even know if I can survive a fight with that monster. The spirit sneered. If you don't want to try, then hand over control of your body to me. Wai stammered, his mind still swimming in a haze. Where? Where is this? The boy answered with a cold, detached gaze. Chavia. A shadow of realization crossed the old master's face. Chavia. Just as I feared, he muttered. I lost my mind to the bloodlust again. A mindless slaughter that explains the gaps in my memory. But to travel all the way to the northern lands in that state, just how long was I a monster? What exactly happened to me? Helg watched with sharp eyes, sensing the old man's internal turmoil. Wai's eyes narrowed, gears turning behind his gaze, as he tried to piece together the fragmented timeline. The next second, the old man snapped his eyes open with absolute resolve. Overthinking was a waste of time in the face of battle. He launched himself at the boy with wild excitement, desperate to savor every moment of clarity, before his consciousness faded again. Sungmin shouted in confusion. Wait, why the hell are you attacking me? Give me a reason. The old man glared, his face twisted into a mask of pure battle lust. Hey, when one martial master encounters another, is there any need for words before the duel begins? We stomped the ground, shattering the earth, as he shot forward, tearing through the wind like a human cannonball. Sungmin couldn't react in time, shock plastered across his face. The palm strike arrived with an explosion of aura, the pressure so intense it stole the breath from his lungs. His grip on the spear trembled. Sungmin gritted his teeth, forcing his mind to find its center. He realized with horror that he couldn't muster enough power to block this. The old man's attack was devastating. Its raw, destructive power far exceeded even Wiji Ho Yan's clones. Hell sensed the anomaly immediately. This energy signature, could it be? Meanwhile, Wui's eyes widened, staring at the young man with manic delight. Sungmin managed to raise his spear, barely intercepting the strike. Their colliding auras ripped the atmosphere apart, cracking the ground beneath them like a spiderweb. The old man laughed. "You're just a brat, yet your skills are magnificent. Perfect. Join me in this glorious dance of death." Sungmin stared at him, incredulous. "Are you insane? I need to find an opening to escape." But Hell intervened. "No." Sungmin froze. "Huh." Hell's voice was steely. "You must not run. We have to capture him." Sungmin hesitated. "What the hell?" Hell clarified, shock evident in her tone. "The power he is wielding, that old man is using my mana." Sungmin was thunderstruck. Mana. He's using the mana of the Void Tyrant. He barely had time to process it before he was forced to twist his body, dodging Wui's hammer-like blow by a hair's breadth. Sungmin clenched his jaw. "Damn it, I can't afford a single distraction in a fight like this." Hell nagged him again. "Remember, capture him alive." He furrowed his brows, shouting internally, "Shut your mouth." Wui's eyes glowed with luminescent fury as his madness resurfaced. The spear in Sungmin's hands began to radiate a sinister, ghostly aura. The weapon unleashed a projectile of pure force. Wui concentrated his internal energy into his palm, radiating immense power, and casually reached out to snatch the energy blast out of the air. As the energy wave approached, Wui smirked his arrogance, shining brighter than the sun. With a simple flex of his arm, he yanked the spear, the overwhelming force ragdolling Sungmin and flinging him and his weapon into the distance. Sungmin landed hard, thinking bitterly. Against an opponent like him, openings don't exist. He really is a grandmaster who has reached the transcendent realm. That may be the truth, but so what? Sungmin braced himself, ready to tank Wui's next assault. Like the protagonist of an awakening manhwa, it is only within the fires of adversity that I am truly forged. The old man blurred forward again with his tricky movements. Sungmin channeled every ounce of his strength into the Nine Heavens Absolute Spear. First form soul-piercing cone. Sungmin gasped for air, disbelief washing over him. The moment he had vanished from sight, the old man had detonated his own aura, creating an omnidirectional blast to destroy everything nearby. A reckless suicidal gambit. If I hadn't cancelled the soul-piercing cone and activated my barrier in time, or if I wasn't wearing this demon armor, I would be a corpse right now. Wui was heavily wounded, looking down at the boy with a grim expression. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he threw his body directly onto the tip of Sungmin's spear. Wui sneered, looking down his nose. "You look barely 20, yet your power and martial arts rival my own." He slammed a heavy palm downward, creating a massive shockwave as dust billowed out. He looked arrogantly at Sungmin, who was struggling on the ground. Wui asked suspiciously, "Did you use a rejuvenation technique, or are you some descendant of the heavenly demon?" The boy smirked, blood on his teeth. "I am neither." The old man narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? Well, who you are doesn't matter." Wui spun his body, launching a wind-shearing strike. "Just let me enjoy this battle a little longer." Sungmin was stunned. Can aura be manipulated like that? He watched helplessly as the wave of destruction approached. 2,100 years. That was the hellish duration he had spent honing his martial arts in the void. He could have given up at any moment. Sungmin asked himself, "Why did I keep going? Because I refused to quit. Because I didn't want to be weak anymore. Because I was sick of hating myself." Suddenly, a spark of pure joy ignited in his eyes. No, it was simply because I love martial arts. Sungmin unleashed the dormant power within his core. Wui froze, his eyes popping in sheer disbelief. In a flash of movement too fast for the eye to track, the boy appeared right in front of him. Sungmin's eyes were filled with killing intent, unyielding and cold, while the old man grinned with uncontrollable ecstasy. They collided, a flurry of fists and kicks, shockwaves exploding with every impact as their murderous auras saturated the air. Wui roared aggressively, "You little brat." They traded blow for blow, each strike heavy enough to fracture the space around them. The old man frowned as he analyzed the fight. He's getting faster and stronger with every exchange. Is it sudden enlightenment? No, that's not it. He's just becoming stronger. How is this possible? Hell spoke with cold logic. 2,100 years. He isn't getting stronger like some standard leveling manhwa character. He is simply reclaiming what was already his. The fruits of 2 millennia of training that were lost when his internal balance broke. That unutilized power is now flooding back. Sungmin gasped, his breath ragged. "No," he muttered to himself. "This isn't how I used to move. Back then, this technique was powerful, much more powerful than this." Wui stood frozen, unable to accept he was being pushed back. "If I had fought with my prime strength from the start, I wouldn't be in this mess. I have no choice. I must use everything I have." Sungmin's eyes flashed. He saw the shift. The old man cursed internally. Damn it, he saw the opening. Sungmin went silent, his gaze turning into a deep abyssal pool. Sungmin stepped lightly. 9 Heaven's absolute spear, 6th form path of the void. He swung his arm in a blur, the spear tip burying itself into Wui with surgical precision. The old man's scream echoed through the heavens. It was a critical hit. Sungmin glared, his gaze sharp enough to pierce steel. Wui leaped backward, escaping the vortex of power that threatened to consume him. Whirlpool blood, secret art demon god's fist. Wui clenched his fist, channeling every drop of vitality into a punch directed straight ahead. Vortex blood explosion. A catastrophic wave of energy erupted, swallowing the entire area in darkness. Sungmin braced himself, taking the full brunt of the impact. The sheer weight of the power forced a grimace onto his face. A tornado of raw power raged violently between them. A deafening explosion rang out, cracking the bedrock and sending debris flying. Wui slowly lowered his hand. He gritted his teeth, enduring the backlash of pain spreading through his body. Wui stared into the empty space before him, his voice thick with regret. What a pity. The boy is dead. He sighed deeply. If he had another 10 years, he would have surpassed legends. I got too excited and used too much power. Wui feigned remorse. This isn't fun at all. Even though he's been completely erased, I'll build him a memorial if I can find even a scrap of his remains. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the thick smoke, a spear tip silent and deadly pierced straight through the old man's chest without warning. Suddenly, agony surged through him, mixing with humiliation. He gritted his teeth, spitting out a curse filled with venom. You damned brat. If you knew you were this weak, Sungmin's voice echoed with a dark resonance, you should have just surrendered your flesh to me. What? Why? Gasped. You took a direct hit from the blood explosion, and you're still breathing. The boy smirked, a chilling sight to behold. Your martial arts aren't half bad, old man. Wui grimaced, staring at this monster in human skin with utter confusion. Then, a different presence spoke through the boy's lips. Hell had awakened. I have questions for you, mana thief. The aura turned suffocating as he hissed through clenched teeth. Where did you steal that power from? The energy you wield. It belongs to me, Hell declared. Wui panicked, cold sweat running down his back. What nonsense are you spouting? What is this power? Pain racked his body again. What kind of energy is this? I have no patience for lies. An invisible force slammed into Wi's throat, lifting him helplessly into the air. The boy's expression twisted into something demonic. Keep playing dumb and I'll make sure you never speak again. Wui stared in horror as the pressure crushed his windpipe. This wasn't just strength, it was absolute domination. He felt his body being torn apart cell by cell. Then suddenly the killing intent vanished. Sungmin gasped, fighting to regulate his breathing, forcing the monster back. He stared down at Wui. I knew it. Deep within the old man's energy core, a trace of mana lingered, but a human body can't handle such divine power naturally. His grip on Wui remained iron tight. It all made sense now. Suddenly, Sungmin's hand flew to his own throat, squeezing hard. This guy is connected to the entity inside me. Sungmin trembled, fighting a war within his own flesh. You lunatic, he hissed at himself. Pain etched across his face as the ancient soul roared inside his mind. Give me back the body, I wasn't finished, the internal voice screamed. I knew this kid had willpower, the entity thought, shocked. But to overpower me, 2 souls clashed violently within a single vessel like a storm in a bottle. This was a classic scene from an awakening manhwa. I'm not trying to steal it, you fool. Fine, fine, Sungmin wheezed, collapsing to his knees. He clutched his bruised neck, coughing violently as the possession ended. Ungrateful brat, Hell raged. Is that how you treat the benefactor who just saved your life? I get it, okay, I'm sorry, Sungmin muttered, wiping his mouth. Wui lay slumped on the cold ground, unconscious. Sungmin wiped the blood from his lip. I managed to deflect the fatal blow, but without the Void King's power, I would be dead meat. I had to intervene, he tried to justify to the air. You're pathetic, Hell spat back. If I had my full strength, the culmination of 2,100 years of training, I would have crushed that attack effortlessly. Sungmin's face darkened, lost in frustration. He gripped his saber, the steel cold against his palm. 2 millennia of experience, rendered useless by this weak vessel. I had to rely on a monster to save me. He sighed heavily. My physical stats are light years behind my mental cultivation. Forget that, Hell's voice cut in. That old man, he is the key. Sungmin looked at W. Huh, what do you mean? I sensed my own mana inside his dantian, Hell explained. He's manipulating magic power as if it were martial arts internal energy. It's a revolutionary fusion. Do you understand? He went mad because he's human, But if you learn his method, you can wield mana while keeping your sanity intact. The scene shifted to a memory. Deep in the desolate forests of the south, Wei recalled his long journey. I walked until the maps ended. There, I found a tribe of warriors unlike any other. Wei continued his tale. Those warriors? They were anomalies. They knew no forms, no styles. Brutes. Yet their raw power rivaled the grandmasters of the Central Plains. I struck a deal. I taught them martial arts, and they gave me their secret breathing technique and a divine elixir. Wei sat cross-legged, his face solemn. I thought I had ascended, but I hit a wall. My internal energy turned chaotic. The dissonance drove me mad. I became a beast, wandering the land, slaughtering everything in my path. He shook his head, shame washing over him. I am lucid now. But the madness waits in the shadows. I am a ticking time bomb. It's pathetic. Hell chuckled darkly in Sungmin's mind. Now is your chance. Sungmin nodded imperceptibly. Hey, old man. Wei flinched. What do you want? I can fix you, Sungmin stated flatly. I can cure your chi deviation. What? Wei stuttered, eyes widening. Is that even possible? It is. You aren't suffering from normal energy recoil, Sungmin explained, like a doctor diagnosing a patient in a system manhwa. Your body is rejecting a foreign power source known as mana. There are ancient spells to stabilize it. The old master lunged forward, grabbing Sungmin's shoulders. Do not lie to me, boy. Can you really end this nightmare? Wei begged, hope reigniting in his dead eyes. I can, but the price will be high. Anything, Wei cried. I'll support you however I can. Just tell me what to do. Sungmin closed his eyes, feigning deep contemplation. In reality, he was recalling the terrifying power unleashed earlier. The shadows lengthened, and the mist curled around them like a cage. To do this, Sungmin said gravely, you must trust me with your life. My life is yours, Wei vowed. I will follow any order. Sungmin raised his hand, slowly making a ridiculous demand. First step, you need to let me slap you across the face. Wait, Hell interrupted. That tribe in the south, they worship me. You've stumbled upon my legacy. They worship you, Sungmin thought, disgusted. Don't give me that look, Hell scoffed. This is perfect. If you learn the technique he stole from them, you can wield my power. Won't I go crazy like him? Idiot, Hell smirked. He went mad because the energy had no master. It was running wild. But I am right here. As long as you are with me, the mana will recognize its master. Even his madness will subside in my presence. Use this, Hell commanded. Tell him you'll cure his madness in exchange for the breathing technique. Make the deal. Sungmin wound up his arm. The treatment was about to begin. With a legendary face slap, Wei puffed out his cheeks, obstinate as a mule. I cannot teach you the breathing technique. Hell's mocking laughter rang in the main character's ears, leaving him dumbfounded. Perfect. It is time for some torture then. Wei hastily explained. It is not that I do not wish to. I swore an oath to that tribe using a spirit pledge. Sungmin tilted his head in confusion. A spirit pledge, Hell grimaced. Well, that makes things complicated. It is a power used by shamans, Hell clarified. Breaking a vow sealed by a spirit pledge is impossible. Think of it as the binding mana oaths mages use in a system manhwa. Anyone who dares to break the oath of the mantra will face instant death. Hell spoke with chilling indifference. That makes it even better. Order him to lead us to the tribe in the south. Sungmin's eyes widened in shock. Say what now? We are currently deep in the northern regions, and now you want to trek all the way south. But the old man seemed visibly excited by the prospect. If I cannot learn directly from him, meeting the tribe in person will suffice. This is going to be magnificent. Sungmin questioned him skeptically. Is becoming a grandmaster in Arya really that big of a deal? The old man's face turned serious. Do you recall the very first words I spoke to you when we met? The protagonist searched his memory. I am a demon lord of immense power. I have ruled for centuries and amassed an endless collection of artifacts. My treasury holds wonders you have never even glimpsed in your own inventory. Sungmin let out an awkward laugh. Ah, right. That conversation. The old man continued, my treasury is located in the south, so we can also head there to claim my collection of supreme artifacts. Sungmin stroked his chin, calculating the benefits. I see. Suddenly, a mechanical notification chimed. In this leveling manhwa, the system declared, the mad heavenly demon Wei has officially become your companion. Immediately, a fist grazed Wei's left cheek, making him cough up blood. Then, another ruthless punch grazed his right cheek, distorting his face completely. Taking several heavy blows in succession, left the legendary Wei dizzied and seeing stars. He pointed to his cheeks, which had swollen up like two steamed buns, and asked with grievance, But tell me, how exactly does beating me to a pulp cure my madness? Sungmin looked at the swollen face and pretended to think deeply, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. He explained with absolute confidence. It operates on the same logic as acupressure points used in ancient martial arts. I am infusing demonic energy directly into you to purify the madness. Internally, Sungmin thought, he is far more obedient than I expected. I thought he would pounce on me after the first slap. Hell responded within his mind. You cannot blame him, the entity continued. As long as he possesses my magical energy, the bond between you is akin to that of a vampire and its thrall. A child cannot defy its parent. He will obey your commands by pure instinct. Why, on the other hand, felt confused. Why did he feel absolutely no desire to rebel against this young man? He recalled the boy's appearance from earlier. What was that form he took? He possessed phenomenal strength and an awakening manhwa energy so brutal it made one's soul tremble. He looked completely different back then, as if he were another being entirely. Just what kind of monster is he, Wei thought. However, I must admit, my mind has never been this clear before. For now, my only option is to follow him. We spoke up. Are we heading south immediately? Sungmin replied. No, we will stop at Chavia first. I am too exhausted to sleep on the ground tonight. Suddenly, Sungmin's gaze darkened his expression, turning into one of probing curiosity. He turned and asked, in this world, exactly how high are you ranked in terms of strength? Wei pondered for a moment before answering. It seems with skills like yours, at such a young age, you must be curious about what lies at the very peak of this world. The old man gently lifted his arm, grabbed the lapel of his robe and tore it open. Sungmin watched the action with stunned silence, confusion filling his mind. A hideous scar, stretching from his waist to his shoulder, was revealed. Wei spoke with a heavy, solemn tone. 10 years ago, the Sword Venerable, one of the 6 venerables from the organization known as Outer Heaven, carved this wound into me. He continued. Ordinary people practice martial arts for a few decades at most. So what do you think happens when someone cultivates their martial arts for hundreds or even thousands of years? Wei's words left Sungmin dumbfounded. And what if those ancient monsters also possessed innate talent? What kind of beings would they become? The old man rambled on. This scar is the answer. Even if I were to face the Sword Venerable today, I do not know if I could last even 100 moves against him. Soon enough, you will meet them too. They travel everywhere, testing the strength of new powerhouses. As Sungmin watched the old man dress himself, he sighed internally. This really is a terrifying world. He looked up at the moon, partially obscured by drifting clouds, yet still casting weak ethereal beams of light onto the ground below. Sungmin fell into deep contemplation about himself. Just how high have I climbed? He gazed into the endless lofty sky, his thoughts drifting. In front of a hotel at night, the atmosphere turned indescribably gloomy. A hand gripped a teacup, slowly placing it down on the table before a calm voice spoke. The tea has gone cold. The Sword Venerable demanded angrily. Do you really need to think about it for this long? Amidst the dim lamps casting a faint flickering glow, a soft feminine voice responded. Wiji Ho Yan calmly rested her chin on her hand, her voice light. I am not thinking about it. I simply have no interest. She then asked, what was the name of your organization again? The Sword Venerable took off his hat and replied, Outer Heaven. He spoke with absolute seriousness. I will repeat myself. I am the Sword Venerable, one of the 6 venerables of Outer Heaven. Among us, I am ranked last. Little heavenly demon, I invite you to join Outer Heaven. The Sword Venerable continued. Since you have become the strongest in this system, Manhwa world, you must understand it correct. The crushing loneliness of standing at the peak. He tempted her with honeyed words. If you join us, you will be able to forget that solitude. You will learn what truly lies beyond the heavens. Wiji Ho Yan did not hold back, speaking bluntly. You created an organization for such a bizarre reason. The man raged. What did you say? She pushed his hat away with disdain. If you want to find friends, go join a social club. Wiji Ho Yan smiled faintly. Besides, I have never once felt lonely. I have someone chasing right at my heels. The Sword Venerable fell into a deep silence, and the atmosphere became incredibly heavy. His expression shifted. It seems you need to be taught some manners. Wiji Ho Yan flashed a smile full of mockery and spoke, ranked lowest were you. Her aura exploded, murderous intent flooding the room. The one who needs a lesson in manners is you. Back in the present, we brought up a topic. Since we are in Chavia, I want to visit an old acquaintance. Sungmin looked suspicious. You aren't planning to run away, are you? The old man explained frantically. If I don't get slapped by you, I'll go mad again. Why on earth would I run? He looked toward a corner of the wall, lowering his voice several tones. Why whispered, "There is a super idiot living here." Hearing the old man's description, a look of surprise crossed Sungmin's face. The protagonist agreed. "Fine. Remember to return to the tavern once you are done." Wei replied, "Understood." The cold night enveloped the entire city, and the scenery became perfectly still. Sungmin and Rubia stood silently in the desolate streets without a single movement around them. Sungmin suddenly spoke up. "How long do you plan to stare at it?" Rubia started, Do I have to bow my head?" He immediately replied, "No, I wasn't talking to you." A massive bird appeared in front of them, while Rubia obediently bowed her head in fear. A voice filled with rage thundered out, You arrogant little brat." A shadowy figure emerged from behind the terrifying bird. "Where do you get the nerve to act so high and mighty?" Prescan screamed. "You are the thief who stole the heart I spent my entire life creating." The protagonist replied calmly, "I didn't exactly take it on purpose. So what do you want me to do, rip it out and give it back? For a dark mage who experiments on humans in dungeons, you sure have a big mouth." Sungmin lowered his voice, his tone dangerous. "I actually have many questions for you. This heart, just what kind of object is it that makes you crave it so desperately?" The villain lowered his head, but his defiance remained. "Do you really think I don't have a counter?" Sungmin asked coolly. "The master of the Golden Magic Tower is named Loi, isn't he? Looks like someone is getting nervous." The main character continued. "The truth is, I once saved his life. Loi told me, anything you desire, as long as it is within my power, I shall grant you one wish." Sungmin. He really said he would grant a wish, Wei stammered. Sungmin smirked. "You know, being stalked by a bizarre undead freak is actually quite terrifying. So I am considering mobilizing the entire Golden Magic Tower to exterminate this undead stalker. I wonder if a mediocre lich can survive the full wrath of the golden magic." "Look at you clamping your mouth shut. You seemed so confident a moment ago," Wei taunted. Sungmin nodded decisively. "All right. I'm pretty sure there are a few high-ranking mages nearby right now." Prescan flapped his wings in pure panic. "Wait. Just wait a moment." He began to spill everything. "I used the black heart to research predation and evolution." Prescan thought frantically. "I might be safe from the golden magic if I hide in Chavia, but Loi will definitely detect the heart if he meets this brat. If that monster finds out the heart is inside this thief, he will obliterate anyone possessing it." The lich panicked. "I have to stop this." Gathering his courage, he spoke up. "That black heart." He began his narration voice trembling. "It possesses the ability to devour the hearts of others." Barbaric images flashed through the subconscious. It could hijack their abilities and knowledge. Monstrous hands would strangle their very essence, twisting their potential into fuel. Prescan explained with twisted fascination. By doing so, the heart continuously evolves, becoming stronger, superior, and transcending all limits. Aina, my precious daughter, was created with that heart as her very core. That is why she can unleash its full potential. But you cannot, because the heart resides within a mere human body. The main character realized the implication. "So you mean I won't sprout tentacles like Aina?" His expression hardened. "What exactly is your endgame with this heart?" Prescan suddenly burst into manic, refreshing laughter, startling them both. He began rambling about his grand ambition. "A supreme life form." Sungmin frowned. "What is a supreme life form?" the lich replied. "You wouldn't understand. It doesn't exist yet, but the black heart can create it, a being superior to everything in this world." Just as Prescan concluded his speech, a giant spectral foot materialized, ready to crush him. Sensing the lethal danger, the lich vanished in a flash of speed, leaving Sungmin bewildered. Sungmin thought, even though his answer was vague, "I have a rough idea of what kind of monster is residing inside my chest now." The spectral foot ground the remnants into dust. "Based on that, I don't think it will harm me directly, but it is still unsettling. The way it adjusted the medicinal effect of the recovery pill earlier must be due to the heart's function." As he was lost in his thoughts, a voice called out from behind. "Hey, Sungmin, turn around." It was the mad heavenly demon. "Oh, you're back. Great." Before the main character could finish, he noticed a disheveled stranger standing next to the old man. Sungmin's guard went up instantly at the sight of this stranger. He asked slowly, "Who is this?" A few minutes earlier, in a desolate room littered with empty wine jars, Wei spoke up. "You look absolutely pathetic." He stood before Gwen, furious, trying to rouse the fallen warrior. Wei couldn't hold back his curses. "Look at this state. Not just alcohol. You're on drugs too, aren't you? How do you look even more wretched than me? A man literally eaten away by madness." Gwen lifted a jar to his lips, drinking calmly. First time we meet in 10 years, and you immediately start nagging. This was the blood heavenly demon Musion. He bowed his head. I simply felt despair at the limits of my power, so I detached myself from reality. I slammed headfirst into a mountain I can never cross. What could be worse than that? Why looked at him with pity. I heard you lost to the little heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan? You fool. I never thought a single defeat would reduce you to this state. Gwen's voice dripped with hopelessness. A martial artist who uses his fists. Lost an arm. Is that enough reason to give up? Why screamed in rage. Are there not masters who became the strongest, even with only a left arm? Gwen laughed bitterly. I am not as great as them. Deep down I know that. Images of the past flooded back, tormenting why. Gwen continued. The strongest in the world. There was a time I believed I would stand at the peak, simply because I found no one my age stronger than me. If it were just a simple defeat, I could have overcome it. But the talent and power of that little heavenly demon defied imagination. Our starting lines were different from the very beginning. No matter how hard I try, I can never defeat a monster like her. He trembled. Me, a man who once boasted of being a genius, lost to a brat who is only 22 years old. When you meet her, you will understand what I mean. Hearing his pathetic whining, Wai screamed right in his face. You idiot. The old man recounted his own path. 10 years ago, I experienced that same crushing gap in talent and power, but I never gave up. Even when the walls before me were sky high, or when I lost my mind to cheat aviation, I never surrendered. If a mountain appears before you, be grateful. That is what forges a true warrior. And so what if you lost to a 22-year-old girl? Today I was nearly killed by a 23-year-old brat. Gwen looked shocked. Ah, you don't believe me. You think I'm joking. How is that possible? Wai barked. I have no time for jokes. If you want, I will take you to meet him right now. Wai stood trembling before Sungmin. After explaining the situation, his voice suddenly humble and meek. So, that is what happened. Listening to the explanation and seeing Gwen's ferocious expression left the main character a bit baffled. Gwen glared at Sungmin with rage, then slowly began to sense his aura. I see. Sungmin stood opposite the two men, not saying a word, his face a mask, devoid of emotion. Gwen stared back. It was a suffocating, deadly silence. Suddenly, Gwen scoffed. This is absurd. He turned to question Wai. Did you deceive me? Wai shouted back. What are you talking about? Gwen roared. Didn't you say he was a genius who could match the little heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan? He certainly has potential, but he lacks the power to kill you. Elder Sungmin asked, confused by this sudden shift in her attitude. Elder Wai sighed helpless against the man's unbridled arrogance. But the monster heard his master's voice. I brought the blood heavenly demon here for one reason, to crush you. The revelation struck him. What? She explained the depths of his fall. After the little heavenly demon severed his arm, despair consumed him. He drowned in an ocean of his own inferiority. I need you to crush him one more time. Beat some sense into him. Sungmin scoffed. Do you really think such brute force will fix a broken mind? And why should I bother accepting this request? The old man smirked, dangling the ultimate bait. Do this, and I will teach you my ultimate arts. The blood phantom heavenly demon art. Sungmin stood firm, rejecting the offer. My body is already at its limit. Learning more would only destroy me. I refuse. Elder Wai opened his mouth to argue, but Guchan cut in, stepping aggressively into Sungmin's personal space. Hey, why are you just standing there like a statue? Learn some respect. Guchan sneered at the boy. You're arrogant. Sure, you're strong for your age, I'll give you that. His grin widened manic and wild. But once you face a true monster, you'll drown in absolute despair. Is that so? Just wait and see. Sungmin didn't flinch at the threat. In fact, a spark of dangerous amusement danced in his eyes. You're laughing, Guchan spat. You really don't get it. I used to be just like you. Sungmin's inner thoughts echoed the sentiment. I was just like him once. That's my line. He loses one battle and falls apart. Pathetic. Sungmin's gaze hardened. I'm trash, but seeing someone act this weak, it makes me sick. Guchan suddenly turned to the elder. I will fulfill your request. Sungmin stepped forward, his patience snapping. I can't watch this pathetic display any longer. If you're done yapping, then attack, you loser. Darkness draped over the city, setting the stage for another clash. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. Hey, isn't that the blood heavenly demon? Tension crackled in the air as they squared off, ready to tear each other apart. Crimson flames erupted beneath Guchan's feet, signaling the start of the duel. He lunged first. The inferno expanded, swallowing the arena. Blood mist abyssal snake art. Facing Sungmin's defense, Guchan's mind raced. I may have lost an arm, I may be weaker, but I will never lose to a brat who isn't even the little heavenly demon. Murderous intent poured off him in waves. I will kill you. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light tore through the battlefield, illuminating the night sky. Blows rained down in a torrent of violence. 9 heavens absolute art. 5th, form, fatal, /gu, Cheon, parried, unimpressed. Fast, but that's all it is. Sungmin analyzed the technique instantly. He's using Gangchi just like the mad heavenly demon speed. Alone won't pierce that armor. In a split second, Sungmin shifted tactics, reading his opponent like an open book. The sudden change in rhythm left the old master stunned. What was that movement? Panic flickered in Guchon's eyes as he lost track of the boy. He shouldn't know Gangchi, yet his footsteps generated. Sungmin's mind became a supercomputer, visualizing the path to victory. 2 steps, that's all I need. His feet blurred, weaving a chaotic dance. Shadowless spirit walk. 3rd form, he soared from above, crashing down on a bewildered Guchon. 2-step calamity strike. Guchon gasped, projecting Gangchi through movement alone. You little monster? He poured every ounce of strength into his defense, his eyes going wild with the madness of an awakening manhwa antagonist facing his doom. Power clashed against power in a deadlock. Sungmin's blade descended like a guillotine, but Guchon barely managed to block it. Sungmin ripped his blade sideways. Guchon scrambled back to evade. A flash of steel, then silence. Sungmin froze his blade, still gripped tight. Agony exploded. Guchon screamed internally, face twisting in horror. My left hand. He stood there, paralyzed by shock, as a menacing aura loomed behind him. The crowd watched in stunned silence, jaws hitting the floor. Elder Wei shook his head, unable to watch the humiliation any longer. Sungmin pointed his cold steel at the man groveling in the dirt. Sungmin stared into Guchon's soul. I won. He pressed the blade closer to his face. Now, tell me, how do I compare to your precious little heavenly demon? Guchon grit his teeth. Do you think a bug can compare to a dragon? Sungmin's retort was colder than ice. Then you must be lower than dirt. Your technique, your energy, it's all pathetic, Sungmin sneered. And you clearly haven't adapted to fighting with one arm. You lost before, and instead of training, you sulked. You wasted your time. Guchon lay silent, crushed by the brutal truth. Sungmin slowly sheathed his weapon. We sighed. You could have offered him a little comfort. Sungmin shook his head. From this point on, Guchon stands alone. The elder spoke softly. He has finally realized how vast the martial world is after 3 years of ignorance. Now, he must conquer that fear himself. I believe in him. He is a warrior who can rise from the ashes and stand on his own 2 feet again. Sungmin looked down at the fallen man. Who knows, I've faced despair 1,000 times, and it doesn't always end well. The dark clouds parted, revealing the dawn. Guchon remained motionless on the cold stones. His mind was a chaotic storm. He exhaled, a shaky breath, letting exhaustion and hopelessness consume his very soul. Guchon whispered a forbidden name. Daniela. His desperate wish slipped out. Make me a vampire. A savage grin pierced the darkness, signaling the start of a nightmare. The scene shifted to a magnificent silent castle bathed in moonlight. A voice echoed from the shadows behind the door. I have met many dark mages. A pale hand swirled a glass of wine with elegance. But never one quite as unique as you. A dark mage, who didn't perish with his master Kim Do-hyun, swirled his drink calmly. You flatter me. It was merely a chain of coincidences. The master of the Black Tower, Kim Do-hyun? Daniela chuckled. When my master, the Demon King, vanished, I was summoned to this world. That is the only reason I escaped oblivion. She gestured to the glass. Do you enjoy the vintage? It is blood wine distilled from the essence of 10 humans. The vampire queen Daniela burst into laughter. Is this your way of proving you've abandoned your humanity? Do-hyun smiled thinly. Of course not. His demeanor shifted instantly. I have no need to prove what is already obvious, do I? Daniela tilted her head, her eyes scanning him like a predator, assessing prey. True, she purred. It is rare to find a human so compatible with my nature. You are the second lunatic I've met recently. He bowed with elegant grace. You honor me? A mysterious box was presented to Kim Do-hyun, and he reached for it without a shred of hesitation. Jenny spoke with authority. This is the Dark Star. It proves your membership in the guild. I bestow it upon you. The box clicked open, revealing a sinister gleaming star. Her voice dripped with dark joy. Welcome to your new world. You are a dark mage who has discarded his humanity even while wearing the skin of a man. A distant call broke the atmosphere, and she instantly regained her regal composure. My queen. A subordinate reported the human you value so highly is preparing to leave Chavia. Jenny turned to him, eyes burning with excitement. Did you hear that? Her expression twisted into something malicious. The very man who humiliated you is trying to escape. Veins bulged across his face like a grotesque map. His muscles tightened, and his eyes radiated a ferocious, bloodthirsty light. Jenny smiled, delighted by his reaction. The beast within him had awakened. I will allow it, she declared, as if bestowing a divine blessing. However, she added, you are forbidden from killing him. Do you understand? A twisted grin split, his terrifying face saliva dripping in disgusting anticipation. Thank you, my queen. Back in the present, the two sat opposite each other. She held a goblet of blood wine, her voice laced with artifice. I may have meddled in this affair, just a little. Kim Jong-hyun bowed his head respectfully. Not at all, my queen. Jenny suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, isn't it interesting? Usually, when someone is called second, they immediately ask who is first. Kim Jong-hyun answered directly. I have a vague idea of who that might be. Jenny chuckled softly. It seems our boy has stumbled into yet another mess. Observing his chaotic state, Jenny whispered a quiet sentiment. Good luck, Sungmin. Meanwhile, the three travelers were cutting through the night, finally departing this accursed place. A piercing sound tore through the air. No, that is incorrect, Elder Wei shouted his patience, wearing thin. That is not how you wrap your aura around your body. Let me explain it one more time, Sungmin struck out stubbornly. Like this Wei sighed in utter defeat. No, wrong again. A bump the size of an orange swelled on the boy's head. It looked incredibly painful. Suddenly, Sungmin's expression darkened. He swung his fist, smashing it into Wei's face. The elder roared in anger. You little brat, you dare strike your master. He quickly made an excuse. No, it seems your madness is acting up again. I told you I didn't hit you, Sungmin, then shifted back to a serious demeanor, his gaze fixed on the horizon. 2 months have passed since I met the little heavenly demon, he thought. Contrary to my original plan, I remained in Chavia for an extra 2 months. His thoughts were interrupted by Wei's voice. As promised, I will teach you the blood illusion heavenly demon art, the old man declared. From now on, you will serve me as your master. No, he replied instantly. I refuse. Wei was taken aback. What? Why? The boy answered calmly. I already told you. Learning another martial art right now will only throw my internal energy into chaos. I refused him at first, he recalled. But Wei pressed on. A genius of your caliber will master it in no time. The flexibility of these techniques is unparalleled. After the elder's relentless persuasion, he finally relented. Fine, I will learn the blood illusion art, but I will not be your disciple. Just teach me the technique. I only said that to get out of it, because I was lazy, he admitted to himself. But to my surprise, the elder pondered it for a long time and actually agreed. The blood illusion art was a legendary skill, the kind of power-up you'd see in a leveling manhwa, rivaling even the 9 heavens' unrivaled spear. Mastering the basics should have been simple, but from that moment on, it became an endless war of attrition. My biggest problem is the imbalance between mind, energy, and body. Since leaving the trial of Dania, he hadn't had a single moment to reflect on his own growth. I warned Prescan, so she won't make a move against me. As for the idea that the crazy heavenly demon is the child of prophecy, that is merely their interpretation. And so, until the year's end, he remained in Chavia. He refined the blood illusion art and worked tirelessly to harmonize his mind, energy, and body. The results weren't perfect, but the time of the prophecy was fast approaching. There was no reason to stay in Chavia any longer. Old memories began to resurface in his mind. 10 years had passed. The helpless little Sungmin of the past was gone, replaced by a warrior capable of forging his own destiny. His gaze hardened with resolve. It is time to meet her. The cold night wrapped around the mountain peaks, dusting them with a thin layer of snow. Suddenly, Wei stopped looking into the distance with a troubled expression. He spoke abruptly, voice tight with tension. What is this? Why do I smell blood? Wei covered his nose, brows furrowed in deep concentration. Then realization struck. His eyes went wide, filled with a dawn of pure horror. A figure radiating overwhelming, chaotic energy materialized before them. He descended from the peak, gliding closer with every second, his eyes burning with savage intent. The elder recognized him instantly. Sungmin feigned shock, staring in disbelief at the creature's twisted form. Wei was paralyzed, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. A voice deep and bone-chilling rasped in their ears. Elder. The sound of cracking bones accompanied his every movement. Have you been well? Wei stared his mind, struggling to process the sight. What is this? He screamed, horror coloring his voice. What in the hell happened to you, Mushan? The creature smiled a terrifying grin. Has he truly fallen to darkness? Heoju manifested, warning the boy urgently. He has turned into a monster. Mushan answered calmly, a vampire. Why couldn't believe his ears? Fury exploded within him. You fool, have you abandoned your pride as a warrior? So what? Mushan sneered. Did that so-called warrior's pride help me regain my lost arm? If you truly respect the way of the blood heavenly demon elder, you will not interfere in this battle. Sungmin slowly drew his spear, settling into a combat stance. Did you come for revenge? Who knows, the monster mused. That reason is fading. My hatred for you and the little heavenly demon is merely a lingering habit from when I was still human. A chilling laugh escaped his throat. I am here for only one reason. Her Majesty wishes to feast upon your despair. Sungmin instantly dashed forward, shielding Wei. The elder stood trembling, his fists clenched in impotent rage. Sungmin shouted to the spirit Heoju, protect Rubia at all costs. Alarm bells rang out in the chaos. Watch out. This monster is leagues above the frail vampires you've crushed before. It seemed Daniela had bestowed a terrifying amount of her power upon him. Hearing this nightmare fuel, Sungmin clenched his fist, rage burning in his eyes. The very air shattered as he lunged, his speed surpassing the naked eye. He poured every ounce of his soul into a devastating slash. Fusion blocked fiercely, and a cataclysmic shockwave erupted, shaking them both to their cores. A massive gash appeared, yet the monster stood there, mocking the attack, as if it were nothing but a scratch. The ground crumbled beneath them. With footwork light as a feather, Sungmin ascended and struck from the heavens. Violet mist, divine art, combined with the blood phantom heavenly demon technique. His eyes widened in shock. The blade hadn't even pierced the skin. A blinding light exploded. 9 heavens unparalleled spear, 4th form, destroying 9 dragons, combined with blood phantom, 1st form blood shadow destruction. The atmosphere detonated, flames scattered like falling stars, as he descended like a meteor, tearing the earth asunder. From the inferno, Sungmin emerged battered but unbroken, his grip on the blade tightening with desperate resolve. Dust and debris choked the air, twisting his sense of direction. Then through the haze, Guzhin's demonic visage materialized, wearing a twisted grin of pure amusement. Sungmin and Helg grit their teeth in frustration. A critical miss. Guzhin cackled at their failure, his presence morphing into that of a true abomination. They collided once more in a symphony of violence. Sungmin's blade came down with lethal intent, only for Guzhin's rough hand to catch it mid-swing. Sungmin strained to force the blade down, exhaustion seeping into his bones. Rubia screamed, realizing the tide of battle was turning against them. Helg watched in helpless despair. Guzhin's laughter echoed as he looked down at Sungmin, now sprawling on the dirt, convinced the boy was finished. Lying on the freezing earth, Sungmin's hand refused to let go of his weapon. Helg raged. That lunatic Daniela. Just how much power did she pump into this bastard? Guzhin straightened up, exhaling a confident breath. He sauntered over to the boy. Her Majesty said, as long as you're breathing, I can break you however I please. Dark thoughts filled Guzhin's mind. First, I'll silence that filthy mouth. Then I'll tear him limb from limb. He reached out with a savage grin to crush the boy and the spirit within. Suddenly, Wui materialized from the shadows, his hand clamping down on Guzhin's wrist. Guzhin snarled. I told you not to interfere. The old master replied coldly. If this were a duel between warriors, I would have stayed my hand. Wei stood firm. But I am merely protecting a child from a bloodthirsty beast. He threw Guzhin's bleeding arm aside. The vampire's eyes narrowed. So, you used the blood phantom heavenly demon technique. Did you take him as your disciple? Guzhin demanded. The old master remained silent, his expression unreadable. I never agreed to that. Tension crackled between them like an invisible wall. Wei scoffed. It matters not. Guzhin laughed. I never imagined I'd be the one to kill the crazy heavenly demon. The old man ground his teeth. I am indeed the crazy heavenly demon Buke Wei. Rubia rushed to Sungmin's side, lifting him gently as he groaned in agony. Helg barked orders. His energy flow is twisted and his organs are failing. Give him the elixir now. Rubia poured the precious pills into his mouth with trembling hands. A spirit elixir, Helg muttered. That might just be enough to keep him from crossing the river of death. But that monster is a masterpiece created by Daniela's blood magic. Even if the old man and the brat team up, victory is a distant dream. I have to force the brat to accept my demonic energy. Why is a legend like me stuck with such a weakling? Suddenly, a chill ran down Helg's spine. He whipped around to check on Sungmin. Rubia was still administering the medicine, but the boy remained lifeless. Blood gushed from Sungmin's mouth, enraging the spirit. Helg cursed internally. What the hell is happening now? Sungmin's breath came in shallow, ragged gasps. Helg's panic mounted as the boy refused to wake from his stupor. Rubia pressed down on his chest desperately. He's regenerating. Helg watched as color returned to the boy's face. The blocked blood flow. It's clearing up. The spirit stared in disbelief at the miraculous recovery. Can this brat even be considered human anymore? Memories flashed before his eyes, a cinematic reel of his life from childhood to this very moment. His eyes snapped open, and the sight before him left him paralyzed. He watched Rubia shaking his own limp body. A chilling realization hit him. Wait, am I dead? Helg wore an expression of profound grief. Meanwhile, the earth shook as Wei and Guzhen clashed in the distance. Confusion swirled in his mind. What is this? I can't die here. Not yet. His past fueled his will to live. As his spirit floated in the void, a hand suddenly grabbed him from the darkness behind. Terror gripped him as he turned to face the intruder. A nightmarish grin greeted him, searing itself into his soul. Snap! Sungmin jolted awake, coughing a spray of blood all over Rubia. She scrambled back in horror, face drenched in crimson. Helg shouted, "Kid, are you all right?" Sungmin clutched his chest, bewildered. What happened? My internal energy. It's flowing perfectly again. Helg was dumbfounded. By the gods. His injuries are gone. Mind, body, and soul are in perfect harmony. The spirit marveled. Is such a miracle even possible? Sungmin rose to his feet, eyes blazing with renewed power as he looked toward the battle. Rubia screamed, "Wait, you just came back from the dead. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're planning to jump back into that hell." But looking at the boy, Helg nodded slowly. I see. So that's it. The black heart that lunatic woman spoke of. Recovering from the brink of death has caused it to evolve his body. Even if it's a coincidence, it's terrifying. It's as if the world itself refused to let him die, forcing a leveling manhwa-style power-up. Wei's voice echoed in his mind. The benefactor you sought in the north was never me. But if you follow this path, you will meet them. A demon who is also a savior. Your destiny lies with that vampire. The prophecy of the gods is always a cruel mistress. It forces humanity to dance to a predetermined tune, shackling them to a destiny that inevitably leads to this tragic conclusion. The clash of steel paused for a heartbeat as Sungmin stepped into the fray. The crazy heavenly demon, though exhausted to his core, managed to force a bloodied grin upon his face. Wei gazed at the young warrior and asked, "What kind of hell did you crawl out of?" Sungmin hesitated, a shadow of doubt crossing his face, but he chose to answer. "It seems I have a body that refuses to embrace death." A chilling demonic smile curved his lips. Wei narrowed his eyes. What is that power? He realized the truth. This was the blessing of a higher existence in this awakening manhwa. Sungmin stared at his own palm. Was this supernatural energy? Had the original master of this grafted arm bestowed a chaotic blessing upon him from beyond the grave? What was that person's true purpose? Why spare him? Why leave this ember burning in his chest? It was useless to speculate. The answers were lost to the void. I need to test the limits of this power right now, Sungmin decided. Gus recoiled in horror. The boy's aura had completely shifted. Had he found enlightenment on the edge of death? Sungmin's gaze turned razor-sharp amidst the roaring flames. Gus unleashed his killing intent, screaming, "Your tricks mean nothing before the power granted by the queen." A devastating blast of energy tore through the air to crush the boy, but it struck nothing but the scorched earth. The madman charged, blinded by rage, but Sungmin vanished like a phantom. A single blade strike from behind Gus crumbled, crashing face first into the dirt in a humiliating defeat. Totally defenseless against the ambush, he was crushed. The impact shattered the bedrock, burying him in a cloud of debris and broken stone. Writhing in pain, Gus spat out his resentment. "Why?" he howled. "Why do you refuse to use your spear?" Sungmin's voice was ice cold. "It's a waste. I have new techniques to test. Drawing the spear would end this too quickly." Gus roared, his eyes glowing like a demon from the abyss, cursing the arrogance of his opponent. "You bastard!" As Gus lunged, Sungmin moved with Godspeed. In a blink, he closed the distance, the cold steel of his blade hovering inches from the enemy. The edge pressed against Gus's throat, freezing him in place. Sungmin tightened his grip, his voice dripping with dominance. "Well, is this the battle you wanted?" Gus ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. Rejection flashed in his eyes as he slammed a desperate strike into the ground where Sungmin stood. "Don't toy with me." Gus's eyes turned muddy with madness. His clawed hand reached for Sungmin's back. "I sacrificed everything for this power." Sungmin stood like a statue, yet his senses were screaming, tracking every micro-movement of his opponent with supernatural precision. Just as the death blow approached, Sungmin soared into the air. Rubia and Wei watched in stunned silence at this display of aerial mastery. He landed gracefully, turning to face the beast. Gus had lost all reason, his eyes vacant. I must complete. It was as if a dark puppeteer pulled his strings. The command of Queen Daniela. Sungmin looked down with pity. Even at death's door, is that witch the only thing occupying your mind? He scanned Gus's face for a shred of humanity. The broken warrior gnashed his teeth, fighting a losing battle against his own loyalty. Silence, Gus shrieked. I will slaughter you, and the little demon. I will rise again as a true warrior. Ah, blood heavenly demon. A vision of Queen Daniela shimmered in the broken shards, her smile twisting into something truly malevolent. Gus collapsed to his knees, his entire frame trembling in terror. He choked out 2 words, my queen. His eyes rolled back in madness. The absolute order of Daniela consumed him. From a distance, we witnessed the pathetic spectacle. He shook his head, a mix of disdain and sorrow for the fallen warrior. You fool, was all he could whisper. Unable to watch the degradation any longer, the heavenly demon turned his back on the scene. Gus's voice faded to a rasping beg. End. To me. A flash of silver cut through the darkness, followed by a fountain of crimson blood. Gus fell, finally liberated by Sungmin's blade. Yet, a question lingered. Why did Daniela use such a twisted method to target him in this system manhwa? Sheathing his weapon, Sungmin commanded, let's move. But as they walked, a dark memory surfaced, a castle he had sworn never to revisit. The scene shifted to the queen's obsidian fortress. Daniela sat on her throne, her sharp features illuminated by that same grotesque smile. Her gaze was more venomous than before. She observed Sungmin through her scrying mirror. Strange. Even with my interference, he didn't tap into his magical reserves. How delightful, she purred. I haven't felt this anticipation in ages. Kim Jong-hyun spoke from the shadows. What is your criteria for choosing a pawn? She smirked. Someone who refuses to fall into despair. Yet she added, gazing at the boy, they must also fear it. Kim Jong-hyun frowned. That sounds like a contradiction. Aren't there countless souls like that? Not quite. Daniela began her twisted lecture. Take yourself for instance. You are human yet not, and you have already drowned in your own despair. She dissected his psyche with cruel precision. You are amusing, Kim Jong-hyun, but breaking you brings me no joy. I have no desire to add you to my collection. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Shall I give you a prophecy? You will never achieve your heart's desire. And you will die a wretch, she thought. Kim Jong-hyun turned to leave. I hope you're right, he scoffed, thinking. That woman needs to learn silence. I am now part of the Predator Guild, he mused. My business in the north is concluded. It is time to return to the Black Magic Tower. Under the blessing of the Apostle of the Apocalypse, you must dance to the tune of fate. Daniela pondered. If we meet again, I wonder what history will reveal about us. What is my role in this broken world? What form will I take next? Ah, the anticipation is killing me. Sungmin arrived at the heart of the continent area, a metropolis of unimaginable wealth known to many as the City of Dreams. It was the nexus of power, home to the Gold and Red Magic Towers, the mercenary headquarters, and the Kron Martial Alliance. The streets were teeming with grandmasters and archmages. First time in the big leagues, Sungmin thought. Even an S-class mercenary is just a small fish in this pond. He slid his identification card across the counter. Sungmin S-class, she read. Then the old man beside him slapped his token down. And I am the crazy heavenly demon Wei. The receptionist's face went pale with terror. This territory lies under the protection of the Murim Alliance, the demonic cult, and the Mage Guild. If you dare cause trouble. But he was cut off before he could finish. Do you truly not recognize the great crazy heavenly demon? His terrifying aura flooded Sungmin's mind, leaving him speechless. The old monster continued his loud tirade, and secondhand embarrassment washed over the boy. Murim Alliance, demonic cult. What if I simply choose to crush them all? Rubia popped out from his pocket, eager for the spectacle. She bounced happily down the street, oblivious to the tension. It's been an eternity since I last set foot in Lube. Sungmin turned to his companion, curiosity in his eyes. Have you been to this city before? She replied with confidence. Naturally. This is the headquarters of the Mage Association. Just like the Gold Magic Tower and the Red Magic Tower, they all have representatives stationed here. The young man blinked in surprise. The Gold Magic Tower. Sungmin recalled the promise of favor he was owed upon his return. Yet searching his heart, he realized there was nothing specific he desired at this moment. He raised his hand, gazing at it as old memories came flooding back. And then there was Scarlet. She had promised to signal through the bracelet if she ever needed aid. But a year had passed in silence, leading him to believe she was safe. Rubia's voice dropped heavy with gloom. My master hasn't contacted me in over a year. Do you think maybe he left a message for me at the Red Tower? Sungmin looked at her, startled. At the Red Tower? Rubia's mood brightened instantly. Lord Loi, the master of the Gold Tower, is actually my master's disciple. Sungmin couldn't hide his shock. Loi is a disciple of Prescan. She puffed out her chest. If you aren't a mage, you wouldn't understand the magnitude of that. But my master is truly magnificent. Sungmin cut indecisive as always. We have no other plans for today, so let's stop here and rest. The three of them strolled through the bustling streets. First, we pay a visit to the Gold Tower, then the Red Tower, he directed. As he walked, he quietly observed the people and the architecture. The atmosphere was undeniably impressive. Sungmin remarked, even with all the gold in the world, finding a place like this is rare. She nodded in agreement. This city is the pride of Lube. It is a miracle born from the union of mages and engineers. Rubia explained that some possess technology far surpassing traditional alchemy. By combining dwarven craftsmanship with magic, they created this leveling Manhwa-style metropolis. Suddenly she froze, pointing with trembling excitement at the city's most seductive attraction. Look, the train, Heel grumbled. Why is this guy so hyped up? Rubia snapped back, furious. Silence. The old man continued his teasing. You are wasting money maintaining that human form, you know. Her ears drooped. Well, what do you expect me to do? Sungmin interrupted the bickering. Should we board the train? Wai suddenly screamed out. Just so you know, I am taking the window seat. The young man was stunned. Sure, make yourself at home. The trio boarded the train one by one. Rubia fought for the middle spot. Come on, sit down, Wai asked wide-eyed. Why don't other cities possess such convenient transport? Rubia answered. Because Lube stands as a beacon of safety and wealth. For other cities forget operating one, just building a train is an impossible feat. Heel seemed to harbor some unspoken dissatisfaction with that statement. He thought to himself, so much has changed in 400 years. I wonder how the South has transformed. Arriving at the Gold Tower station, Sungmin and Rubia stepped out first. That was fast, he noted. Rubia looked confused. But is that old man really that excited just about riding a train? Wai shouted from inside, I shall ride a bit longer. She sighed, annoyed. He acts like a total child. Sungmin lowered his voice. You don't need to tell me. Rubia shrugged. Anyway, the Gold Tower is close. The Gold Tower rose before them, a monument to splendor that lived up to its reputation. Step by step, they entered the golden gates, their eyes darting around, taking in every detail. The interior was no less breathtaking, a grand hall illuminated by shimmering magical lights. Rubia took the lead, while Sungmin continued to admire the architecture. This way. In the center of the room sat a man composed and calm, as if he had foreseen their arrival. Rubia forced a stiff smile, while Sungmin looked on with curiosity. It's him. The man's lips curled into a faint, serene smile. Loi looked up and spoke, his voice echoing with authority. An unexpected guest has arrived in Lube. Rubia chirped happily, offering the first greeting. Long time no see, Lord Loi. Loi nodded. Indeed. Has it been 7 years you haven't aged a day? She replied, and you haven't changed a bit either. Loi turned his gaze to Sungmin, his smile turning enigmatic. And you, however, have changed drastically. The Tower Master thought, I can hardly believe you are the same person from back then. Aloud, he asked, is that so? His voice resonated in the vast room. Have you decided on the favor you wish to ask? Sungmin replied calmly, not yet. The old mage teased, just how massive is this request you're planning? Loi added a warning. I have my limits, so avoid asking for anything too outrageous. Sungmin chuckled. I understand. Loi stroked his beard, pondering. However, if you have no request, why seek me out? You couldn't have come just to drink tea. Rubia, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, her voice anxious. I came to ask, where is my master? She continued, I am a servant of Prescan, acting on orders to accompany Sungmin. But I have lost all contact with my master. A flicker of panic crossed Loi's face, and he hesitated. Your master. He paused. He came to see me about 2 months ago. Rubia beamed. I knew it. Sungmin's expression turned cold, his eyes sharpening as he analyzed the name. Prescan. A man who thinks like me. A mage who defied the laws of causality and passed the trials of Dania, the god of time. When I ventured into the forest of slumber to meet him, that was where I encountered his subordinate Rubia and the demon Heel. Loi's next words shocked Rubia so much, she nearly choked on her tea. Your master sends his apologies. He wanted to come here himself, but he was detained by urgent business. The Tower Master continued. Instead, he left a message. He wants you to head to the south. Sungmin repeated. The south, he thought. Is that a good thing? I was planning to head south anyway, to master my mana control. Loi tapped his fingers on the table. He said you would cross paths if you went south. And? He left one more message. The words that followed sent a chill through the room, stunning both Sungmin and Heel. Do not let go of your human heart. Heel fumed. That Prescan. Always speaking in riddles. If he meets us, he expects us to be together. Sungmin asked. Speaking of which, you are tracking Prescan, correct? Do you know if Prescan is in the north? Loi replied, I know. But because he is a member of the Predator faction, my hands are tied. He began to explain. Northern Chavia is the domain of the vampire Queen Janella. And if I were to kill Prescan, Arbeth would seek immediate vengeance. Sungmin weighed the name. Arbeth. Heel had called him the leader of the lackeys within the Predator Guild. That Prescan is likely just one of Arbeth's pawns. Loi set his teacup down, his tone serious. Arbeth is a monster on a completely different level compared to Prescan. Sungmin was stunned when Loi admitted, among all mages, the only one who can stand on equal footing with Arbeth is my master. Sungmin thought. Does that mean Prescan is on their level? Later, a massive tower loomed ahead. After meeting Lord Loi, we headed to the Red Magic Tower. Unfortunately, luck was not on our side. We missed Scarlet. The gatekeeper said she wasn't there. Sorry, I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Suddenly, we kicked the door open, bursting with energy. I have returned. Rubius stared in disbelief. What is all that junk? You actually bought souvenirs. You really are a hopeless country bumpkin. Tears welled up in Wai's eyes. Yes, I was a fool. A fool who never knew the world held such magnificent treasures. The two of them bickered like children, while Sungmin stood apart, lost in deep contemplation. Sungmin's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Tomorrow marked the day of their 10-year promise. May 14th. The day destiny first crossed his path with hers. The old man spoke up. A year ago, that little heavenly demon I saw in the dungeon was just a fledgling monster. But now, she has evolved into a true calamity. Sungmin nodded inwardly. It was true. She had achieved the impossible. 10 years ago, in this leveling manhwa world, he never imagined things would turn out like this. Ho-Yeon's image materialized in his mind's eye. Ho-Yeon, just what level have you reached? And how far have I truly climbed? He shook his head, trying to untangle the chaotic storm of emotions, but the thoughts clung to him like shadows. Sungmin drew the blade at his waist and stood up. He needed to clear his head. His grip tightened on the hilt as he walked the sprawling streets alone. A training ground appeared before him, and he paused. Yes, this was the perfect place to focus his mind. While the world slept under the cloak of night, he trained alone under the moonlight. Sungmin manipulated his blade with terrifying precision, slicing through the air with a sound that seemed to tear the very fabric of space. As he lost himself in the trance of training, a presence manifested behind him. A raspy voice broke the silence. Impressive. Truly magnificent technique. Sungmin spun around in shock. Ho-Yeon stepped forward. You look quite young. Might I ask for your name? I am Sungmin, he replied, his mind racing with caution as he gauged the stranger's strength. Have you been observing me this whole time? The stranger's eyes lit up with excitement. You must be the ghost spear hero, the one who defeated the demon swordsman. I am Ho-Yeon, the iron-armored god spear. As he spoke, Ho-Yeon's hand tightened around his own weapon, his aura flaring. The iron-armored god spear. A grandmaster who combined martial arts with magical weaponry. He was widely known as one of the supreme spear masters in this entire realm. Ho-Yeon continued, his voice trembling with admiration. The rumors of the ghost spear were an understatement. You have surpassed the level of a master. You have entered the realm of legends. His excitement was palpable. Even if I used my full power, victory against you would not be guaranteed. Suddenly his expression turned grave. Do you truly intend to travel with that monster? Sungmin narrowed his eyes. So you have been tracking us from the start. Ho-Yeon pressed on, confused. The crazy heavenly demon is a calamity who has slaughtered countless innocents. Why would a hero like you associate with such a devil? He seemed to reach his own conclusion. Are you being coerced? Do not fear, I will assist you. He leaned in, conspiring. If we ambush him together, even the crazy heavenly demon would fall. Sungmin cut him off cold. You should worry about your own affairs. Silence descended between them like a heavy curtain, and the air grew thick with killing intent. Ho-Yeon's eyes darkened. You aren't protecting that demon, are you? Sungmin's hand slowly tightened around his weapon as he replied in a frigid tone. Not exactly. The old master's eyes shone like searchlights, analyzing every micro-expression on Sungmin's face. Sungmin weighed his next words with extreme caution. That is not what I meant. The glade fell silent, save for the wind rustling through the leaves. Suddenly, Ho-Yeon burst into laughter. Of course not. A hero of your caliber would never do such a thing. I have made a mistake. He crossed his arms, his voice dropping an octave. But, let me leave you with this warning. The Murim Alliance is watching. If you stray from the path of righteousness, his face hardened into stone, you will not escape the blade of justice. With that final threat, he turned and vanished into the night. Sungmin stood alone in the empty training ground. Clouds drifted lazily across the moonlit sky as his words faded into the wind. I will keep that in mind. The promised day arrived. May 14th. The sky was an impossible shade of blue. Rubia chirped happily. Enjoy your date, Wei shouted with excitement. I am going to ride the iron horse. Helg noticed Sungmin's trembling frame. He smirked, his voice dripping with amusement. What is this? Are you shaking? You look like a brat on his very first date. That is not it, Sungmin shot back. But the old spirit showed no mercy. Come on, admiration between a man and a woman often blossoms into love. Sungmin sprinted away. I said no. Helg's voice echoed in his mind. For someone in denial, your heart is hammering like a war drum. Sungmin grit his teeth. Shut up, Helg cackled. I never expected such a fresh reaction from you. You actually have a cute side, don't you? Sungmin's next move silenced the spirit instantly. He ripped the bracelet right off his wrist. Helg's big mouth had finally landed him in timeout, tossed to the ground. The fountain water flowed endlessly, the surface of the pool remaining undisturbed and serene. Sungmin stood trembling in the middle of the street. It was noon at the fountain. 10 long years had passed since that fateful vow. Nerves ate at him. I arrived too early. There is still an hour left. His feet refused to stay still, pacing back and forth. Should I have bought a bouquet of flowers? He shook the thought away immediately. No, why would I buy flowers? I am simply meeting an old friend. Nothing more. He clenched his trembling hands into fists. I wonder, have I become someone to be proud of? Images of Ho-Yeon flooded his mind. I just want her to acknowledge me. The innocent eyes of his past self stared back at him from memory. I want to be praised, his younger soul cried out. I want to be cheered on. But the echoes of abuse rang louder. You are trash. You have zero talent. The criticism had cut deep, but he had clawed his way up from the bottom of this awakening manhwa world just to be recognized. Sungmin felt like he was drowning in a deep, dark lake. If Ho-Yeon finally acknowledges me, and what comes next? The sun climbed to its zenith. The appointed time was approaching, yet the plaza remained eerily quiet. Cold sweat trickled down his back. The trembling worsened. The time had come. Crowds bustled through the streets, but no matter how hard he looked, he could not find the one face he yearned to see. Has she still not arrived? The water in the fountain seemed to dry up along with his patience. Her absence gnawed at his gut. Desperate, Sungmin grabbed a passerby. Is today May 14th? The stranger looked terrified. Yes, it is today. Rage boiled over at the broken promise. He gritted his teeth and summoned the system. Naview. The interface materialized. I am here. Sungmin's voice was ice cold. I want to know Ho-Yeon's location. Now. The AI scanned the database instantly. One moment, master. Naview's voice turned urgent. If you are searching for the little heavenly demon Ho-Yeon, she is currently in the city of Luke. She is engaged in combat with the iron-armored god Spear at the south gate. Sungmin's blood ran cold. What did you say? The image of the old master flashed in his mind. The iron-armored god Spear. A wave of dread washed over him. He launched himself toward the gate with explosive speed. It was strange. Even with his current strength, the iron-armored divine spear was fundamentally no match for him. His mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, urging him forward but ahead. That bastard was already overwhelming the minor heavenly demon. A bystander shouted, Hey, you can't use light footwork in the city streets. But rules meant absolutely nothing when Ho-Yeon's life hung in the balance. Sungmin tore through the air like a gale crashing down onto the deck of a moving ship. Fear gripped him tightly. Unless Wiji Ho Yan had met with a sudden catastrophe, there was no way he would be overpowered by a piece of trash like Ho-Dong. Anxiety was written all over his face. What in the world was happening? Meanwhile, the clash between Wiji Ho Yan and Ho-Dong raged on, the tension suffocating with no sign of ending. The spear in Ho-Dong's grasp spun like a deadly vortex, radiating a thirst for blood. He sneered, his voice dripping with venom. You aren't quite as legendary as the rumors say, are you? Wiji Ho Yan struggled to stand her body, screaming in protest, her voice barely a whisper. Why? Why are you attacking me? She wiped a trail of blood from her lip, her eyes demanding an answer. What have I done? Ho-Dong laughed darkly. Even if it is a wounded tiger, I will use my full strength to hunt it down. Black blood. Your internal energy is unstable, isn't it? She retorted cold. Your fighting style lacks honor. His brows furrowed in annoyance. A member of the demonic cult dares to lecture me on justice. He scoffed, his expression full of mockery. I am merely mocking your hypocrisy. He declared shamelessly. I admit, my methods are underhanded, but as long as I kill you, I do not care if my reputation rots in the gutter. You go around slaughtering others. Did you never think this day would come for you? As he rambled on with his self-righteous speech, she suddenly interrupted, as if recalling something urgent. What time is it? Though startled by her absurd question in the face of death, he answered instinctively. It is nearly afternoon. Wiji Ho Yan's voice dropped, carrying a heavy weight of sorrow. Is that so? The sky remained a brilliant blue, but a storm of darkness brewed within her heart. I have broken my promise. Ho-Dong hesitated. I don't know why she is weakened, but I must end this witch immediately. She is a demon growing at a terrifying pace. Wiji Ho Yan. I haven't received permission from the Alliance yet, but this is the independent judgment of the iron-armored divine spear. He crowned himself with the title of Justice, believing that slaying demons was his divine right and duty. Meanwhile, a terrifying thought took root in her mind. Am I really going to die here? Ho-Dong took step after step, closing the distance like a grim reaper, ready to claim her life. The image of Sungmin flashed through her mind, their promise, her silent apology for failing him. She squeezed her eyes, shut her body going limp, as she surrendered herself to the cruel hand of fate. Wiji Ho Yan tried to force her broken body to move, struggling to face him one last time. But in that split second, Sungmin arrived like a thunderbolt, standing like a fortress between her and death. Wiji Ho Yan couldn't believe her eyes, emotion swelling in her chest, as she looked up at his broad, dependable back. Ho-Dong barked out, Spear Soul. Do you understand the significance of standing in my way right now? Can you handle the consequences? Sungmin ignored the threat, his voice calm and detached. What do you think you are doing? The villain screamed in rage. You ask what I am doing. I am slaying a devil. If I do not kill her here, no one will be able to control her in the future. Wiji Ho Yan gazed up at him as Ho-Dong continued his tirade. To prevent that catastrophe, I will do whatever it takes. She whispered his name, needing to believe this wasn't a hallucination. Sung, is that really you? Sungmin didn't rush to answer. He simply turned his head slightly, offering a gentle smile that spoke louder than words. Gripping his blade tight, he finally spoke softly. Yes, I am here. Wiji Ho Yan's eyes widened, shock and gratitude warring on her face. Sungmin maintained that tender smile, a silent promise that as long as he stood, no harm would come to her. Ho-Dong watched their tender reunion with blazing fury. He gripped his spear until his knuckles turned white, unable to hold back a roar of indignation at the two of them. Right now, Ho-Dong launched his assault with a deafening war cry. Who do you think you are ignoring? Aiming precisely for Sungmin's heart, the long spear flew through the air with lethal speed. Just as the spear point threatened to pierce his throat, Sungmin tilted his head, his eyes flashing with a cold, sharp light. He didn't retreat. He chose to meet the storm head-on. The villain growled, pouring every ounce of his strength into the strike, the veins on his face bulging. Sungmin gripped his weapon, sidestepped with fluid grace, and delivered a horizontal slash across Ho-Dong's torso. Sungmin frowned, his expression icy, as he watched Ho-Dong fly backward from the impact. Ho-Dong, caught off guard, used his spear to prop himself up. He placed a hand over his wound and bellowed, Spear Soul armor repair immediately. Sungmin held his ground, eyes narrowed in caution. His armor was regenerating. Is that magical armor like mine? He analyzed Ho-Dong's weapon. A lightning crest glowed on the tip, speed enhancement, and a blue magical aura instantly enveloped the villain, like a character in a leveling manhwa. Then he launched himself into the air above Sungmin, swift as a gale, spinning his spear like a drill destined to bore through Sungmin's skull. Sungmin tightened his grip on his spear, locking eyes with the threat. Ho-Dong roared to assert his dominance, the drill strike spiraling straight towards Sungmin's vitals. He furrowed his brows, twisting his body to evade, but the attack didn't end there. Flames erupted from the tip of Ho-Dong's spear. He can use magic too. The fire instantly swallowed him whole. Sungmin winced, thinking to himself, this is going to be a more annoying battle than I thought. Ho-Dong believed he had finally incinerated his target. He gritted his teeth, a tear of frustration rolling down his cheek. But as the smoke and flames cleared, he froze in horror. Sungmin had vanished, silently reappearing, like a ghost behind Ho-Dong's back. That might have worked on the old me. Ho-Dong was oblivious, still reeling from the shock of his target's disappearance. A massive boom resonated. Sungmin struck from the blind spot, a blow Ho-Dong had no hope of blocking. The villain was sent flying, crashing violently into the earth. Sungmin looked down with eyes devoid of mercy. The helmet on Ho-Dong's head shattered, blood trickling down his face. He roared, "You bastard!" Sungmin heard the commotion and tilted his head, glancing behind him. By now, a crowd had gathered around them. Staying here too long would be dangerous. He turned back to Wiji Ho Yan, who was sitting on the ground, and offered her a warm, reassuring smile. Wiji Ho Yan spoke with difficulty. "I never expected us to reunite like this." Sungmin nodded slightly, his gaze affectionate. "Yeah, neither did I." He politely extended his hand to help her up. Wiji Ho Yan's eyes widened. She slowly reached out, but suddenly froze. She waved her hand dismissively, flashing a mischievous grin. "Sorry, but my legs aren't working right now." Sungmin froze for a moment, trying to process her meaning before the realization hit him. Cold sweat drenched his back as he shouted, "What did you just say?" Moments later, Sungmin was carrying Wiji Ho Yan on his back, his expression awkward and his body trembling. Wiji Ho Yan looked at him with a faint smile, poking his chin playfully. "What's wrong? Why are you sweating more than I am?" "Am I really that heavy?" Sungmin panicked, stammering out a denial. Behind them, Ho-Dong gathered every last drop of his energy and screamed. Spear soul veins popped on his forehead as he struggled to push himself off the ground, desperate to pursue them. Sungmin stopped to hear his final words, his face darkening. Ho-Dong tore off his shattered mask and shouted, "If you choose to leave with the little demoness, you choose to become an enemy of the martial arts alliance. Do you truly wish to walk the path of evil?" Sungmin remained silent, contemplating the weight of those words. He turned to look at Ho-Dong, his eyes empty and unreadable, staring into the blurred line between good and evil, black and white. "Play your faction politics all you want. I have no interest in them." His voice dropped deadly calm. "I am only here to save my friend." By now, Wiji Ho Yan had collapsed onto Sungmin's shoulder, completely drained of energy. But Ho-Dong wouldn't let them leave. The man sneered obstinately. "Is that so?" Ho-Dong surged forward. "Then you'd better kill me right now, because if you walk away, I will alert the Murim Alliance. An extermination squad will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Sungmin shot him a glare colder than ice, calculating his next move. Then he turned his back. "I have no thirst for blood today. And since you're right about the pursuers, I'll just have to move faster. If you're so eager to die, go find a high cliff and jump off yourself." Ho-Dong stood, frozen teeth, grinding in bitter impotence as he watched them go. Suddenly a voice echoed in Sungmin's mind. "Leave this city immediately." Sungmin glanced back at the defeated warrior. Ho-Dong head bowed and shame projected his thoughts directly to Sungmin. "I am telling you this only because I owe you my life. The Murim Alliance headquarters is near. They will dispatch elite warlords. Even you cannot protect that weakened minor heavenly demon against a full hunting party." He looked up, eyes bloodshot and burning with hatred. "If you ignore this warning, I, Ho-Dong, will personally lead the hunt. And next time, it won't end this easily." Sungmin paused, genuinely surprised by the man's words. He whispered back, "I will remember that." As he distanced himself, Hell's voice rasped in his mind again. "So, will you heed his advice and flee the city?" Sungmin didn't answer, his feet blurring as he sprinted across the rooftops with Wiji Ho Yan on his back. "No, that would be foolish. I don't trust the Iron Armor Divine Spear's foresight." Below them a citizen yelled, "Hey, I said no. Lightness skills in the city limits." Sungmin's internal voice was grim. "Even if we flee now, shaking off the pursuit is impossible." Hell let out a dry, mocking cackle. The spirit floated behind him. Sungmin whispered, "This isn't just the Murim Alliance's territory." Suddenly, a memory of Neville flashed through his mind. If the Murim Alliance claims to stand for justice, then this city must also harbor the force that opposes them. A sinister symbol materialized in his thoughts, the Black Heaven Alliance. Saramian, the Black Heaven Alliance. Hell stroked his chin, scoffing. "Since when were you so naive? Just because they hate the Murim Alliance doesn't mean they'll save you." Sungmin's expression tightened. He bit his lip. "I know it's a gamble, but in this brutal world reminiscent of a leveling manhwa, I have no choice but to bet everything on it." On his back, Wiji Ho Yan's breathing grew ragged. "I never expected Wiji Ho Yan to end up like this. Damn it. What the hell happened to her?" Hell's voice turned grave. "It is a curse." Sungmin froze. "A curse." It is violently reversing her internal energy flow, shattering her martial foundation. She won't even be able to stand. Sungmin's eyes widened in horror. "What?" Hell tilted his head, looking down at them with disdain. Luckily, it's not fatal. It's designed to inflict pure agony and break the victim's spirit. A truly filthy technique. Sungmin glanced back at the unconscious girl. She came all this way, in this condition, just to keep a promise. Rage and pity warred within him as he gritted his teeth. Is there a way to break the curse? Hell answered casually. Simple. Then his voice dropped to a growl. Kill the one who cast it. After a desperate sprint pushing his limits, they finally arrived. A voice greeted them from the shadows. Welcome, Ghost Spear. And the one you carry. The minor heavenly demon. The speaker scanned them with judging eyes. It is an honor to receive such young legendary heroes. An older woman in a yukata stepped forward. I am Bu Hui, the overseer of this branch. Her sharp gaze pierced through him. Welcome to the Black Heaven Alliance. Sungmin tensed his guard up. They were led into a structure that resembled a royal palace. I have been expecting you, Ghost Spear. A massive man with his hair in a top knot towered over them. I am Guan Hao, leader of the Black Heaven Alliance's Rubes branch. Sungmin bowed slightly. Branch leader Guan Hao. I am Lee Sungmin. Guan Hao wasted no time. I have questions for you. His tone was stern, yet held a trace of respect for the infamous Ghost Spear. You defeated the Sword Demon and annihilated the Blood Heavenly Demon. He eyed Sungmin suspiciously. We assumed the Ghost Spear was a warrior of the Orthodox faction. His voice deepened. Yet you travel with the crazy Heavenly Demon, and now you risk the wrath of the Murim Alliance to save the minor Heavenly Demon. Guan Hao grinned, staring into Sungmin's soul. So tell me, which side are you really on? Sungmin didn't flinch. I get asked that a lot. I belong to no faction. Under Guan Hao's scrutiny, Sungmin's voice was iron. I am simply a friend of Wiji Ho Yan. Guan Hao burst into laughter. A friend, even a demon has friends. He boomed. I see, so that is why you defied the Iron Armor Divine Spear and the entire alliance. He quickly regained his composure. A truly heroic tale. Then, a cunning smile crept onto his face. You seek the protection of the Black Heaven Alliance. Do you understand the weight of that request? Sungmin frowned, tired of the mind games. Stop talking in circles. Say what you mean. Unfazed Guan Hao asked, since you two are wandering strays. Are you willing to ally with the Black Heaven Alliance? Sungmin didn't answer immediately. He glanced back at the unconscious girl on his back. Wiji Ho Yan's path is not mine to decide. Guan Hao interjected. Then, what about you, Ghost Spear? He rubbed his chin, the mask of politeness slipping to reveal his true cunning. If you want to use our alliance as a shield, shouldn't you at least show some sincerity by joining us? The air grew heavy as they stared each other down. Finally, Sungmin spoke. You are right. I have been too rude. It was not the reaction Guan Hao expected. The branch leader blinked. Sungmin turned on his heel. I will find another place. Thank you for your time. As he walked away, his mind raced. There is no other choice. I must seek out Lloyd at the Golden Tower. Still, a shadow of doubt lingered in his heart. He wasn't entirely certain the tower would dare to defy the Murim Alliance just to aid them. His only hope now lay in Lloyd, granting their desperate wish. Sungmin turned his footsteps heavy as he headed for the exit. But Guan Hao's voice sliced through the air, sharp and urgent. Hold on. Wait a minute. Sungmin glanced back, confusion written on his face. Guan Hao scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. You really have no patience at all. At least hear me out first. He stared Lee Sungmin down with unwavering resolve. The unorthodox faction will shield you, regardless of whether you join us. Sungmin wasn't buying it. His brow furrowed in suspicion. Are you serious right now? Guan Hao answered instantly. It is the direct decree of the alliance leader. He signaled for Sungmin to follow. If you come to us, we must attempt to recruit you and protect you even if you refuse. A dry chuckle escaped his lips. I had hoped to gain a trustworthy ally by offering sanctuary, but it seems that plan has failed. Sungmin raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. The master of the unorthodox faction Guan Hao led him to a waiting attendant. We will take you where the wounded can recover. Please rest well. But before leaving, he cast a profound, heavy gaze at Sungmin, offering one final piece of advice. Walking the gray path in this world is a treacherous feat. He held, catching the subtext, whispered to Sungmin. He speaks of the eternal war between the orthodox and unorthodox. The old man gauged Sungmin's reaction before adding, but that is not all. Sungmin sat beside the unconscious Wiji Ho Yan, nodding in silent agreement. Holg's voice dropped to a low growl. Righteous and evil, human and monster. You walk the razor's edge between them. He looked at Sungmin with a challenging glint. How long can you walk that line without falling? Seeing Wiji Ho-Yeon stir Sungmin, cut him off sharply. Shut up. She's waking up. Ogre, robbed of his speech, faded back into silence. Sungmin's face lit up as her eyes fluttered open. Wiji, Ho Yan, you're finally awake. Her eyes were glazed over, her face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, she bolted upright, screaming his name. Lee Sungmin. Panicked, he gently pushed her back. No, lie back down. Don't force yourself. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to voice the question burning in his mind. I heard you were cursed. Who did this to you? Wiji Ho Yan gave a bitter, helpless laugh. What good would knowing do you? Sungmin stammered, caught off guard. Well, Her voice turned icy. Do you think you're stronger than me? The words struck home. Sungmin's expression darkened instantly. Breathing heavily, she explained slowly. I fought him for 3 days and 3 nights. Yet I couldn't kill him. He cursed me as I retreated. She offered a faint mocking smile. Do you really think you can defeat a monster like that? Sungmin snapped back instantly. I can. Wiji Ho Yan's eyes widened, shocked by his explosive reaction. His voice rose to a shout, trembling with raw resolve. No matter what it takes, I will find a way at any cost. Wiji Ho Yan stared at him in stunned silence. She never imagined he would show such fierce determination for her sake. A flush of red crept up her cheeks. Her eyes crinkled in a warm smile touched by his loyalty. Fine. The one who cursed me is known as the Sword Saint. He claimed to be a low-ranking member of an organization called Beyond the Heavens. The name rang a bell. Even Whippy had mentioned that the wound was caused by the Sword Saint of Beyond the Heavens. Sungmin froze. Beyond the Heavens. Seeing his silence, Wiji Ho Yan spoke softly. You're getting angry, as if this were your own problem. It makes me happy. She pushed herself up. But in the end, this is my burden. I will handle it. Sungmin jumped to stop her. In your condition? Are you crazy? Wiji Ho Yan rested her chin on her hand, sighing. I never thought I'd hear that coming from you. She recalled the days when Sungmin begged Wiji Ho Yan for help. He scowled. You were never this reckless before. Silence fell between them. Wiji Ho Yan's voice turned melancholic. It's been 10 years. I don't want to dwell on the past. She smirked playfully. You're angry on my behalf. Because we're friends, right? Sungmin started stammering. Yeah, of course. Suddenly, Wiji Ho Yan leaned in close to his face. Then, as a friend, there is something I need you to do. Can you handle it? Flustered, Sungmin nodded. Anything. She glanced at the food tray beside her. I'm hungry. Sungmin didn't catch the hint, tilting his head to look at the tray. Wiji Ho Yan put on her most pitiful expression. My arms. I can't lift them. She held out her trembling hands as proof. She closed her eyes, waiting. Sungmin just sat there staring blankly. Defeated, she licked her lips and spelled it out. Feed me. Sungmin's face exploded in red. He shouted in embarrassment, just like when she used to ask for piggyback rides. Since Wiji Ho Yan had fought to the point of total exhaustion, she needed time to recover. While she rested, Sungmin scoured the area for information. Back at the Alliance, he observed the high-level martial artists passing by. Man, I really want to ride an iron horse. Keep your voice down. He sought out Neville, but the merchant only shook his head helplessly. Even Ibrisa possessed no data on the curse or the organization. Despite meeting countless contacts, he found no way to break Wiji Ho Yan's curse in this brutal leveling manhwa world. They were at a dead end. Hee-Halg reappeared, his spectral form grave. At this rate, we'll have to head south. Sungmin ground his teeth in frustration, knowing he was right. Hee-Halg stroked his chin. The south is home to many mages. We're more likely to find a solution to a magical curse there. Sungmin looked at Wiji Ho Yan, writhing in pain on the bed, and clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Even now, the hunting dogs of the Murim Alliance were closing in. They had to make a move before it was too late. Sungmin sought out Guan Hao. You're back, yes. He repeated his earlier question. To what extent will the unorthodox faction go to protect its members? Guan Hao let out a soft, oh. That is a very good question. He paused, then explained with chilling calm. Most members of our faction practice demonic arts. These arts grant immense power, but they twist the practitioner's mind. Sungmin narrowed his eyes. Do you not attempt to control them? We maintain control. To a certain degree. However, Guan Hao's expression darkened. Some surpass their limits and become monsters. They descend into madness. When that happens, we can no longer offer protection. His voice dropped to a growl. We leave the Murim Alliance to clean up our mess. Sungmin furrowed his brow, absorbing the harsh reality. After a moment of silence, he raised his head, his voice ringing out. I have made my decision. His gaze was steely as he confronted Guan Hao. We will leave the unorthodox faction. Even if the Murim alliance hunts us to the ends of the earth, I have a duty to fulfill. Guan Hao didn't respond immediately, staring deep into the soul of the young man before him. Without hesitation, Sungmin turned his back and marched toward the exit. Guan Hao followed, but suddenly his face contorted into a grotesque mask. He leaned in close. That choice. Are you certain you won't regret it? It was as if something else was wearing his skin. Cold sweat poured down Sungmin's back in waves of terror. His face drained of color, he stammered. What? The thing inside Guan Hao spoke in a distorted voice, maintaining that horrific grin. It is a pleasure to meet you, Spear Soul. I am the master of the unorthodox faction. Sungmin stumbled back, reeling in shock. Do not be so alarmed. I am merely conversing through a spiritual link within this vessel. Sungmin cursed internally. How the hell am I supposed to stay calm? The entity within Guan Hao whispered, Are you leaving? For the sake of the minor heavenly demon. At the mention of Wiji Ho-Yeon, Sungmin's expression hardened into stone. That's right. Our stay was short, but I thank you for the hospitality. Alliance leader. On now, controlling Guan Hao's body, flashed a jagged grin that sent shivers down the spine. Very well. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. But there is one final truth I must impart. His tone turned grave, as he issued a warning to Sungmin. You walk a gray, uncertain path. But if you seek a darkness that is pure and true, come to the forest of Loa. I will be waiting for you there. Inan's words haunted Sungmin long after he departed. Later, the atmosphere was heavy. Sungmin sat beside Wiji Ho Yan, while the crazy heavenly demon and Rubia sat across from them. The demon spoke first. He gazed at Wiji Ho Yan, unable to hide his awe. To reach the realm of transcendence at merely 23. It was a growth rate that would put any leveling manhwa character to shame. Wiji Ho Yan smiled, locking eyes with Bi Wampio. The crazy heavenly demon Bi Wampio. I have heard many legends about you. Bi Wampio's eyes lit up with excitement. And now that you stand before me, what is your verdict? Wiji Ho Yan laughed, a playful edge to her voice. It seems you might not be as difficult to handle as the rumors suggest. Bi Wampio's face instantly darkened like a thundercloud. He clenched his fist so hard the air cracked, making Rubia jump in fright. Just hearing that makes my blood boil. Once your body recovers, I demand a duel. Wiji Ho Yan simply smiled, her reply sharp. Agreed. Then she rested her head on Sungmin's shoulder, turning the fierce warrior's face crimson with embarrassment. Bai Wampio sighed, shaking his head. What a tragedy. To see a majestic monarch reduced to this state. Sungmin's eyes filled with a quiet sorrow. Elder, I need your strength. Bai Wampio grinned, his confidence sky high. Fear not. I have been crushing those Murim alliance hypocrites for decades. Before long, they reached their destination. A silhouette loomed high above them. It was He Ho Dong. He looked down, unsurprised by their arrival. So you chose to ignore my warning after all. Sungmin scowled, staring daggers at him. For such a terrifying threat, this is disappointing. I expected an entire army to come for my head. He Ho Dong's voice wavered slightly. Complications arose. He scanned the group, his eyes widening as he identified each legend. The crazy heavenly demon Bai Wampio. He Ho Dong slowly turned his head. The minor heavenly demon Wiji Ho Yan, a name that struck fear into the hearts of many. And the ghost spear Lee Sungmin. He Ho Dong's gaze shifted to Rubia, but seeing her innocent expression, he swallowed his words. He glared at Bai Wampio, gripping his spear until his knuckles turned white. You vile demons, disturbing the peace and safety of the innocent. In the name of absolute justice and the Murim alliance, he roared, launching himself from the sky. I shall purge you all. Sungmin spoke, his voice chillingly calm. Wiji Ho Yan and I have done no evil. Perhaps you could extend that tolerance to the crazy heavenly demon as well. Bai Wampio blinked, surprised that logic was being used. The veins bulged on He Ho Dong's forehead. Demons are destined to commit sins. That is the nature of your filthy heretic blood. Sungmin froze, his voice dropping to absolute zero. Are you serious right now? He was reminded of Guan Hao instantly. Truly, this was a twisted, broken philosophy. Sungmin stepped toward He Ho Dong, muttering darkly. So even though Wiji Ho Yan has committed no crime, you demand her death simply because of her faction. His eyes glowed crimson with rage, every word dripping with venom. You people really love slapping good and evil labels on everything, don't you? Sensing the boy's explosive killing intent, He Ho Dong instantly summoned his armor. Fine. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Iron armor, spirit spear. But let us rewind to a few days prior. A letter had arrived at He Ho Dong's estate. He stared at the parchment, the command burning into his retinas, kill the minor heavenly demon at all costs. To him, this wasn't an order. It was a death threat. No reinforcements were coming. Ho Dong's face went pale, drowning in anxiety. The minor heavenly demon was weakened, yes, but the ghost spear and the crazy heavenly demon stood guard. Facing monsters like that alone was suicide. He scanned the letter again and sighed. It was a suicide mission. Yet, he furrowed his brow, a spark of resolve igniting in his eyes. But it matters not. He gripped his spear, his voice booming with tragic heroism. Whether I am being discarded for the Alliance's gain, or punished for my past failures, I do not care. He tossed the letter aside and marched forward. I will exterminate these demons. His face was set in stone. This was the ideal he had dedicated his life to. Back in the present, Ho Dong lunged at Sungmin with blinding speed. Sungmin parried the blow, but didn't counter. Instead, he leaped back, shielding by Wanpyo. The demon glanced at him. Do you require my assistance? Sungmin's refusal was sharp. No. Ho Dong struck again, screaming like a madman. Bring me the head of the minor heavenly demon. Sungmin gritted his teeth, fury rising like a tide. You hypocrites, you brand an innocent girl a monster just to justify murdering her. He stared into Ho Dong's eyes. You cross moral lines without blinking, as if your precious justice excuses everything. The veins on his neck pulsed. It drives me absolutely insane. Ho Dong unleashed a barrage of magical energy. Sungmin morphed his spear into a heavy dao, shattering every blast. Ho Dong roared, his focus narrowed entirely on killing Sungmin. Sungmin didn't flinch. Fire danced in his eyes. Have it your way. Ho Dong's blind fanaticism only fueled Sungmin's berserk state. If you truly believe you define justice, while branding everyone else as evil, Sungmin weaved through the attacks like a phantom appearing instantly before his enemy. Then I will become that evil you fear. Sungmin's Dao tore through the iron armor, impaling Ho Dong and leaving a gaping, devastating wound. Unlike their first duel, there was no mercy this time. I will walk this path of darkness. Ho Dong stood frozen, impaled on the blade, blood spraying into the air. His mana dissipated, and his legendary armor evaporated into mist. He choked out his final words. This decision, I have no. Sungmin watched him struggle, cutting him off coldly. Regrets? Ho Dong forced a weak smile. Yes. Blood gushed from his lips. Sungmin's eyes held no pity. I feel the same. So tell me, how does it feel to die for nothing? Ho Dong could not answer. The light faded from his eyes as he collapsed. Sungmin gazed down at the corpse. He withdrew his blade. The iron armor spirit spear, a grandmaster of his time, had died for a hollow black and white ideology. It felt meaningless. Bai Wanpyo stepped up beside him. Sungmin stared at the fallen warrior, wondering if such loyalty was truly worth the price of life. The crazy heavenly demon glanced at the brooding boy and spoke softly. There was no other choice. But prepare yourself. Chaos is coming. You have just slaughtered a legend of the Orthodox faction. Seeing Sungmin's silence, Wei continued, the legend you built as the Soul Spear ends today. History will remember you only as a monster. The Martial Arts Alliance can send assassins now without consequence. He grit his teeth. That Juho was just a disposable pawn. The truth hit Sungmin like a truck. Sungmin glanced at Wei, who instantly rid his confusion. The Heavenly Demon Sect isn't notorious enough yet for them to launch a full-scale purge. I am well aware of how the Murim Alliance operates, but this Sungmin's voice trembled with disbelief. You're telling me they sacrificed a grandmaster? And for a simple excuse? Wei glanced back at the exhausted Wiji Ho Yan, his expression grim. It was worth the price. Wiji Ho Yan was barely conscious, tended to by Rubia. If they could eliminate a monster reaching the divine realm at only 20 years old, absolutely. Sungmin frowned the term, sparking a memory. The divine realm. I've heard rumors. But what exactly is it? Suddenly, a masked figure materialized right behind him. A cold whisper brushed his ear. Ga Sungmin flinched violently. Wei stood frozen. Neither of them had sensed a thing. The masked man Tangmu draped an arm around Sungmin like an old friend. A chill ran down Sungmin's spine. When did he get behind me? Tangmu's voice was a rasping hiss. The divine realm. A height a bug like you shouldn't even speak of. It was the apex. A state far beyond the peak of mastery. An insurmountable wall, meant only for gods. Tangmu's eyes bore into them. Countless legends have shattered against it. Just like the failure standing beside you. Shock paralyzed Wei. A shiver of pure dread shot down his back. He stammered, pale-faced. It can't be. Tang Mu released Sungmin. Tell me, little heavenly demon. Has the Sword Saint's wound healed yet? He chuckled darkly. Ah, she seems to have noticed me. Sungmin gritted his teeth, his body locked in place by sheer killing intent. Tang Mu strolled casually toward them. Allow me to show you the true majesty of the divine realm. He raised 2 fingers. Shadows erupted, swallowing his form in darkness. I am the demon lord of the heavens beyond heavens. I have come for 2 specific reasons. As one of the 6 lords, his presence was suffocating. He watched them sweat in terror. Come at me, both of you. Sungmin, refusing to be cowed by the mystery, barked back. 2 reasons. What the hell do you mean? Tang Mu weighed his answer, then his gaze shifted to Wiji Ho-Yeon. First, obviously, is to retrieve the little heavenly demon. Wiji Ho Yan was barely hanging on, ravaged by the Sword Saint's curse. It is time she returned to her master. Tang Mu pointed a jagged finger at Sungmin. But as long as you seek to protect her, she remains defiant. Sungmin scowled, his grip tightening on his spear. So, you're here to eliminate me. Perceptive. Tang Mu produced a dark sphere. This brings us to the second reason. He tossed the orb high into the air. It launched upward with terrifying speed. It ascended, bursting into a ring of blinding energy. The world plunged into darkness, illuminated only by that eerie light. Sungmin watched, eyes wide, bracing for the unknown. Rubia and Wei gasped, frozen in awe. They could feel the fabric of reality shifting. Only Tang Mu remained calm, observing their fear. They had been pulled into a separate dimension. Do not be so alarmed, he drawled. He spread his arms, as if this godlike feat was nothing. I simply severed the space to avoid prying eyes. His gaze locked onto the confused protagonist. For your age, your skills are passable. Handling the iron spear was impressive. He raised a kunai, tapping it against his forehead thoughtfully. I need to verify your potential. This felt like a twist in a system manhwa, where the boss tests the player. That is my second reason. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Yet. Wei roared, stepping forward. Hey, the Sword Saint is silence. The command cut the air like a blade. Tang Mu didn't even glance at him. It's been 10 years since you lost to the Sword Saint, hasn't it? You swore to reach the divine realm in that decade. Yet, here you are. Stagnant. The insult dripped with venom. My organization has no interest in trash. Know your place and stay out of this. Wei trembled, humiliation burning him alive. Sungmin couldn't watch his mentor break. Senior Wei. Wei's voice was hollow. I spoke too much. The kunai in Tang Mu's hand suddenly expanded. Invisible killing intent blasted toward Sungmin. Sungmin raised his spear, dropping into a combat stance. Tang Mu aimed the weapon with a sneer. Come, you pathetic wretch. He hurled the blade. The kunai shrieked through the air. With a flick of his wrist, Tang Mu redirected it. It slammed into the ground at Sungmin's feet, glowing ominously. Boom! The earth buckled, throwing Sungmin off balance. Defense was impossible. Cold sweat drenched his face. Suddenly, a rain of steel descended from the sky. Time seemed to slow. Sungmin watched in horror as the blade sliced the air inches from his eyes. He twisted his body desperately. He avoided a fatal blow, but steel tore through his clothes and skin. Blood sprayed. Tang Mu wagged a finger. I missed on purpose. You can't even graze me. But behind him, Wei had vanished and reappeared. A sneak attack, but Tang Mu was a phantom. In a blink, he teleported behind the elder. Wei's fist struck nothing but empty air. Tang Mu narrowed his eyes, his body dissolving into living shadow. Wei sensed the lethal trap too late. He roared in frustration. Shadow magic bombarded Wei from every angle. Sungmin watched helplessly as his mentor was pummeled. Even Heihoju spoke up in his mind. The gap in power is absolute. He's just toying with him. Sungmin stood frozen, waiting for a single opening. Fury ignited in his eyes like a wildfire. He had to save him, Heihoju snarled. What is your plan, Kid Tang Mu? Effortlessly weaved through Wei's desperate strikes. The demon lord sighed bored. He vanished into thin air. A whisper echoed. I grow tired of this. Gravity seemed to increase tenfold, crushing Wei. Wei couldn't even track him. Crash! An aerial strike hammered Wei into the dirt. Blood gushed from his mouth as the dust settled. You wasted 10 years for this. Tang Mu sat casually atop the defeated master. You aren't even worth killing. Tang Mu smirked, but then a massive energy spike hit him like a truck. He whipped his head around. Sungmin stood in the shadows, enveloped in a terrifying crimson aura. Tang Mu stood, his smile fading. Change of plans. I'm taking the girl now. He glared at the demonic energy pouring off Sungmin. I didn't expect a human to rely on such filthy, corrupted power. Sungmin's eyes glowed blood red. Rage consumed him. Tang Mu had crossed the line. Tang Mu let out a cold, mocking laugh. Relying on demonic power, behind him, Wei struggled to stand trembling. Wei stood next to the enemy, shaking with pure rage. Tang Mu sneered. Look at you. Can you even stand? Wei roared, a crimson aura exploding around him. As Wei screamed, Tang Mu remained calm. Really, you too? He watched Wei transform a berserk state, reminiscent of a classic awakening manhwa. I bet that power feels intoxicating, Tang Mu taunted. But be careful. Wei ignored him, throwing a punch straight at the old man. Tang Mu dodged instantly, weaving a sphere of magic. Binding wires erupted, wrapping around Wei, which only fueled the demon's fury. Tang Mu lectured him while tightening the bind. Nothing is free in this world. The wires cut in. Demonic energy destroys who you are. Tang Mu tightened his grip, glancing back with a smirk. Did you really think that level of power could defeat me? Suddenly, a spear thrust flashed right in front of his face. Tang Mu's eyes widened. He dodged, but the blade still grazed him. What the hell? Sungmin's fingers curled, forming a fireball. Blood, demon god, art, fourth form. They clashed without mercy. Thunder blast fist against void-shattering strike. Two spheres of energy collided, creating a terrifying stalemate of magical power. The impact triggered a massive explosion. Mana spiraled wildly, shaking the dimension itself before the darkness finally cleared. Tang Mu spoke, his voice wavering. I'm actually surprised. He stood firm but had been knocked back despite his opponent, only borrowing power. He narrowed his eyes, magic wrapping his hand. In terms of raw strength, that strike reached the transcendence realm. You have my respect. Sungmin saw the enemy's calm demeanor and cursed. Damn it. Even with the demon lord's power, I can only stall him. He needed a miracle. He turned to his system spirit. Hell, I need more power. This was the desperate turning point of a leveling manhwa. Sungmin looked like a demon pushed beyond his limits. Hell clicked his tongue. I'll give you power, but don't blame me if you explode from the overload. Determination sparked in Sungmin's eyes. This time is different. My body and mind are ready. I have the internal energy to control it. Sungmin's mana erupted demonic chi, and internal energy swirled together, shocking even the experienced Tang Mu. The enemy tapped his fan against his head. If you can wield that much power, I can't treat you as a mere borrower anymore. Tang Mu pointed his fan at Sungmin. I said I wouldn't kill you. Sungmin didn't care, screaming, come on. Beneath the madness, Sungmin was hyper-focused. He unleashed the torrent of power, then instantly compressed it down. Friction between the opposing forces birthed a sphere of pure, unadulterated destruction. He launched the sphere with his spear. 9 Heavens Limitless Spear. 7th form. 9 Heavens Supreme Strike. The sphere spun, absorbing electricity, growing into a titanic force that threatened to crush the very heavens. Tang Mu didn't panic. He watched the calamity approach, then simply flicked his fan as it neared. With an upward slash, the fan tore the sphere apart. The attack split, exploding harmlessly on both sides of him. He stood untouched in the center, eyes closed in arrogance, ignoring the cataclysm erupting behind him. Well done, Tang, Mu sneered. But before he could finish, the smoke vanished. Sungmin was standing right in his face. Terror finally flashed in Tang Mu's eyes. Sungmin charged like a beast, eyes bleeding, a roar tearing from his throat. The sound of tearing flesh rang out. Then the world went silent. Tang Mu was launched into the air, blood spraying wildly from a gaping wound on his chest. His eyes bulged in disbelief. How did he have the strength for another attack? Damn it, this is fatal. He looked at Sungmin, who stood frozen, riddled with hidden knives. I hit his pressure points. How can he still fight? Is he immortal? Tang Mu knelt, trembling. I was too careless. I have to take the minor heavenly demon back to the outer heavens now. Just then, the atmosphere shifted. Tang Mu looked up, paralyzed by a sudden, overwhelming fear. Drip. Drip. Blood hit the ground, accompanying the sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps. Sungmin was walking closer. Every step left a bloody footprint, but he didn't stop. I won't let you take. Ho-Yeon, Sungmin roared, appearing truly like a demon from hell. Tang Mu narrowed his eyes. Impressive tenacity. But it's over. I didn't expect you to move in that state. He raised a kunai. If I were at full strength, you'd be dead regardless of your demonic tricks. He threw the blade. Farewell. Sungmin, broken and battered, couldn't react. The blade stopped inches from his face. And then, a thunderous boom descended from the sky. A terrifying surge of mystical energy erupted out of nowhere. Tang Mu's pupils contracted in sheer horror. He couldn't believe the power witnessing. Suddenly, a figure intervened. Duin stepped in, shielding Sungmin and hoisting him up by his collar. It's been a while, hasn't it? Tangmook. Duin's voice dripped with disdain. Do you still get a kick out of bullying the weak? The moment Tangmook saw him, rage instantly boiled over. Shut your mouth. Don't you dare call me by that name, he roared. It was Sima Lian. Duin just smirked, turning to Sungmin to brutally yank the kunai from the boy's head. Blood sprayed into the air like crimson rain. Sungmin let out a low-pained groan. Tangmu froze, terrified of alerting the monster known as Incheon. How? How did you arrive here? Incheon gently lowered the broken boy to the ground, his own body trembling with suppressed power. How? The question was laughable. There is no place in this world I cannot reach. Tangmu stared, realizing the man before him was cloaked in a haze of terrifying obscure shadows. Tangmu forced a sneer. I see. You are merely a shadow projection. Incheon cut him off instantly. A shadow. And what of it? Sungmin recalled the aura from the vessel Guanhao. If this was truly Sima Lianju, Tangmu roared in panic. Do you intend to interfere with the affairs of the heaven beyond heavens? Incheon grinned, revealing teeth like a predator. Perhaps. His gaze fell to Sungmin, bathed in crimson. Watching this brat struggle in such despair. It weighs on my conscience. He glanced sideways at the enemy. Tangmu was battered too. Shadow or not, crushing you would be as simple as flipping my hand. Do you truly believe your broken body can stop me? Incheon's voice dripped with disdain. That laughable alliance of yours holds only a few martial saints capable of making me hesitate. But mark my words, they will not leave seclusion for a worm like you. Tangmu struggled to his feet. Incheon issued the final verdict. Enough talk. Be gone. I will count to 1. Vanish or become nothing more than a puddle of gore. Rage boiled within Tangmu, but the monster before him simply began the countdown unbothered. 3, 2, 1. As the final number echoed, Tangmu dissolved into shadows, fleeing for his life. Incheon laughed, turning to Sungmin. Witness that pathetic display. Do not ever become like him. Sungmin's voice cracked, weak but defiant. I could kill him easily. Incheon scoffed. The demon lord is gravely injured. Perhaps in his state even you could have taken his head. Incheon added quietly, his eyes shifting to Wiji Ho Yan as she walked toward them through the dust. But had you struck the final blow, the heaven beyond heavens would hunt you down within a week. You would die, and they would capture the little heavenly demon. Sungmin listened intently to every word. By sparing the demon lord, they will suspect my involvement and remain silent out of fear. He paused, the air heavy, before calling out to Wiji Ho Yan and the heavenly demon. Wiji Ho Yan raised her head, meeting his gaze. The choice lies with you, girl. The curse has drained your strength. Remain by his side, and you will only be a shackle around his ankles. Sungmin whipped his head around, words forming on his lips, but Incheon cut him off. If you wish to avoid the enemy's clutches, go to Sima Lun. That is the one place I can guarantee your safety. I will send escorts in a few days. Before fading away, the entity turned back for one final piece of wisdom. Incheon smiled, his form dissolving into mist. Beware the martial alliance leader. Silence reclaimed the battlefield. Wiji Ho Yan shoved Rubia's supporting hand away and stepped forward. Her legs shook with every step until she reached Sungmin's back. Why? She collapsed, wrapping her arms around his battered body, her voice breaking into sobs. Why did it have to come to this? Why end like this? Sungmin offered no answer. Darkness took him. Time passed indefinitely before his eyes fluttered open. Bandages covered his right eye. He pushed himself up, scanning the dim surroundings. Where? Wiji Ho Yan, sitting nearby, answered softly. A cave. Not far from the battle. She kept her voice low as she explained. The martial alliance is hunting us. We cannot risk entering a village right now. She explained that outside Wei and Rubia were establishing a defensive perimeter to keep them safe. Silence fell again. Sungmin watched her back, sensing her turmoil. This is the first time, she whispered, trembling. The first time I have felt so powerless. To be protected by you. Flashbacks of his ruined body haunted her. He had been reduced to a bloody mess just to shield her from the storm. I am fine, he said gently. But I am not. Wiji Ho Yan screamed the sudden outburst, stunning him into silence. I was supposed to be the strong one, but now I cannot survive without you. She gritted her teeth in bitter frustration. And you will be dragged down to hell because of me. You destroyed yourself to save me, yet I arrogantly refused your friendship. She still refused to turn around, unable to face the man who bled for her. I will accept Sima Lianzu's offer. I will entrust my life to Sima Lun. Her words struck Sungmin's heart like a burning brand. If they forced this journey together, guilt would eat her alive. He dug his fingers into his palms, whispering the painful truth. Correct. He forced a smile. Just rest now. We are friends after all. And while you are away, I swear I will find a way to break your curse. Wiji Ho Yan paused, the word hanging in the air. Friends. She looked up, the gloom lifting from her eyes. Friends? Is it? Suddenly, she closed the distance, startling him. There is something I must ask you. She leaned in, bringing her face dangerously close to his. Sungmin froze, his brain, short-circuiting. Heat rushed to his face, threatening to explode. He yelped, gripping his clothes as Wiji Ho Yan settled down right beside him. Avoiding her gaze, he shouted, his face burning red. You always look beautiful to me. Wiji Ho Yan smiled at his flustered state, a gentle warmth in her eyes. She cupped his cheeks. Friends. She tilted his head up, closing the gap until only a breath separated them. Is that all we are? Is that the limit of our bond? She moved closer still. They could taste each other's breath in the small cave. His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. Wiji Ho Yan stared deep into his soul. Friends. She pushed him flat against the ground, straddling him with intent. Just as her lips were about to brush, his Wai burst into the scene, shattering the romantic atmosphere like glass. The traps are set. Sungmin's fist connected with Wai's face instantly. The impact sent Wai crashing into the earth, creating a crater. The couple separated, feigning total innocence. Rubia rushed in, panicked. What on earth is happening? Sungmin and Wiji Ho Yan answered in perfect unison. Nothing at all. Wai cackled from the floor, mocking Sungmin. Rubia approached to inspect the bandages. Well then, you are finally awake. How does your body feel? The external wounds were healed by the elixir. It's a recovery speed you'd only see in a leveling manhwa. She hesitated. But I wonder, can the eye recover from being impaled? She peeled back the bandages. The socket was a void of pitch-black darkness. Sungmin blinked. Rubia beamed. Oh, it healed nicely. Suddenly, her smile froze. All color drained from her face. A scream of pure terror erupted from her throat, echoing through the mountains like a banshee's wail. The other two enemies gathered around, all eyes locked on Sungmin with heavy suspicion. What is it, Sungmin? Asked, confused. I see normally. Rubia stammered in shock. No, it's not that. It's your eye color. Sungmin was clueless, but the truth was undeniable. His right eye had shifted from blood red to a piercing gold. This marked the true beginning of his awakening manhwa journey. A few days later, after recovering in safety, the group escorted Wiji Ho Yan to Sima Lian's territory. This was the path she had chosen to entrust her life to the Sima clan, a decision her teammates respected with heavy hearts. Before departing, Wiji Ho Yan couldn't resist teasing Sungmin one last time. Despite the danger, the days she had spent surviving alongside him were memories she would cherish forever. She offered him a gentle, bittersweet smile. The next time we meet, I want to see you standing tall and proud. With those parting words, their paths diverged, each chasing their own destiny. Sungmin smiled back, masking his sadness. You can count on it. He stood frozen, watching her silhouette fade into the distance. Deep down, he knew this separation was the only way to keep her safe. Her final command echoed in his mind like a mantra. Until we meet again, just don't die. Sungmin tightly gripped the lock of hair she had left him, his knuckles turning white. His gaze lingered on the carriage long after it had vanished over the horizon. Inside that carriage, Wiji Ho Yan sat in deep contemplation, regretting all the adventures they hadn't yet shared together. Once the carriage was gone, Sungmin turned to leave as twilight swallowed the sky. The demon Hell spoke up, his voice teasing, still holding onto that woman's hair. How sentimental. Sungmin just nodded silently. Before leaving, Sima Lian had passed on a message. Hell pouted, clearly annoyed. Did that Sima guy really tell us to keep this? He probably wants to use it for some dark ritual, the demon grumbled. Guard it with your life. Even if you didn't say it, I would have, Sungmin thought. Hell laughed, his tone shifting to mocking perversion. Just don't go smelling it. All right, Sungmin snapped. Who the hell would do that? Sungmin organized his quest log like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. First, head south. Second, find a mage to break Wiji Ho Yan's curse. Third, locate the tribe that knows the heavenly demon to master his energy. And fourth, find the sword saint who cursed Wiji Ho Yan and slaughter him. As he reviewed his plans, a sudden disturbance in the atmosphere snapped him back to reality. He bolted upright, staring toward a crimson glow deep in the forest. What is that? Something was moving in the shadows. Hell followed his gaze, sensing the shift in mana. Oh, it seems you've finally awakened the sight after absorbing my power, Hell noted with satisfaction. That red glow you're seeing, that is raw energy. Hell pointed at Sungmin's golden eye, which now bore a slit pupil like a beast. That is the devil's pupil. Normal humans are blind to this flow, but you have evolved. Thanks to my power, your eye has transformed into a demon eye. Sungmin wasn't thrilled. He cursed under his breath, damn it. I'm slowly turning into a monster. Hell tried to spin it positively. Think of it as a blessing. You're borrowing power from a great demon like me. Your body will naturally adapt and change. Sungmin asked in a low voice. So with this demon eye, I can track energy signatures. Hell nodded. Precisely. And it's a good thing too, because we are getting close to the south. The demon stared into the glowing source ahead. The darkness grew dense, suffocating, filled with eerie noises. Behold the yokai, monsters born from the darkest fears of humanity. Hell's voice dropped an octave, serious and grim. The south is a breeding ground for them. Civilization here is primitive. They have no means to defend against these nightmares. A savage smile crept onto Hell's face. These creatures feed on human terror. The more people fear them, the stronger and more monstrous they become. That is the nature of a yokai. Hell growled. As if on cue, a massive serpent materialized behind Sungmin, its presence overwhelming. Sungmin spun around, completely unfazed by the ambush. The giant snake flicked its tongue, hissing, "Who are you? How dare you step into my domain? Your skin? It looks delicious." Sungmin calmly drew his spear. Hell burst into laughter, pointing at the monster. "Look at its eyes. They look just like yours now. A family reunion." Without hesitation, Sungmin unleashed a devastating slash, decapitating the giant snake in a single motion. Blood erupted everywhere. Rubia woke up, startled by the noise. What happened? Sungmin's face darkened. "Just a monster." He frowned deeply. "There is no way I will become like them." But for a split second, his demon eye blurred. His vision went grayscale, and a savage, bloodthirsty grin flashed in his mind, haunting him. In a twist of fate, Wei and Rubia woke up and immediately started cooking the snake, much to Sungmin's shock. It turned into a bizarre campfire mukbang. It reminded him of the past when he first showed Wiji Ho Yan his mismatched eyes trying to look cool. She had just roasted him. Acting mysterious just makes you look like an idiot. Later, the group met with the info broker Neville. He dropped a lead. In the city of Devon, past this forest, lives a skilled mage named Aladua. Wai cheered. "Great, we just go there and fix the curse," Neville sighed, shaking his head. "If only it were that simple in a system manhwa world." Neville explained patiently, "Devon is the territory of the Zhou clan, one of the pillars of the Orthodox Alliance. Entering won't be easy. Furthermore, the timing is terrible." Neville recalled the faces of the murim leaders. They are celebrating the first birthday of the child between Jegal, Tarian, and Morian. Every major figure of the Orthodox faction is gathering in Devon for the gala. Sungmin's expression turned grave. This was a classic Manhwa Recap setup for disaster. If Miriam Jane is there, she was the unrequited love of Namgung Hyung. Namgung was known as the greatest young genius of the Orthodox path, a man who had everything but the woman he loved. To Sungmin, Namgung Hyung was a tragic figure, a peerless talent who lost his heart to another. The tension in the city would be suffocating. Sungmin realized the danger. "So, Namgung Hyung will likely be at Devon too." Neville nodded. "Exactly. That is why I strongly advise against entering the city right now." Sungmin grew impatient. "No, I don't have time to waste. Is there really no safe way in?" Neville smiled slyly, the look of a merchant sensing profit. "There is, if you have the coin." He snapped his fingers. The Erebus Guild exists to satisfy any request. Erebus provided disguise kits, but the quality was questionable. Wai was transformed into a completely different person with a solid backstory. But Sungmin, his mask made him look twisted and grotesque. "You call this quality?" he groaned, looking at his reflection. Meanwhile, miles away, the sky began to darken, an eerie calm settling over the land before the storm. Inside her carriage, Wiji Ho Yan rested her head against the window, gazing blankly at the passing scenery. She sat motionless, her eyes heavy with secrets and words left unspoken. A shadow flickered into the carriage, seating itself opposite Wiji Ho Yan. "Thinking about that brat, aren't you?" Inon sat, with arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. Wiji Ho Yan gasped in genuine surprise, "Sima Lianzhou." Wiji Ho Yan's voice dropped ice cold. "Do you have nothing better to do? You keep spawning in this carriage like a glitch in a system manhwa." One Pyo forced a smile at the frosty reception. "Even when I show care, you complain." He leaned in, voice barely a whisper. "Does my presence make you uncomfortable?" Wiji Ho Yan clicked her tongue in annoyance. In her world, there was no such thing as kindness without a price. She stared daggers at the masked man. Inan simply tapped his mask playfully. I'm not hiding anything, you know. Wiji Ho-Yeon narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Then why wear the mask? Inan shrugged with maddening nonchalance. No real reason, honestly. He struck a dramatic pose, oozing confidence. Check this out. Don't I look infinitely more mysterious just by wearing this? Wiji Ho-Yeon's face twisted in sheer disbelief. She couldn't believe this powerful figure wore a mask just for the aesthetic. She turned her gaze back to the window, unimpressed. That mystery is going to rot away if you keep popping up like a bad penny. Inan just threw his head back and laughed heartily. A heavy silence stretched between them before Inan broke it. You mentioned that kindness always has a price tag, didn't you? He sat cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, looking entirely too comfortable. That's just because the people you've met had no room for grace in their hearts. Blame your own narrow worldview, not the world itself. His voice dropped an octave, sending a shiver down Wiji Ho-Yeon's spine. She instantly stiffened, slamming her back against the chair in a defensive posture. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. He wasn't joking. Seeing her tension, Inan scoffed. Do you think you're the main character of this world? How arrogant. Relax, I have zero interest in you. Then he dropped the name Sungmin. Wiji Ho Yan flinched visibly. The one I'm actually curious about is the ghost spear. Wiji Ho Yan trembled with suppressed rage. What are you plotting? Inan crossed his arms amused. Oh, you dare direct killing intent at me. His eyes gleamed with mockery. With that broken, cursed body of yours, Wiji Ho-Yeon let out a roar. Cursed or crippled, I am still myself, she screamed, though her hands shook violently, clutching her own body. I decided this, she thought desperately. I made a promise to him. Inan looked at her like a tiger watching a wounded rabbit. Pathetic, he thought. Aloud, he softened his tone slightly. Calm down. When I said I was interested in the ghost spear, I meant it quite literally. He rubbed his chin, feigning deep thought. I'm actually considering taking him in as my personal disciple. Wiji Ho-Yeon blinked, her brain short-circuiting. Disciple. She couldn't process the absurdity. This was Inan, the Demon Emperor, the absolute apex predator of the unorthodox faction. Why not? Inan asked breezily. I heard you never take students, Wiji Ho-Yeon countered. Inan waved a dismissive finger. Only because no one has been worthy of my eye. Until now. His voice dipped low again, serious this time. That's actually why I don't care for you. I prefer his type. He locked eyes with her intensely. Instead of a genius, to whom everything comes easily, I have a soft spot for the ordinary ones, who crawl their way up. Wiji Ho-Yeon let out a dry, incredulous laugh. You're calling Sungmin ordinary, that's rich. He started slow, but after 10 years. She trailed off, but Inan's eyes lit up. 10 years. Wiji Ho-Yeon paused, confused by his reaction. Exactly. A natural-born genius like you couldn't possibly fathom it. Inan smiled, savoring the thought. The hell that kid must have walked through. Inan leaned in, whispering like a conspirator, but loud enough for her to hear. I said 10 years. His excitement was palpable, bordering on manic. That is precisely why I want him. Meanwhile, in this leveling manhwa world, Sungmin stood before a rugged-looking man. This was the diviner, Adwa. Adwa didn't bother looking up. A customer, Sungmin didn't waste breath on pleasantries. I need to find someone. Sitting on a tattered rug by the street, Adwa chuckled darkly. Tracking is this old man's specialty. He finally lifted his head and froze at the sight of the grotesquely distorted face before him. The bulging eyes and crooked nose made Adwa recoil in horror. What the hell, who are you? You look like a walking disaster. Sungmin ignored the insult and dropped a small pouch next to him. Find the bastard who placed the curse on the owner of this hair. Adwa opened the pouch and fingered the lock of Wiji Ho-Yeon's hair. Child's play. He rubbed the strands between his palms, tuning into the residual energy. Adwa's magic began to saturate the air, heavy and thick. Sungmin and Wei watched in silence. Adwa clasped his hands, inhaling sharply. I see a forest. Images flickered in the magical haze. Elves. I see the elven domain. Magic swirled violently around his body. The caster is hiding within the elf forest. Suddenly, Adwa plugged one nostril and blew hard out the other. This is a vicious curse. At this level, even the caster puts their life on the line. He gritted his teeth. Right now, that fool is suffering just as much as the victim. Wei nodded satisfied. Then hunting him down should be a breeze. Sungmin's voice was steel. The elf forest. The target is locked. Wei smirked dangerously. Good. I hate boring prey. Suddenly, a presence approached from behind. You there. Identify yourselves. Wei glanced back to see Taeryung standing there, arms crossed and scowling. Sungmin turned, and instantly recognized the man blocking their path. "You don't look like civilians," Taeyong noted suspiciously. This was none other than the Silver Dragon of the Zhuge clan, a heavyweight in the Orthodox world. Moments earlier, a skeletal masked figure, known as Black Dog, had tipped Taeyong off. "The ghost spear is here." In Devon. This was the captain of the demon hunting squad. Taeyong pondered the intel. "Ghost spear. I fought him once." To think he fell to the demonic path. The Black Dog squad had come to the Zhuge clan specifically for backup. Black Dog nodded grimly. "Yes, but we lost their trail the moment they entered the city." Suspecting a disguise, Taeyong had stopped these two, only to face a man with a melted candle for a face. Wei stepped forward, boldly. "You say we don't look like locals." "Of course not." Wei pointed at his own chest, launching into a rehearsed lie with dramatic flair. "I am Helmut Sebastian Crow. I must hide my identity, because the treacherous demon sect seeks to extinguish my bloodline. I am the last heir of a fallen noble house. I live as a humble hunter, but the flames of vengeance burn eternal in my heart." Taeyong's jaw dropped. He looked at Wei with a mix of confusion and pity, unsure if he should believe this nonsense. Wei kept rambling. "Though I wander the mud, I never forget my noble dignity." Taeyong ignored the crazy old man and scrutinized Sungmin's monstrous visage. Sungmin blinked rapidly, feigning innocence. "I'm Gaetong." Sungmin deadpanned. "Dog poo." Taeyong froze his brain, failing to process the absurdity. He pointed a trembling finger, speech failing him. Sungmin maintained his distorted, goofy expression, but his eyes were dead serious. Taeyong squinted, locking eyes with him in an intense staring contest that stretched into eternity. To Taeyong, the face looked even more bizarre the longer he stared. He strained his eyes, sweat pouring down his face, trying to find a crack in the disguise. Sungmin didn't even twitch. Taeyong was desperately trying to mentally reshape that blob of a face into something human. Taeyong's gaze drilled into them, making the air heavy with tension. "I don't need a skill to tell these two are suspicious," he thought. "Even if I accept the one on the right, the guy on the left defies all logic." He stared, convinced they were using high-tier, face-changing artifacts. But Taeyong's instincts screamed the truth. Beneath those flimsy disguises lurked two absolute monsters possessing aura reserves so vast they were just waiting to crush him. Fighting them head-on would be suicide, he realized, cold sweat trickling down his back. He stammered out, I understand. You two may pass." Sungmin and Wiji Ho Yan didn't waste a second, putting as much distance between themselves and Taeyong as possible. Rubia transformed into a small beast huddled inside Sungmin's robe. "Did they see through our cover?" "Who knows?" Sungmin whispered, glancing at Wonpyo, who was still deep in character. "Look at me, then look at yourself, sir." Rubia grumbled. "Why is he taking this roleplay so seriously? It makes me want to punch him." Back when Wonpyo saw the disguise kit, he had thrown money at it like a whale. That full option set the old man bought on a whim was obscenely expensive. Wiji Ho Yan's eyes had sparkled with greed. "No refund, sir." Sungmin wept internally. "If we hadn't bought the cheapest disguises available, I wouldn't even have enough gold to pay that mage." Suddenly, a thought struck Sungmin like a bolt of lightning. He froze in his tracks, whispering just loud enough for Rubia to hear. "For someone like Zhuge Taeyong, I kept wondering why he visited that mage." The pieces of the puzzle clicked together. It was to track us down. They continued walking, unaware that shadows on the rooftop were already tracking their every move. Just as Sungmin predicted, Ardwa was weaving a spell for Taeyong. "I have confirmed it with a tracking mantra. The two individuals you seek are indeed the ones who just departed, sir." Taeyong clicked his tongue, his suspicions validated. "I knew it." Mobilize the pursuit squad immediately. Behind him, Hyo materialized from the shadows, his greeting severing Taeyong's train of thought. Hyo tilted his head, eyes full of hidden meaning, planning to chase after Gwang Tae. Ryung spun around facing him. "Namgung Hyowan. Gwang is your sworn brother, isn't he?" Ardua looked on in confusion as the two began to clash verbally. "Don't act like this doesn't concern you. You're coming with us. Unless you plan to defy the Murim Alliance." "Who said anything about defying them?" Hyo's voice dropped an octave. "Don't worry. I have no intention of backing down. If my brother has lost his way as his senior, it is my duty to correct his path." Taeyong turned and dashed off, shouting back at Hyo. "Summon the Blue Sky Sword Corps. We move out as soon as possible." Hyo remained motionless, a calculating glint in his eyes as he plotted his next move. Time blurred. Sungmin's trio had ventured deep into the city. Sungmin melded into the shadows, scanning the crowd with hawk-like precision. "The recruits look mediocre at best," he noted. They clearly didn't have enough time to summon the true masters. His eyes swept over the thugs, brandishing their weapons. "We're done here." Sungmin ripped off his disguise and shouted to 1PO full speed to the elf forest. "Let's go." But 1PO was still lost in his role. For the eternal glory of the family, Rubia snapped. "Shut up already." Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind them. "Capture those damned demons." At that moment, hell manifested. The spirit whispered, as if this was all part of his grand design. "Perfect timing. There lies an ancient estate of mine, in the nearby forest. I shall grant you the treasure I promised." The world was suddenly dyed in a suffocating violet hue. It seemed we had stumbled into this cursed domain while fleeing for our lives. Sungmin scanned the perimeter senses on high alert. What the hell is this forest? Suddenly, from the abyss of shadows, a dark entity lunged at breakneck speed, like a scene from a Manhwa Recap. The group pressed on through the twisted woods. "This formation is bizarre," Sungmin muttered, turning to 1PO, as the pieces of the mystery began to align in his mind. "Are you saying your fear warped this entire forest?" The spirit confirmed it. "Yes. I realized it when I saw the ghost fires clinging to my spiritual form. After my death, that masterless terror took root here. To have such influence even from the grave. I really was a legend." Sungmin thought, "I want to mock him, but his power is undeniable." Aloud he asked, "Is this place actually safe for us?" "Hard to say," the spirit replied. "Some entities here obey me because they were born from me, but others have grown beyond my control. We cannot let our guard down, but I can compel them to guide us. As for our pursuers, they're likely paralyzed with terror by now." Sungmin didn't hesitate. "We follow the ghost fire claim, your treasure shake off the tail, and get out of this hellhole." The ghostly flames suddenly flickered violently. Rubia froze. The ghost fire. "It's trembling." Hell sensed a presence that defied natural law. Hell whispered, facing an existence that shouldn't be there. "This energy. Is it you?" From the mist, a voice rasped. "Long time no see. I thought you perished 400 years ago." Hell's face twisted in horror. "Careful, kid. That's a predator yokai king." The very air froze heavy with killing intent. The name dropped like a boulder, silencing the forest. "The great yokai Dak Gui." Rubia gasped, looking back at the trail they had left behind. "These markings. I made them 2 hours ago." Rubia realized the horror. "We've been walking in circles this whole time." The spirit clenched his fist, blood-red magic flaring up before fizzling out. "Even with my blood ring art, I can't even scratch a single tree. What kind of sorcery is this?" Rubia's voice rose in panic. "The mana density is too high. We can't even map the area." 1PO shook his head, a mix of confusion and rage in his eyes. "Impossible. In my era, this was just a normal forest." The phenomenon felt as if a massive barrier had been erected, sealing the entire woodland from the outside world. Hell reached a grim conclusion. This barrier. It's not something a mere human mage could ever construct. Space itself seemed warped, twisting directions into a chaotic mess. Something troublesome was definitely lurking in the shadows. Seo Chaeyin let out a blood-curdling scream that tore through the silence. From the void, a colossal entity slowly materialized, its body draped in a nightmarish purple aura. Taeryung gripped his blade, ready to charge into the fray. But suddenly he froze. An overwhelming pressure crashed down, crushing his spirit like a mountain. "What the hell is this?" Taeryung gasped, terror seizing his very soul. In that split second between life and death, Aradua shoved him back, just as the invisible strike landed. "Damn it, move!" he roared. The clash was instant, a breathtaking explosion of spectral light that sent shivers of primal fear down Aradua's spine. Just as quickly, the colossus dissolved into violet smoke, fading into the void. Hyo stared, trembling uncontrollably. What in the world was that?" "An evil spirit," came the grim reply. Aradua's face darkened with gravity. "I warned you, the foggy forest is a death trap teeming with spiritual energy and wraiths, far beyond your martial arts level. If I had known the true horror of this forest, I wouldn't have stepped foot here for all the gold in the heavens." "Hold on, compose yourself," Jagal Taryum interjected, seeing Aradua lose his cool. "I don't know what's out there, but aren't you being too paranoid? Look at our lineup: Sword Dragon Hyo, the Blue Sky Sword Squad. The greatest prodigies of the orthodox sects have gathered here." His eyes lit up as he listed the legends. "The Poison Butterfly, Jiang Asia's Dark Knight Squad." Taryum continued. "The elite tracking teams of the Martial Arts Alliance. Even O Seijin of the Bone Scorpion Gate and the Black Dog Unit are here. With this much power, don't you get it?" But Aradua scoffed at his optimism. To him, this grand alliance was nothing more than a pack of dogs barking at a storm. That entire army is on the brink of extinction. Monsters are born from fear. 400 years ago, a great demon shook the very foundations of this world. Its power was so catastrophic that even after death, its residual fear twisted this forest into a realm of corruption. Jagalterium stammered, hoping for a silver lining. Wait, so this isn't the main body, just a remnant soul, the old man sneered. Just, you ignorant fool. Even a fragment of that monster's soul could slaughter us all without breaking a sweat. A heavy silence fell as he whispered the name. Meanwhile, on Lee Sungmin's side, the ghostly willow, the wisps were acting, strangely affectionate. These spirit fires seem a bit too friendly, Sungmin muttered. Then Hoju's voice echoed. Don't panic, brat. Just listen. A heavy confession followed. The state of this forest. It's likely my fault. The air temperature plummeted. Hoju growled low. Be careful, rookie. That is a predator, a king of monsters. He stared at a fiery silhouette that once terrorized the heavens. That is the Red Ogre. The great demon Red Ogre. Hoju sighed. One of the 5 predator kings. Though that throne is empty now. He eyed the entity with cold curiosity. What happened to you? You're a shadow of your former self. The figure revealed itself no longer a majestic king, but a broken soul. The Red Ogre, now just a tattered spirit, replied, You see my state, my heart was torn out. Hoju showed no mercy to the fallen legend. So you're hiding here like a parasite sucking on my leftover energy. You're pathetic. I have no pride, Luff the Ogre admitted. I was utterly defeated, exiled from my city. I came here, only to heal. Are you here to punish me for trespassing? Go ahead. A loser like me can only survive by licking up your scraps. Hoju snorted. I'm just here to retrieve something. Hoju turned to leave but paused. Good riddance. By the way, who crushed you? The Red Ogre went silent. The name that left the horned demon's lips shook the very air. Yana, the 9-tailed fox who now rules Murim. Outside, the night was deadly silent. Lee Sungmin asked, Old man, didn't someone already steal your treasure? Hoju barked. Idiot, that's impossible. They ventured deeper until a temple appeared. We're here. Hoju's face lit up with greed. Sungmin gasped as the space warped into a violet dimension. Hoju smirked arrogantly. Hidden in a subspace like this, zero risk of theft. Open it, you country bumpkin. Sungmin squinted at the strange glowing object. It's not a ruby. What is this? You've never seen a dragon heart. As the box opened, the legendary item pulsed. Sungmin was floored. A dragon heart. Artifacts appeared one by one. Eternal ice and a monster core. It was like a system manhwa reward screen. Internal energy, plus 100 poison resistance, plus 60. Their eyes dazzled at the sight of dragon bones and scales. Heaps of gold and jewels blinded them with opulence. Yet amidst the treasures, Hoju locked on to a bizarre object. A duck-shaped bottle. A bottle that pours infinite wine. Seems mediocre, Sungmin remarked. Wrong, Hoju countered. This is terrifying. A torrent of spiritual power flooded Lee Sungmin's body. It was a classic awakening manhwa moment. A metamorphosis in the blink of an eye. My internal energy. It doubled. Sungmin clenched his fist, feeling the raw power surging through his veins. A true miracle encounter. Hoju watched with amusement. I knew the brat was strong, he thought. But the infinite wine, that's a game changer. To think the old monster hunted dragons for this horde only to die. Wait, did he come all this way just for the duck bottle? Rubia suddenly asked. It's been a while since we entered. What happened to the pursuit unit? Sungmin replied calmly. Unlike us, they don't have a guide. They're probably in hell right now. Then Jagalterium's face went pale. I think I know their fate. Even through the thick fog, a familiar distinctive stench assaulted his senses. The copper tang of blood. The pursuers hadn't just gotten lost, they had become sacrifices for something brutal. The Martial Arts Alliance. They're dead. Sungmin's blood ran cold. Wait, did the Red Ogre slaughter them? Hoju immediately shot down the idea. I don't think so. A vision flashed through his mind. The enemy lying broken and defeated in the dirt. The old master shook his head. Even if he has fallen, he was once a predator king among monsters. He won't die that easily. Just then, a massive silhouette emerged from the shadows. Lee Sungmin froze. Standing there were Hyo and Terium. Hyo's voice dripped with false sweetness. It's been a long time, little brother. Lee Sungmin kept his cool. What's the situation? He recounted the ambush with a steady voice. That red demon over there, it hunted us down. It feasts on our fear. He pointed behind him. Suddenly, the newcomer tore the red demon apart with bare hands. A chill ran down Lee Sungmin's spine as he watched the monster laugh. Listen up, rookie. This is the end of the line for you. The evil spirit unleashed its true form. A nightmare made flesh. He was facing the strongest monster in history. The moment the evil spirit revealed its true power, the atmosphere grew heavy. Their faces went pale. Pure terror gripped their hearts. Even Lee Sungmin hesitated for a split second. Shock flashed in his eyes. The killing intent was suffocating. A twisted, frozen smile formed on the creature's face. Lee Sungmin narrowed his eyes. What in the world is appearing now? Inside his mind, Ho-Yeon analyzed the gathering storm of energy. It seems the Elder's fear and spiritual energy have manifested into a physical form, a construct of pure power, born from this forest. The spirit hovered ominously, locking its cold gaze on Lee Sungmin. He's too calm, Lee Sungmin thought. Usually he'd be burning his chi in a blind panic by now, but ever since the death match with the blood demon, his foundation had solidified. Plus Ho-Yeon's legendary elixir had nearly doubled his internal energy. Lee Sungmin exhaled a long breath, centering his spirit for the duel. He raised his spear calmly. I can win this. Suddenly, a chained beast burst from the tree line, destroying everything in its path. But in a flash, another monster shredded it to pieces. Hyo's eyes widened in disbelief. The shock rocked him to his core. Yet, Lee Sungmin charged forward, his eyes burning with resolve. Hyo watched the clash of titans. Lee Sungmin was fighting toe-to-toe with that murderous abomination. No, Hyo realized. He's dominating it. When did the gap between us become an ocean? Ho-Yeon let out a dark chuckle. Obviously, that thing wears my face, but it's an empty shell. It might crush a fallen beast, but a fake can never defeat the warrior I trained. The spirit roared in frustration. As it was pushed back, Lee Sungmin weaved through the attacks, his mind racing. Its regeneration is insane. Its energy is endless, like a boss from a leveling manhwa. He gritted his teeth. But its technique, it's simple. Ho-Yeon fell silent, a deep frown creasing his spectral face. A strange unease settled in his gut. What is this feeling? Disgusting, he muttered. A wave of revulsion rose from the depths of his soul. Why do I feel so sick looking at it? Darkness swallowed the forest. The spirit howled in agony. Lee Sungmin's voice was ice cold. You're tough. Ho-Yeon smirked. You look like you're enjoying this, kid. He exhaled, readying himself for the final blow. Lee Sungmin's eyes turned into cold steel. There was only one path forward. He looked down at the defeated man coldly. Hyo lowered his voice, sweat dripping down his face. Spare me, Ghost Spear. If you let me go, the Namgung clan will stop the hunt. For the sake of our past. Please, Lee. Sungmin nodded. Fine. The killing intent vanished instantly. Lee Sungmin surveyed the ruin of the battlefield. The tracking team is broken. We move. Wait, a voice called out from behind. The old man Aladua stepped up. Take me with you. Lee Sungmin glared. I saw your corpse floating in the river earlier. Playing dead is my specialty, he grinned shamelessly. That squinty-eyed jerk dragged me into this hellhole. I need a real protector to survive this mess. Get me out of this forest, and I'll find anyone or anything you want. Lee Sungmin smirked. That sounds like a deal. So, Aladua whispered cautiously. Where are we headed? Lee Sungmin answered without hesitation. First, we go to the misty forest. Meanwhile, a curse echoed through the trees. Damn it all. Tyrium ground his teeth in fury. Hyo bowed to a demon and abandoned us. Moi Sejin trembled. What do we do now? Forget the clans. We need to survive this forest first. Her constant whining finally snapped his patience. Shut your mouth, he roared. We need to contact the Murim Alliance. Suddenly, a shadow moved. The black dog had arrived. Tyrium froze. Before he could blink, slash, a blade pierced him. The assassin chuckled, his voice devoid of warmth. You fodder never stood a chance against the ghost spear or the crazy demon. You were merely sacrifices to feed the chaos. I just didn't expect I'd have to take out the trash myself. He turned away from the carnage. Is it done? A shadow bowed from the darkness. Yes, master. Excellent. His command rang out with absolute authority. We return. His voice carried the weight of a true ruler. Deep in the spirit-rich forest, a girl stepped forward. Greetings. Yang Il-cheon turned away, but his face remained stern. This is our first proper meeting. He paused, awkwardness creeping in. Little heavenly demon. He looked completely dumbfounded. He had planned a cool, dignified entrance. But the sudden appearance of the elves ruined his image. Wait, I practiced a cooler entrance than this. My reputation is gone. She pointed curiously. What are those creatures? You've never seen them. Those are elves. Beautiful, aren't they? They are rare sights outside the elf forest. The elf queen resides here. The spiritual energy makes it a perfect sanctuary for healing. The spear demon won't arrive for at least another 6 months. The fairies danced around her, smiling warmly. "Let's try to coexist peacefully," she agreed. Fair enough. Elsewhere, Lee Sungmin and his party pressed onward their journey in this leveling manhwa, leading them toward the legendary village, where the crazy demon once mastered the dark arts. Lee Sungmin and Baek Won hacked a path through the suffocating overgrowth. But deep within the ancient untamed wilderness, Aladua's anxiety began to spike as she realized they were hopelessly lost. "Don't you people know where the village is supposed to be? Give us a break. We're in the middle of a dense jungle," came the retort. "Did you scavenge anything useful from that cursed tribe? Even a scrap of mana would let me trace their village." Rubia crossed her arms, her voice dripping with impatient urgency. "Don't play dumb, old man. Cough it up." Reluctantly, he produced a worn bracelet. As Aladua grasped the artifact, his gaze shifted instantly. Money was on his mind. This trinket radiates enough energy to track. But why? The long-faced Rubia shot Byokbi a teasing smirk. A sentimental keepsake from an old flame, perhaps. "The tracking ritual complete," Aladua announced. "The coordinates are locked in." Lee Sungmin scanned the horizon, his voice steel. "Then, we move out immediately." From the shadows, a withered figure emerged. Pova stared, her voice trembling with raw emotion. "Byokbi, is that truly you?" "Pava's a servant of the Void King's lineage." Byokbi froze, heart struck by her frailty. "Pava's, time has been cruel to you. Has it truly been 10 years? I never thought our paths would cross again," she rasped. "Why return to this graveyard?" he replied. "I seek the ancient breathing technique of this village to suppress the demonic energy raging within me." The silence that followed was deafening, heavy with grief. Povas choked back a sob, delivering the crushing blow. "Dozer, she is gone." Byokbi's eyes went wide, the air vanishing from his lungs. "What?" she continued, her voice hollow. "Not just Dozer. Everyone. I am the sole survivor of the massacre." Lee Sungmin stepped forward, his aura tense. Who could destroy an entire tribe? Povas relived the nightmare terror, shaking her words. "A demon from the depths of hell. 3 years ago, a colossus of flame descended. It sought a human vessel capable of harnessing demonic chi, then incinerated our home in a storm of fire. We were fools to dabble in the dark arts. Why trust a monster long dead? We worshipped a false idol, and this apocalypse was our divine punishment." Lee Sungmin's gaze remained piercing. "Then how did you escape the inferno?" Povas whispered the answer. "A 9-tailed fox." Just as death approached, a golden 9-tailed fox manifested. Its mere presence terrified the fire demon into retreat. The fox vowed to protect the clan and led the survivors away. "Why didn't you follow them?" the main character asked. Her eyes spiraled into madness. "Go with it. You think a demon saves humans out of kindness? Those fools. That treacherous beast surely devoured them all." Suddenly, Povas shrieked, pointing blindly. "There, in the bushes, another demon comes for me." Byokbi stood paralyzed like a statue. Dozer was the love of his life, the anchor to his sanity. Hylan watched him, realizing the old master was on the verge of breaking. "Weren't you their chieftain?" Hylan pressed. "Your legacy is dust." Lee Sungmin remained silent, his mind piecing together the fragments of this mystery like a complex awakening manhwa plot. The 9-tailed fox took the villagers. It must be Yana, the entity the Red Demon spoke of. The Red Demon admitted Yana defeated him to become the ruler of the Misty Forest. He also mentioned that Fox was guarding humans who possessed the breathing technique. Originally, this was just a pit stop before the Elven Woods. Byokbi trembled, rage boiling beneath his skin like magma. "That fox holds the key to the fire demon." Lee Sungmin's voice brooked no argument. "We march on the Misty Forest." Aladua gasped, his jaw hitting the floor. "Are you insane? That city is a death trap. I'm out. Do you hear me? Fine." Sungmin casually tossed a rare artifact to the greed-stricken guide. "Payment for your services. Get lost." Aladua snatched the treasure, eyes sparkling with avarice. "Magnificent. Now this is how you command respect." Hylan rolled her eyes. "Don't act generous. That came from my stash." Aladua cleared his throat, a sly grin forming. "Besides, I have a premonition of great fortune awaiting us. My magic master resides in the Misty Forest. With her aid, your journey will be smooth." After days of traversing treacherous terrain, the demonic citadel finally loomed ahead. Lee Sungmin paused, staring at the neon-lit structure in disbelief. "This is where your revered master lives." Gorgeous women lined the streets, and a sultry figure beckoned them. Sungmin scowled. The legendary sanctuary was nothing but a red light district. Hylan cackled at his prudish reaction. That's the demon city for you demi-humans and spirits keeping the night alive with passion? Lee Sungmin squinted, skepticism written all over his face. Are you absolutely sure Aladoa's master is here? Suddenly, a stunning hostess blocked their path with a honeyed smile. Seeking pleasure tonight, my lords. Her voice was dangerously seductive. Please enter. We exist to serve. As they stepped forward, Hylan paused, a mischievous realization hitting her. Oh, one tiny detail I forgot, she whispered, enjoying the chaos. The ones in blue robes, they're men. Ignoring the gender-bending confusion, the group was ushered into the VIP chambers to meet the great mage. They entered the opulent suite. A voice lazily called out, "So the useless apprentice sent you?" Lee Sungmin nodded. "That's right." The mage chuckled, swirling a glass. "Well, perhaps the fool has some utility after all. I thought he was just a brainless leech, but he occasionally surprises me." Lee Sungmin stood stoic, unable to grasp the bizarre dynamic between master and student. The mage continued scanning them. The rugged brute and the beast child, definitely not my type. Baeokbi stood like a stone pillar, ignoring the insult. Rubia bristled, ready to snap, but the mage waved a hand dismissively. Though, sometimes a wilder flavor is exciting for a change. Lounging on the chaise like a queen was the great wind mage Aladua's teacher. She licked her lips. "Relax, boys. The night is still young." Lee Sungmin felt the blood rush to his face, but he shouted to hide his embarrassment. "We didn't come here for your services." After explaining the grave situation, Fong's demeanor shifted slightly. "So you saved my pathetic disciple's life." She curled her finger, beckoning Lee Sungmin closer. "Even if he is trash, a master must repay debts." She smirked. "What do you desire, my body?" Lee Sungmin's expression hardened to granite. "I have no need for that. I need an audience with Yana." Fong sat up instantly, the playfulness vanishing. "Yana, you seek the nine-tailed monarch. I can open that door." "But why?" Lee Sungmin answered without hesitation, his resolve absolute. "I seek the method to conquer the demonic energy within me." Fong crossed her arms, a sharp laugh escaping her lips. "A human taming demonic chi." She leaned in, her eyes glowing with arcane insight. "No, that's not quite it. By all laws of magic, you should be a raving lunatic by now, yet your mind is intact. Is this the blessing of fate, or the resilience of a protagonist from a leveling manhwa? You really are a strange anomaly." Hearing Feng's comment, Lee Sungmin frowned. The concept was alien to him, so he asked immediately, "What exactly is this force of destiny?" Feng stepped up to clarify the mysteries of the universe. "It is a cosmic force that compels fate to flow in a predetermined direction. I suspect you've already sensed its pressure, haven't you? Your destiny is no longer your own to command. No matter what variables arise, the final conclusion remains etched in stone. Even in situations where death should have claimed you, you survived. You met the exact people fate ordained you to meet." Lee Sungmin's jaw dropped, stunned by how accurately she described his life. He couldn't refute a single word. Feng took slow, deliberate steps toward him, lecturing as she walked. "One who bears the force of destiny must inevitably shoulder a burden that cannot be shirked. Naturally, I've never seen anyone carry a destiny as heavy as yours. It's no wonder your mind is in chaos." Her words struck him like a physical blow, triggering a splitting headache. Lee Sungmin clutched his forehead, looking visibly broken. Feng sat down, crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand. "Since you said you wanted to see Yana, I will grant your wish. It will take about 4 days to reach her domain. Yana is an old friend of mine. If you get bored waiting, feel free to come play with me." 4 days later, Lee Sungmin finally stood before the legend. The moment he saw her, he asked, "You are Yana, correct?" Yana listened, her expression calm and regal. "That is correct." Standing before him in a traditional gown, golden hair cascading down her back, and 9 majestic tails swaying behind her, was the ruler of the misty forest, the 9-tailed fox. Yana gazed at him and spoke softly. "I have been waiting for you for a very long time." But her next words sent a shockwave through both him and Hell. "Is the Void King still faring well?" Hearing that she knew of his existence, Hell's spirit frowned within Sungmin's consciousness. "What? How does this woman know about me?" Yana remained poised, aware that her words had shaken them. She continued, "Even if my eyes cannot see you, you are right there, aren't you?" Lee Sungmin froze, stammering out a question. You know about the Void King inside." Hell whispered that he had no clue who she was. Yana bowed her head slightly. "Yes. The Void King saved my life 500 years ago." Hell was completely baffled by this revelation, searching his ancient memories in vain. "When did I ever do something like that?" Yana began to recount the tale from centuries past. You likely do not remember me. Back then, I was just an ordinary fox. As she spoke, she raised her hand, channeling her spiritual energy to forcefully pull Hell's spirit into the open. Shall we speak face to face? Lee Sungmin watched in utter shock as Hell was dragged out of his body by her sheer power. Yana manifested his spirit form and smiled radiantly. Void King. Seeing her act so familiar, Hell immediately raised his guard. Don't act so close to me. I have no memory of you. Yana didn't take offense at his coldness. She simply placed a hand over her heart and spoke calmly, still as arrogant and dignified as ever. The moment she finished speaking, her eyes blazed with light. An overwhelming aura exploded around her, wrapping her body in immense power. Back then, I was too weak to assist you, but this time I will be the one to save you. Lee Sungmin and Baekwon sensed the terrifying danger and instantly assumed combat stances. But Yana simply glared, and with a single look, Baekwon was blasted backward as if hit by a cannonball. She spun around and instantly bound Lee Sungmin, suspending him in the air. Looking at the helpless protagonist, she said, "You possessed this pitiful mortal, intending to seize his body, didn't you? Do not worry, I will assist you. Even if this vessel isn't the optimal form, we can still restore a fraction of your true power." Hell looked at Yana, a twisted smile forming on his lips. "Is that right? You make a compelling point." He floated over to Lee Sungmin, looking down at the bound boy with a calm expression. He stared at the boy with malicious intent. Lee Sungmin stared back, his eyes filled with chaos and fear, unsure of what the ancient spirit would do to him. Yana called out, her voice trembling with excitement and anticipation. Void King tears welled in her eyes, believing she was about to witness the glorious return of her savior, taking Lee Sungmin's body. However, defying all expectations, Hell pulled back his fist and smashed it squarely into Lee Sungmin's face. A massive red mark instantly welled up on the boy's cheek. He stood there, taking the abuse speechless. Yana froze her mind, unable to process the scene unfolding before her. She stammered, "Hell, Void King." Hell ignored her completely. He rained punch after punch onto Lee Sungmin's face, laughing maniacally with every blow. This is fun. After thoroughly beating Lee Sungmin to his satisfaction, Hell finally turned to Yana. "Hey, you stupid fox." She perked up instantly like a servant awaiting orders. Yes, Void King veins bulged on Hell's forehead as he glared and roared at her. It was a reaction even Lee Sungmin hadn't anticipated. "You want me to possess a pathetic piece of trash like this? You want me to inhabit this useless body? Are you trying to humiliate me?" Yana flinched violently at the scolding, shrinking back in terror. Before Yana could even explain, Hell continued his tirade. "You present me with a weak vessel just so you can easily suppress and control me later, is that it? What do you think you're doing? Tuck those tails away immediately." Yana, completely cowed, could only respond meekly, "Yes, yes, my lord." Hell dropped Lee Sungmin, still grumbling furiously. "I will handle the recovery of my own body. Don't you dare interfere." Yana, the terrifying ruler of the forest, bowed her head in submission. "Understood." After being released, Lee Sungmin rubbed his face and walked over to Hell. "Did you really save that fox in the past?" A memory flashed in Hell's mind, an image of himself centuries ago, slaughtering a beast to protect a wounded golden fox. Hell frowned, feigning ignorance. "I don't know. I don't remember a thing." Hearing Hell's denial, Lee Sungmin just smiled knowingly and didn't press further. Meanwhile, Hell and Yana continued their bickering. Hell's voice screeched, piercing the air. "You ask what I'm doing. Obviously, I'm in the process of taking over this brat's body." Yana looked at him, clearly skeptical and dissatisfied with his excuse. Hell saw her expression and snapped again. "All right, what's with that face? You look absolutely hideous." The scene shifted to another part of the forest where a group of people sensed a familiar disturbance. One of them teared up as the wave of energy washed over him. Looking at Lee Sungmin in the distance, they didn't see a boy. They felt the presence of the Void Tyrant himself. They cheered fanatically, their voices echoing through the trees. "It is our god. Our god has returned." Lee Sungmin, confused by the sudden commotion, turned to Yana for answers. Before he could even voice his question, she nodded solemnly. These were the remnants of the clan that served the Void King, the tragic survivors of a massacre orchestrated by the devil Ju Sung. Hope ignited in the eyes of the survivors the moment they witnessed Yana and Sungmin walking amidst the ruins. "My lord, is that truly Bok 1B?" Yana guided him, whispering the grim truth. Regrettably, Chwison slipped through our fingers. The mere mention of that name triggered a sharp memory in Sungmin's mind. Chwison, that name struck a nerve. Baekwi stepped forward, blocking Yana's path, and demanded an answer. "Tell me everything you know about that bastard Chwison." Yana froze, stunned by his sudden intensity. When she looked up, she saw his eyes burning with absolute rage and hatred. She understood immediately. This was a blood feud. Understood. Follow me. Seeing them step aside for a private conversation, Lee Sungmin decided to give them space. Instead, he approached the tribesmen who had served hell for generations. Apologies, but I have a few questions for you regarding the master. After hearing Lee Sungmin's full explanation, realization dawned on one of the tribeswomen. So, the envoy is struggling to control the chaotic divine power. I will provide you with a secret manual on manipulating divine energy. Listening in from the side, Hell couldn't resist mocking Lee Sungmin slightly. Envoy of divine power. They truly see you as a god. Well, they aren't entirely wrong. Their worship over hundreds of years transformed the remnants of my terror into actual divinity. It operates on the same principle as spirit possession, allowing them to control demonic energy. However, if an outsider without the bloodline attempts to harness this power, the energy usually devours their mind, driving them insane. But you share a soul connection with me. Furthermore, since you are no longer entirely human, you should be able to withstand the backlash. Lee Sungmin remained silent, absorbing the information. The woman returned with a thick tome and handed it to him. This manual contains the secrets of wielding divine power. He accepted it gratefully. Thank you. Just then, Wui finished his private interrogation with Yana. As they rejoined the group, Yana looked at the protagonist. Did you accomplish what you came here for? He nodded quickly. Yes, thanks to your help. Seeing that he had secured the item, Yana continued. Good. I apologize for dropping this so suddenly, but I must leave this place for about half a month. Lee Sungmin blinked in surprise. You are leaving? Yana replied calmly, yes. I must return to the sacred mountain where I cultivate my essence. Normally, it takes 2,000 years for a fox to ascend into a nine-tailed fox. I used a forbidden method to shorten it to 500 years, which came with severe limitations. Before she could finish, Hell interrupted. That idiot disciple will need over 2 weeks to master the spiritual energy anyway. I will remain here until you return, so do not worry. Though I have no memory of my past deeds, I recognize your sincerity. Consider this a repayment for the devotion you have shown me. Hearing the Spirit King's words, Yana's eyes glistened with tears. Thank you, my lord. Lee Sungmin couldn't help but tease the spirit. You certainly have a complicated way of saying you're welcome. Hell snapped back instantly. Shut your mouth. With Yana's departure settled, Lee Sungmin walked over to Wui. Seeing the elder standing there, he asked, So did you get the information you needed? About Chwaisan? Wui replied, with a single cold word. Yes. Blood vessels burst in Wui's eyes, fueled by pure vengeance. Chwaisan is a monster. A Jiaolong. A serpent that failed to ascend into a dragon. Meanwhile, in a dark cavern, Chwaisan was scheming with a mysterious figure. Upon hearing the report, he confirmed the news. So Yana has finally left the Forest of Mist. The informant bowed to the great demon. Correct. She will not return for at least half a month. She must remain at the Spirit Demon Pavilion for 10 days and nights to commune with the demon spirit. You must use this opportunity to execute my orders. In exchange, I will grant you entry to the Forest Fortress. Chwaisan threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. With the red demon and Yana gone, I am the apex predator here. A twisted voice echoed from the shadows. Just imagining that fox witch's face twisted in pain as I trample her, it makes my blood boil with excitement. Chwaisan rose to his full height. Good. Let's move out. It is time to slaughter every demon in the Forest of Mist. A terrifying aura exploded in the sealed room. Back in the safety of the room, Lee Sungmin sat in a lotus position, his body rigid as he circulated the divine power. Hell watched him for a long time before asking in a low voice, Is this actually feasible? The protagonist nodded, sweat dripping down his face. I am attempting to fuse the violet mist divine art with this new circulation technique. He muttered to himself. This isn't easy. Without the innate talent of a small heavenly demon, this grind feels like the hardest difficulty in a leveling manhwa. He took a deep breath. But I have no choice. I must continue. Suddenly, a cold, commanding voice cut through the air from behind. No, stop immediately. A man named Prescan stood in the doorway, his abyssal eyes seeming to pierce through everything. Did my disciple not deliver my warning to you? Prescan stepped forward. Do not stray from the path of humanity. That is what he told you. Lee Sungmin snapped his head around instantly on guard. Who are you? As he studied the man, a memory of a warning from years ago surfaced in his mind. My master told me to warn you, do not lose your way as a human. Lee Sungmin spoke slowly, testing his theory. Prescan, the one twisted by causality, the master of Lloyd, and the owner of the Golden Tower. After a moment of tense silence, Lee Sungmin broke the ice. So we finally meet. I honestly expected our paths to cross much sooner. Prescan replied coldly, naturally. I had no intention of meeting you at all. He leaned casually against the doorframe, scanning the room before asking, "Where is Rubia?" Lee Sungmin recalled Rubia's excitement earlier. She went to the night market with a companion. Prescan let out a small sigh. She really is quite energetic. Prescan continued his interrogation. And Yana, confused by the man's demeanor. Lee Sungmin answered she left about half a month ago. Wait, are you just having a conversation with yourself right now? Prescan seemed to ignore him entirely. He relaxed his posture and gripped his own arm, which was covered in strange glowing runes, and spoke with deep melancholy. I have done everything in my power to defy destiny. But in the end, it was all meaningless. It is like an ant struggling to escape an antlion's pit, only to be swept away by a massive storm the moment it climbs out. All that effort, wasted. Sensing the dark turn in the conversation, Lee Sungmin cut him off. What the hell are you rambling about? Prescan looked him dead in the eye. I am merely a pitiful fool lamenting the futility of a mortal trying to fight against the heavens. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt the gravitational pull of my fate shifting toward you. Lee Sungmin frowned, his confusion deepening. Force of destiny? Fate? What does any of that actually mean? Prescan spoke slowly, the weight of the world in his voice. The Time God Dania told me, you are like him, a being twisted by causality. He said only a man who has transcended death itself could answer my question. Prescan stared at him, his gaze piercing through Lee Sungmin's very soul. The force of destiny. An absolute power that shackles all existence, compelling it to follow a preordained path without deviation. No matter how you struggle, Kane paused, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. The destination your destiny leads to is the apocalypse. The revelation struck Sungmin like a physical blow, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Kane's gaze was heavy with unwanted truth. Sungmin finally managed to choke out, "What the hell are you talking about?" But Kane cut him off, his patience wearing thin. Silence. I am not here to satisfy your curiosity. As I said, crossing paths with you was never my desire. Sungmin narrowed his eyes, sharpness returning to his voice. Then state your business. Why are you here? To demand an alliance with Yana, the ruler of this domain, Kane replied bluntly. His expression darkened as he looked toward the horizon. A cataclysmic threat is descending upon the city of mist. I am here to intercept it. Sungmin scoffed. A being of your stature needs assistance. Kane's voice rumbled with ancient grudge. It is a nemesis from my past. He locked eyes with the protagonist of this leveling manhwa, laying his cards on the table. Lend me your strength. Even a fledgling power like yours will suffice. If we fail to stop him, total annihilation is inevitable. Sungmin calculated the odds in a heartbeat before speaking slowly. In exchange, I have a condition. Kane stared at him, urgency bleeding into his tone. Speak quickly. With time running out, Sungmin revealed a pulsating orb of light. Kane recoiled as if burned, his composure shattering instantly. That is a dragon heart. I intend to consume and absorb it, Sungmin stated as if discussing a light snack. Panic seized the older master. Have you lost your mind? Swallowing such a massive core of mana will detonate your body from the inside out. Yet the young warrior remained stoic, confident in his awakening manhwa potential. I will handle the suppression. I searched the realms for an alchemist capable of refining this to no avail. Kane hesitated, falling into the trap. I possess the ability to refine it. Sungmin cut him off, a harmless yet cunning smile playing on his lips. If you cannot guarantee my safe absorption of this power, I will sit right here and do absolutely nothing. You are the one desperate for my help, aren't you? You insolent brat, Kane gasped. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the night market. Wui and Rubia spun around their senses, assaulted by blood-curdling screams echoing through the streets. What in the hell is going on? Rubia muttered, sensing the turmoil outside. Suddenly, Cycler burst from the shadows, sprinting for his life and screaming in sheer terror. Help me. Someone, please save me. His voice cracked under the weight of despair, but he forced out the warning. Chwaisun. The devil has returned. We froze the name, striking him like a thunderbolt. Before salvation could arrive, a pillar of hellfire crashed down, incinerating Cycler into ash before Wui's very eyes. From the smoke, a voice dripping with disdain laughed, just as I predicted. Chwaisun exhaled a cloud of smoke eyes, dancing with sadistic glee. How entertaining. Burning everything to the ground never gets old. His gaze snapped to Wui predators, locking onto fresh prey. There stands a big one. You look quite flammable. Come here, let me incinerate you gently. Wui's knuckles turned white as he suppressed the volcano of rage erupting within him. You are the bastard Chwisen. The fire wielder blinked, amused by the audacity. Who are you trash to speak my great name with such familiarity? Wui didn't deign to answer. He simply untied his hair, his aura shifting so violently the air grew heavy. His voice rolled out like thunder. I am the mad demon Bakwui. He advanced his face, a mask of cold death. Bloodlust flooded his eyes, veins pulsing against his skin as he ground out the words, that is the name of the man who will rip you into unrecognizable shreds. The scene shifts to the dark lair of Arbeth, one of the legendary 5 Black Stars, the monster who claimed the usurped throne of the Lich. Centuries ago, he was hailed as a magnificent mage. But upon ascending as a Lich, he stained the history books with blood, terrifying the world with his cruel and forbidden arts. His might is absolute, proven by his survival against a world united to hunt him down. The predator of the 5 Black Stars. Arbeth chuckled darkly, admiring his twisted creation truly marvelous. Prescan, how did a being of your limited caliber forge such a masterpiece? The subordinate rubbed his hands together, oozing sycophancy. It is an honor to serve you, my liege. What is truly shocking, Arbeth mused, is that your manipulation of these materials is mere child's play. You are a deviant that defies logic. Suddenly, the soul fire in Arbeth's sockets froze. His voice dropped to absolute zero. Filthy rats have breached the barrier and infiltrated our sanctuary. Prescan gasped in horror. Impossible. Is it that accursed flame again? No, Arbeth corrected with certainty. This is the transcendent power of Yana, derived from her pact with the evil spirits. However, she requires time to complete her possession ritual. It cannot be her. He turned his skeletal gaze to his minion. Prescan, go and buy me some time. The minion started. Me, my lord. But one look from Arbeth's murderous gaze silenced his protest. Prescan trembled. Understood. I go at once. Meanwhile, Sungmin sighed, looking utterly bored. I have faced you so many times. It's becoming tedious. He looked at the enemy with mock politeness. How have you been? The casual attitude sent Prescan into a frenzy. You accursed heart thief. So you are the vermin who dared to break in. I sense 2 intruders, Prescan hissed. Sungmin recalled his orders to his companion. There is one coming, handle him. He smirked. One of us has already bypassed you to the center. Prescan let out a screeching laugh. Then fate has blessed me with the task of disposing of you weakling. Sungmin slowly drew the spear from his hip, his expression unreadable. Indeed. Prescan flared his mana, the air vibrating with power. Today, I shall rip my heart from your chest. Sungmin watched his tactical mind dissecting the enemy. In the past timeline, Prescan was an entity that seemed absolutely invincible, a wall of despair. Sungmin vanished, reappearing with a horizontal slash that tore through Prescan's defenses. The monster reeled back in shock. What I saw this trash only months ago. How could he achieve this monstrous growth in such a short time? Sungmin launched him into the air with a brutal uppercut, then lowered his stance, channeling energy for the flash technique, a martial art of instantaneous movement. High above, Prescan reacted on instinct, condensing a sphere of dark matter. Die, you insect! He hurled it down with apocalyptic force. Thief! As the destruction rained down, Sungmin remained tranquil. This was the perfect moment to fuse his mana with his internal cultivation. Without hesitation, he entwined the 2 opposing forces into his spear tip. Let's test this theory. Torrential power exploded outward as he thrust his weapon to meet the sky. Drawing upon the cultivation method, I'll shroud myself in pure mana. All that power focused onto the spear tip. A vortex of energy erupted from the weapon, spiraling outward in a violent surge. Sacred Blood Demon Art 3rd form. His eyes burned with battle intent as he unleashed a wide-range strike, forcing Prescan to panic at the sheer scale of the attack. The enemy hastily erected a barrier to block the impact. Sky only intended to give him a light tap. Unbelievable power. The barrier shattered like glass in less than a second, leaving Prescan in a state of absolute panic. What just happened? Down below, Sungmin gripped his spear, stunned by his own handiwork. I only meant to give him a love tap, but he went flying. The aftermath was terrifying. While Sungmin stood there blinking, the overwhelming force had flattened Prescan into the dirt nearby. The villain lay there, eyes swimming with tears like a bullied child. Annie, if only my Annie were here. A punk like you would be nothing. Sungmin raised an eyebrow. Where is that chimera anyway? Prescan wailed. Stolen, taken by the great King L. He screamed into the void like a baby. My precious daughter. Snatched away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Arbeth watched the scene with a twisted grin. Now, this is unexpected. He gazed at the masterpiece before him. It devours every ounce of energy I feed it, a bottomless abyss, infinite potential. Once the magic circle is complete, this chimera will drain the city dry. Arbeth clenched his fist, intoxicated by his own madness. And then, I will transplant my soul into this vessel. I shall become the apex predator, a legend that devours all creation. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through his delusions. That will never happen. Cain stepped out from the shadows. You haven't changed a bit. Even as a lich, you cling to that rotting skin, lusting after power you can't possibly control. Alive or dead, you're just a monster in a human mask. Arbeth froze, turning slowly. Who are you? Cain rolled up his sleeve. Right, you don't recognize this face. The ancient runes on his arm began to glow. But you'll know my name soon enough, Arbeth. Cain raised his arm, displaying the forbidden sigils. Arbeth's eyes widened as the realization hit him like a truck. He shrieked in terror. Impossible. You disappeared centuries ago. His voice trembled as he whispered a single name. Ra. The man standing there was Cain, but the shadow rising behind him was something else entirely. Ra materialized, a spectral cigarette, dangling from his lips. You summoned me to reclaim what was given to Iris. Ra took a drag. There's no turning back now. Cain nodded solemnly. So be it. Ra offered a sphere of pure magic. I won't ask why. Cain's eyes burned with ancient fury. I was born with a destiny of destruction. To escape it, I abandoned my power, my face, my very existence. I wandered for 100 years trying to cheat karma. Cain stood still as the mana wrapped around him. But the run is over. That chance encounter brought my fate crashing back. His body began to shine with blinding light. Perhaps this is my punishment. But since the water is spilled, I might as well save the world. Arbeth stood, paralyzed by the mounting pressure. That power wasn't meant for you, Arbeth. I'm taking back what is mine, my magic and my destiny. The mana storm cleared, revealing Cain's true form. Do you know me now? Arbeth ground his teeth. Yes, the strongest mage. Cain. Moments later, footsteps thundered across the plaza. Sungmin arrived, leaving a defeated Prescan behind. He gasped his body, locking up at the sight. It looked like the apocalypse. Space itself was warping under the magical bombardment. It was a clash of titans, Arbeth versus Cain. A battle of legends. Arbeth spotted Sungmin and snarled. Prescan, that useless trash. Did he fail already? Arbeth scanned the area frantically. Where is that interference? Cain glanced back. You made it. Sungmin nodded, gripping his weapon. Yeah, looks like you're in a tight spot. With you here, the odds might change. Though I wish Rubia were here too. Sungmin settled into his stance. Rubia, you must be desperate to ask for her help. Anyway, I'm jumping in. Arbeth began to sweat. Damn it, I'm barely holding on against Cain. If that brat joins in, I'm finished. Desperation took over. Arbeth screamed, come to me, Aina. A massive summoning circle ignited. Aina appeared, eyes dead and void, a slave seal burning on her forehead. Instantly, her arm mutated into a monstrous claw. She moved like a lightning bolt, bypassing Cain's defenses. But Sungmin was faster, stepping in to block the strike with a thunderous clash. Sungmin shouted, I'll handle this one. Cain turned back to Arbeth. Thanks. Sungmin grinned, confidence radiating off him. Let's do this. Aina retracted her hand, the flesh knitting itself back together. Sungmin analyzed her. She was always cold, but this is empty. Is that the mark of submission Prescan talked about? Aina didn't answer, launching a flurry of attacks. Sungmin parried, feeling the weight of her blows. She's way stronger than our last duel. He leveled his spear. Aura flared around him. Let's see if you can handle this. Aina charged blindly right into the path of Sungmin's ultimate strike. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the plaza, shaking the very foundations of the city. Even Arbeth had to look away from his fight. Aina was buried under rubble, immobilized. Cain stared at Sungmin's back, jaw-dropping. By the gods. I made a vow too quickly. Cain chuckled darkly. The most dangerous one here isn't the lich. It's this kid. He's growing like he's the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. A raspy whisper broke the silence. Oh, rotting death. Cain snapped his head around. Arbeth was casting a forbidden spell. Cain's face hardened. Giving up your humanity because you fear a boy, you lunatic. Arbeth's body erupted into a chaotic mass of flesh and tentacles. The monstrosity that was once Arbeth clasped its hands in prayer. I offer this vessel, grant your power to this lowly servant. Prescan instantly realized the madman's plan. He was trying to manifest the Demon King's authority directly into reality. Prescan's nerves were pulled tight. This was the final defense. A desperate gamble in this leveling manhwa scenario. He stared at the twisted monster before him. Arbeth was accepting the Demon King's power, a force he had signed a contract to seal within his own flesh. The price for such power was steep. Cold sweat drenched Prescan's forehead. When a dark mage summons a demon lord's power, their soul is forfeit upon death, destined for eternal torment. He screamed at the villain, "Are you insane, Arbeth?" Arbeth's humanity had completely vanished. Crazy. Unfortunately, I am perfectly sane right now. If the problem only arises after death, then I simply won't die. The villain threw his head back and laughed maniacally. I will become the Predator King. I will be reborn through slaughter and consumption. Sungmin realized the gravity of the situation instantly. Slaughter and consumption. Arbeth raised both hands, and a colossal storm of mana began to swirl violently. Prescan shouted a warning to the protagonist. That's soul destruction magic. But before the words could land, a terrifying force shot straight at him. Watch out. Sungmin froze, stunned by the pressure. If that hand touches you, your very soul will be erased from existence. But with split-second reflexes, he managed to twist his body and dodge the fatal grasp. Sungmin looked back in horror at the devastating power, completely unaware that another threat was closing in. Aina launched a direct assault, leaving him no time to defend. The force from Aina's tentacles blasted Sungmin away. That power can't last forever. Prescan rushed to Sungmin's side. Power, exceeding one's limits, always demands a price. He frowned, clicking his tongue in frustration. Now, our only option is to stall for time and keep him pinned down. There is no other way. In contrast to their desperation, Arbeth smiled with supreme confidence. Prescan, I thought you were wise, but it seems your mind has rotted after 100 years. Stalling for time? That is exactly what I want. He glanced toward the magic circle, creating Aina. The ritual to absorb the spiritual energy of the fog forest is nearly complete. Once this boundless power is mine, no one under the heavens will be able to stop me. Arbeth's inner thoughts turned venomous. If those two and Choizen had arrived as planned, I wouldn't have needed to borrow the Demon King's power. His patience was wearing thin, a scowl forming on his face. Where are they, and what the hell are they doing? Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the demonic fire user Choizen stood before his opponent. Wai shielded Rubia, calmly tying up his hair. Choizen stepped forward. Wai whispered, "Mad demon tyrant skin." They stood face to face, inches apart, neither willing to yield an inch. Wai's eyes glowed crimson, his muscles coiling like steel cables. He roared, "That is the name of the man who will tear you apart and kill you." Choizen remained unmoved, even confused by Wai's sudden roar. With a deep voice, he simply punched Wai straight in the gut. "Say what?" Wai didn't flinch. He instantly countered, smashing his fist squarely into Choizen's face. Choizen crashed to the ground. Wai spoke coldly. "Do you remember the people you've killed?" Without a word, Choizen sat up abruptly, let out a piercing scream, and spewed a torrent of fire. The flames engulfed Wai instantly, swallowing his entire body in an inferno. Rubia screamed in terror. "Old man, mad demon," Choizen smirked. "You came for revenge." He flashed a savage grin. "The people I've killed. Do you think I remember such trivial things?" "Foolish." Wai frowned in fury. "I guessed as much." He stepped out of the fire completely unharmed. "Don't worry, I will make sure you never forget this moment." Wai had fully activated the blood ring demon art. "I will rip your heart out while you still breathe, and carve my name onto it." Choizen was stunned, cursing under his breath. "Even after taking my demonic flame head on, you're still standing." Before he could process it, Wei dashed in right in front of him. Wei's eyes went pitch black as he raised a fist wrapped in blazing energy. Choizen finally felt the sting of fear. "I cannot let that hit me." He leaped backward, dodging Wai's uppercut by a hair's breadth. He thought Wai had missed, but the old master was steps ahead. Flames spiraled around the fist from the momentum of the punch. Choizen's eyes widened in shock at the spectacle unfolding. Wai launched another punch toward Choizen. Choizen blocked with both arms, but this time was different. Wai's fist didn't stop. It plowed through the defense. Choizen felt a terrifying mana crushing his arms, his eyes bloodshot from the strain. Wai poured more power into the strike, blasting Choizen backward for miles. Rubia watched the scene, torn between worry and sheer amazement. Choizen landed in the distance, lying on the ground, laughing as the dust settled. Choizen stared at Wai intently. "I admit it," he spoke with twisted delight. "Not bad. For a human." Choizen pushed himself up from the dirt. "For that humble strength and that insane courage, I will show you my respect." He charged forward. But he was no longer a demon. He was taking the form of a dragon. Choizen roared, "I will pay my respects by burning you until not even a bone remains." This was his true form. The Imuji, who failed to become a Gangon dragon. Wai didn't back down. He smiled challengingly. "And so will I." Meanwhile, Sungmin's hand trembled on his sword, cold sweat dripping onto the earth. The shadow of defeat loomed large, a spell that erases souls with a touch versus a chimera that regenerates infinitely. As the battle dragged on, their stamina was hitting rock bottom in this brutal awakening manhwa encounter. Arbeth formed a spiritual avatar and laughed scornfully. You threw yourself into a losing battle just for a dragon heart. You really are correct about one thing. At that moment, he sneered, his face unable to hide his malice. The spiritual energy fluctuated, runes began to glow, the magic circle was complete. The chimera girl tilted her head and walked into the center of the circle. Sensing the anomaly, the protagonist turned sharply to look. Sungmin's eyes went wide, tension etched on his face. Whatever that is, we have to stop it. He channeled every ounce of his strength and dashed after Aina. Arbeth didn't even try to stop him, laughing in contempt. Stupid fool. Arbeth's plan was simple. The circle would funnel the massive, accumulated energy of Arumuri into the center. Such a colossal level of energy. No mortal body could withstand it. Even Arbeth himself would explode catastrophically if he tried to absorb that power. But that chimera girl, she was built to take it. Aina's heart was a treasure so powerful, it was hard to believe that pervert created it. Without that monster heart, capable of absorbing energy endlessly, even an archdemon or a dragon would detonate the moment they stepped into that circle. Because of the external overload, Arbeth observed his face radiating arrogance. For a young brat, you fought well. But it seems I'll get what I want without lifting a finger. Go ahead, explode and die. Arbeth's calculation was fatally flawed. The moment Sungmin stepped into the formation, the runes roared to life. A torrent of spiritual energy surged, wrapping around him like a cocoon. As the array activated, it revealed a terrifying truth. Sungmin possessed a heart identical to the beast's. The evil spirit recoiled in shock. You maniacs, are you trying to devour the entire city's essence? Break the circle now. That raw power. A human body will explode if it absorbs that much energy. He sneered, reading the boy's intentions like an open book. Planning to shatter the magic circle. A pity. The moment you stepped into the center, your fate was sealed. You will be obliterated. His voice trembled with twisted excitement. Now, let me enjoy this magnificent display of fireworks. 3, 2, 1. But suddenly, Sungmin's eyes blazed with light. Golden spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. The very dimension quaked as the formation shattered, leaving Arbeth's jaw hanging in disbelief. Even Archmage Prescan froze, paralyzed by the spectacle. His voice trembled with awe. Did he actually destroy the magic circle? Torrents of spiritual power flooded out from the collapsing array. As the energy dispersed into the ether, Arbeth's face turned ashen gray. His arrogance crumbled along with his master plan. Impossible. My life's ambition. Ruined by a brat like this. But suddenly, a blood-red eye manifested in the shadows behind him, striking terror into his heart. Arbeth roared with desperation. No, it is not over yet. His body seized up, muscles rigid. The demon lord. He is trying to claim my soul. His mind raced. He had to swap souls to survive. He spun around and bellowed, Chimera, I command you by the seal of obedience. He fired a beam of spiritual force. Accept my soul now, he muttered feverishly to himself. As long as that vessel exists, I can still rise again. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the darkness. A soul. Very well, I shall accept it, even though I am not the chimera. Panic seized Arbeth's heart. It was Kim Jong-yun, the man who had vanished after recruiting Ju Sung. He surged forward like a phantom, snatching Arbeth's soul with a grip of iron, his eyes burning with fury. What is the meaning of this? Arbeth cried. Kim Jong-hyun scratched his head, letting out a sinister laugh. The meaning I only allied with you for this very moment. Prescan could only watch in silence. Arbeth's soulless vessel crumbled into dust in a heartbeat. The dark mage mercilessly tore the Spirit King's soul apart. It trembled violently before dissipating into nothingness. Arbeth, the Spirit King who once shook the era, had fallen. But in his place, not another Arbeth, but a great demon, far more terrifying, was born. Prescan sensed it instinctively. The reason he hadn't intervened was simple: the dark mage had drained every drop of magic and forbidden knowledge from Arbeth's soul. Kim Jong-hyun smirked with arrogance. I never expected it to go this smoothly. His gaze turned ice cold, his expression radiating pure malice. And now it seems the gears of your destiny have also begun to turn. Lee Sungmin. A catastrophic evil was beginning to awaken. The boy's rage was fleeting, but the demonic energy absorbed from the circle was twisting Lee Sungmin into something entirely inhuman. Witnessing this, Kim Jong-hyun threw his head back and laughed. Ominous energy poured from the boy. Oh my, look at that gloom. This exceeds my wildest expectations. He floated into the air, his voice dripping with cruelty. Let us see that body twist into a monstrosity. Prescan furrowed his brow and sighed. Just what will become of your destiny? The archmage tensed. I do not wish to admit it, but I feel it clearly. This is an existence that should never have been unleashed upon this world. My mana is nearly depleted, and my body is shattered from the backlash of the reverse summoning. Arbeth is dead, yes, but the dark mage who absorbed him and the chimera still stands. Suddenly, Prescan let out a cold chuckle, blood staining the corner of his mouth. He lamented softly, what a cursed destiny this is. Then Prescan roared. Oh, great mana runes ignited around him, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. I offer up this flesh. Volatile energy converged, threatening to swallow Prescan's hand. His expression darkened as he whispered, I am sorry. Prescan unleashed the strike. Spiritual power collided and detonated outwards. His eyes burned with a dangerous, indomitable battle spirit, the final fortress of a mage. He glared at Kim Jong-hyun with resolve. None of you shall leave this place alive. But Kim Jong-hyun merely spread his arms and laughed, unbothered by the life-for-power exchange. How terrifying. A great archmage throwing away his life to rush a single enemy? I may have lost my purpose and my will to fight, but even so, power erupted. Kim Jong-hyun morphed his form, sneering. Do you really think you can stop me? Prescan spun around, eyes flashing. He was unscathed by the explosion. His endurance was monstrous, but blood streamed from his nose and mouth as he gritted his teeth. His voice grew heavy. I do not have much time left. Meanwhile, Sungmin drifted in a strange dimension, his guard up as he scanned the void. Finding no exit, he muttered, where am I? This feels like Dania's trial, or a glitch in a system Manhwa dungeon, but I was clearly fighting Prescan. He recalled the magic circle, detonating. Then blinding pain. Sungmin clutched his head, desperately trying to piece his fragmented memories together. Flashbacks assaulted him, his body mutating, a face twisted with malice. Sungmin's eyes widened in horror. What is that? Suddenly, a voice from the abyss startled him. You bastard, Sungmin shouted. Void King of Nothingness. What is going on? Explain yourself now. The entity replied with chilling indifference. First, this is your inner world. Second, outside your body is rampaging like a rabid dog. Are you really so calm about that? The evil spirit furrowed its brow. Damn it, you are slow on the uptake. Listen closely, we have no time. Behind that wall lies your demonic consciousness, your inhuman nature. Right now, it is driving your physical body. Honestly, retaining your humanity after absorbing that much demonic energy, that is already an anomaly. But if you beat it to a pulp, you might just reclaim your body. A punch to the face usually solves these things. You crave power but refuse to become a monster, yes, then listen well, fight, and seize victory. Sungmin lowered his head, a confident smirk touching his lips. I understand. Thank you, Void King. The spirit crossed its arms. I cannot assist you directly. You are on your own, got it? Only you can pass through that wall. Sungmin turned to leave. Don't worry. He gripped his sword tight, majestic energy radiating from his form. He drew his blade, ready to face the manifestation of Kim Jong-hyun. If it is a solo battle, I have plenty of experience. The spirit sighed in relief, but suddenly froze, eyes widening in shock. The spirit noticed a sinister destiny hiding behind Sungmin's demonic consciousness. Realizing it was spotted, the entity grinned maliciously. The Void King stood paralyzed, as the shadowy fate raised a finger to its lips. Shh. Cold sweat drenched the spirit's forehead. His voice stuttered. What? What is that thing? How can these fools not sense it at all? The entity was right beside them. It screamed a warning to Sungmin, but silence was the only reply. A cold chill of absolute danger gripped the spirit. It launched itself into the air, but the entity known as Destiny remained untouchable. For the first time, the spirit felt true terror. It screamed into the void. Just what kind of monster are you? How does something like you exist inside a mere child? Destiny simply pointed a finger, its voice dripping with ancient menace. You are merely one step away. From where I stand, at the end of all things. Destiny's form blurred, a sinister smile carving across its face. Its voice resonated with crushing power. Do you wish to cross over to this side? The sheer pressure forced the spirit to its knees. Impossible. I am bowing to my own self. Instantly, Destiny vanished, reappearing in the distance, leaving only a trail of spiritual residue. The spirit narrowed its eyes, fully alert. Far away, the mysterious figure of Destiny simply raised a finger to its lips, a command for silence. Sungmin locked onto the demonic consciousness. The beast roared, charging like a wild animal. But even as he parried the savage strikes, Sungmin analyzed every move, like a leveling manhwa protagonist. Suddenly, he unleashed a lethal, unpredictable strike. The demon froze. Sungmin's inner monologue was calm. Your movements. They're pathetic. Too easy to read. In this mental realm, my internal energy and demonic arts are sealed. He unleashed a flurry of vicious blows. But do you think that matters? Did you really think I'd lose to a mindless beast? He soared into the air, using the hilt of his blade to smash the creature into the floor. He was dissecting his opponent in real time. The demon erupted with rage, launching a desperate counterattack. But Sungmin met it with eyes full of unwavering confidence. I have spent years honing my martial arts for this moment. He pinned it down with a kick, his blade severing the head from the body. I won't let you fade away that easily. As the demon crumbled, it whispered a chilling promise. We will meet again. Sungmin raised his sword, examining the dissipating remnants. Next time, he scoffed. Don't expect it to be this easy when you return. He spun around. It's over. Hey Void King, how do I exit this place? But the spirit stood there, face darkened with gloom, muttering the name, Void King. Terror still lingered in its eyes. Is something wrong? Nothing. Back in the physical world, Prescan had restrained the demonic form, but the cost was high. His own body was on the brink of collapse. Fate smiled upon us. I managed to suppress it, just before my life force burned out entirely. This power is unfathomable. A monstrous destiny. This entity possesses infinite potential for growth. It is an existence that threatens the very fabric of this world. I can only thank the gods we stopped it before it evolved further. Prescan raised his hand for the killing blow. Forgive me. Suddenly a voice cut through the air. Save your apologies. With a surge of raw power, Sungmin shattered the magical chains. He descended slowly, landing before a stunned Prescan, who couldn't believe the boy had returned. I only helped you because of our deal. Prescan's mind raced back to his oath. Prescan swore upon mana itself, to grant a worthy reward helping Sungmin absorb the dragon heart. Sungmin's gaze was cold steel. Now, keep your word. Prescan's voice dropped an octave. Look at you. Both of your eyes now bear the mark of the demon eye. The mage struggled to his feet. Moments ago, you were lost in a complete berserker frenzy. Do you truly understand the gravity of that? Sungmin clenched his fist. I handled it. It's under control. But Prescan's expression turned icy. Even I once hailed as the greatest archmage have been reduced to this state. We stopped it today. But when you grow stronger, and you will, who can possibly stop you then? It is a miracle you retained your sanity, even with your eyes fully transformed. You are a ticking time bomb. You could become the calamity that destroys this world at any moment. He spun around. No, I cannot allow you to gain more power. Horrific memories of the past flashed through Prescan's mind. He clenched his trembling hands. Never again. Sungmin stepped forward, aura, blazing with confidence. I am taking the dragon heart. Unless you want the mana oath to claim your life, step aside. Prescan lowered his head. My life holds no value anymore. When he looked up, his eyes were dead cold. I have sacrificed everything to stop you. My body is already crumbling. Breaking the oath changes nothing. At the very least, I can drag the evil threatening this world down to hell with me. Sungmin recoiled, sensing the suicidal gathering of energy. You're insane. Suddenly, a colossal beam of spiritual energy crashed down from the heavens. No, you will not die today. Panic seized Prescan's face. No. Why are you here? Kim Jong-hyun hovered in the sky, laughing with sinister delight. I never expected to witness such a spectacle. The arrival of a transcendent being. Prescan was bewildered by the words echoing in the air. Who gave you permission to die, Prescan? From the dust and ruin, a majestic silhouette emerged. Listen well, humans. The Spirit Queen's voice commanded absolute authority. I shall fulfill the covenant on his behalf. Prescan gasped. The Spirit Queen. Kim Jong-hyun was practically vibrating with excitement. The ruler of the entire spirit realm. Prescan shook with rage. That bastard. He truly has deep connections with the high spirits. Is she intervening simply because she favors him? The queen turned to them. Tell me, what are the terms of your covenant? Sungmin stepped forward. Prescan swore to aid me in absorbing the dragon heart. Prescan screamed in desperation. Stop, you cannot do this. If he gains more power, the world will. Silence, the queen roared. The Spirit Queen trembled with suppressed emotion. When I formed our pact, I declared that you belong to me. Do you think I care if the world crumbles, or if the mana oath destroys you? I care for none of it. Sungmin's heart hammered against his ribs. The only thing I will not tolerate is your death. In the chaos, Kim Jong-hyun began to slip away. I've consumed Arbeth, and it looks like I can take the chimera too. A result far exceeding my expectations. And what a magnificent show this was. This is the perfect curtain call. He glanced one last time at the gathering, a wicked smile playing on his lips before vanishing from the battlefield. As he departed, his gaze lingered on Sungmin. When our paths cross again, boy, what kind of monster will you have become? I wonder, what face will you wear then? With that thought, Kim Jong-hyun dissolved into the ether, moving so fast he didn't even leave a shadow behind. The two stood frozen in silence, eyes locked on the terrifying, distorted form of Lee Sungmin. The very laws of this dimension were rejecting him. The Spirit Queen's face twisted in agony as the pressure crushed down. Then a desperate scream tore through the air. Stop this madness right now. To a spirit like her, the mana density of this world was as lethal as potent poison. She had to return to the spirit realm immediately or fade forever. Yet even as her existence flickered, her voice remained gentle and pleading. We will go back to the spirit realm together. A furious roar erupted from him, questioning her sacrifice with raw anguish. Why? Why would you do this? Because it is for me. Seeing the Spirit Queen's gentle form fading right before his eyes, Lee Sungmin's heart felt like it was being ripped apart. You could die, you know. The Spirit Queen turned back a faint, bittersweet smile, gracing her lips even as fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze locked onto Kim Jong-hyun as she thought, as long as you are by my side, I do not fear death. With those unspoken words, the Spirit Queen dissolved, scattering into tiny motes of light that merged with the void. Meanwhile, Sungmin lay motionless on the cold ground, the aftermath of a chaotic battle, leaving him completely alone in the dust. That single thought echoed endlessly in the darkness. As long as you are by my side, I do not fear death. Wai's eyes fluttered open as the memory played on a loop. Was that truly her final message to him? Choi-sun stepped closer, his voice dripping with arrogance as he peered down. Is that really the extent of your power? Huh. He sneered, demanding answers. You screamed about me, being your nemesis, but what did I actually do to you? Did I slaughter someone important? Your parents? Your siblings? Perhaps your wife? Wai remained silent under the villain's indignant interrogation, his mind drifting back to ancient scars. To the time he left the tribe, and she had faithfully followed him. The horror of that memory clawed at him. Not long after that, he thought the madness began to consume my mind. The guilt was suffocating. I told her that in my state, I might kill her with my own hands. That was the only way I could convince her to return to the tribe. Rubia, listening nearby, was struck speechless, tears welling in her eyes at the revelation. But Choi-sun only threw his head back and laughed maniacally. So, simply because you told her to go back, your lover died at my hands, is that it? How poetic. I will kindly send you to join her then. We hesitated for a heartbeat before his voice cut through the air, shifting the narrative entirely. But that was a lie. Choi-sun lunged forward to finish him, but an invisible force blasted him backward. Wai suddenly, overflowing with power, stood tall and repelled the enemy with a single hand. Choi-sun gaped in confusion. What the hell? How could a dying dog suddenly possess such strength? Wai spoke calmly, as if clarifying a misunderstanding. I just needed an excuse to push her away from me. I believed that to shatter my own limits, I had to abandon absolutely everything in this world, except for my martial arts. Ever since that pathetic defeat, ever since I felt the ceiling of my potential, I have fought desperately to reach the realm of a transcendent being, like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. The villain scrambled up, roaring, and why should I care about your sob story? Choi-sun unleashed a ferocious assault, but Wai sidestepped with effortless grace. The old master wasn't done talking. He had no interest in trading blows just yet. Wai continued, his voice steady. I know these are just the meaningless delusions of an old fool. He paused, finding peace. But after all this time, I feel I can finally let go of this obsession. As long as I defeat you. Wai made his move. An explosion of pure internal energy erupted from his core. In that split second, the mad demon's blood demon arts detonated with more ferocity than ever before. The pressure was immense, single-handedly dominating Choi-sun, a monster who had been untouchable moments ago. But the fuel for this godlike power was his very life force. The one who burns their own soul will shine brighter than any star, but only for a fleeting moment. The inevitable conclusion was death. Wai begged silently in the depths of his mind. Please, let this life burn just long enough to drag him down to hell with me. Sometimes the world grants sweet miracles to those who hope. However, fate is a cruel mistress. In this manhwa recap, we learn that the world often delivers the most brutal endings. Wai suddenly let out a burst of liberated laughter. For a second, even the villain felt a chill of fear. But then, Chwaisan's face lit up with glee. Excellent. It looks like the side effects of that bizarre power have kicked in, haven't they? You tried so hard, wasting such potential on a dying ember. Now, die. Wui squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the lethal blow. But the agonizing pain never came. His eyes snapped open in shock. Rubia, the tiny spirit, had thrown herself in the path of destruction. Though her small frame trembled violently, her eyes burned with an unwavering resolve. Why? Gasped Rubia. Even the villain looked confused. What is wrong with this brat? Why couldn't comprehend it either. Rubia, what are you doing? Rubia continued to shake, but her determination didn't waver. Hurry up and run, you know, old man. At first I thought I was dragged into a messy, troublesome situation. But somewhere along the way, I started having fun. I got to experience adventures I never could have with my former master thanks to Sungmin and you grumpy old man. So, you are not allowed to die. Old man Wui was paralyzed with horror, his mouth agape. No. Rubia. Chwaisan lost all patience. Enough of this drama. Scorching heat gathered in his maw, glowing red. A second later, he unleashed a devastating blast of energy that shook the very air. Goodbye? But when the smoke cleared, Chwaisan's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He couldn't believe the sight. Rubia was no ordinary being. She was an artificial spirit, crafted by Prescan. When Prescan discarded his old name and reincarnated, she was created with the aid of the Spirit Queen herself. She could use simple magic, but she was never designed for combat mastery. However, the Spirit Queen had embedded a supreme defensive measure within Rubia, a protocol reserved solely for Prescan. It was a fail-safe for the absolute worst-case scenario. A shroud of pure holy power enveloped her, making the villain's attack completely useless against her. Seizing the opening, Wui moved like a phantom. He channeled every ounce of strength into a fist that smashed directly into Chwaisan. A miracle was unfolding. The villain froze, unable to process the scene before him, as Wui delivered another crushing blow, straight to his gut. Chwaisan shrieked in agony. From a body that should have been drained dry, Wui summoned the last embers of his vitality. A brilliant energy flared up, burning intensely like the final flash of a dying star. A powerful aura engulfed Wui, wrapping him in terrifying energy. Chwaisan, sweating with panic, quickly stabilized his stance and launched himself into the air to strike back. He dove in, aggressively, seizing the old man's arm. Chwaisan applied crushing pressure, twisting the limb until bone began to crack. Unfazed, Wui spun his body and clamped his hand violently around the villain's throat. He smirked. This body was destined to collapse anyway. Chwaisan's eyes bulged in terror as he gasped for air. What kind of madness is this? Wui gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. I am the crazy heavenly demon. With that declaration, he exerted all his remaining power, crushing the life out of his enemy until the villain went limp. Rubia watched, jaw dropped, unable to speak. The old master stood silently, chest heaving. But his body, it was beginning to unravel, dissolving into the void. The end had arrived. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she screamed, "Old man, are you okay?" He looked at her with a gentle gaze, a faint, peaceful smile softening his rugged face. Rubia panicked, frantic. "Old man, don't die. Medicine. We need medicine. Just hold on." But as she reached out, the hand holding the potion bottle began to fade away into nothingness. Rubia was in absolute despair, her body turning transparent as she dissolved into particles of light. "No. Master, wait. Just a little longer." Rubia broke down, sobbing her tears, falling into the void. "Just hold on a little longer." Her body melted away into the atmosphere, leaving behind only a glittering emptiness where she once stood. Rubia's voice echoed with heartbreak. "Old man." Meanwhile, in a distant place, a cold, clear voice pierced the silence. "So you finally arrived. Thank you for protecting this city." Ho-Yeon lowered his voice, the weight of centuries in his tone. "Surviving this long must have been hell, but a warrior deserves a proper farewell." Following the cataclysmic battle that leveled the demon city, a scene of destruction worthy of any legendary manhwa recap, Wui Ho Yan watched Lee Sungmin sprinting toward him, chest heaving. "So you're here," the old master whispered, lying on a broken plank with eyes as calm as a still lake. "Don't look at me with that pathetic face. I am satisfied." Ho-Yeon stood beside the dying master, unable to hide his respect. That man defeated the blood demon Chwaisan. That is an achievement that will echo through history. Chwaisan was one of the strongest demons, second only to Yana. Ho-Yeon continued, awe coloring his words. He actually did it. He killed a legend. Wui Ho Yan smirked, savoring the memory of the life or death duel. He had just survived. I tore that bastard's throat out with my own hands. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, and Heoju's gaze darkened. As for Rubia, he paused the silence, stretching like a taut wire. Worry was written all over his face. That little cat beast girl. For some reason, she was reverse summoned back to the spirit realm. It likely means something catastrophic has happened to the master her soul is bound to. Baek-won-pai slowly turned his head toward Lee Sungmin, his breathing rattling in his chest like a broken bellows. Let me go. Lee Sungmin froze his footsteps, halting as his mind refused to process the request. What? What are you saying? The old man raised a trembling hand to stop him. Respect my life. Respect my end. Baek-won-pai exhaled softly, as if closing the final chapter of his own long, arduous story. It was a good life. I committed mountains of sins, but I was lucky. In the twilight of my years, I met true friends. He gazed up at the pitch-black sky, hanging over the demon city. My only regret is that I never managed to shatter the wall and reach the realm of transcendence. Baek-won-pai's voice grew fainter, his life force dissipating into the void. I thought if I detonated my dantian and fought with my life on the line, I might glimpse what lies beyond that wall. But it was too much for me. In the heavy silence that blanketed the ruins, he whispered. Baek-won-pai tilted his head toward Lee Sungmin, his eyes burning, with one last unfinished purpose. What do you think of the crazy heavenly demon spear art, my divine technique? Lee Sungmin didn't hesitate, his voice firm. It is a peerless martial art, unrivaled under the heavens. The old man relaxed his body, letting out a laugh of pure delight. Is that so? Baek-won-pai paused for a beat, his voice shifting to a tone of absolute trust. You will definitely reach the realm that I could not. He continued, satisfaction washing over his fading breaths. Reach the realm of transcendence, using my crazy heavenly demon's spear art. Take my legacy to the peak. Lee Sungmin bit his lip until it bled, refusing to speak lest he break down. Seeing this, Baek-won-pai exhaled in relief, his greatest burden finally lifted. Good. He spoke slowly, every word lighter than the last. That is all I needed to hear. Baek-won-pai frowned slightly, old memories dragging him back to a distant, painful past. If only I hadn't abandoned her back then. He whispered, as if asking his own soul, will I be able to reach her now? He stared into the blurry void before him and smiled a genuine soft smile. In the end, the face appearing in my mind is hers. The name of a woman slipped from his lips, barely a breath, like an apology that was decades too late. After speaking that name, Baek-won-pai's body slumped the final tension, leaving his frame. Lee Sungmin stood silently beside him, helpless as the fire of a legendary martial artist was extinguished right before his eyes. He realized he was alone once again. No one answered his silence. The road ahead was shrouded in a heavy, suffocating quiet that swallowed everything. The stillness of the path became unbearably awkward. Only Heoju remained, watching Lee Sungmin from a distance, his spectral form flickering. Heoju ground his teeth, unable to hide his frustration, even though it was too late. That old man. He did whatever he pleased until the very end. I wanted to tear apart the one who killed my kin with my own hands. Lee Sungmin bowed his head, crushed by waves of self-blame. If I hadn't followed Prescan. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. If I had been stronger. If I had returned sooner. Maybe the old man wouldn't have died. Heoju watched him for a long moment, calculating. This is dangerous, he thought. He spoke up, shattering the spiral of dark thoughts before they could consume the boy. Where will you go now? Lee Sungmin raised his head, his eyes burning with renewed resolve. To the elf forest. His voice was crystal clear, without a shred of hesitation. There, I will kill the Fist King and break the curse on the minor heavenly demon. Wiji Ho-Yeon. Lee Sungmin took a deep breath, carving this vow into his very soul. I refuse to lose any more of my comrades. The scene shifts to the eerie silence of the elf forest, where a voice dripped with disdain. How unsightly. Sword Saint. The Silent King looked down at the Sword Saint, his contempt undisguised. He was looking at the Fist King, one of the 6 kings of the realm beyond. Shocked by this sudden appearance, the Sword Saint stammered. Why? Why are you here? The Silent King didn't answer immediately. He took a menacing step forward. A spirit medium has prophesied your death. The Sword Saint's face went pale as a sheet. Who dares to kill me? Is it the Fist King? The Silent King let out a cold, hollow laugh that sent shivers down the spine. I don't know the details. But they say the ghost spear is heading toward the elf forest. The ghost spear, that brat. He didn't hide his mockery. His words stripped away the Sword Saint's pride like flayed skin. Do you still think yourself a transcendent martial artist? You've been bedridden by the minor heavenly demon's curse for so long that even a random thug could kill you now? Those words plunged the sword saint into an abyss of despair. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Am I really going to die? The opponent replied with terrifying calm. That is not a certain prophecy yet. The silent king continued. I came here to prevent that fate. Incidentally, I heard the crazy heavenly demon is traveling with the ghost spear. As if recalling a trivial memory, he added casually. According to the silent king's intel, the crazy heavenly demon never reached the transcendent realm. When he spoke of Buke One Pei, the chill in his eyes deepened. He showed promise a decade ago, so I spared his pathetic life. But in the end, he failed to break through. He was just another failure. If he arrives with the ghost spear, I will bury them both in the same grave. Hearing this, the sword saint asked, what about the capture of the minor heavenly demon? How long must I continue to rot under this curse? The silent king paused for a moment before replying, the minor heavenly demon is currently under the protection of the Alliance leader Demon Emperor Yan. But, as you know, that man is a monster that even we cannot defeat. For the time being, capturing her is impossible. At that precise instant, an overwhelming pressure slammed down like invisible shackles, locking everything in place. Yet the decree was final. Stopping the curse was not an option. The Sword Venerable's voice was a low rumble of absolute authority, brooking no resistance. Meanwhile, the hidden king let his killing intent flood the room raw and unconcealed. The little heavenly demon. He paused, emphasizing the key to fulfilling the heaven beyond heaven's ultimate wish. Then, with a voice devoid of warmth, he continued, we must capture her, no matter the price. A fierce resolve ignited in their eyes, their determination hardening as they committed to the mission.